In the year of famine, I came to save the starving maidens. Synopsis. Old Su, you must take a wife, whether you want to or not. In the year of famine, the nation experienced a drastic decline in population, prompting the government to begin distributing wives for free to stimulate reproduction. Just as Su Lang found himself at a loss, a divine system activated within him. Master, I have decided to take 3 wives, and thus. Official media arrived monthly, beaming with delight. Old Su, this month it's 3 again. Do you have enough room at home? With a pained expression, Su Lang replied, My lord, 3 again, 3 again. I have already rescued 18 maidens. Chapter 1. Young Su, how many wives do you desire? I was forced to marry 2 wives this month, and now my legs feel as though they will give way. Stop boasting. Your legs are weak because you are hungry. What a cruel fate. In these times when even survival is a challenge, I must be burdened with several wives. Wives are not something to be forced upon, are they? At the entrance of Day Village, a group of men gathered to voice their grievances. Men of the village, from 50-year-old elders to 16-year-old youths, had recently been compelled to marry. In less than a month, the authorities had returned to distribute more brides. Su Lang, hurry and choose one. The officials need to proceed to the next village. Village Chief Zhang Sihai sighed, his gaze filled with pity. Among the crowd, a frail and emaciated young man staggered forward, on the verge of collapse. This pitiful young man, teetering on the brink of starvation, was none other than Su Lang. Look at Su's boy, as thin as a monkey. If he takes in another mouthful, he'll likely meet the king of hell by tomorrow. This child can't even sustain himself. Adding another mouth to feed will only hasten his demise. The surrounding villagers murmured, their eyes reflecting both sympathy and a hint of schadenfreude. What are you all clamoring about? This is an imperial decree. After the war, men are scarce, and we must propagate. Any family that disobeys will face execution. The leader of the officials, Li Si, wore an impatient expression, his sword glinting in the sunlight. The villagers fell silent, their faces etched with sorrow. Su Lang licked his cracked lips, feeling the burning hunger in his stomach. Having traversed into this world for 3 months, he had yet to enjoy a full meal. The original owner of this body had perished alongside his family due to war and famine, leaving him alone to guard a dilapidated hut with gaping holes. Su's boy, you are the only one in the village without a bride. You must choose one this time. Li Si stated coldly. All right. Su Lang nodded weakly. His gaze fell upon the women behind the officials, and his eyes brightened, for the quality of 3 among them was unexpectedly high. On the left stood a tall woman, exuding a sense of heroism and unabashed disdain. The one in the middle was delicate, her head bowed, obscuring her features, yet her gentle aura was unmistakable. The youngest, with twin buns and wide, terrified eyes, resembled a frightened fawn. Each of the 3 women possessed distinct beauty. Yet, they shared a commonality. Their ample bosoms suggested they would not starve any children. This was no mere distribution of brides. It was a handout of 3 death warrants. Su Lang bitterly chuckled to himself. With his frail frame, sustaining even one wife would be a challenge. How he longed to be a child again. Of course, wives were not simply given away. The government enforced strict regulations. The brides would be checked every 7 days, and if they starved or fled, the entire family of the man would face dire consequences. At present, he was alone, representing his entire family, yet he had no desire to die. As Su Lang wrestled with his predicament, a mechanical voice echoed in his mind. Ding! The host faces a critical choice. The marry to become strong system has been activated. The system issues a novice task. Choose your wife. Task explanation. The number and quality, beauty, physique, fortune, etc. of your wives will determine the richness of your novice gift pack. Please choose wisely. Su Lang froze in shock. A system? It had finally arrived. The golden finger of a transmigrator. Marrying would grant him strength. A surge of joy coursed through Su Lang. This was exhilarating. Suppressing his excitement, he quickly inquired, how does the strengthening work? Can the system elaborate? Food, wealth, unparalleled skills, divine weapons. There is nothing this system cannot procure. The more beautiful the wives you take, the more generous the rewards. The voice of the system was laced with temptation. Su Lang's heart raced with exhilaration. This was beyond thrilling. He lifted his gaze, once more regarding the 3 women. This time, his expression was no longer one of distress but of fervent desire. These were not death warrants. They were 3 tickets to the pinnacle of life. Seeing him hesitate, Li Si grew increasingly impatient. Su Lang, what are you dawdling for? Choose one quickly. I have to proceed to the next village. The village chief urged, quickly, just pick one. Remember to select a strong one. She might even protect you, and help you scavenge for some bark to eat. Laughter erupted from the villagers. their sympathetic gazes fixed on him, as if they could already envision his impending demise from starvation. Su Lang took a deep breath, facing everyone, and slowly began to speak. His voice, though soft, resonated clearly in every ear. "My lord, I have a small request." "What? You wish to defy orders?" Li Si's brows furrowed. The village chief grew anxious, hastily advising, "Su Lang, what are you saying? This could cost you your head." No. Su Lang smiled slightly, then uttered a shocking declaration. "What I mean is, I want this one, and this one, all three of them." The moment his words left his mouth, an eerie silence enveloped the crowd. All gazes turned to Su Lang as if he were a madman. After a brief pause, the crowd erupted in disbelief. "I must be mistaken. Did he just ask for 3? He's gone mad. This boy has surely lost his mind from hunger. How can he support them? Unable to sustain even 1, and he wants 3. Is he eager for an expedited death?" Li Si was taken aback, then scoffed. "Kid, are you certain you're not speaking nonsense?" "Of course not." Su Lang eagerly rubbed his hands together and declared, "I am willing to brave fire and water for the sake of the Qian kingdom, to the point of exhausting my very being. I see you have been bewitched by their beauty." Li Si retorted with a scoff. However, his mission on this journey was to dispose of these women. If they were not disposed of, they would have to allocate some of their scant provisions to sustain them. As for whom they followed or how they fared thereafter, it was of no concern to them. In these years of famine, the authorities had no surplus grain either. "Young Lang, do not act foolishly. Quickly apologize to the official," the village chief urged, his anxiety palpable as he stamped his feet. "You say I should marry 3, then I shall marry 3. None of you shall deter my patriotic fervor." Su Lang remained resolute, speaking with righteous conviction. "Very well, these 3 young ladies shall belong to you." Li Si produced a marriage contract from his robe and tossed it to Su Lang, declaring, "It is settled. Place your handprint upon it. I shall return in 7 days to inspect. Should there be one missing, I shall have your head." With that, he departed with his subordinates, leaving the village chief trembling as he gazed at the 3 steaming marriage contracts, filled with both anger and urgency as he turned to Su Lang. "You, what am I to say about you?" The villagers murmured among themselves, pointing at Su Lang with expressions laden with mockery and pity. "Just wait. Within 3 days, cries will surely echo from his household. 3 days? I doubt he will last through tonight. This lad has surely lost his senses from hunger." Yet, Su Lang paid no heed to their words. His mind was solely focused on the system within his thoughts. Having acquired a wife, surely the system would allow me to soar. Glancing at these 3 exquisite brides, tonight I must soar. Chapter 2. "My lord, we are hungry." This young man from the Su family is truly starving, daring to request 3 wives. Just wait and see. With 3 more people in that dilapidated straw hut of his, it will be like stacking people to sleep at night. Su Lang clutched 3 marriage contracts, light as feathers yet heavy as a mountain, completely ignoring the surrounding cacophony. He turned around to face his nominal 3 wives. The 3 women were also sizing him up, but there was not a trace of joy in their gazes. Tall and elegant Murong Yanran was filled with resistance and disdain, as if merely looking at Su Lang was an affront to her dignity. The gentle Hua Yurong sighed softly, resignedly lowering her head, yet her frail shoulders trembled slightly, betraying her inner turmoil. The youngest, Xiaozhuo, wore a look of confusion and fear, her small hands tightly clutching the hem of her garment, timidly hiding behind Hua Yurong. Su Lang took in their reactions with understanding. This was only natural. Anyone forcibly assigned by the authorities to a gaunt man, who looked as though he might breathe his last at any moment, would hardly feel cheerful. Moreover, 3 women following such a man, this was not marriage. It was akin to walking toward death together. "Come, my 3 wives, let us return home." Su Lang flashed a grin, revealing a set of white teeth. To the 3 women, this smile felt more like the harbinger of doom. The villagers' laughter grew louder. "Ha! He even calls them wives." "Su Lang, do you have any provisions left? Don't let your new brides run away from hunger tonight." Zhao Eru, a local idler known for his roguish behavior, leered at Hua Yurong and Murong Yanran with gluttonous eyes. "Su Lang, you can't feed them all. Why not share some with your elder brother? My family has stored grain. I guarantee your sisters-in-law won't go hungry." His flippant remarks drew a chorus of lewd laughter. The universal desire for beauty was palpable, and their previous choices of robust women were made for survival. Yet now, with these 3 stunning beauties by Su Lang's side, who among the men did not feel a pang of envy? Jealousy grew like rampant weeds. Su Lang halted his steps and cast a calm glance at the village rogue. There was no anger, no retort, just a tranquil gaze. Yet this single look sent a shiver down Zhao Eru's spine, causing him to swallow his words. Su Lang paid no further heed to them and led the three women toward the most remote corner of the village. Along the way, villagers pointed and whispered, their sympathetic, mocking, and gleeful gazes felt like needles against their backs. The three women's heads drooped lower and lower, especially Murong Yinran, who hailed from a family of martial champions, had never endured such humiliation. Her nails nearly dug into her flesh. Soon, they arrived at their home. To call a home was a stretch. It resembled a ramshackle shelter that could collapse at any moment. The straw walls were riddled with gaps, and the roof had multiple large holes, allowing one to see the sky directly. A gust of wind swept through, causing the entire house to creak and groan. Inside, the place was bare. Apart from a rickety wooden bed and a chipped clay pot, there was nothing else. Upon witnessing this scene, Xia Zhirua gasped and nearly burst into tears, but was firmly restrained by Hua Yurong. Though Hua Yurong herself felt dismal, she gently comforted, "Sister Va, do not cry. Since we have come, we must make peace with it." Murong Yinran, however, trembled with rage, her delicate face turning ashen. Was this her fate? From being a daughter of a prestigious military family to sharing a space with a wretched man in a place worse than a pigsty? "Please take a seat. My three wives," Su Lang cheerfully urged, oblivious to the gravity of the situation. "Seat." Murong Yinran could no longer contain herself, scoffing, "Where shall we sit? On the ground? The ground is clean." Su Lang deeply au li. Murong Yinran felt as if she had struck a cotton pillow. Her chest felt constricted. Hua Yurong tugged at Murong Yinran's sleeve and bowed slightly to Su Lang, softly saying, "My lord, we are all quite hungry." As she spoke, Xia Zhirua's stomach audibly rumbled in agreement. Her face instantly flushed with embarrassment. Su Lang nodded. "Indeed, I will go prepare a meal." Prepare a meal? The three women were taken back. In this house, even a rat would have to leave in tears. What could they possibly cook? Would they boil the northwestern wind? Su Lang did not elaborate and turned to exit the straw hut. As soon as he left, the oppressive atmosphere erupted. "I can't take it anymore. I would rather be executed by the authorities than spend my life with such a man." Murong Yinran whispered fiercely, yet her determination was unmistakable. "Sister Yinran, please calm down." Hua Yurong urgently advised, "Running away is a capital offense. It will implicate our families." "Family?" Murong Yinran let out a bitter laugh. "My father died in battle. My mother passed away from illness. I have no family left. Even if I die, I shall die standing, never submitting to this humiliation." Xia Zhuo was frightened, quietly sobbing. I don't want to die. I will listen to Sister Yurong." Hua Yurong sighed and continued to persuade. "The authorities will come to check in 7 days. Where can we escape to? The famine is rampant outside. It is more dangerous than here. At least here, we have a roof over our heads." As she spoke of shelter, even she felt a twinge of hypocrisy. In this dilapidated hut, it would surely be noisier inside during the rain than outside. "Shelter?" Murong Yinran retorted. "Open your eyes and look. Is this a place fit for human habitation?" She pointed at the holes in the roof. "I would rather die outside than starve to death in here." Just as Murong Yinran's emotions were on the verge of spiraling out of control, Su Lang's consciousness sank deep into his mind. "Ding! Congratulations, host, for completing the beginner's task. Choose your wives. The beginner's gift pack has been distributed. Please check your rewards. Marriage rewards are being calculated." Here it comes. Su Lang felt a surge of joy. Open the beginner's gift pack. Ding! Congratulations, host, for obtaining 100 gene of premium rice X1, 100 gene of white flour X1, 20 gene of cured meat, 10 gene of fresh vegetables, 30 eggs, and a seasoning gift pack X1. Congratulations, host, for obtaining exclusive storage space X1, 10 cubic meters. Time stands still, absolute freshness. Gazing at the bountiful resources stacked within the system S space, Su Lang was nearly overwhelmed with excitement. Food. It was food. In this era where lives were worth less than grass during famine, this food was life. With the storage space, all future concerns were alleviated. He would no longer fear being discovered and inviting calamity. He suppressed his excitement and continued to inspect. Marriage reward calculation completed. The host has married 3 high-quality wives at once, and the rewards are doubled. Congratulations, host, for obtaining God-level craftsmanship skill. Congratulations, host, for obtaining God-level culinary skill. Congratulations, host, for obtaining physical enhancement X2. In an instant, a wealth of knowledge about construction, carpentry, and mechanisms flooded his mind, as if he had immersed himself in these arts for decades. Simultaneously, the culinary techniques of various cuisines, mastery of cooking times, and methods of handling ingredients became clear as day. More importantly, a warm current flowed through his limbs, and he could distinctly feel his frail body being rapidly strengthened. His previously unsteady steps became firm, and the weakness in his limbs was replaced with vitality, even alleviating the hunger gnawing at his stomach. Exhilarating. Shu Lang was overjoyed. The god-level craftsmanship skill could be used to repair the house and even create better things. Divine culinary skills transform the most basic ingredients into exquisite delicacies. The enhancement of one's physique is the very foundation for survival. With these abilities at hand, who would fear a life devoid of comfort? Su Lang, with a flicker of thought, retrieved a small handful of rice, a piece of palm-sized cured meat, and several fresh vegetables from his storage space. He understood the importance of moderation, taking care not to overwhelm them. He ventured to the back of the thatched cottage, constructing a rudimentary stove with a few stones, and brought forth the only broken clay pot from within. He ignited a fire, washed the rice, and sliced the meat with fluid motions, demonstrating remarkable efficiency. Inside the cottage, the argument continued unabated. Why you're wrong? Spare me your counsel. We are on different paths. You must accept your fate, and I shall not hinder you. I'm leaving now. Murong Yanran declared resolutely, turning to storm out. Sister Yanran, Hua Yurong and Xia Zhira exclaimed in alarm, rushing to stop her. Just then, a rich aroma, so potent it seemed to tremble the soul, wafted in unexpectedly. It was not the bitter scent of tree bark, nor the fishy odor of guanine soil, but rather the savory fragrance of meat. Combined with the fragrant rice, it boldly invaded their nostrils. The three women's movements halted abruptly. The discordant sounds of argument and weeping vanished in an instant. The only sound that remained in the cottage was the increasingly audible swallowing of saliva. Murong Yanran, poised a step forward, found her foot frozen midair. Chapter 3. Tonight, the three of you shall serve me. Murong Yanran's foot remained suspended, caught between indecision. Hua Yurong and Xia Zhira, too, forgot their attempts to restrain her, as all three pairs of beautiful eyes were drawn to the cottage doorway. The tantalizing aroma grew closer and more intense. Su Lang entered leisurely, carrying a chipped clay pot. Inside the pot lay glistening, pure white rice topped with several shiny pieces of cured meat, adorned with a few vibrant green vegetables. The steam rose, and the fragrance enveloped the air. In this era of famine, where even tree bark was nearly stripped bare, white rice and meat were akin to mythical treasures. The three women's breaths coincidentally stilled. Gulp. Someone, it seemed, struggled to swallow. Hua Yurong's eyes brimmed with tears. She could scarcely remember the last time she beheld such pristine white rice, let alone the glistening meat. War and famine had transformed her from a pampered daughter of a medical family into a destitute wanderer. Xia Zhiruo's large eyes were filled with disbelief. She timidly glanced at Su Lang and then at the food in the pot, her mind swirling with questions. Where had this emaciated man conjured such divine sustenance? Was he a deity? Admiration and curiosity intertwined in her sparkling gaze. Only Murong Yanran, after the initial shock, quickly regained her wariness. She crossed her arms, forcibly suppressing the rumble in her stomach, and scoffed. Who knows where the stolen food comes from? If we eat it, we might be captured and executed by tomorrow. Despite her words, her gaze remained fixated on the pieces of fatty, lean cured meat, unable to look away. Gurgle, gurgle, gurgle. An ill-timed sound emanated from her stomach. Murong Yanran's cheeks flushed crimson, wishing to vanish into the earth. How utterly disgraceful! Su Lang observed the starkly contrasting reactions of the three women, his heart brimming with amusement. Especially Murong Yanran's proud demeanor, appearing so haughty yet so amusing. He placed the clay pot on the rickety wooden board, beaming as he addressed them. Ladies, please do not stand on ceremony. Sit and eat. He paused, leisurely adding, after all, you're all my wives now. A full belly will grant you the strength to serve your husband well this evening. This declaration struck like a thunderclap. Hua Yurong and Xia Zhiruo's faces turned crimson, as if they might bleed, and they lowered their heads, too shy to glance at the aromatic meal any longer. Shameless. Murong Yinran fumed, her chest heaving. She had never encountered such blatantly frivolous words. Indeed, I am shameless, Su Lang readily admitted, picking up a pair of rudimentary wooden chopsticks. He selected the largest piece of cured meat and, under the watchful eyes of the three women, slowly brought it to his mouth. Delicious, he exclaimed, closing his eyes in bliss. The savory saltiness and richness of the cured meat exploded in his mouth, the simple cooking elevating its flavor tenfold. That one bite was nothing short of astonishing. Hua Yurong and Xia Zhiruo were on the verge of drooling. Murong Yinran nearly bit her lip in frustration. This scoundrel, this rogue, he was undoubtedly doing this on purpose. Su Lang finished chewing the piece of meat, then took a hearty bite of the steaming white rice, savoring every morsel. So delicious. If I don't eat quickly, it will be gone. He spoke with a mouthful, relishing the meal. The atmosphere in the cottage grew unbearably tense. The aroma of the food, mingled with Su Lang's chewing sounds, tickled the hearts and stomachs of the three women. Finally, Hua Yurong could no longer withstand it. She had harbored little animosity toward Su Lang, and now, with such precious food before her, the last remnants of her pride and anxiety crumbled under the overwhelming hunger. Slowly, she approached the wooden board, offering Su Lang a graceful bow. Her voice, delicate as a whisper yet clear, resonated. Husband, thank you. The sincerity in her address was both warm and enchanting. Ding. Hua Yurong's favorability increased by 20. Current favorability, 30, slightly favorable. The system's notification echoed in Su Lang's mind. A flicker of joy surged within him, though his expression remained composed, and he smiled even brighter. While cooking, he had discovered that the system could track favorability, and accumulating 100 points would yield a reward. If he amassed 1,000 points, a grand prize awaited. He nudged the clay pot closer to Hua Yurong. Wife, please eat. Indulge. MHM. Hua Yurong nodded gently, taking another pair of chopsticks, and cautiously picked up a small morsel of rice, placing it between her cherry lips. The sweetness of the rice brought tears to her eyes. It was the taste of life. Seeing Hua Yurong partake, Xia Zhiruo could no longer hold back. She swallowed hard, darting over to Su Lang's side, mimicking Hua Yurong's actions, and timidly declared, Sister Hua has called you husband, so I shall too. Her voice carried a childlike imitation and pure yearning. Ding. Xia Zhiruo's favorability increased by 30. Current favorability, 40, filled with trust. Oh, this little girl's favorability is rising swiftly. She is quite easy to win over. Haha. Su Lang felt elated and nudged the clay pot towards Xia Zhiruo. Dig in, little glutton. Thank you, husband. Xia Zhiruo cheered, immediately joining the feast. In an instant, on that rickety wooden board, Hua Yurong ate delicately, while Xia Zhiruo savored her meal with gusto. Only Murong Yinran remained, standing alone, feeling increasingly hollow as she watched the two devour their food. Listening to their satisfied, chewing sounds, her own stomach growing ever more empty, her heart tormented. The tantalizing aroma of meat seemed to ensnare her soul, tugging at her with an insistent hook. To eat or not to eat. To indulge would be to submit to this scoundrel. Yet to abstain felt like a path toward starvation tonight. Dignity and survival clashed violently in her mind. Su Lang cast a glance her way, deliberately lifting a piece of cured meat and waving it in the air. Ah, this meat is truly rich and fragrant. Both the first wife and the second wife have their share, but alas, some must go without. Moronk Yanranis Bodhistifenet. This man was utterly despicable. She was so enraged that words failed her. Su Lang chuckled. What is the matter? Do you wish to eat? If so, come over and call me husband. In your dreams. Murong Yinran seethed through gritted teeth. Fine, then you two should hurry and eat. Once you're done, there will be nothing left for her. Su Lang said to Hua Yurong and Xia Zhiruo. The two hesitated, casting awkward glances at Murong Yinran. Xia Zhiruo quietly urged, Sister Yinran, you should eat. The food is truly delicious. This suggestion became the final straw that broke the camel's back. Murong Yinran felt a wave of humiliation wash over her. As the daughter of a martial arts champion, she had been reduced to being coerced into dining by two traitors and a scoundrel. Yet the growl of her stomach was undeniably honest. She closed her eyes, and when she opened them again, all her struggles transformed into resignation. She stepped forward to the wooden board and squeezed out two words. Husband. The whisper was barely audible, yet it brimmed with profound humiliation and fury. Ding. Mu Rong Yinran's favorability increased by 10. Current favorability, 20. Extreme dislike. Su Lang nearly burst into laughter. Favorability had risen, albeit still negative, but it had improved from 30. He stifled his amusement and adopted a stern expression. Speak louder. I didn't hear you. You. Mu Rong Yinran's eyes widened, nearly spitting fire. If you won't speak, then this last piece of meat. Husband. This time, Mu Rong Yinran practically shouted it out. Ah, now, that's more like it. Su Lang nodded in satisfaction, handing her the chopsticks while teasing, but calling me now is too late. You can only be the third wife. Rong Rong and Jiruo are both your sisters. I'll kill you. Mu Rong Yinran grabbed the chopsticks, her first instinct not to eat but to stab this infuriating man. However, the piece of cured meat glistening enticingly in the pot ultimately quelled her murderous intent. She took a massive bite of rice, then fiercely clutched the meat, as if devouring Su Lang's bones instead. So delicious. Su Lang watched his 3 beautiful wives gorging themselves without a care for their image. A profound sense of satisfaction swelling within him, noticing their heavenly beauty and their alluring figures even beneath their loose garments. He licked his lips, a fervent smile gracing his face. Eat slowly, don't choke. His voice suddenly softened. The 3 women paused, lifting their heads to look at him. Su Lang bore a smile they could not decipher as he spoke slowly. Having eaten my food, from this day forth, you shall all belong to Su Lang. Tonight, the 3 of you will serve me together and bear my children. Chapter 4. The first wife has a sore waist. The second wife suffers from insomnia. Su Lang's statement was both brazen and filled with aggression. The air in the thatched hut became palpable with tension. Ha! A crisp spitting sound shattered the stillness. Mu Rong Yinran slammed the wooden chopsticks to the ground, her delicate face flushed crimson, her chest heaving violently. Shameless rogue, you must be dreaming. She longed to pierce Su Lang's throat with those chopsticks. This man was a walking embodiment of unscrupulousness and vile behavior. Hua Yorong's cheeks had turned a deep crimson, to the point of seeming as if they might bleed. She lowered her head in shame, nervously twisting her garment, lacking the courage to even glance at Su Lang. Serving one's husband was indeed a wife's duty, yet to do so together with 2 others was overwhelmingly, embarrassingly difficult. Xiaozhuo was torn between fear and curiosity. Her small face was flushed, instinctively retreating behind Hua Yorong, yet unable to resist peeking out from behind her shoulder to observe Su Lang. This husband was audacious indeed, yet she also found the situation somewhat amusing. Observing the starkly different reactions of the 3 women, Su Lang understood them well. Mu Rong Yinran was a thorny rose, Hua Yorong a gentle lamb, and Xiaozhuo a curious kitten. How intriguing. So very intriguing. He did not grow angry. Instead, he leisurely retrieved the 3 marriage contract from his bosom, waving them before them. Written in black and white, bearing the official seal, not a single detail was missing. From the moment you pressed your fingerprints upon these documents, you became my legally wedded wives. Su Lang placed the contracts upon the rickety wooden board, producing a soft sound. It is only natural for husbands and wives to share a bed. Don't you agree? His words rendered Mu Rong Yinran momentarily speechless. She could denounce Su Lang as shameless, yet she could not refute the legality of the marriage contracts. Those were the law. In this world, the law held more weight than life itself. Su Lang set aside his playful demeanor, adopting an unprecedented seriousness. I know you all feel wronged and look down upon me. A mere pauper, this dilapidated hut is indeed not fit for human habitation. He surveyed the surroundings, candidly admitting this fact. However, I assure you, this is only temporary. From this day forth, as long as I have food, I will never let you go hungry. Follow me, and I, Su Lang, vow that within a month, I will ensure you live in a solid brick house, with meat at every meal. His words struck with weight. Coupled with the previously mentioned pot of tantalizing cured meat rice, they possessed a compelling allure. Hua Yorong lifted her head, her beautiful eyes shimmering. She was touched by Su Lang's sincerity. A man in such dire straits could still make such a promise. Regardless of whether it could be fulfilled, the sentiment was precious. Xiaozhuo's eyes sparkled. She already held deep trust in Su Lang, and at that moment, she felt he could accomplish anything. A solid brick house, meat at every meal. Was that not the life of a deity? Only Mu Rong Yinran remained, still with arms crossed, snorting disdainfully. Anyone can boast. A month? If you can pull it off. I, Mu Rong Yenran, will write my name backwards. Yet despite her words, her confidence had waned. This man was indeed not quite the starving ghost she had envisioned. Su Lang did not engage in further debate. Actions, after all, speak louder than words. He turned his gentle gaze toward Hua Yurong. My dear, it's getting late. Huazodong instanti gat Su Lang et inten. Her heart raced, her cheeks once again flushed. Under the watchful eyes of Mu Rong Yenran and Xia Zhuo, she felt an unprecedented mix of shame and anxiety. Yet she understood this was her first step as a wife. Taking a deep breath, summoning all her courage, she bowed gracefully to Su Lang and, in a voice barely above a whisper, uttered, Husband, I will serve you. Ding! Hua Yurong's favorability increased by 10. Current affection level, 40, full of trust, success. A wave of joy surged within Su Lang. Hua Yurong's compliance was the key to breaking the stalemate. Good wife. He nodded approvingly before turning to rummage through the thatched hut. Soon, he dragged out a few weathered wooden boards and some straw from the corner. Under the puzzled gaze of the three women, Su Lang demonstrated astonishing craftsmanship. God-level artisan skill activated, with no tools but his bare hands. He swiftly constructed a rudimentary partition in the center of the hut using the dilapidated boards and straw. Although the partition was crooked and there were considerable gaps, it succeeded in dividing the small hut into two spaces. All right, it may be rudimentary, but let us make do for now. Su Lang dusted off his hands and pointed to either side of the partition. I shall stay here with Yurong, while Yin Ran and Ji Yue will be on the other side. His tone left no room for dissent. You should rest early. Murong, Yin Ran, trembled with anger. This scoundrel actually intended to. She stared at the flimsy partition, feeling deeply humiliated. But what could she do? Cause a scene? Engage in a fight? The inevitable outcome would only lead to the authorities hunting her down. Moreover, she had just shared a meal with Su Lang. Silently, Murong Yinran took the bewildered Xia Zhue by the hand, indignantly walking to the other side of the partition. As night deepened, the only source of light in the hut, the moonlight filtering through the hole in the roof, grew dim. Su Lang and Hua Yurong were on one side of the partition, while Murong Yinran and Xia Zhue occupied the other. Hua Yurong felt tense, her body stiff, her heart racing as if it might leap from her throat. Su Lang held her cold little hand, gently reassuring her, do not be afraid. The warmth of his palm imparted a sense of stability. Hua Yurong gradually relaxed, closing her eyes, her long eyelashes trembling as she resignedly nodded. On the other side of the partition, Murong Yinran and Xia Zhue lay side by side on the straw-covered ground, both unable to sleep. Sister Yinran, Xia Zhue whispered, her voice trembling. I'm a bit scared. Scared of what? Murong Yinran snapped back, turning away from the partition. Yet her ears involuntarily perked up. Soon, the sound of rustling clothing reached them, followed by Su Lang's hushed voice and Hua Yurong's soft murmurs reminiscent of a mosquito. Both girls' breaths hitched in unison. Creak. The makeshift bed, constructed from the broken boards, began to groan under the strain. Creak, creak. The noise echoed in the stillness of the night, magnified infinitely, clearly reaching the two girls' ears. Accompanying it were Hua Yurong's stifled, intermittent whimpers. The sounds carried a mix of pain and tension, yet gradually seemed to take on a different connotation. Xiaozhi, frightened, buried her head in the straw, curling up into a ball, yet could not resist eavesdropping through her fingers. Her small face felt as if it could cook an egg. What on earth are Yinran and the others doing? Why is the bed creaking so loudly? Murong Yinran lay rigidly, motionless. She pressed her hands tightly against her ears. But the creaking and Hua Yurong's blushing gasps seemed to possess a certain magic, penetrating her palms and embedding themselves in her mind, impossible to dispel. Her cheeks burned with embarrassment as uncontrollable images of the scene next door flooded her thoughts. That rogue man, that docile woman, humiliation, anger, and a hint of an unfamiliar emotion she was reluctant to acknowledge swirled within her. This night was destined to be sleepless, and the creaking of the rickety bed turned out to be louder than Hua Yurong's soft cries, more tormenting. The following day, as dawn broke, Su Lang opened his eyes. He felt invigorated, his body brimming with explosive energy. The toil of the previous night had not fatigued him. Instead, he felt more spirited than ever. The effects of physical enhancement X2 were indeed remarkable. This system is amazing. He glanced at the still sleeping Hua Yurong beside him, Her delicate brows were slightly furrowed, a trace of tears at the corners of her eyes, yet her sleeping face radiated a beauty reminiscent of a begonia after the rain. Su Lang smiled gently and carefully rose from the bed. As he stepped out from behind the partition, he noticed Murong Yenran and Xia Jue sitting up on the other side. However, the two appeared quite disheveled. Xia Jue sported two prominent dark circles under her eyes, her small face filled with weariness and confusion. Murong Yenran looked even worse, with unkempt hair and bloodshot eyes, radiating irritation and fatigue. At that moment, Hua Yurong also emerged, supporting her sore waist. Upon seeing the two women, she paused in surprise, then quickly comprehended the situation, her pretty face flushing crimson. Although she felt sore herself, at least she had managed to sleep. Yet, Murong Yenran and Xia Jue appeared to be suffering even more than she was. Chapter 5. Physical Enhancement X2 is indeed formidable. As Su Lang opened his eyes, he beheld the other side of the partition, where two pairs of bloodshot eyes met his gaze. Xia Jue bore two large dark circles, her expression weary. Murong Yenran looked even more disheveled, her hair a mess, exuding an aura of mourning irritability, finding fault with everyone. Especially when she saw Su Lang emerge looking refreshed, her resentment intensified. This scoundrel, after a night of turmoil, how could he be completely unscathed? Su Lang felt a surge of delight. Serves you right for eavesdropping. Ignoring Murong Yenran's nearly murderous glare, he walked to the corner, his thoughts in motion. Retrieving half a jar of rice and a few eggs from his storage space, he kindled a fire and began washing the rice to cook porridge. Soon, the fragrant aroma of rice porridge wafted through the entire hut. Hua Yurong, supporting her aching waist, stepped out from behind the partition and, upon seeing Su Lang busy, felt her cheeks flush, eagerly approaching him. "Husband, let me help." Her gait was somewhat awkward, her legs still feeling weak. Su Long pressed her shoulder gently, urging her to sit down, leaning in close to her ear, lowering his voice with a playful grin. "You must be exhausted from last night. Just rest. I'll handle this rough work." Hua Yurong's face turned scarlet, reaching down her neck. Embarrassed to the point of wanting to find a crack in the ground to hide in, she lightly punched Su Lang, the gesture more akin to a playful pout. "Husband, are you not tired?" "Not at all. I can manage tonight as well." Su Lang deeply cheerfully. On the other side of the partition, Murong Yenran overheard the entire exchange, nearly grinding her teeth in frustration. "Shameless. So lovey-dovey first thing in the morning. What kind of propriety is this?" Xia Jue, her face flushed, rushed out, having given it little thought, simply wishing to lend a hand. "Husband, let me help you with the fire." She squatted in front of the makeshift stove, diligently adding firewood, her bright eyes sparkling with admiration as she watched Su Lang. In a moment, within the modest thatched cottage, Su Lang was preparing porridge while Xia Jue tended to the fire, and Hua Yurong observed gently from the side. A sense of familial warmth permeated the atmosphere. However, Murong Yenran sat alone in a corner, her stomach audibly protesting, her heart filled with frustration and discomfort. Should she offer assistance? She could not bring herself to do so. Could she simply sit idly by, feeling like a superfluous burden? An internal battle ensued within her, torn and conflicted. Soon, the plain porridge was ready, accompanied by boiled eggs. Su Lang served each person a bowl of porridge and distributed an egg. In this year of famine, such a meal was considered a divine delicacy. Hua Yurong and Xia Jue sipped their porridge in small, measured amounts, their faces radiant with happiness. Even Murong Yenran, upon catching the enticing aroma, ultimately succumbed to her hunger and quietly lifted her bowl to eat, albeit with a hint of pride in her actions. After a few bites, Hua Yurong set down her bowl and reached for the egg in front of Su Lang, delicately peeling the shell with her slender fingers. A smooth, tender egg was presented to Su Lang's lips. "Darling, you should have this first," she said, her gesture imbued with genuine consideration. Su Lang felt warmth spread through him. This sensation of being cared for was truly delightful. He opened his mouth to accept the egg, gently pecking Hua Yurong's fingers in the process. Startled, she withdrew her hand as if jolted, her lovely face flushed once more. "The egg you peeled is indeed delicious," Su Lang mumbled through his meal, his flattery smooth and persuasive. Hua Yurong playfully chided him, yet her heart swelled with sweetness. Notifications chimed. Ding. Hua Yurong's favorability increased by 20. Current favorability, 60, infatuated with you. Ding. Xia Zhiruo's favorability increased by 10. Current favorability, 50. Admiration and dependency. Xia Zhiruo watched their intimate interaction, her face a canvas of envy, and mimicking Hua Yurong, she clumsily began to peel her own egg, seemingly wishing to present it to Su Lang as well. This scene only served to further incite Mu Rong Yinran's ire. Traitors. Both were traitors. Within less than a day, they had been swayed by this scoundrel. In a fit of anger, she shoved her egg into her mouth, chewing furiously as if consuming Su Lang himself. Ding! Mu Rong Yinran's favorability increased by 5. Current favorability, 15. Dislike diminished. Su Lang was taken aback. Even this proud girl as favorability had risen? It seemed that stable food and a secure environment were more effective than any sweet words. He inspected the system panel. Favorability. Hua Yurong 60 points. Xia Zhiruo 50 points. Mu Rong Yinran 15 points. The distance to the 1,000-point grand lottery was still considerable. However, he was quite close to the 100-point favorability reward. Clearly, relying solely on Hua Yurong and Xia Zhiruo would not suffice. He must also win over the tough Mu Rong Yinran, just as Su Lang was pondering how to win over his proud third wife. The rickety wooden door of the cottage was suddenly kicked open with a loud bang. Several ruffians barged in, led by Zhao Eru, the same village rogue who had harassed the 3 women the previous day. They had come drawn by the fragrant aroma, curious to see if Su Lang had stumbled upon some good fortune in finding food. Yet upon entering, they were all rendered speechless. Inside the cottage, 3 extraordinarily beautiful women surrounded a man at breakfast, and in the bowl before them was the white rice porridge they would never dare to dream of. The remnants of eggshells lay on the table. Zhao Eru's eyes instantly turned crimson, a mix of jealousy, greed, and hunger swirling within them. He fixated on Hua Yurong and Mu Rong Yinran's alluring figures, glancing at the porridge in their bowls, his throat convulsing as drool threatened to spill forth. How is it possible? How could this scrawny Su Lang possess such fortune? Not only did he have 3 celestial beauties as wives, but he also had white rice to eat. Su Lang, Zhao Eru's voice, laced with extreme jealousy, became sharp and piercing. You are here enjoying a feast while hiding 3 lovely ladies. You certainly know how to indulge yourself. His companions joined in with raucous laughter, their lewd gazes unabashedly roaming over the 3 women, filled with unrestrained lust and desire. The warm atmosphere of the cottage shattered in an instant. Hua Yurong and Xia Zhiruo turned pale with fright, instinctively retreating behind Su Lang. Mu Rong Yinran's expression hardened, and she rose abruptly, assuming a defensive posture. Su Lang slowly set down his bowl and calmly wiped his mouth. He lifted his gaze, meeting Zhao Eru's with tranquility. Is there something you need? Of course there is. Zhao Eru sneered, pointing at Hua Yurong and Mu Rong Yinran. I have my eyes on these 2 ladies since yesterday. You can't possibly satisfy them alone. Why not share them with the brothers? His laughter rang out, a taunting echo in the cottage. Want to play with women? Go home and play with your mother. Su Lang retorted, unperturbed, a smile on his face. Oh, wait. You have no mother. How unfortunate. Chapter 6. A glimpse of brilliance. Zhao Eru's filthy face flushed a deep crimson. You're seeking death. He bellowed, his stout yet flabby frame lunging toward Su Lang. A foul stench assaulted the air. Hua Yurong and Xia Zhiruo screamed in fear, instinctively clinging to Su Lang's clothing. Mu Rong Yinran, however, was resolute, her anger igniting. She stepped forward, ready to confront the intruder, her warrior spirit awakened. Yet, an arm blocked her path. Su Lang. Do not let these filth tarnish your hands, my dear, he said calmly, not turning to look at her. Mu Rong Yinran was taken aback. Seeing Su Lang daring to act the hero in such a moment only fueled Zhao Eru's rage, and he halted, his murky eyes leering at Mu Rong Yinran's heaving bosom and long legs. Hey, beautiful, don't fret. Once I deal with this scrawny monkey, I will take good care of you. The ruffians behind him chimed in. Exactly. This kid is as thin as a bamboo pole. He has clearly all show and no substance, incapable of satisfying you. We strong brothers will ensure you experience the true pleasure of being a woman. Ha ha. Their vile words were unbearable. Hua Yurong and Xia Zhiruo trembled with indignation, yet fear rendered them mute. Mu Rong Yinran's face turned pale with rage. She had never endured such humiliation. This Su Lang, such arrogance. If it weren't for him blocking her, she would have long kicked this rogue away. An ember of fury ignited within her, and she resolved to let Su Lang endure some hardship. Let him realize that without her, he was nothing. Once he was beaten half to death, she would intervene, ensuring he understood who the true powerhouse of this household was. Just as Mu Rong, Yanran's thoughts raced, Su Lang made his move. He did not roar in anger nor waste words. Confronted once more by Zhao Eru's swinging fist, he merely inclined his body slightly, the movement as graceful as brushing away a fallen leaf. Zhao Eru's powerful blow, intended to secure victory, merely grazed Su Lang's clothing, causing him to stumble due to his excessive force. How swift! Murong Yanran's pupils contracted slightly. This was not the reaction speed one would expect from an ordinary famished individual. Before she could ponder further, Su Lang had already taken action. He stepped forward, closing the distance to Zhao Eru, his right hand striking like lightning, grasping Zhao Eru's empty wrist and twisting it outward with a fluid motion. Crack! A crisp sound of bone snapping reverberated through the humble thatched cottage. Ah! Zhao Eru emitted a wail akin to that of a slaughtered pig, his robust arm contorted at an unnatural angle, collapsing to the ground in agony. The other ruffians stood in stunned silence. Just a moment ago, their leader had been brimming with bravado, and the next moment, he was rendered incapacitated. What in the world was happening? Su Lang did not relent. He delivered a kick to Zhao Eru's chest, sending him crashing against the thatched wall like a discarded sack. Bang! The already precarious cottage shook violently once more. Charge! Let us finish him off. One ruffian snapped back to reality, eyes reddened with fury, snatching up a firewood stick and swinging it towards Su Lang's head. Two others, emboldened, flanked him from either side. Without even glancing their way, Su Lang executed a swift side kick. Bang! The foremost ruffian, stick still aloft, was sent flying as if struck by a galloping horse. Collapsing unconscious, having dispatched one, Su Lang's figure flickered, appearing before the ruffian on the left like a specter. The ruffian barely registered the movement before a fist loomed larger before him. Thud! A dull impact echoed. The ruffian's nose crumpled, blood mingling with tears as he fell backwards. Lifeless. Only one remained. That individual, terror-stricken, gazed at Su Lang, who resembled a death incarnate, and with a shriek turned to flee. Yet the moment he pivoted, a tightening grip encircled his neck. Su Lang seized him with one hand, lifting him effortlessly as if handling a mere chick. The ruffian dangled above the ground, struggling in vain against the iron grip. Asphyxiation painted his face a deep purple, his eyes bulging. With a dismissive toss, Su Lang hurled him beside Zhao Eru. The entire sequence unfolded seamlessly within a mere span of breaths. Four aggressive ruffians lay sprawled on the ground, one with a severed arm, another unconscious, one disfigured, and the last barely clinging to life, all writhing and moaning in agony. Inside the cottage, an eerie silence enveloped the scene, punctuated only by the ruffians' pained groans and the increasingly rapid breaths of three onlookers. Hua Yorong and Xia Zhuo, cowering behind Su Lang, were utterly transfixed, their mouths agape, their beautiful eyes filled with shock and disbelief. Is this truly the husband who appeared so fragile that a gust of wind could topple him? How could he possess such formidable prowess? Xia Zhuo's heart raced wildly as she gazed at Su Lang's figure, which, though not imposing, now exuded an aura of unwavering reliability. Her eyes sparkled with admiration. How handsome! Meanwhile, Murong Yanran stood frozen, as if struck by lightning, her mind a blank canvas. She had envisioned countless scenarios, Su Lang being beaten, begging for mercy, or even being killed. Yet, she had never anticipated this outcome, an overwhelming domination. How could such a seemingly frail body unleash such terrifying strength and speed? His movements were precise and decisive, devoid of hesitation. This was undoubtedly no ordinary farmer. How could she have thought of letting him endure hardships before coming to his aid? What a ludicrous notion. A tumultuous mix of shock, shame, and curiosity surged within her. Who exactly was this man? Ding. Murong Yanran's favorability level increased by 30. Current level, 15. Shock and curiosity. Ding. Hua Yorong's favorability level increased by 10. Current level, 70. Adoration. Ding. Xia Zhuo's favorability level increased by 20. Current level, 70, admiration and dependence. A series of system notifications filled Su Lang with elation. After the skirmish, his favorability soared rapidly, especially from Murong Yenran, who had finally emerged from negative territory. It seemed that a man's words could indeed be reinforced with his fists. He dusted off non-existent debris from his hands, turned, and bestowed a radiant smile upon his three bewildered wives. He then strolled towards the quivering Zhao Eru, who lay on the ground, cradling his severed arm. Su Lang crouched down, picking up the firewood stick and weighing in his hand. He gazed at Zhao Eru with a smile that sent chills down the latter's spine. Just now, who did you say you wanted to play with? Zhao Eru, terrified, felt a wave of warmth spread in his trousers, the stench of fear permeating the air. I was wrong, Grandpa, I was wrong. It's too late now. Su Lang raised the firewood stick, fully intent on not letting these scoundrels escape. Chapter 7. Where did the favorability come from? Zhao Eru's pants were thoroughly soaked, the stench wafting through the cramped cottage. He clutched his severed arm, tears streaming down his face as he bowed repeatedly to Su Lang. Grandpa, I was wrong. I'm not human. I'll never dare again. Su Lang's smile remained, though he gripped the firewood stick with renewed enthusiasm. He turned to his three wives, who had turned their heads away, bracing for the impending gruesome scene. Hua Yurong and Xia Zhuo, already in a state of panic, obediently turned away and tightly shut their eyes. Only Murong Yenran remained rooted in place, her phoenix eyes fixed intently on Su Lang. She wanted to see what this man intended to do. Su Lang ignored her gaze, refocusing on Zhao Eru's head. In the next life, remember to be a good person. The moment his words fell, the firewood stick, accompanied by a whoosh, descended with great force. Thud! A muffled thump echoed, not the sound of bones breaking, but of something much heavier and wetter being shattered. Zhao Eru's wailing and pleas abruptly ceased. His head erupted like a crushed watermelon, splattering red and white across the ground. The two remaining ruffians, witnessing the gruesome spectacle, felt their eyes nearly bulge from their sockets, emitting strangled gasps before fainting outright. The cottage plunged into an oppressive silence. The thick scent of blood mingled with the earlier stench, creating a nauseating aroma. Su Lang casually discarded the now filthy firewood stick, as though merely completing a trivial task. How obnoxious! He uttered three words with indifference. Hua Yurong and Xia Zhiruo, upon hearing a commotion, could not help but glance back, immediately stifling gasps of shock, their stomachs churning as if a tempest raged within. Murong Yenran's complexion turned ashen, devoid of color. Though she hailed from a martial family and had witnessed the brutality of the battlefield, she had never encountered such a calm and decisive execution of life. This man killed as one would crush an ant beneath their foot. You have taken a life. Murong Yenran's voice trembled slightly, a quaver she was not even aware of. Su Lang cast a sidelong glance at her, exuding an air of nonchalance. Indeed, I have. These scoundrels terrorized the village, oppressing both men and women, their hands stained with at least 2 lives. The government, indifferent during these years of famine, allowed them to survive until now. His tone was flat, as if recounting the most mundane of facts. The authorities may turn a blind eye, but I shall not. Keeping them alive will only bring more suffering to others. I am executing justice on behalf of heaven. Do you understand? Murong Yenran found herself at a loss for words in response to his pronouncement. The reasoning was sound, yet his chilling indifference unsettled her far more than the act of murder itself. What manner of soul lay hidden within this man? Ding! Murong Yenran's favorability rating increased by 5. Current favorability, 20. Curiosity deepens. Su Lang offered no further explanations and began to deal with the aftermath. Like one would drag a dead dog, he pulled the bodies of Zhao Erhu and the other 3 ruffians from the thatched hut, one by one, casting them into the village's unmarked graveyard. Inside the hut, the 3 women exchanged fearful glances, trembling visibly. The abode that had felt warm moments ago was now steeped in the stench of blood and death, causing them to feel restless. Upon Su Lang's return, the blood on his hands and face had been wiped clean, as if nothing had transpired. He observed the 3 frightened quails and suddenly broke into a grin. What is it? Are you all so terrified that you are rendered speechless? Fear not. I am only ruthless towards the wicked. As for my beloved wives, I cherish them dearly. He puffed out his chest, striking a pose of bravado. His half-joking, half-teasing remark slightly eased the heavy atmosphere. Xiaji Ruo giggled, breaking into laughter despite remaining somewhat shaken. Hua Yurong also exhaled softly, casting Su Lang a complex glance filled with fear, admiration, and above all, a sense of security. This man, though merciless, was protecting them. Mu Rongyan maintained her stern demeanor, turning her head aside with a cold snort, yet her taut shoulders subtly relaxed. Su Lang's gaze swept over the three women, suddenly pausing. They were still clad in the tattered coarse cloth garments they had been delivered in by the officials. Stained and patched, Hua Yurong, in particular, bore the marks of her labor from the previous night, her attire looking even more disheveled, with a small tear at the collar. "Your clothes are in tatters. You need new ones," Su Lang muttered to himself. He moved to a corner, feigning a search, but with a thought, retrieved a small bag of rice and the few boiled eggs left from the morning from his storage space. "There is nothing else at home. I will take these to the market and see if I can trade for some fabric." He placed the heavy bag of rice and eggs on the makeshift wooden table. The three women stood in stunned silence. In a world where human lives were worth less than grass, and a mere morsel of food could purchase a life, he intended to exchange such precious sustenance for something as trivial as cloth, just to make them new clothes? Hua Yurong's eyes immediately brimmed with tears. Xiaji Ruo was equally moved, her lips parting in speechless gratitude. Mu Rongyan felt as if her heart had been struck by something profound. In her father's lifetime, he had loved her in a similar manner. "Husband, we will accompany you." Hua Yurong was the first to speak, her concern for Su Lang's solitary venture evident. Yes, we should go together. It provides safety on the road." Xiaji Ruo nodded vigorously. Su Lang pondered briefly and consented. It was indeed concerning to leave them in a hut where death had just occurred. The four of them tidied up a bit and departed from that secluded corner, heading toward the outskirts of the village. Along the way, they encountered famished villagers, their bodies emaciated, eyes vacant, some lying down, others sitting, resembling the living dead. A man was pleading desperately with a passing merchant caravan, clutching his 7 or 8-year-old daughter. "Sir, please, I'll sell my daughter to you for just half a piece. Just a small piece of bread will suffice." The girl, gaunt and pale, was numbly pushed forward by her father, neither crying nor protesting. Not far away, another man was violently beating his newlywed wife. "You worthless wretch, since marrying you, you haven't even brought back a single meal. I'll beat you to death. Please stop. Will I find food?" The woman curled up on the ground, cradling her head, wailing helplessly, "Just kill me if you must." These harrowing scenes of human tragedy struck the three women's hearts with force. Xiaji Ruo's tears fell silently. Hua Yurong's delicate face turned pale, gripping Su Lang's sleeve tightly, as if only this could provide her a semblance of safety. Unbeknownst to each other, both women shared a thought. Had they not encountered their husband, might they have ended up like the girl being sold or the woman being beaten? Even the typically strong-willed Mu Rongyan wore a grave expression, turmoil roiling within her heart. She suddenly realized that the man in the dilapidated hut, who could kill, jest, and barter precious food for their clothing, was perhaps not as heinous as she had initially believed. As Su Lang led the three women through this hellish landscape in silence, the system's notification alarm rang out wildly in his mind. Ding! Hua Yurong's favorability increased by 10. Current favorability, 80, devoted. Ding! Xiaji Ruo's favorability increased by 10. Current favorability, 80, devoted. Ding! Mu Rongyan's favorability increased by 15. Current favorability, 35, favorability multiplier. A series of notifications left Su Lang utterly bewildered. He paused, turning back in confusion to find all three of his beloved wives with their heads bowed, trailing behind him, utterly oblivious to his presence. How bizarre! I have done nothing at all. Why has their favorability skyrocketed as if propelled by a rocket? Su Lang stood there, his face a canvas of bewilderment. Chapter 8. The two wives fall head over heels. Especially Mu Rongyan, the once fierce mare, had inexplicably risen from a negative score to 35. Truly strange. At the same time, Su Lang felt a surge of curiosity and thought. System, reveal yourself. How is this favorability calculated? Hua Yurong and Xiaji Ruo are both at 80, nearing completion. Once they reach full favorability, can it increase further? Ding! Host, please note. A favorability of 100 signifies unwavering devotion, but it is not the upper limit. Love is boundless. Favorability can continue to accumulate beyond 100, with no ceiling. Su Lang was taken aback. Such a possibility exists? Furthermore, this system offers a friendly reminder. For each of your wives, upon their individual favorability reaching multiples of 100, a special reward will be granted. Goodness. Su Lang's heart soared with joy. He quickly began to calculate. Hua Yurong and Xia Zhuo are both at 80 points, merely 20 points away from 100, which is akin to being on the cusp of success. This translates to 2 exceptional rewards, particularly for the young Xia Zhuo, who is quite the treasure. It feels as though she could be easily wooed without any effort on my part. The affection from Hua Yurong is something Su Lang has gradually won over. Xia Zhuo, being rather naive, is exceedingly easy to please. As for Murong Yinran, Su Lang cast a glance at the aloof third wife beside him, her expression still stern, though her demeanor had softened considerably. With 35 points, while still not high, she had already escaped the danger zone. The future looks promising indeed. Su Lang suppressed his excitement, filled with anticipation for a brighter life ahead. Clearing his throat, he refocused his thoughts and led the 3 women toward the center of Qingshi town. The scene in the town was even more desolate than at the village entrance, with empty streets and most shops shuttered. Occasionally, a few passers-by could be seen, appearing weary and hollow-eyed. The 4 soon found the only fabric shop still open. Although it was called a fabric shop, it was merely a small storefront with a sign whose letters had faded, and the door was in disrepair. A gaunt man, barely holding himself up, was slumped over the counter. Upon seeing customers, he lazily lifted his head. "What can I get for you?" His voice trembled, as if he might collapse at any moment. The fabrics inside were covered in a thick layer of dust, clearly neglected for quite some time. "How much for the fabric?" Sulan in Guit. The shopkeeper weakly waved his hand. "I'm not selling fabric. In these times, what use is silver? Can it be eaten?" He paused, his murky eyes scanning Su Lang and the others before uttering a few words. Only in exchange for food. As soon as he finished speaking, he witnessed Su Lang, unfazed, pull a large handful of rice from the bag he carried. This was not coarse rice mixed with sand, but rather pristine, glistening grains that were plump and heart-stirring. In the dimly lit shop, that handful of white rice shone dazzlingly. The shopkeeper's breath hitched instantly. The 3 women were also taken aback. "Husband." Hua Yurong was the first to react, tugging at Su Lang's sleeve. "This much rice is too wasteful." Her face was filled with concern and heartache. If they were to conserve it for porridge, it would suffice for several days for the 4 of them. Yet now, it was to be exchanged for inedible fabric. Xia Zhuo pouted, murmuring softly, "Yes, husband, our clothes are still wearable. Trading for fabric is not worth it." Murong Yinran, more direct, coldly interjected, "Su Lang, have you lost your mind? Do you know what a grain of rice is worth outside? You're trading this for some tattered fabric?" Her words carried an urgency she was unaware of, reflecting her concern for their household. However, before Su Lang could respond, a dull thud echoed. The shopkeeper, who had been half-deadly slumped over the counter, suddenly slid down and knelt heavily on the ground. He stared intently at the handful of white rice in Su Lang's hand, his frail body trembling violently, emitting raspy sounds from his throat. "It's white rice." In the next moment, this man in his 40s burst into tears, crying out loud. As he wept, he crawled on hands and knees to Su Lang, clutching his legs, gasping for air. "Please, sir, I beg you, sell me that rice. I have a daughter at home, just 6 years old, and she hasn't eaten in 3 days. She's about to starve to death. I don't want your money. Take all the fabric in my shop. Just please give me some rice to save my daughter's life." The shopkeeper's cries were heart-wrenching and desperate, each word striking like a hammer on the hearts of the 3 women. They were all frozen in shock. Hua Yurong and Xia Zhuo's eyes instantly glistened with tears. Murong Yinran stood rigid, completely stunned. Just moments ago, they had lamented the loss of rice, complaining about Su Lang's decision to trade food for fabric as wasteful. But now, they truly understood that this handful of rice represented not mere fabric or a few meals, but a living life. Their husband was willing to exchange something that could save a life just to provide them with new clothes. An indescribable warmth, mingled with guilt, gratitude, and shock, swept away their last remnants of pride and calculation. Hua Yurong gazed adoringly at Su Lang's profile. This man, who often appeared frivolous and even somewhat roguish, harbored the deepest tenderness for them in his heart. Xia Zhuo was utterly moved, looking at Su Lang and feeling that her husband was the best person in the world. Even Murong Yinran felt her heart tremble. She looked at the father begging tirelessly for his daughter, and then at the man silently sacrificing for them. The two figures began to converge in her mind. She suddenly felt that the man forced upon her by the authorities was not so detestable after all. As the three women pondered this, Su Lang's mind resonated with celestial sounds. Ding! Hua Yurong's affection level increased by 20. Current affection level, 100 devoted. Ding! Xia Zhirua's affection level increased by 20. Current affection level, 100 devoted. Ding! Murong Yinran's affection level increased by 20. Current affection level, 55, deeply touched. It was achieved. 2 scores of 100. Su Lang's heart soared with joy, though his expression remained composed. He bent down to assist the nearly fainting shopkeeper. Get up first. Shopkeeper. Then, he poured the entire handful of rice into the shopkeeper's trembling hands. Take this rice to make porridge for your daughter. As for the fabric, you may decide what to give. As soon as Su Lang finished speaking, Ding detected that 2 wives' affection levels have reached 100 points for the first time. Calculating special rewards. Ding. Rewards are being distributed. Chapter 9. Su Lang's white moonlight. Ding detected that 2 wives' affection levels have reached 100 points for the first time. Calculating special rewards. Ding. Rewards are being dispatched. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have received food supply package, 500 pounds of fine rice, 500 pounds of white flour, 100 pounds of cured meat. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have received physical enhancement X2. In an instant, Su Lang felt a surge of warmth, far more potent than before, flooding through his limbs. Every bone in his body crackled with subtle sounds, his muscles transforming at an imperceptible pace, becoming resilient and explosive. His already enhanced physique received an exponential boost. Now, his physical condition was 4 times that of an ordinary person. What a thrill! This exhilarating sensation of raw power was intoxicating. Before he could fully regain his composure from this euphoria, the system's notification rang out once more. Ding! Congratulations, host! You have received Super Seed Package, 100 pounds of potatoes, 100 pounds of sweet potatoes, 100 pounds of corn. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the divine level hunting technique. Su Lang's heart raced uncontrollably. If the enhancement of food and physical constitution ensured his survival, then the latter 2 gifts were the wings that would allow him to soar. Potatoes, sweet potatoes, corn. These high-yield crops were treasures unknown to this era, akin to divine artifacts. With them, would he ever need to worry about hunger? He could easily become a wealthy landowner. And the divine level hunting technique. An abundance of knowledge and experience regarding tracking, setting traps, archery, and combat flooded his mind, transforming him into a top-notch hunter who had lived in the deep mountains for decades. This meant a continuous supply of meat. Su Lang forcefully suppressed his overwhelming joy, bringing his awareness back to reality. He gazed at the weeping Zhang boss, who was kneeling on the ground, clutching his leg, and then glanced at his 3 astonished and moved wives, feeling a surge of warmth in his heart. Life was indeed becoming increasingly promising. Boss, please rise. The ground is cold. Su Lang bent down, effortlessly lifting the thin Zhang boss from the ground with one hand, his calm strength leaving Zhang boss momentarily stunned. He stuffed the remaining rice from the bag into Zhang boss's embrace. Quickly, take this to your daughter to make porridge. The child is of utmost importance. You are like my reborn parents. Zhang boss clutched the bag of rice, heavier than life itself, and wept uncontrollably. Without a word, he turned and dashed into the shop's back room, quickly re-emerging with a set of keys. Sir, you can choose any fabric in the shop. Take whatever you need. If it's not enough, I have more in the storage room. If you don't mind, feel free to take it all. In a year of famine, a small bag of rice could save a life, and trading it for a storeroom full of unsold rags was an immense bargain. Hua Yurong walked to Su Lang's side, her eyes shimmering with affection as she gently tugged at his sleeve. Her voice as soft as water. I wish to make you a new outfit with the finest fabric. Xia nodded vigorously, filled with admiration, echoing, yes, let's make him new clothes. He will look splendid in them. Even the usually aloof Mu Rong Yin ran turn her head, murmuring in a barely audible tone, that sounds good too. Su Lang felt a wave of joy. All right, let us heed the desires of my wives. He waved his hand grandly. Boss, bring out your finest materials. Certainly. Zhang Boss wiped his tears and eagerly began to gather the fabric. Soon, several bolts of soft blue cotton and thick, durable linen were piled on the counter. The three women's eyes sparkled with delight as they gathered around, chattering excitedly. This color is lovely. Let us make him an outer shirt. This one is soft. It will make a comfortable undershirt. Sister Yanran, how about we make you a skirt from this? Observing their jubilant expressions, Su Lang couldn't help but smile. Ultimately, after Zhang Boss's repeated insistence, Su Lang almost brazenly took away 5 bolts of fine fabric, enough for each of them to create 2 or 3 new outfits. As they exited the shop, clutching the heavy materials, the 3 women radiated a long-lost joy and satisfaction. Yet, amid their happiness, a thread of concern emerged. Holding a light yellow cotton fabric, Xiaodao couldn't help but softly ask, "Husband, with so much fabric taken, and having used so much rice from our household, will we have enough to eat?" As her words left her lips, Hua Yurong gently chided her. "Sister Zhuo, do not worry. My husband knows what he is doing." Mu Rongyan remained silent, but her grip on the fabric tightened unconsciously. She began to genuinely worry about their household's livelihood. This man was so good to them, to the point that it felt surreal, leaving her fearful that this stability was merely fleeting. Su Lang observed their adorable expressions of uncertainty and merely smiled, choosing not to explain. What was there to explain? Should he reveal to them that he possessed a system filled with mountains of food, enough to sustain them for eternity? Some secrets are best kept to oneself. The 4 walked in silence, the atmosphere lighter than when they had arrived. However, as they approached the entrance of Day Village, a commotion of shouting and crying shattered the tranquility. "Pidase, Zadaye, we agreed on 2 pounds of white flour. You can't do this. Get lost. Old fool. Don't push your luck." Beneath a large locust tree at the village entrance, a small circle of dazed villagers had gathered. In the center of the crowd, a burly man, his face full of brutishness, was violently tugging at a young woman. The girl, clad in simple attire, could not conceal her delicate beauty. She was known in the village as the flower, Li Xiuji. Her father, Li Cheng, a frail old man, knelt on the ground, clutching the man's leg desperately, tears streaming down his face. "Is it her?" Su Lang paused for a moment. Before his crossing, the former Su Lang's beloved was indeed the village flower, Li Xiuzi. However, that was the past. Now, his heart belonged to Hua Yurong. "My wife is so beautiful, gentle, and virtuous. What more could I desire? Zadaye, I sold my daughter to you in exchange for 2 pounds of white flour to save our family. You can't just give us these 2 little bird eggs. How are we to survive?" Li Cheng clutched 2 dusty bird eggs, pitifully small. The man known as Zhao the Tiger, with an expression of impatience and cruelty, was none other than the village's only hunter. Zhao the Tiger, relying on his strength and the occasional game he brought from the mountains, had long been a bully in the village. "Damn you!" Zhao the Tiger kicked Li Cheng in the chest with disdain. Bang! The old man fell to the ground like a rag doll, clutching his chest and coughing painfully. "It's a blessing for your daughter to catch my eye. How dare you bargain with me?" Zhao the Tiger sneered, hoisting the struggling Li Xiuji onto his shoulder. "Come, little beauty, let us go home and eat meat." The surrounding villagers lowered their heads, afraid to voice their anger. In this world, those with food held the power. Although Zhao the Tiger was tyrannical, he was the only one capable of procuring meat. Hua Yurong and Xia Zhuo turned pale at the sight, instinctively drawing closer to Su Lang. However, Mu Rongyan was engulfed in fury. She could not tolerate such a bully. Taking a step forward, she was about to admonish him when a warm hand pressed gently on her shoulder. Su Lang had positioned himself in front of her, shielding her and the other 2 wives behind him. He looked at the man carrying the woman and then at the groaning old man on the ground. Zhao the Tiger, parading with Li Xiuji on his shoulder, prepared to leave when he turned around and caught sight of Su Lang and his companions. His gaze swept over Hua Yurong and Mu Rongyan, and immediately a lecherous glint ignited in his eyes. Well, who are these lovely ladies? Much more appealing than that Li Xiuji. However, the 3 before him were truly the cream of the crop. The one with the most voluptuous figure and the gentlest demeanor was clearly someone who could show affection. Her tender, soft appearance could melt a man's very bones. Beside her, the youngest, with a cherubic face, was lively and charming, her large, sparkling eyes imbued with a hint of innocence that made one yearn to embrace her and tease her playfully. The most striking of all was the woman clutching a piece of cloth, her face set in a frosty expression. She was tall and statuesque, her bosom ample. Despite her tattered attire, she exuded a spirit and pride uncommon among ordinary village women. Such a woman resembled a wild stallion. Conquering her would be an exhilarating challenge. Zhao Dahu's Adam's apple bobbed violently, a surge of wicked desire shooting from his lower abdomen straight to the crown of his head. His brother, Zhao Erhu, had boasted to him just yesterday that Su Liang, this useless fellow, had struck gold by marrying 3 celestial wives. At the time, he had been skeptical, but now, seeing it for himself, he cursed under his breath. Zhao Erhu had indeed understated the matter. As for Su Liang, Zhao Dahu hardly regarded him. In Dahe village, who didn't he know that Su Liang was a frail, sickly wretch, so weak that even a gust of wind could topple him? Su Liang, you are truly fortunate. Zhao Dahu sneered as he tossed Li Xiu to the ground like a sack of potatoes. Then pointed at Huayu Rong, and Mu Rongyan ran. Today I am in a good mood. Let me borrow your 2 wives for a few days, and I shall spare you. His sycophants echoed his jeers. Indeed, brother who has taken a fancy to your women, consider it an honor. Su Liang, with your pitiful frame, can you possibly satisfy 3? Don't delay your sisters-in-law. Ha ha! Su Liang has tita. Rescuing Li Xiu was a matter of sentiment. After all, in his previous life, Baiyu Guang was not his. It seemed unwise to provoke the local tyrant for someone of no relation. But now, this was a situation he could not ignore. To dare lay hands on his wife, this was no longer a matter of weighing options. It was a death wish. Brother Hu, you truly are fortunate today. One of the sycophants flattered, Li Xiu, along with these 3, makes 4 stunning beauties. Zhao Dahu puffed out his chest, laughing heartily. Precisely. Today, I shall marry all 4 at once. Su Liang, bring forth your 3 marriage contracts and imprint your seal. He had already considered Huayu Rong and the other 2 as his possessions. Huayu Rong and Xia Ji Ruo cowered behind Su Liang, their faces pale. Mu Rongyan ran trembled with fury, her chest heaving. Just then, Li Xiu, who had been thrown to the ground, struggled to rise. Instead of crying, she stood protectively in front of Su Liang. She glanced at him, her beautiful eyes filled with urgency and determination. Su Liang, you must leave. Do not concern yourself with me. This matter has nothing to do with you. With that, she turned and knelt before Zhao Dahu, bowing her head. Zhao Di, I will follow you. I will obey your every command. I implore you, spoke Su Liang Ye. His health is poor. He cannot endure turmoil. This scene left everyone speechless. The villagers around them looked at Li Xiu with eyes full of sympathy and sorrow. Zhao Dahu was momentarily taken aback, but then laughed even more wildly. Little beauty, quite the loyal one. Fear not. After I deal with this waste, I shall cherish you properly. Su Yang was also stunned. He gazed at the girl kneeling on the ground, trying to protect him with her frail shoulders, and something deep within him was gently stirred. Very well. Initially, he had only intended to break Zhao Dahu's legs, but now it seemed he would ensure he joined his brother in the afterlife. Su Yang stepped forward, pulling Li Xiu up and shielding her behind him. Then he turned to Zhao Dahu with a smile. You wish to toy with my women? You desire my marriage contracts? Zhao Dahu, seeing that Su Liang showed no fear and dared to retort, felt his authority challenged. What? You, this useless wretch, wish to resist? Su Liang's smile grew brighter as he extended 3 fingers. I will give you 3 counts to kneel and apologize to my 3 wives. Otherwise, bear the consequences. Upon this proclamation, the venue fell silent. Everyone looked at Su Liang as if he were mad. After a brief pause, Zhao Dahu and his entourage erupted into uproarious laughter. Ha ha, did I mishear? He dares to demand that brother Hu kneel? This lad must be starving mad, spouting nonsense. Brother Hu, do not waste your breath. Eliminate him. Zhao Dahu laughed until tears nearly streamed down his face, wiping it as he slowly approached Su Liang, his joints cracking ominously. You little brat, I will show you how to write the character for death today. His massive fist, like a cauldron, hurtled towards Su Liang's face. However, Su Liang stood his ground. Just as Zhao Dahu's fist was about to strike Su Liang's nose, a blue figure moved even faster. It was Mu Rongyan ran. She could no longer contain herself. With a swift push off her toes, she darted around one of the approaching sycophants like a specter. The sycophant barely registered the flicker before a tingling sensation coursed through his elbow, rendering him powerless in an instant. Mu Rongyan Ran delivered a precise elbow strike to the back of his neck. Thud! The sycophant fell without a sound, his eyes rolling back as he crumpled to the ground. She did not pause for a moment, executing a graceful spin, her long right leg slicing through the air and landing with precision on another sycophant's knee. Crack! A sharp sound echoed, and the sycophant let out a cry, collapsing to the ground, unable to rise again. Her movements were swift and ruthless, yet imbued with a certain rhythm. There were no lethal strikes, only targeted attacks on joints and weaknesses, effortlessly incapacitating her foes. In the blink of an eye, 2 out of the 3 sycophants lay defeated. The remaining 1 stood frozen in fear, clutching a wooden stick, paralyzed between advancing and retreating. After dispatching the lesser foes, Mu Rongyan Ran did not even glance at them, but coldly addressed Su Liang. This large one is yours to handle. It was not a request or a negotiation, but a statement of fact. She trusted that this man could manage it. Zhao Dahu's fist halted less than an inch from Su Liang's nose. Not from a lack of desire to strike, but because he was stunned by Mu Rongyan Ran's display. This is a trained fighter. Su Liang gazed at the strikingly poised Mu Rongyan Ran before him, feeling a surge of warmth in his heart. Yin Ran, you are incredible. Despite her usual disdain for him, she was fiercely protective, always the first to act. He turned back to the bewildered Zhao Dahu, the smile on his face gradually fading, replaced by a chilling calm. Your brother Zhao heir, who misses you? Chapter 11. A wife picked up for free? Zhao Dahu was taken aback. Zhao Dahu? His brother's name? My brother misses me? What does this mean? Zhao Dahu's mind was a muddle. He was utterly oblivious that his own brother, Zhao Erhu, had long been discarded by Su Liang in a mass grave, his body likely claimed by wild wolves. He simply felt that Su Lang was indulging in cryptic nonsense, uttering words devoid of substance. Then he glanced at Mu Rongyan Ran, who stood before Su Lang. Her formidable skills and frosty demeanor indeed instilled a sense of trepidation within him. Yet, that was where his apprehension ended. A woman, no matter how skilled, could she possibly contend with him, a seasoned ruffian hardened by countless battles? As for Su Lang, he was nothing but a complete waste. Zhao Dahu's fury and the humiliation of being provoked momentarily eclipsed any lingering fear. This little vixen possesses commendable martial skills. Zhao Da Gao sneered, shifting his gaze from Mu Rongyan Ran back to Su Lang, his focus now unwavering. However, I shall not strike a woman today. You little brat. Do you think hiding behind a woman affords you safety? Come here and face me. In his eyes, Mu Rongyan Ran was the only threat. Once he incapacitated Su Lang, this woman would be at his mercy. Zhao Dahu roared, circumventing Mu Rongyan Ran, his massive hand transformed into a fist, accompanied by a rush of wind, aimed directly at Su Lang's head. Mu Rongyan Ran's brows furrowed, instinctively preparing to intervene. However, Su Lang gently pressed his hand on her shoulder. Yinran, my dear, you've exerted yourself. Why employ a sledgehammer to crack a nut? This scoundrel does not require your intervention. His voice, though not loud, resonated with undeniable confidence. Mu Rongyan Ran hesitated, turning her head to regard him with a mixture of surprise and suspicion. Has this man lost his mind? Yet, Su Lang stepped forward to meet Zhao Dahu's fist head-on. He did not evade, nor did he flinch. He did not even assume a defensive stance. Instead, he stood firm, matching Zhao Dahu's punch with one of his own, seeking death. Zhao Dahu's face twisted into a cruel smile at the sight. Competing in strength, no one in Qin Shui town could rival him. He envisioned Su Lang's arm shattering under his blow, gruesome fragments piercing through flesh. The onlookers gasped in shock. Is Su Lang out his mind? He actually dared to exchange punches with Zhao Dahu? It's over, that arm is ruined. Li Xiuji, paralyzed by fear, shut her eyes, unable to witness the impending disaster. Bang! A thunderous sound, like a drumbeat, reverberated through the air. The two fists, one disproportionately large, collided with resounding force. Contrary to expectations, the anticipated scene of Su Lang's bones breaking did not unfold. Instead, a dull crack echoed as bones misaligned. Arg! A suppressed groan of pain escaped Zhao Dahu's throat. As the crowd focused, they collectively inhaled sharply. How could this be? The feeble Su Lang managed to injure the notorious Zhao Dahu with a single punch? The remaining lackey dropped his wooden stick with a clatter, his legs trembling, nearly collapsing. Mu Rong Yinran's beautiful eyes reflected shock. She understood better than anyone the sheer force behind that punch. This man, what other secrets lie within his being? Compared to his previous encounter with Zhao Erhu, his strength had evidently intensified. This was utterly inconceivable. Su Lang reveled in the surge of power coursing through him. Striding towards the Zhao Dehu, whose face was mottled with both green and white, a chilling smile gracing Su Lang's lips, as cold as the frost of midwinter. I mentioned earlier that you had 3 counts of time. Regrettably, you did not cherish it. Now, it is too late to retreat. He stood before Zhao Dehu, looking down at him with an emotionless gaze. Zhao Dehu, astonished and enraged, felt the searing pain in his hand, beads of cold sweat trickling down his brow. But the greater agony was the humiliation of being defeated publicly by a wastrel. You dare, he bellowed, his bravado masking his fear. Sulang Chukka. Do you wish to see if I dare? As soon as the words left his mouth, he lifted his foot and aimed a kick at Zhao Dehu's knee. If this kick landed, even if Zhao Dehu's leg remained intact, he would be limping for months. Just then, a commanding voice boomed from the outskirts of the crowd. Halt! What do you think you're doing? Fighting in the street? Do you wish to be locked away? A robust, middle-aged man, clad in official attire and wielding a sheathed sword, strode forward, flanked by 2 subordinates. This man was none other than Li Si, the head officer of Qingshui town. Upon observing the confrontation and the pained expression of Zhao Dehu, his brow furrowed deeply. What is going on? Fighting in the streets is a no law? Zhao Dehu, upon seeing Li Si, felt an unexpected surge of confidence, retorting coldly. Headley, I bought a wife with my grain, and this rascal Su Lang seeks to take her from me. Li Si's gaze sharpened as it fell upon Su Lang. Is this your doing? Before Su Lang could respond, Li Xiuji, who had been cowering in the background, summoned all her courage and rushed forward. She dropped to her knees before Li Si, weeping, and said, Sir, it has nothing to do with Brother Su Lang. It was Zhao Dehu. He wanted to rob me and assault Brother Su Lang, who was merely defending himself. Li Si, upon hearing this, glanced at the terrified lackey and the few groaning individuals sprawled on the ground, and suddenly understood most of the situation. He was well aware of Zhao Dehu's notorious reputation. This scoundrel had frequently bullied the weak in the town. Yet today, how had he met his match? And that match was none other than the infamous waste, Su Lang. Although Li Si felt perplexed, he maintained his composure, only letting out a cold snort as he admonished Zhao Dehu. Zhao Dehu, it's you again, always stirring up trouble instead of minding your own business. You're at fault this time. Should this happen again, I will have you thrown into jail. Now be gone. Zhao Dehu, both astonished and furious, felt the acute pain in his hand and the sting of humiliation driving him to the brink of madness. He glared at Su Lang, his eyes burning with venomous hatred. He touched the concealed dagger at his waist. Had Li Si not arrived, Zhao Dehu would have relished the opportunity to stab Su Lang repeatedly. Su Lang, wait for me. With a venomous threat, Zhao Dehu cradled his injured hand and fled, his tail tucked between his legs. His eyes radiated a promise that this matter would not end here. The disturbance subsided for the time being. As the crowd lost interest in the spectacle, they gradually dispersed. Li Si cast one last scrutinizing glance at Su Lang, a mixture of appraisal and warning evident in his gaze, before departing with his subordinates. Soon, the once bustling street corner was left with only the Su Liang family and the kneeling Li Xiuji and her father. Li Cheng gazed at his daughter, then at Su Liang, his face etched with fear and trepidation. Although they had narrowly escaped calamity today, the vengeful nature of Zhao Dehu would not allow them to rest easy. His fate was sealed, and so was his daughter's. Suddenly, as if struck by an idea, he gritted his teeth and hastily approached Su Liang, kneeling before him with a thud. Shudaye, no. Su Liang, Godet. Li Cheng repeatedly knocked his head against the ground. Thank you for saving my daughter today. Your immense kindness will never be forgotten by us. However, we have provoked Zhao Dehu, and our future will undoubtedly be bleak. I have an unreasonable request. Li Cheng raised his head, his face full of desperation as he looked at Su Liang. You see, I will sell Xiuji to you. I do not want any money. I only ask that you provide her with food to sustain her life, and I will work like an ox or horse to repay you. Upon hearing this, Su Liang's heart soared with joy. Could such fortune exist? To gain a gentle and kind beauty as a wife. With Li Xiuji's innate kindness, her favor would be easily won, and marrying her would come with great rewards. This deal was undoubtedly a lucrative one. He had already consented in his mind countless times. Yet he could not reveal his delight on his face. After all, there were 3 pairs of eyes watching him closely. He feigned difficulty, glancing at Hua Yurong, Morong Yenran, and Xia Zhuhua beside him, and sighed. Uncle Li, it is not that I do not wish to help you. You know our family's circumstances. Every additional mouth to feed is an added burden. Kneeling on the ground, Li Xiuji kept her head lowered. Upon hearing Su Liang's words, her delicate figure trembled violently. She slowly lifted her head, her face resembling a flower drenched in rain, filled with despair and sorrow. Indeed, Su Liang had already saved her once. Why should he be responsible for her? He had 3 fairy-like sisters-in-law already, and life was difficult enough. How could she bring further trouble to him? It was all her fault. If it were not for her, Su Liang would not have offended Zhao Dehou. Li Xiuji bit her pale lips, tears streaming down like pearls from a broken string. Suddenly, she sprang to her feet and deeply bowed to Su Liang. Su Zage, Tangzu, rest assured, I will not be a burden to you. Saying this, she turned and stumbled toward the direction Zhao Dehou had departed, declaring, I will go find Zhao Dehou. I will tell him not to trouble you any longer. Her voice carried a resolute determination. I will inform Zhao Dehou that as long as he does not bother Su Liang, I will do whatever he asks. I only wish for Su Liang to be safe and sound. Chapter 12. The ladies urging me to marry the scene left everyone in stunned silence. Hua Yurong, Morong Yenran, and Xia Zhuhua gazed at the girl willing to sacrifice herself to avoid burdening her benefactor, their hearts softening simultaneously. This girl was so foolish, yet so kind. Hua Yurong was the first to react. She swiftly stepped forward and grasped Li Xiuji from behind. Then, with tearful eyes, she looked pleadingly at Su Liang. Husband. Hua Yurong firmly held the determined Li Xiuji, her beautiful eyes glistening with tears and filled with imploring. This call resonated with the compassion and kindness of a woman, gently brushing against Su Liang's heartstrings. Su Liang's heart was already overflowing with joy. He had mentally agreed countless times, but could not allow this to show on his face, especially with Morong Yenran's fierce spirit. If he appeared too eager, the hard-won favor might plummet back to negative numbers. He needed to remain composed. Su Liang feigned a heavy sigh, his face portraying righteousness and struggle. He spoke with a voice that was both firm and resonant. I, Su Liang, am a man of integrity. How could I take advantage of another's misfortune? You 3 ladies are my officially betrothed wives, and I have vowed to treat you well for life. If I were to accept Miss Xiuji today, would it not imply that I, Su Liang, am a frivolous lecher? You understand me. His words resonated with grandeur and righteousness, meant to stabilize the emotions of the 3 women while also gauging Morong Yenran's stance. However, this gentle refusal fell upon Li Xiuji's ears like the final straw that broke the camel's back. Her last glimmer of hope shattered. Yes, Su Liang was right. He was a towering hero. Why would he desire a burden like her? He already had 3 fairy-like sisters-in-law. What right did she have? Endless despair and profound emotion intertwined within her heart. Su Liang, in his kindness, must have said such things to spare her embarrassment. He truly was a good man. If that was the case, she could not drag him down any further. Sister-in-law, let go of me. Li Xiuji suddenly struggled with surprising strength, crying out as she attempted to break free from Hua Yurong's grasp. I am the one who has burdened Su Liang. I cannot further encumber you. I will go find Zhao Dehou. As long as he does not trouble you any longer, I will do whatever he asks. Her desperate resolve struck deeply at the softest parts of Hua Yurong and Xia Zhuhua's hearts. The 2 women looked at the despondent girl before them, seeing reflections of their past selves. Had they not been assigned to their husband by the government, their fates might have been even more tragic than Li Xiuji's. The girl sold in the streets, the woman beaten by her husband. At that moment, a profound sense of empathy washed over them, and tears streamed down their faces. Husband! Xia Zhuhua could no longer contain herself. She rushed forward, tugging at Su Liang's sleeve, shaking him as she cried. Look how pitiful Sister Xiuji is. Let's help her. At worst, I could just eat a little less. I will share my food with her. The young girl wept like a rain-soaked flower. her innocent words filled with the purest kindness. Su Liang's heart warmed as he ruffled her little head. Silly girl, with your husband here, how could you go hungry? Murong Yinran, who had been coldly observing with crossed arms, was also moved deeply at this moment. She looked at the kneeling old man, Li Cheng, who was nearly fainting from grief, and then at Li Xiuji, who was willing to sacrifice herself rather than burden her benefactor. A surge of long-buried chivalry surged within her. Her father, once a martial champion, had fought and died on the battlefield to protect the common folk. Turning a blind eye to suffering was not the style of the Murong family. She scoffed lightly, turning her head away to hide her reddened eyes. One more pair of chopsticks was not a burden compared to sending her to her doom. Her voice was low, tinged with a barely perceptible tremor. Yet each word was clear to everyone present. It settled. Seeing the atmosphere reach its peak, Su Liang recognized it was time to step in and conclude the matter. He cleared his throat, donning a facade of reluctance and helplessness. Alas, since all three ladies are so kind-hearted, I, Su Liang, am not made of stone. I cannot truly stand by and watch someone perish. He paused for a moment, directing his gaze towards Li Xiuji, who had ceased her struggles and was staring blankly at him. Very well, Miss Xiuji, I shall marry you. However, Su Lang's tone shifted, becoming exceedingly grave. Our family values reason. Ladies, do you truly consent to this matter? I have asked you repeatedly. If you all agree, you must live in harmony, without regrets or revisiting past grievances. Su Lang silently praised himself, thinking how astute he was. Brilliant. Simply brilliant. Hua Yurong and Xia Zhuo nodded fervently, fearing Su Lang would withdraw his agreement. I agree. I agree as well. In an instant, all eyes converged upon the only person remaining silent in the center, Murong Yinran. She felt the intense stares directed at her. Her strikingly beautiful face flushed crimson. Uncomfortably shifting her stance, she tightened her grip on the fabric she held. Had she merely suggested an extra pair of chopsticks? She had not implied that Su Lang should marry her. Had there been some misunderstanding? Especially now, before so many witnesses. To verbally consent to her husband marrying another woman? This was more distressing than death. But could she truly bear to watch this pitiable girl leap into a fire pit? Murong Yinran could not. Under the expectant gazes of the crowd, she struggled for a moment before finally squeezing out a response. What are you looking at me for? With a huff, Murong Yinran angrily turned her head away again. It's just an extra pair of chopsticks. So Sister Yinran agrees, right? Xia Zhuo cheerfully chimed in. Well done. Little girl, you'll be rewarded tonight. Su Lang silenti comendesi zidudo. I agree, Murong Yinran said, her voice tinged with irritation. She felt as though she had fallen into Su Lang's trap, yet lacked any evidence. Chapter 13. Successfully marrying the white moonlight excellent. A tremendous stroke of good fortune. Su Lang's heart was jubilant, though his face bore a mask of solemnity and difficulty. He approached the kneeling Li Cheng, feigning a search in the bag behind him while secretly retrieving several boiled eggs and a small, hefty sack of white rice from his storage space. It weighed a full 5 pounds. Uncle Li, please rise. Su Lang placed the items into Li Cheng's rough, withered hands. This? Li Cheng stared at the eggs and the sack of pristine rice, his entire being momentarily stunned, trembling with excitement. This is white rice. And there's about 5 or 6 pounds, isn't there? You truly intend to trade this much white rice and eggs for my daughter? Initially, he had planned to sell just 2 pounds of rice and had not dared to hope for such fine quality. The rice, turned into porridge and supplemented with wild greens, would sustain his family for some time. Indeed, Su Lang's voice was calm yet firm. He then corrected himself. This is a bride price, not a purchase of your daughter's future. From now on, Xiuji will be my 4th wife, and she can return to her family whenever she wishes. Li Cheng could no longer contain himself, weeping tears of gratitude as he embraced the sack of rice, bowing repeatedly to Su Lang. Great benefactor. You are a true benefactor to our family. Li Xiuji stood by, stunned, as silent tears streamed down her cheeks. The bride price was not a transaction. Her father had sold her to obtain food to support her brother. She bore no resentment. Yet the sorrow of being treated as a commodity sliced through her heart like a knife. But now, this man told her it was a bride price. He intended to marry her, not buy her. Just as her heart surged with tumultuous emotions, a warm hand gently grasped her cold fingers. Xiuji, as long as I have food to eat, You shall not go hungry. Su Lang's voice carried a reassuring strength. Li Xiaozhi shivered slightly, allowing him to hold her hand. Her head bowed as tears fell to the ground, yet within her heart, a flower blossomed. Ding. Li Xiaozhi's affection level, 30. Current affection level, 60. Infatuated with you. Ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully marrying the fourth wife. Rewards are being distributed. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining Super Well Blueprint X1. Physical Enhancement X2. A warm current surged through his entire being. Triple Enhancement meant octuple strength, with 8 times the physical prowess. If an adult could exert a force of 60 to 70 pounds, Su Lang could now exert around 500 pounds. Not only could he contend against 8, he could even challenge 100, provided no weapons were involved, relying solely on brute strength. Su Lang felt invigorated, as if he could slay a bull with a single blow. And a water well blueprint? This was a treasure. With water, he could cultivate the land and truly settle down. Moreover, Su Lang was delighted that Li Xiaozhi had a high affection level for him from the outset. With Hua Yurong, Xiazhuo, and Li Xiaozhi, he had ample opportunities to earn rewards from the system. Feeling elated, he surveyed Li Xiaozhi. As a village beauty, she lacked the delicate fairness of Hua Yurong and Xiazhuo, nor the striking presence of Murong Yanran. Yet, she possessed an endearing charm, though somewhat slender. Her oval face bore a hint of youthful plumpness. Her round, bright eyes and full lips suggested she would be a nurturing mother. If Hua Yurong scored a 98, and Xiazhuo and Murong Yanran both scored 95, then Li Xiaozhi would earn 92, each possessing their unique allure beyond mere appearance. Accompanied by his newlywed fourth wife, the 5 of them returned to the thatched cottage. Silence enveloped them. The small cottage had already felt cramped with 4 occupants. Now, with the addition of Li Xiaozhi, it felt even more congested. A bed hastily made from broken planks, a rickety partition, and a small patch of straw-covered floor. How would they all sleep? Hua Yurong's charming face flushed first. She had personally experienced her husband's prowess, and the bed had been in constant use from dusk till dawn. With another person now, this was Xiazhuo and Li Xiaozhi were still somewhat naive, merely feeling a bit awkward. Meanwhile, Murong Yanran furrowed her brow, clutching the fabric, standing at the door, uncertain where to place her feet. This dilapidated place was hardly fit for human habitation. Observing the awkwardness of the 3 women and the newcomer, Su Lang made a decision. A change of residence was imperative. Immediately, even with his octuple strength, building a house suitable for 5 people in a short time was akin to dreaming. He needed assistance. However, in this year of calamity, the only currency for labor was food. Directly presenting the system's food would be too conspicuous, potentially inviting trouble. It seemed time to test that new skill. Yurong, Zhuo, please help Xiaozhi get acquainted and prepare a meal, Su Lang instructed. Husband, where are you going? Hua Yurong asked with concern. Su Lang raised his chin, gazing towards the boundless deep mountains beyond the village. Venturing outside, he pondered whether he could procure some wild game for his beloved ladies, perhaps to enhance their evening meal. With a confident smile, he brandished the axe in his hand. Activat divine instinct technique. Upon hearing that they were heading into the deep mountains, both Hua Yurong and Murong Yanran's expressions shifted simultaneously. No, it is far too perilous. Murong Yanran was the first to voice her opposition. Her tone urgent. Indeed, my husband, Hua Yurong added, clutching his sleeve, I heard that several strong laborers ventured into the mountains and never returned. They say there are black bears within. Su Lang gently patted Hua Yurong's hand, offering her a reassuring glance. Do not worry, I have it all under control. I will merely explore the outskirts. With that, he did not wait for the women to persuade him further and strode confidently out of the thatched cottage. The scenery near the village was desolate. Not a single hare nor mountain chicken remained. Even the roots and bark had been consumed by the starving populace. To find prey, one could only venture into the remote, secluded forests. Su Lang gripped the axe firmly, his pace unyielding, and soon entered the dimly lit woodland. The light within the forest dimmed instantly. The scent of decaying leaves and damp earth assaulted his senses. The surroundings were eerily silent, save for the rustling of dry twigs beneath his feet. He mused that merely securing some wild game to accompany thin porridge would attract plenty of laborers. Su Lang, deep in thought, refrained from venturing further. Instead, he utilized the axe to fell a small tree, stripping its bark to smooth it down, sharpening one end to a fine point. After crafting 3 such implements, he secured them to his back, tightened his grip on the axe, and pushed through a thicket of ferns, stepping further into the profound darkness. As he entered the deep mountains, Su Lang's demeanor transformed entirely. His previously casual gaze sharpened, becoming as keen as that of an eagle. With divine hunting technique activated, the world around him morphed into a cascade of information streams. He detected the faint scent of grass being crushed in the wind. On a small patch of soil, a vague footprint appeared, and a piece of bark bore several gray hairs. These seemingly insignificant traces, unnoticed by ordinary eyes, rapidly sketched out the running path of a wild hare in Su Lang's mind, detailing its size and even the time it had departed within a quarter of an hour. This sensation was ineffably delightful. He did not rush to pursue, but followed the trail at a measured pace. Not long after, behind a thicket, he spotted a gray hare nibbling on grass roots. Su Lang paused his steps, showing no hesitation, and with a flick of his wrist, the sharpened stick launched from his back like a bolt from a crossbow, piercing through the air with a sharp whoosh. With a soft thud, the hare, having barely uttered a sound, stiffened momentarily before being pinned to the ground, convulsing twice before falling still. A clean kill. Su Lang effortlessly extracting the stick and lifting the still bleeding hare. Success. Weighing it in his hand, he estimated it to be at least 3 or 4 pounds, sufficiently plump. Just then, his ears picked up a faint rustling sound from the nearby brush. Su Lang's gaze sharpened, swiftly retrieving another stick and throwing it backhandedly. A sharp cry pierced the air as another gray hare bolted from the foliage, only to be struck down, tumbling to the ground. 2 hares. Su Lang's fortune was indeed favorable. He wandered the vicinity a bit longer and soon discovered a nest nestled within the branches of an old locust tree. Climbing up with ease, he retrieved 5 or 6 grayish eggs from within, feeling quite accomplished. Back at the thatched cottage, the atmosphere felt somewhat oppressive. The 4 women sat around a small wooden table in silence. The meal had long been prepared, a meager porridge of wild vegetables. Although there was preserved meat in the pot, Hua Yurong believed they should practice frugality, not indulging in such luxury for every meal, especially with 5 mouths to feed at home. At this moment, the chopsticks lay neatly arranged on the table, with the 4 women waiting for Su Lang's return. Why hasn't my husband come back yet? Xia Jiruo's pale face reflected her anxiety as she repeatedly glanced towards the door. Surely nothing has happened to him? Don't speak such ominous words. Mu Rongyin ran snapped, her expression stern, but her white-knuckled grip on her clothing betrayed her inner tension. This man insisted on hunting. She regretted not accompanying him. Li Xiaozhi was equally distraught, her hands clasped in prayer as she murmured petitions for Su Lang's safety. Only Hua Yurong remained relatively composed, softly assuring, "Rest assured, my husband is favored by fate. He will be fine." Despite her words, the worry in her eyes was unmistakable. At that moment, a figure appeared in the doorway. "I'm back." Su Lang's voice resonated like a celestial melody. The 4 women turned sharply, and upon seeing the bounty in his hands, they were momentarily taken aback. Su Lang held 2 plump hares in his left hand and several bird eggs in his right. His expression relaxed, as if he had merely taken a stroll. It's rabbits. My husband has caught rabbits." Xiaji Ruo was the first to exclaim, darting forward like an exuberant sparrow, wrapping her arms around Su Lang's arm and bouncing with joy. Hua Yurong and Li Xiaozhi quickly joined her, their eyes wide with astonishment and elation as they beheld the still bleeding hares. This was indeed a feast, in these times when even roots were scarce. These hares were worth their weight in gold. Li Xiaozhi gazed at Su Lang, her eyes sparkling with admiration. "My elder brother Su Lang is truly remarkable." Zhao De, who from the village, after a day in the mountains, considers himself fortunate to catch even one. "How long has my elder brother been gone to bring back 2? Mu Rongyin stood frozen, her mind blank. She gazed at the hares, and then at the nonchalant Su Lang, her heart swirling with tumult. Just how many surprises did this man hold that she was unaware of? "Husband, are we having rabbit meat for dinner tonight?" Xiaji Ruo shook Su Lang's arm eagerly, nearly drooling. Su Lang playfully pinched her little nose and shook his head. "The rabbits are not for eating," he chuckled, "but rather for building a house." As night deepened, the bed remained the same, and the 4 women's faces flushed crimson, none daring to speak. Li Xiaozhi felt an inner turmoil. Having just entered the household, it was customary for her to attend to her husband tonight. But with so many present, how was she to broach the subject? She could sense Mu Rong Yin ran beside her, breathing rapidly, clearly unable to sleep. Just as she wrestled with her shyness, Su Lang suddenly turned in bed. In the darkness, he seemed to sense Li Xiaozhi's discomfort, and the nearly lethal gaze from Mu Rong Yin ran on the other side. He chuckled lightly and spoke lazily. I haven't yet consummated my marriage with Ji Ruo and Yin Ran. Xiaozhi, you'll have to wait your turn. Boom! His words struck like thunder in the minds of the four women. Hua Yurong instantly buried her head in her chest. Xiaozhi Ruo let out a small gasp, while Li Xiaozhi nearly fainted from embarrassment. Murong Yinran's face flushed crimson, reaching her ears in a blend of embarrassment and indignation, as she wished fervently to kick this audacious rogue off the bed. Su Lang ceased his chatter, merely chuckling. After dinner, Hua Yurong assisted Su Lang in taking his measurements, preparing to craft him a set of garments before turning her attention to herself and her three sisters. Su Lang stood still, raising his arms, feeling Hua Yurong's gentle hands glide over him, pausing at times, only to wander away again. Was this truly just a matter of taking measurements? Indeed, it was. Yet in his youthful vigor, he quickly found his thoughts straying. Before long, the measurements had led them to the bed. The old wooden bed creaked incessantly throughout the night. Li Xiaozhi felt her body tense, her heart racing as if 1,000 ants were crawling inside her. Then, a pair of hands enveloped her, revealing the blushing face of Xia Zhiruo. Glancing over at Murong Yinran, she was biting her teeth in anger. The next morning, Su Lang emerged from the thatched hut, feeling refreshed. Hua Yurong, however, appeared drained, believing her husband possessed boundless energy. Meanwhile, in the adjacent bed, Murong Yinran, Xia Zhiruo, and Li Xiaozhi all bore dark circles under their eyes, a clear indication of a sleepless night filled with torment. It was utterly unexpected that the first victims of the enhanced constitution would be his own wives. Su Lang noticed all this with a sense of satisfaction, but said nothing. Finishing his breakfast before stepping outside, in the village square, Su Lang swaggered, holding 2 dead rabbits prominently beneath the grand locust tree. A number of starving villagers were gathered here, listlessly basking in the sun. Su Lang cleared his throat, his voice resonating throughout the small square. Dear villagers, listen closely. Today, who among you is willing to help me build a house? Meals will be provided. Not only that, but there will also be rabbit meat to eat. In the evening, there will be a soup of wild vegetables and bird eggs, enough for everyone. As his words echoed, the square fell into a profound silence. All the weary, near-death gazes suddenly fixated on him, then fixated intently on the 2 plump rabbits in his grasp. In the next moment, chaos erupted. Meat! Rabbit meat! Oh heavens! Am I dreaming? In wild vegetable porridge, the rabbits in Su Lang's hands acted like 2 colossal magnets, instantly captivating the souls of all present. Those who had been lying on the ground, waiting for death, struggled to rise, their murky eyes ablaze with a ghastly green light, letting out beastly growls as they surged toward Su Lang like a tide. Everyone stop right there. Su Lang's booming voice cut through the frenzy, commanding the crowd to freeze. His eyes sparked like lightning, sweeping across the twisted faces ravaged by hunger. If you seek food, if you desire meat, that is acceptable. However, those who are deceitful and idle, step aside. He pointed at a lanky figure in the crowd. You, Zhang San, last time the government distributed grain, you snatched Widow Wang's share, get lost. He then pointed to another. And you, Zhang Youfu, strong enough to beat your wife, but too lazy to work, scram. Su Lang's piercing gaze identified several notorious slackers in the village. Those named turned pale but dared not retaliate, retreating in shame under Su Lang's icy stare. In the past, they would have rushed to seize Su Lang's rabbits, but just yesterday, he and his beautiful wife had taught Zhao Dahu and his lackeys a lesson. This was a small village. News traveled fast. Thus, upon being called out by Su Lang, they could only slink away, for he was the one who had bested Zhao Dahu. From the remaining crowd, a sturdy, good-natured young man stepped forward, uncertainly calling out, Langa? It was Su Lang's childhood friend, Wang Erniu. Su Lang nodded at him. Erniu, you're in. Help me find 8 reliable laborers. Don't bring me any misfits. Got it, Lango. Wang Erniu perked up, immediately searching the crowd. Before long, 9 robust men stood before Su Lang. gazing at him with a mix of reverence and eagerness. Su Lang nodded in satisfaction, tossing one rabbit to Wang Erniu. Let us get to work. The site chosen for construction was a flat piece of land next to his dilapidated hut, not far from a water source, albeit just a small creek. With no bricks, they would use stones for the foundation. Lacking tiles, they would employ wood and straw for the roof. Under Su Lang's direction, the 10 men divided their tasks and worked fervently. Some went to the river to gather stones, while others chopped wood nearby. Wang Erniu and the others were increasingly astonished. They realized Su Lang was akin to a seasoned master builder. He knew precisely where to lay the foundation and how to interlock the wooden beams, orchestrating everything with remarkable precision. Lang Ge, when did you learn to build houses? Wang Erniu, sweating profusely while hoisting a hefty log, could not contain his curiosity. Su Lang dusted off his hands and casually replied, I learned a bit from an old carpenter. With that, he turned and headed toward the hut. You all keep going. I'll prepare lunch for everyone. Inside the hut, a rich aroma of meat wafted through the air. Inagatered. A rabbit had been chopped into large pieces and was simmering, the savory scent invading everyone's nostrils. In another pot, wild vegetable and bird egg soup simmered. Su Lang glanced at the soup. The bird eggs were too small, resulting in a thin broth. Unbeknownst to the others, he discreetly retrieved several chicken eggs from his storage space, cracking them into the pot. He also stealthily grabbed 2 handfuls of flour, mixed it with water to form a batter, and carefully dropped spoonfuls into the pot, transforming the thin broth into enticing, plump dumplings. Instantly, the previously bland wild vegetable soup became thick and delectable. The laborers outside, enticed by the mouth-watering aroma, found their appetites whetted, their energy renewed. They worked harder, motivated by the thought of enjoying a warm meal rather than being lazy. Wang Erniu was particularly diligent. Meanwhile, Hua Yurong retrieved the fabric exchanged the previous day, meticulously cutting new clothing for Su Lang. Murong Yinran, Xia Zhuo, and Li Xiuji gathered around, clumsily attempting to assist. Hua Yurong, an adept seamstress, threaded the needle with grace. Yet, the other 3 were a different story. Xia Zhuo exclaimed, as the needle pricked her delicate finger, tears welling in her eyes. Li Xiuji was also in distress, having struggled for ages to thread a single piece of thread through the needle's eye. The most unfortunate was Murong Yinran, the fierce daughter of a prominent family, skilled with blades and firearms, found this tiny embroidery needle more challenging than wielding a long spear. Damn it, she muttered in frustration, slipping again as the needle jabbed into her fingertip, a drop of blood emerging instantly, as she felt both embarrassed and furious. Contemplating the possibility of discarding the item in her hand, a large hand reached out and grasped her wrist. How careless! Su Lang had entered unnoticed, holding a ceramic bowl filled with the enticing aroma of rabbit meat and wild vegetable dumpling soup. Observing the crimson at Murong Yinran's fingertips, he furrowed his brow and, without a moment's hesitation, took her finger into his mouth. Thunderstruck, Murong Yinran froze entirely. A jolt of electricity surged from her fingertip, spreading throughout her body in an instant. Her face flushed a deep crimson, reaching down to her neck, and her heart raced uncontrollably. This rogue, how dare he? Su Lang tenderly cleaned the blood from her finger before releasing it, casting a sympathetic glance at Xia Zhuo and Li Xiuji, who bore visible needle marks on their hands. You foolish girls, why would you do this? We just want to make you a new outfit after you worked so hard all day, Xia Zhuo replied softly. Covering her finger, Su Lang felt warmth in his heart as he handed over the bowl. First, let us eat. You need to be nourished to have the strength for anything else. I've saved the best leg meat for you. The 4 women gazed at the glistening, tender rabbit leg in the bowl and exchanged glances with Su Lang, their hearts swelling with warmth and happiness. Outside, Wang Erniu and 9 other men were gathered around 2 large pots, devouring the food voraciously. They had never tasted such delicious fare in their lives. Generous portions of rabbit meat, fluffy dumplings, and rich egg drop soup. One man, in between bites, broke down in tears. I haven't had meat in nearly a year. Lang Ge, you're like a rebirth to us. The way everyone looked at Su Lang transformed, their gazes filled with heartfelt, almost fervent admiration. With the dual blessings of extraordinary craftsmanship and sumptuous food, the progress of construction was astonishing. By evening, a spacious and sturdy wooden house had risen, its main structure completed. a stark contrast to the previous dilapidated hut. The four women stood before their newly built home, joy radiating from their faces as they marveled at the mansion that had arisen in just one day. Finally, we have a proper home. My husband is remarkable. Reflecting on the time just after marrying Su Lang, when they feared starvation within days, they realized this man possessed the miraculous ability to turn decay into splendor. Since marrying Su Lang, they had not gone hungry even once, and instead enjoyed meat daily, a luxury others could hardly even dream of. Looking at Su Lang, who appeared so slender, they couldn't help but feel an immense sense of admiration. Tears welled in their eyes at the thought of their husband. Simultaneously, the system chimed with notifications of rising affinity levels. Su Lang gazed at the spacious wooden house before him, and then at the four enchanting wives beside him, rubbing his hands together in excitement. This house is splendid. At last, we can share a bridal chamber together. Chapter 16. Cleverly capturing Murong Yanran, Su Lang's remark about finally sharing the bridal chamber instantly froze the warm atmosphere that had just settled in the newly built wooden house. The four women exhibited four distinctly different reactions. Hua Yorong and Li Xiuji's faces flushed a deep crimson, instinctively lowering their heads, unable to meet Su Lang's gaze. Their bashful demeanor endearing. Xiaozhua, with her sparkling eyes brimming with curiosity and a hint of excitement, tilted her head, glancing between Su Lang and her elder sisters, completely oblivious to the storm brewing in his words. Only Murong Yanran's strikingly beautiful face flushed with anger, her arms crossed as she glared coldly at Su Lang. Rogue, don't even think about it. Su Lang paid no heed to her anger. Instead, he strolled casually to where Xiaozhua and Murong Yanran stood, stroking his chin in a mock contemplation. Ah, that is indeed a dilemma, with Yorong as the primary wife and Xiuji as the newlywed. The matter of the bridal chamber is not urgent. However, he shifted his focus. You two, Zhuhua and Yanran, have yet to consummate our union. He deliberately paused, turning the conversation. According to order, it should be Yanran first as the third wife, while Zhuhua, the second wife, is the youngest. Su Lang spread his hands, presenting this delicate situation directly to Murong Yanran. Yanran, who do you think should accompany me tonight? This question was merciless, placing Murong Yanran in an excruciating position. As an untouched maiden, she was compelled to decide who should share the bed with Su Lang before her. If this were to spread, she would lose face as the daughter of the Murong family. Yet if she remained silent, Su Lang, being the scoundrel he was, would likely choose the obedient and curious Xiaozhua. The thought of being placed behind a mere girl filled Murong Yanran with unease. I am a daughter of the Murong family. How can I lose to a little girl? Meanwhile, Xiaozhua remained blissfully unaware of her newfound centrality in the storm. She looked at Su Lang and then at the furious Murong Yanran, her voice filled with innocent eagerness. Husband, should I go first? This innocent suggestion ignited the powder keg. No, Murong Yanran nearly shouted, glaring at Su Lang with fierce indignation, then casting a glance at the innocent Xiaozhua. Gritting her teeth, she managed to utter, Hua Yorong is the eldest. I accept that. But why should a little girl precede me? Tonight, it will be me. With that proclamation, her face flushed so deeply it seemed it could bleed, and she abruptly turned her head away, refusing to look at anyone else. Success. Su Lang zevai intnali. Though his expression feigned helplessness, as if he were simply accommodating her stubbornness. He approached Xiaozhua, gently patting her head. Zhuhua, you see, it's not that I don't care for you, but Yanran is just too eager. Be patient, and tomorrow will be your turn. Oh, Xiaozhua nodded, somewhat confused yet hopeful, her small pout reflecting both a sense of grievance and anticipation. Su Lang wasted no time, taking the still embarrassed Murong Yanran by the hand and leading her toward the newly constructed master bedroom. Come on, Yanran, a moment in spring is worth 1,000 gold. As the door to the master bedroom closed, Murong Yanran stood frozen, taking in the simple yet fresh aroma of wood that filled the room. The bed, however, was absurdly large, capable of comfortably accommodating 5 people. She couldn't help but roll her eyes, muttering under her breath at Su Lang's back. What a lecher. Why is the bed so enormous? Su Lang, with keen ears, caught her words perfectly, turning back with a mischievous grin. What did Yanran Yangzi say? This is for our long-term consideration. Just think about it. With more children in the future, if we have 1 or 2 or 3 or 4 beds, how will they fit? This twisted reasoning left Murong Yanran speechless and frustrated, yet unable to refute it. As she watched Su Lang approach step by step, her heart raced, and her body grew increasingly tense. In the next room, despite the bed being spacious, the atmosphere was unbearably tense. The three women lay on the bed, unable to sleep. The wooden partitions of the new house offered better sound insulation than the thatched cottage, but it was still insufficient. Sounds from the neighboring room intermittently drifted through. First came the rustling of clothes, then a muffled gasp from Murong Yanran, followed by the faint creaking of the bed. Though not excessively loud, it was more torturous to listen to. Xiaozhuo leaned her little head toward Hua Yurong's ear and whispered in a voice barely above a murmur. "What are Yanran Jie and the others doing? Is Yanran Jie in pain?" I heard her cry. Hua Yurong's cheeks flushed with embarrassment as she quickly covered Xiaozhuo's mouth, feeling as though she could sink into the ground from shame. "Don't say such things. Go to sleep quickly." Yet the continuous sounds made sleep seem a distant luxury. Li Xiuji lay on the outer edge of the bed, her body tense and her breathing cautious. She felt like an outsider, unworthy to be there, especially not to hear these things. Her heart was filled with inferiority. Hua Yurong, the gentle and virtuous elder sister, was the main wife of their husband. Xiaozhuo, lively and adorable, was deeply favored by him. Even Murong Yanran, though temperamental, was skilled in martial arts and strikingly beautiful. And what about herself? Merely a village girl sold by her father, nearly falling into the hands of a bully. Her husband taking her in was already a tremendous kindness. How could she dare to wish for more? Listening to the sounds from next door, she felt both envy and trepidation. The three women were tormented internally, their cheeks flushed, and they spent a sleepless night. Meanwhile, at the eastern edge of the village, Zhao Dahu was irritably drinking alone. Damn it, where the hell has Zhao Era gone? He kicked over a nearby wine jar and shouted at the only subordinate remaining. It's been 2 days. Where is he? Didn't he say he was going to deal with that Su Lang's wives? He hasn't dealt with them, yet he has vanished himself? The cringing subordinate replied, "Tiger brother, I've looked everywhere, all the places Yi frequents, but no one is there. Not just Yi, but also his brothers, Lu San, Wang Wu, and the others. They all seem to have vanished into thin air." Zhao Dahu halted his movements. A thought flashed through his mind. He suddenly recalled how Su Lang had knocked him back with a single punch at the village entrance yesterday. He remembered that man's eerily calm face and the perplexing words he had spoken. "Your brother, Zhao Eru, misses you." A chill ran from Zhao Dahu's soles to the crown of his head. He sprang to his feet, trembling slightly from shock and rage. "Su Lang." Zhao Dahu's teeth clenched audibly, his bloodshot eyes burning with a frenzied hatred. Era must be in trouble. He turned, snatched the sharp hunting knife from the wall, gripping it tightly. "If you dare to touch my brother, I will make your entire family pay with their lives. Let your wives become my Zhao Dahu's wives." Chapitre 17. Épreuve physique, truly invincible. The night was filled with absurdity. The next day, Murong Yanran emerged from the master bedroom, supporting her waist. Her strikingly beautiful face bore traces of fatigue, embarrassment, and a hint of allure that even she was unaware of. Upon seeing the three women waiting outside, each with varied expressions, she felt a surge of shame and anger, huffing softly before retreating to a corner to busy herself with the fabric from yesterday. Pretending to be occupied, Su Lang, on the other hand, felt invigorated, realizing that an eightfold physique was indeed remarkable. Even someone as skilled as Murong Yanran was no match for him. An eightfold physique was, without a doubt, invincible. He glanced outside. The sky was overcast, and the northern wind began to carry a chill. The weather was growing colder by the day. Su Lang stretched his limbs and said to Hua Yurong, who was boiling water, "Our clothes are too thin. Mere fabric 1 tea suffice, without cotton for warmth." Hua Yurong nodded with concern. "Yes, my husband. In this disaster year, not only is cotton scarce, but even cotton seeds are hard to find." Su Lang smiled and picked up the leftover machete from yesterday. "If we lack cotton, we have fur." He stepped into the yard and chose a sturdy, appropriately thick mulberry branch, swiftly chopping it down with a few strokes of his knife. With the knowledge of divine craftsmen and divine hunting skills enhancing his abilities, he seemed to transform into a seasoned craftsman with decades of experience. The series of actions, selecting the material, stripping the bark, crafting, and polishing, flowed seamlessly, dazzling the onlooking women. In no time, He fashioned a robust bowstring from the peeled bark. Soon, a longbow with a rustic yet powerful design took shape in his hands. He then crafted several straight branches into arrow shafts, sharpened arrowheads using the stone, and plucked a few long hairs from the rabbit simmering in the pot for fletching. A rudimentary yet lethal set of hunting tools was complete. Husband, you can even make bows and arrows. Xiaojua's big eyes sparkled with admiration. She thought her husband was simply capable of anything. Su Lang tested the longbow, pulling it back to full draw with a creak that sent shivers down the spine. A little understanding. He turned to the women with a smile. Prepare the meals at home. I'll bring back some fine animal skins for winter clothing. With that, he slung the longbow over his shoulder, secured the machete at his waist, and strode confidently back into the depths of the mountains. At the eastern edge of the village, in Zhao Dahu's dilapidated house, he had not slept all night, his eyes bloodshot. Before him lay his dining utensils, a well-polished hunting knife, a hunting bow much rougher than Su Lang's creation, and a jar of golden-hued arrow poison. It was a secret concoction of the mountain hunters, infecting upon contact with blood, ensuring that a victim would not survive long after being struck. He knew Su Lang was formidable, and that icy woman was even more adept. A direct confrontation would surely be suicidal. But Zhao Dahu was a hunter. A hunter understands patience and stealth better than anyone. Su Lang, just you wait. Zhao Dahu caressed the cold arrowhead, a sinister smile spreading across his face. When night falls, it will be your demise. He intended to treat Su Lang's family as the most cunning prey, delivering a fatal blow when they were most relaxed. As Su Lang ventured deeper into the mountains, he felt even more at ease than the previous day. With the bow and arrows, he no longer needed to tread carefully. He moved through the forest like a king surveying his territory. Before long, he discovered a group of wild chickens pecking at seeds in a clearing. Su Lang drew his bow and arrow, his movements fluid and uninterrupted. Whoosh! The arrow sliced through the air. A wild chicken, engrossed in its meal, suddenly collapsed. The flock, startled, flapped their wings and scattered in all directions. Su Lang, unperturbed, knocked another arrow. With a swift whiz, another plump wild chicken, the slowest of the lot, was shot down from midair. He approached to collect his spoils, 2 wild chickens and a rabbit. One of the wild chickens was particularly hefty, weighing no less than 7 to 8 pounds, a delightful find that promised a rich, savory stew. Su Lang felt a sense of satisfaction. His harvest was ample. He did not indulge in greed and turned to descend the mountain. However, before he could reach the village entrance, he was intercepted by Wang Erniu and several men who had helped build houses the previous day. Upon spotting Su Lang, they immediately surrounded him with obsequious smiles. Lang Yi, have you ventured into the mountains again? My goodness, you caught so much. 2 wild chickens and a rabbit. One man gazed longingly at Su Lang's bounty, nearly drooling. Lang Ge, your skills surpass even those of the seasoned hunters in town. How do you manage it? Before Su Lang could respond, Wang Erniu swiftly smacked the man on the back of his head. What do you know? This is talent. Lang Ge is exceptional. He cannot be compared to ordinary folks. Wang Erniu turned to Su Lang, rubbing his hands together with eager anticipation. So, Lang Ge, are we building houses today? We're all here waiting for your orders. They had enjoyed a hearty meal the day before, savoring the taste of meat, and they had been waiting since dawn for Su Lang to find them work. Who wouldn't want to work for a meal, especially when Su Lang offered life-saving tasks? Su Lang observed their eager faces and devised a plan. The main structure of the house was complete, but they still needed a courtyard wall, and most importantly, a well. The house could wait. Su Lang declared, today, we shall dig a well. Dig a well? Wang Erniu was taken aback, his expression faltering. Lang Ge, digging a well is a skilled task. No one in our village knows how. Su Lang hoisted his catch onto his shoulder, confidence radiating from him. If no one knows, I will teach you. With that, he activated the super well blueprint. Countless knowledge about locating water sources, positioning wellheads, and excavation flooded his mind. Su Lang led Wang Erniu and 2 of the strongest men back to their new home. Along the way, villagers gazed at Su Lang's prey and then at Wang Erniu and the others who followed him, their expressions a complex blend of envy, jealousy, and a hint of reverence. Su Lang had truly transformed. Upon returning home, Su Lang found 4 women in the yard, clumsily attempting needlework in the daylight. When they spotted the still bloodied game on Su Lang's shoulder, their eyes gleamed with excitement. Husband, Xiaozhuo was the first to abandon her sewing, rushing over like a fledgling bird, wrapping her arms around Su Lang's. You are amazing. Look at all the delicious food you brought back. The young girl gazed at the plumpest wild chicken, her eyes sparkling with admiration for Su Lang that seemed boundless. Hua Yurong and Li Xiuji quickly approached, one helping Su Lang with his catch while the other silently fetched water to prepare the meal. Li Xiuji observed Su Lang's strong back, silently vowing to repay his kindness when it was her turn to serve him. Murong Yanran remained seated, yet her gaze was fixed on Su Lang. This man continuously reshaped her perceptions. Just yesterday, they had endured a challenging experience, and today he once again ventured into the mountains with vigor, returning with such a bounty. What was the source of his stamina? As she watched Su Lang surrounded by several women, a strange mix of irritation and pride surged within her. This remarkable man was her husband. This realization left her feeling disoriented yet not displeased. Suddenly, Xiaotuo noticed Wang Erniyu and the others trailing behind Su Lang and pouted. She tugged at Su Lang's sleeve, her voice tinged with grievance. Husband, are you going to share the meat with him again? I've had my eye on that plump wild chicken since you walked in. I can barely contain my drool. If you give it away, how much will I get to eat? Su Lang chuckled at her adorably greedy demeanor, his heart nearly bursting with joy. He pinched Xia Zhuo's chubby cheek and whispered in her ear, "Don't worry. That plump one is reserved just for you. No one else will have it." Xia Zhuo's eyes lit up instantly, her previous discontent evaporating as she clung tightly to Su Lang's arm, nearly overwhelmed with happiness. "You are the best husband." Ding. Xia Zhuo's affection level, 10. Current affection level, 115, deeply in love with you. Su Lang couldn't help but laugh. This silly girl's affection was so easy to win. "I'll help you." Hua Yurong stepped forward, naturally taking the wild rabbit and a smaller wild chicken from Su Lang's hands to prepare them in the backyard. The larger one was meant for her family. "I'll help too." Li Xiuji quickly followed suit, picking up a water bucket and running to assist. Su Lang placed the largest wild chicken in the kitchen, then turned to Wang Erniyu and the others, gesturing for them to come over. "Come here." He led them in to a vacant area beside the new house. The knowledge from the super well blueprint, crystal clear in his mind. Pointing to a seemingly unremarkable patch of ground, he commanded with unwavering authority, "Dig here. Go 3 feet deep. If you hit moist soil, keep digging until you reach water." "Lango, can there really be water here?" Wang Erniyu scratched his head, visibly skeptical. Although there was a small creek nearby, it was still a fair distance away, and this spot appeared quite dry. Su Lang shot him a glance. "Dig where I say. No more chatter. If you can't find water, you want tea, get a drop of today's meat soup." At the mere mention of meat soup, Wang Erniyu and the others were instantly invigorated, seizing their rudimentary tools without hesitation. Su Lang provided a few more key points about reinforcing the well walls. And seeing them fervently at work, he finally felt satisfied and returned to the kitchen. In the kitchen, Hua Yurong was squatting on the ground, diligently plucking feathers from the wild chicken with practiced ease, clearly accustomed to such tasks. Li Xiuji had filled a small bucket with water and was heading back to the river for more. Su Lang approached, gently wrapping his arms around her waist from behind. Hua Yurong stiffened momentarily, her movements halting as a rosy hue crept across her cheeks. "Husband, I'll take over. Don't tire my dear wife," Su Lang said, though his hands mischievously slipped under her garment, caressing her smooth waist. "Let me see if you have lost any weight these past few days." Hua Yurong's breath quickened as she felt Su Lang's embrace, her body melting into him. "Husband, there are others outside. What is there to fear? They are preoccupied." Su Lang turned her around and pressed her against the stove, leaning down to kiss her. The temperature in the kitchen rose sharply. Hua Yurong had always harbored feelings for Su Lang. She had endured a restless night listening to him and Murong Yanran together. Today, she felt like dry kindling, ready to ignite at the slightest spark. An entire hour passed, and Hua Yurong, feeling utterly drained and with flushed cheeks, pushed against Su Lang's chest. "Husband, truly, we cannot continue like this. They will go hungry. I beg you, spare me." Her plea, tinged with a sob, was enough to soften anyone's heart. Su Lang reluctantly released her, planting a heavy kiss on her swollen lips. "Very well, I shall let you off for today." With the reprieve granted, Hua Yurong hurriedly adjusted her disheveled clothing and fled the kitchen as if escaping a fire. Upon exiting, she collided with Li Xiuji, who stood at the door, clutching a handful of greens and looking utterly flustered. Li Xiuji's face was flushed crimson. Upon seeing Hua Yurong, she instinctively lowered her head and turned to flee. Clearly, she had heard the commotion from the kitchen. Hua Yurong's face burned even hotter in embarrassment, wishing she could disappear into a crack in the ground, and swiftly returned to her room. Su Lang took over the kitchen. With the blessing of divine culinary arts, he expertly prepared a wild chicken and a hare. The chicken was stewed to perfection, exuding mouth-watering aromas. The rabbit meat, along with bones and wild vegetables, simmered into a hearty stew that filled the courtyard with its rich fragrance. He carefully selected the plumpest chicken legs and wings, placing them in a large bowl. Carrying the bowl into the main room, he was warmed by the sight before him. 4 women were seated together, awkwardly attempting to craft him new clothing from the fabric they had exchanged yesterday. Even Hua Yurong, who had just been thoroughly flustered, and Mu Rong Yanran, who had previously been cold towards him, were now focused and earnest with needle and thread, although their skills left much to be desired. With several needle pricks adorning Xia Zhuo and Li Xiuji's fingers, the sentiment behind their efforts moved Su Lang deeply. Truly, his affection for them had not been in vain. Everyone, cease your work. Let us eat first. Su Lang placed the bowl of the finest meat on the table. This is what I've prepared for you. The 4 women gazed at the shiny, fragrant meat, then at Su Lang, their hearts warmed. He instinctively glanced at the system panel. Ding. Hua Yurong favorability, 20. Current favorability, 125 devoted. Ding. Mu Rong Yanran favorability, 20. Current favorability, 95, deeply rooted. Ding. Xia Zhuo favorability, 20. Current favorability, 135, devoted. Ding. Li Xiuji favorability, 25. Current favorability, 95, deeply rooted. Witnessing this surreptitious surge in favorability, Su Lang couldn't help but smile broadly. The ladies were indeed clandestinely boosting his favorability. How delightful. Chapter 19. Growing Affections. Su Lang prepared to let them eat while he returned to his tasks. Husband, will you not eat? Hua Yurong hastily inquired as she saw Su Lang preparing to leave. This is specially for you. Su Lang, looking at the bowl of the finest meat and then at the 4 pairs of beautiful eyes fixed upon him, felt a warm glow in his heart. Noticing that the 4 women still had not picked up their chopsticks, he urged, "What are you all staring at? Eat." Hua Yurong was the first to gently speak, pushing the bowl towards Su Lang. "Husband, please eat first. You work the hardest for us all." "Yes, yes." Xia Zhuo nodded vigorously, like a chick pecking a grain. "If you do not eat, we shall not eat either." Though Li Xiuji and Mu Rong Yanran remained silent, their intentions were unmistakable. Su Lang found their behavior both amusing and touching. He feigned a stern expression. "Have the heavens turned upside down? Are you disregarding my words?" He pointed at the bowl of meat and said in an authoritative tone, "You all, hurry and eat. Do not wait for me. I must supervise the well construction and will eat outside with Ernyo later. Such excellent meat will not taste good if it cools down." Seeing Su Lang's domineering yet caring demeanor, the hearts of the 4 women melted, especially Mu Rong Yanran, who turned her head, not wanting Su Lang to see her slightly flushed cheeks, muttering softly, "Who asked you to take charge?" Su Lang ignored her and strode out. He silently calculated. With Mu Rong Yanran's favorability at 95 and Li Xiuji also reaching 95, they were so close to a breakthrough. 2 substantial rewards were imminent. He fervently hoped there would be no more physical enhancements. If things escalated further, not even Mu Rong Yanran alone, let alone all 4 women together, could withstand his advances. Digging a well was far quicker than building a house. With Su Lang, the divine engineer, on site, precisely positioning and directing alongside Wang Ernyo and the other men, who were invigorated after a hearty meal, progress was swift. Before long, with jubilant cheers, water bubbled up from the well. Initially murky, the water gradually became clear. Water has truly emerged. Wang Ernyo and the others, exhilarated, tossed aside their tools and jumped for joy. After lunch, everyone left in high spirits. Noticing Wang Ernyo about to depart, Su Lang called out to his childhood friend. He filled a broken clay pot with the remaining rabbit heads and vegetable soup and handed it to Wang Ernyo. "And you, take this home for your wife and children to taste." Wang Ernyo, gazing at the steaming pot, felt his eyes well with tears. Su Lang then pressed 2 pounds of white flour into Wang Ernyo's hands. Brother Lang, I cannot accept this. Your family. Enough of your nonsense. Su Lang playfully slapped him on the back. We grew up together. There's no need for formality. Take it. Over the years, Wang Ernyo had helped him immensely. Had it not been for Wang Ernyo's own struggles with hunger, Su Lang would have suffered even more. Su Lang paused and added, tomorrow, I will venture into the mountains again. You should join me to learn some hunting skills. Wang Ernyo could no longer contain his emotions. Tears streamed down the face of the tall man. He said nothing more, simply nodding vigorously, clutching the pot as he walked away, turning back multiple times. As night fell, Su Lang returned to the newly built wooden house, immediately greeted by the tempting aroma of meat. Entering the main room, he found a dim oil lamp flickering on the table, and 4 enchanting women sitting upright, awaiting his return. At the center of the table lay the bowl of chicken from earlier, with the 2 plumpest chicken legs untouched. Why have you not eaten? Su Lang felt both amused and exasperated. We waited for you to return to eat together. Hua Yurong gently stood and pulled out a chair for Su Lang. A warm sensation filled the tenderest part of his heart. This is what home feels like. He sat down, no longer declining. Very well. Let's enjoy the meal together today. He picked up a chicken leg, yet instead of placing it in his own bowl, he extended it towards Xia Zhuo's mouth under the astonished gaze of the 4 women. Here, Zhuo, you take the first bite. Xia Zhuo's face flushed crimson in an instant, and she shyly glanced at her sisters, shaking her little head like a rattle. No, dear husband, you eat. If you want to eat, then eat. Su Lang Feigen and ya. Only then did Xia Zhuo timidly open her small mouth, gently taking a small bite, her cherubic face instantly glowing with a delightful blush, her eyes narrowing into crescent moons. Su Lang chuckled, passing the chicken leg to Hua Yurong, then to Li Xiuji, and finally to Murong Yanran. Although Murong Yanran initially intended to refuse, under Su Lang's unwavering gaze, she felt her cheeks flush and awkwardly took a bite. The chicken leg was quickly devoured, shared amongst the 5 of them. The atmosphere was warm and enchanting. After their meal, Su Lang cleared his throat, his mischievous gaze darting between Murong Yanran and Xia Zhuo. Cough. According to yesterday's agreement, tonight it should be our Zhuo's turn, right? Boom. Xia Zhuo's little face turned beet red, her anxious fingers twisting the hem of her garment. Her head bowed as she softly murmured an affirmative, her voice barely a whisper, yet filled with anticipation. Shameless. You only think of such matters all day. Murong Yanran spat, yet inexplicably felt a tinge of jealousy. After being tormented by this man last night, today he was already lively and thinking of someone else. Is he made of iron? Our men in the great Qian kingdom have all perished in battle, and the government provides wives to encourage childbirth, right? Su Lang replied with utmost seriousness. Thus, your husband is not lewd, but rather willing to exhaust himself for our great Qian kingdom. Ha! Murong Yanran spat again, unconvinced. Her face now flushed to the roots of her neck. Hua Yurong felt the same. Li Xiuji's cheeks were as red as if they were bleeding. Only Xia Zhuo gazed up adoringly, her eyes sparkling with admiration. Husband is so great, I want to bear children for him. Just in this warm and ambiguous atmosphere, a series of urgent and forceful knocks shattered the tranquility within the room. The occupants were momentarily stunned. Who could possibly come at this late hour? I'll go take a look. Su Lang furrowed his brow, standing up and walking towards the door. He unlatched the door and swung it open. Outside, a shadow collapsed directly into his arms. A heavy stench of blood rushed into his nostrils. Instinctively, Su Lang caught the person, and upon closer inspection, his pupils dilated in shock. It was Wang Ernyo, covered in blood, a deep knife wound visible to the bone on his chest. With a bloodied wooden stick embedded in his abdomen, he appeared utterly drenched in blood. Longa. Wang Ernyo used the last of his strength to grip Su Lang's arm tightly. Blood spilling from his mouth. Run, Zhaoda, who is coming to kill you. With that, his head drooped, and he fell into unconsciousness. Chapter 20. Fury. Intent to kill. Su Lang held the warm, yet rapidly cooling body in his arms, utterly stunned. Blood, thick and reeking of rust, soaked his clothes, clinging to his skin. The pungent smell invaded his nostrils, causing his stomach to churn violently. Ernyo. Su Lang's cry lodged in his throat as he looked down at his childhood friend's face. Once full of innocent smiles, now devoid of color. The gaping wound on his chest, nearly split him in two. The rough wooden stick cruelly pierced through his body. "Husband, what happened?" The women inside heard the commotion and rushed out. Upon seeing the gruesome scene at the door, screams and sobs erupted. Xiaojuo's face turned ashen, collapsing to the ground in fright. Li Xiuji's legs weakened, and had it not been for Hua Yurong's support, she would have fallen as well. "Erniu." Hua Yurong looked at the horrific injury, her lips trembling. With just a glance, her medical knowledge told her Wang Erniu was beyond saving. Murong Yanran reacted swiftly, rushing to Su Lang's side, her martial spirit radiating fiercely. "Be careful." Just as she spoke, a sharp whistling sound sliced through the air from the darkness outside. An arrow, steeped in the aura of death, shot directly towards Su Lang. His mind blanked. Su Lang instinctively leaned back, narrowly avoiding this fatal strike. Thud! The arrow lodged itself violently into the doorframe, its tail buzzing ominously. "Get inside." Su Lang's eyes burned crimson, rage and a thirst for vengeance clashing violently in his chest. He exerted all his strength, dragging Wang Erniu's body into the room before kicking the door shut with a resounding thud. "Yurong, take them to the guest room. Away from the doors and windows." Murong Yanran commanded fiercely, refusing to retreat, instead grabbing a wooden stick to brace at the bedroom door. Swish, swish, swish. A volley of arrows rained down, their forceful impact piercing through the not-so-thick wooden door and walls, embedding themselves into the floor of the room. Xiaozhuo and Li Xiuji huddled together in fear, trembling in the corner, terrified to even cry out. Hua Yurong, suppressing her fear, shielded them behind her, her gaze fixed intently on the door. Outside, Zhao Dehu's mocking and venomous voice echoed. "Su Lang, you turtle, come out. Your good buddy, Wang Erniu, right? What a loyal dog. Damn it, eavesdropping on me and trying to run off to warn you? I'll show him what meddling in others' affairs means with a single knife." Zhao Dehu's voice dripped with mockery and cruelty. "Do you know what he said before he died? He begged me to spare his wife and children. Ha ha ha. What a fool. I promised him that, but once I kill you, I'll sell his wife to a brothel and break his child's legs, tossing them onto the streets to beg. Let his family be whole. Malicious. Shameless." Inside, Su Lang gently laid Wang Erniu's lifeless body on the ground, reaching out to close his friend's unseeing eyes, but his trembling hand failed repeatedly. "Erniu." Su Lang's teeth gritted, each word forced through clenched jaws. He recalled their childhood, how Wang Erniu had always followed him around, calling him Longa. He remembered how Wang Erniu had shared the only steamed bun in his home with him. He recalled this afternoon, the simple man sobbing like a child while clutching a broken pottery jar. A surge of overwhelming fury exploded from the depths of his heart, searing through every limb with agonizing intensity. He slowly rose, his red eyes devoid of all sorrow and shock, leaving only a chilling, bone-deep intent to kill. He walked to the wall and retrieved the mulberry wood longbow he had crafted that very afternoon. "Zhao Dehu." Su Lang's voice was eerily calm, yet it carried an unsettling madness. "You wanted me to come out? Here I am." He drew the bow, a sharpened wooden arrow resting against the string, his body pressed against the wall, intently listening to the sounds outside. "Ha ha ha. Finally found your voice, did you? I thought you were too scared to move." Zhao Dehu laughed maniacally from outside. "What? Do you want to shoot back at me? Can your pathetic weapon pierce my skin?" He shifted his stance, seeking a more advantageous angle for his shot. Now, Su Lang's ears detected the faint sound of footsteps, instantly mapping out the enemy's position in his mind. He swiftly turned, aimed at a specific point on the wall, and released the bowstring. "May you meet your end." The arrow shot forth with a roar, fueled by all of Su Lang's fury, piercing through the thin wooden wall and into the darkness outside. A muffled groan of suppressed pain and disbelief echoed from outside, followed by the sound of a heavy object collapsing. "Tiger brother, you've been hit." The startled exclamations of Zhao Dehu's lackeys confirmed Su Lang's success. "This can't be happening." Zhao Dehu's voice trembled with fear and weakness. "How does he know I'm here?" He struggled to draw his bow to retaliate, but Su Lang refused him that opportunity. He knocked another arrow, following the sound of Zhao Dehu's labored breathing, and shot again. Crack! A sharp sound of breaking wood resonated outside, accompanied by Zhao Dehu's agonized scream. My bow is broken." The shattered bow struck Zhao Dehu's left eye, momentarily robbing him of his sight. In the darkness, his lackeys were thrown into a state of panic. They had anticipated an easy hunt, First, to kill Su Lang with poisoned arrows, then set fire to the house to erase all evidence. Who could have foreseen that Su Lang was a formidable opponent? From behind the wall, he had wounded the battle-hardened tiger brother with a single arrow, and with the second, he had deftly broken the bow. Is he even human? Run, quickly. One lackey, terrified, discarded his torch and fled towards the village's outskirts. The torch fell to the ground, illuminating the scene in the courtyard. There lay Zhao De, who, clutching his bleeding chest, horror etched on his face, the broken bow lying at his feet, snapped into two pieces. Trying to escape? A cruel smile crept onto Su Lang's face. He kicked open the door, knocked an arrow, moving with lightning speed. Whoosh! The first lackey, running ahead, felt a sharp pain in his back and collapsed without uttering a sound. Whoosh! Whoosh! Two more arrows followed. One struck through the neck of another fleeing lackey, while the other pierced the head of yet another, killing them instantly. In the blink of an eye, only Zhao De who remained, struggling to rise and escape. Su Lang approached him step by step, drawing his longbow once more. Please, please don't kill me. Zhao De who pleaded, fear finally dawning upon him as he crawled backward, dragging his injured body. Su Lang, I was wrong. I bow to you. Spare my life. Su Lang remained silent, merely releasing the bowstring. Thud! The arrow lodged itself deep into Zhao De who's thigh, pinning him to the ground. A scream, akin to that of slaughtered pig, shattered the stillness of the night. Chapter 21. Regret. The anguished cries ripped through the quiet village. Zhao De who stared at the quivering arrow embedded in his thigh, the searing pain twisting his features. He crawled desperately on the ground, leaving a long trail of blood. Please don't kill me. Su Lang, I was truly wrong. Terror had thoroughly broken him. Tears streamed down his face as he prostrated himself before the advancing Su Lang. I'll give you all my money. I still have land. It's all yours. Spare me. I beg you. Su Lang's expression remained impassive, his crimson eyes reflecting only a frozen wasteland. He drew his mulberry longbow once more. The creaking of the bowstring became Zhao De who's death knell. No. Thud. Another arrow shot forth, accurately piercing Zhao De who's other thigh. Zhao De who screams intensivet. More harrowing than before, as he writhed like a mad dog nailed to the ground. Su Lang remained unmoved, knocking yet another arrow. Thud! This time, it struck Zhao De who's pleading right arm. The agony and despair shattered Zhao De who's mind. He ceased his pleas and screams, a strange, raspy laughter escaping his throat. He raised his blood and dirt-streaked face, glaring at Su Lang with venomous hatred. Ha ha ha, kill me. If you have the guts, go ahead and kill me. Su Lang, do you think you've won? Do you believe you've avenged Wang Ernyo, that fool? Zhao De whose deranged laughter was sharp and piercing. You've lost. Utterly lost. Ha ha ha. You will never sleep soundly again. Every night, you will dream of him. Dream of his entire family. A chill gripped Su Lang's heart at that moment, an ominous premonition seizing him. Zhao De who noticed the shift in Su Lang's demeanor, and his laughter grew more frenzied, more triumphant. What's the matter? Are you scared? Ha ha. If you're brave enough, go visit Wang Ernyo's home. Go see. I left you a big surprise. Hurry up. Su Lang shabit hitet. He stared at Zhao De who's crazed face, his mind blank with a sudden, overwhelming fear. He could not allow Zhao De who another moment to speak. Whoosh! The final arrow, imbued with all his strength, pierced through Zhao De who's laughing mouth, exiting through the back of his head. The laughter ceased abruptly. The world fell silent. Su Lang discarded his bow, not sparing a glance at the corpses strewn across the ground, and turned to sprint towards the western edge of the village. He was consumed by a singular thought, to reach Wang Ernyo's home. Wang Ernyo's residence lay at the farthest edge of the village, a dilapidated hut, even more rundown than the one Su Lang had previously occupied. From a distance, he spotted the broken wooden door ajar, no light within, an eerie stillness pervading the air. His heart sank with each step. He stumbled to the threshold, extending his hand, yet hesitated to push the door open. Fear gripped him. Fear of witnessing the surprise Zhao De who had mentioned. Hua Yurong and her three companions had also rushed over, upon seeing Su Lang frozen at the door. Their eyes widened in horror at his pale face. Husband, Hua Yurong called softly. Su Lang seemed not to hear. With clenched teeth, he pushed the door open forcefully. A heavy stench of blood, mingled with a nauseating odor, assaulted him. The room was dim. By the light of the moon, he discerned the scene within. A small figure curled in the corner, motionless. It was Wang Ernio's 5-year-old son. In the center of the room, on a straw mat, lay another figure, Wang Ernio's wife. Her clothing was shredded to tatters, her body twisted in a humiliating position, bruises mottling her skin, her eyes wide open, staring vacantly at the thatched roof. Boom! Su Lang's entire world crumbled. An overwhelming fury was extinguished in an instant by a chilling flood of guilt. He felt his legs weaken, and with a thud, he fell heavily to his knees. Wang Ernio had drawn the ire of Zhao Dahu by attempting to alert himself of impending danger, which ultimately led to the slaughter of his entire family. Had it not been for his own survival instinct, this honest and simple man, who merely wished to live, would not have met such a tragic end. The fate of his wretched wife and children was equally heartbreaking. Su Lang emitted a primal roar, striking the ground with his fist in anguish. Darling, the women behind him, having witnessed the grim scene within the dwelling, were overwhelmed. Xia Zhuo and Li Xiuji screamed in horror, collapsing into each other and weeping uncontrollably. Murong Yinran trembled, her heart swelling with a sense of chivalry at the horrifying sight, yet her greater sorrow stemmed from seeing Su Lang's despair. She rushed to his side, crouching down, and reached out her hand, unsure of where to place it, finally resting it awkwardly on Su Lang's trembling shoulder. This is not your fault. Her voice was hoarse, trembling with an emotion she herself had not fully acknowledged. Hua Yurong covered her mouth, tears streaming silently down her cheeks. Yet she held firm, glancing at the unfortunate woman, silently turning away, unfastening a garment from her own body, and gently draping it over her, arranging her tattered clothing to preserve her last shred of dignity. Su Lang remained motionless on the ground, allowing the piercing remorse to tear him apart. He did not recall how he exited the house. Instead, he seized a shovel and began to dig in the yard of Wang Ernio's home. 1, 2, 3. He resembled a soulless automaton, mechanically repeating the act of digging. The 4 women stood nearby, silently accompanying him, none daring to intrude. As dawn broke, 3 small mounds of earth emerged in the yard. Su Lang discarded the shovel and knelt upright, bowing deeply before the 3 fresh graves, striking his forehead thrice against the ground. His forehead bled, mingling with the dirt. Yet he felt no pain. Returning to the newly built wooden house, Su Lang secluded himself in a shadowy corner, remaining silent. The 4 women, sleepless through the night, watched his lifeless demeanor with hearts twisted in anguish. As the sun rose, a beam of morning light entered the room, dispersing some of the chill. Su Lang finally stirred. Slowly lifting his head, he saw the 4 concerned women surrounding him. Hua Yurong's eyes were swollen. Murong Yinran looked haggard, and Xia Zhuo and Li Xiuji had tear-soaked faces, their eyes nearly swollen shut. Su Lang's heart ached fiercely. He forced a smile, more painful than tears. Mifine. His voice was raspy. Life must go on. He gazed at them, speaking deliberately. I cannot allow you to suffer alongside me in fear. I must provide for you, so that you can bear me sons and daughters. With that, he struggled to his feet and walked toward the kitchen. There, he spotted the plump wild chicken he had set aside the previous day. An idea took shape in his mind. Many lives had been lost. Although Zhao Dahu instigated the conflict, the loss of 4 lives could not go unaddressed. In this chaotic world, lives were undervalued, yet the authorities would not remain indifferent. This matter must reach a resolution. He picked up the wild chicken and turned to the women, declaring, I must go to town and speak with the constable Li Si. I will accompany you. Murong Yinran was the first to step forward, worried for Su Lang's state, fearing he might be taken advantage of. If they act unruly, I can protect you. Su Lang glanced at her and shook his head. Your fiery temper would create more chaos than assistance. How dare you? Murong Yinran's face flushed red from his words, a mix of anger and frustration. She stamped her foot, turning her head away. I'm only concerned for you. You ungrateful wretch. Go by yourself, who cares? Despite her tough words, her deep concern was unmistakable. You look like a ghost, lost without a soul. Going to town alone is akin to courting death. Those wolves in the government will surely devour you. Murong Yinran's anger was evident, yet everyone recognized that her ire stemmed from worry for Su Lang. Darling, let Yinran accompany you. She knows martial arts and can protect you, urged Hua Yurong, joining in a plead. She pulled out a small porcelain vial from her bosom and pressed it into Su Lang's hand. This is the healing balm I made previously. Take it with you, just in case. Xiaozhuo and Li Xiuji were already in tears. Husband, you must return safely. We will wait for you. Su Lang looked into their tear-stained eyes, and at Murong Yinran's outward bravado, masking her deep-seated worries. The frozen expanse of ice in his heart, formed from Wang Erniu's death, cracked open slightly. He reached out, gently patting each woman's head. Do not worry, I have it all under control. He turned to Murong Yinran, teasingly stating, with your temper. You would only stir up trouble if you accompanied me. Stay at home and take care of things. You, Su Lang, you scoundrel. Murong Yinran stomped her feet, her face flushed with indignation. I try to help, and you treat me like this. If you die out there, I'll just remarry. After she shouted, she turned away, pouting in anger. Su Lang smiled, choosing not to argue further, and with the wild chicken in hand, he strode out of the yard. A warmth spread through Su Lang's heart as he pushed open the door. The cold morning breeze brushed against his face, clearing some of the confusion from his mind. As he disappeared down the village path, Murong Yinran suddenly turned back, gritting her teeth, pulled a gleaming dagger from her boot, and pressed it into Hua Yurong's hand. Wait for me at home. I will follow him discreetly, and if those corrupt officials try to pull anything, I will risk my life to bring him back. With that, she dashed away without waiting for the three women to respond. Dahu village was not far from the town, but Su Lang walked slowly, the weight of Wang Erniu's death pressing heavily on his chest, making each step feel like a struggle for breath. He could not falter. If he did, what would become of the four women at home? Upon reaching the town, he had little trouble finding Constable Li Si, who was yawning at the entrance of the magistrate's office. Li Si eyed him lazily, picking at his teeth in a disinterested manner. What do you want? Where are you from? Su Lang remained silent, placing the heavy wild chicken on the table before him with a thud. The sound echoed, and the plump chicken, weighing at least 7 or 8 pounds, glistened in the sunlight. Li Si halted his tooth-picking, his dull eyes suddenly alight with greed. Oh! He quickly grabbed the wild chicken, weighing it in his hands, and the laziness on his face was replaced by avarice. Goodness, this must weigh 7 or 8 pounds. Brother, what are you? Constable, just a small token of appreciation. Su Lang clasped his hands in a salute, getting straight to the point. There was an incident in Dahu village last night. He embellished the course of events with a flourish, casting himself as a righteous citizen bullied by a tyrant, who rose in defiance. When Zhao Dahu and his men brazenly invaded my home with ill intentions towards my wives, in a moment of desperation, I accidentally killed them. Upon hearing this, Li Si's smile gradually faded. He placed the game hen back on the table, his fingers lightly tapping it. Accidentally? He said, his smile devoid of warmth as he scrutinized Su Lang. You single-handedly killed Zhao Dahu and his 3 brothers? Su Lang, do you take me for a fool? This situation is rather precarious. For lives lost, should this case be reported, your head would be at stake. I cannot bear such responsibility, unless, he trailed off, his shifty eyes darting around Su Lang. Su Lang felt a cold laugh welling up inside him, yet maintained a facade of fear, pulling out a small cloth bag from his pocket, intending to offer some silver coins. His hand trembled, and with an exclamation, the bag fell to the ground, spilling its contents, gleaming white rice, everywhere. The road was too bumpy. I brought this rice for my wives, Su Lang lamented as he bent down to gather it. Li Si's breath hitched, fixated on the pristine grains scattered on the ground, his throat constricting as he nearly drooled. This was fine rice. After years as a constable, he had never encountered such quality. Brother Su, what are you doing? Li Si's demeanor shifted dramatically as he clamped a hand on Su Lang's shoulder, overly enthusiastic. Why didn't you mention this sooner? Zhao Dahu's gang has long been a scourge in the village, oppressing the locals and committing numerous misdeeds. You are ridding the village of a menace. This is a great service. He helped Su Lang to his feet, patting his back affectionately, then swiftly kicked the rice toward himself, justifying his actions with righteous fervor. I will handle your case. It will be deemed an internal conflict among bandits, and their demise is well-deserved. He thumped his chest, taking full responsibility. Rest assured, in the He village, I hold the reins. From now on, if you encounter any trouble in the village, invoke my name, Li Si. Whoever dares to touch you will have to reckon with me. This constable still called himself a constable? 4th brother. Now that is more like it. Li Si clapped Su Lang on the shoulder, grinning. From now on, you're like my own brother. Fourth brother, when I return from the mountains with game, I will bring it to you. Half an hour later, as Su Lang exited the magistrate's office, he exhaled a long breath. For lives have been settled with a mere chicken and 2 pounds of rice. Truly, this world is absurd. He turned into a deserted alley, halting to address the empty wall. You've been following me all this way. Are you not tired? Must I formally invite you out? Yin ran. From behind the corner, a figure froze. Mu Rong Yin ran hesitantly stepped forward, her face a mix of shock and anger. How'd you find me? Her tracking skills, learned from her father, were not top-notch, but sufficient to deal with ordinary folk. Su Lang turned to assess her, curling his lip. Your meager skills couldn't even fool a wild chicken in the mountains, yet you thought to deceive me? He approached her, noting her flustered expression, and suddenly chuckled. However, since you are so concerned for your man, I shall pretend to be oblivious. Who is worried about you? Mu Rong Yin Ran's face flushed crimson, her neck stiffening in rebuttal. I was afraid you might die and leave me a widow. I do not wish to become a widow at such a young age. Despite her heated words, her glistening eyes revealed a mix of fear and relief. I want to let you become a widow tonight. You shall enjoy the joys of being a wife. Su Lang Ge Din. Ha! I knew your mind was filled with nonsense. Mu Rong Yin Ran stomped her foot, but quickly followed him, murmuring under her breath, I don't know what I see in you. Oomph. Chapter 23. Did you sleep poorly again last night? Su Lang and Mu Rong Yin Ran walked back to the village in a somewhat peculiar atmosphere. You should not do such foolish things again, Su Lang initiated. Who did something foolish? Mu Rong Yin Ran retorted, her tone defiant. Yet her steps unconsciously drew closer to him as she huffed. I was merely worried that you would ruin everything, and we would all suffer because of you. Su Lang did not argue, but as they reached the courtyard entrance, the fatigue he had held at bay all night flooded back. The door creaked open. Husband. A petite figure dashed out first, Xiaji Ruo. She leaped into Su Lang's embrace, her little head nuzzling against his chest, her voice quavering. You're finally back. I was so scared. I thought I might never see you again. Hua Yurong and Li Xiao Ji quickly followed, their eyes red from lack of sleep. Hua Yurong said nothing, but stepped forward to scrutinize Su Lang closely, relieved only after confirming he bore no injuries. Li Xiao Ji stood timidly to the side, her large, glistening eyes fixed on him, a sight that tugged at the heartstrings. All right, I'm back now, Su Lang comforted, patting Xiaji Ruo's back. Warmth filling his heart. Xiaji Ruo raised her head, and upon spotting Mu Rong Yin, ran behind him, pouted. Oomph, you took her with you, leaving us at home worrying. Mu Rong Yin Ran's face flushed, and though she wanted to retort, she found herself at a loss for words, turning her head away instead. Enough, let us all go inside, Su Lang urged, leading Xiaji Ruo and the others in the house. The shadow of Wang Erniu's death loomed over the courtyard, which had only just started to feel like home. Su Lang wished to dispel this somber atmosphere. He retrieved a small cloth pouch from his pocket, containing several unassuming, dark seeds. No one idle. Come help, Su Lang announced as he approached a corner of the courtyard. Using a shovel to turn a patch of soil. Let us plant these. We won't have to worry about food shortages in the future. What kind of seeds are these? Xiaji Ruo inquired, intrigued by the dark appearance. Fine seeds, Su Lang replied with a mysterious smile, carefully placing them into the earth. The women, mimicking his actions, came to assist. Hua Yurong moved deftly, clearly accustomed to farm work. Li Xiao Ji knelt down earnestly, helping to water the soil. Mu Rong Yin Ran hesitated for a moment, but rolled up her sleeves, her movements a bit clumsy yet filled with determination. Only Xiaji Ruo fumbled, either overwatering or compacting the soil, prompting Su Lang to chuckle. Silly girl, come here, I'll teach you. Su Lang took her hand, guiding her on how to aerate the soil and cover the seeds. Under the sun, the women busily surrounded the small patch of earth, chattering cheerfully, and the courtyard gradually came alive with vibrancy. Observing this scene, Su Lang felt the wound left by Wang Erniu's death slowly healing in the warmth of their shared labor. As night fell, the atmosphere at the dinner table grew even more peculiar than during the day. Xiaozhou sat uneasily, her small face flushed, stealing glances at Su Lang before quickly bowing her head, fidgeting with the rice in her bowl. Mu Rong Yin wore a cold expression, her movements while eating infused with irritation. Hua Yurong and Li Xiaoji exchanged silent glances, both lowering their heads to eat, not daring to speak. After finishing the meal, Su Lang cleared his throat. That Jiruo. Xia Jiruo shuddered, nearly dropping her bowl. According to their agreement, tonight, I understand. Xia Jiruo interrupted, standing up with a crimson face, muttering something akin to a mosquito's buzz before fleeing into the master bedroom. Umph. Impatient fool. Murong, Yinran muttered under her breath, throwing down her chopsticks and retreating to the secondary bedroom. Su Lang scratched his nose and followed her into the master bedroom. Inside, Xia Jiruo sat awkwardly on the edge of the bed, her small hands nervously twisting the hem of her clothing. Husband, what are you afraid of? Su Lang sat beside her, pulling her into his embrace. The little girl's body was stiff, yet trembled with a hint of anticipation. Husband, they say it will hurt. Rest assured, husband will be very gentle. Su Lang lowered his head and kissed her. The little girl responded shyly, melting into his arms. As Su Lang's hand ventured beneath her garment, he paused for a moment. This girl, seemingly petite and delicate, possessed surprising depth. Truly a youthful countenance concealing hidden treasures. The bed creaked again. In the secondary bedroom, the three women lay in bed, unable to sleep. The sound from next door were distinctly audible. First came Xia Jiruo's stifled gasp, followed by intermittent, tearful pleas. Murong Yinran irritably turned over, burying her head under the quilt. Bastard! Jiruo is still so young. Can't he be gentler? She muttered angrily, her chest rising and falling. Yinran, keep your voice down. In the darkness, Hua Yurong sighed softly. Husband stamina is not something one person can endure. After a pause, she spoke in a tone that made both Murong Yinran and Li Xiuji's hearts race. Perhaps in the future, we sisters will need to join forces to satisfy husband. What a foolish thought. Murong Yinran retorted angrily, yet a flicker of unease stirred within her. No way. Yinran, what are you thinking? Together? That would only please that scoundrel. She fumed silently. Li Xiuji, lying on the outer edge, felt her face flush as she overheard, hastily burying her head under the quilt, holding her breath. The next morning, Su Lang emerged from the master bedroom, feeling invigorated, truly appreciating the benefits of his enhanced physique. He stepped into the courtyard, stretching widely, his joints cracking audibly. Turning, he spotted Hua Yurong, Murong Yinran, and Li Xiuji, all sporting dark circles under their eyes, listlessly boiling water in the yard. Su Lang felt a surge of satisfaction and deliberately approached them. Oh, ladies, what is the matter? Did you not sleep well last night? Hua Yurong and Li Xiuji merely blushed, unable to meet his gaze. Only Murong Yinran glared at him fiercely, her furious expression, combined with her dark circles, appearing more comical than intimidating. Su Lang chuckled, leaning closer to Murong Yinran, lowering his voice to a conspiratorial whisper only they could hear. Is my lady angry? Is it envy? How about we join together tonight? In your dreams. Murong Yinran exploded, throwing a punch at Su Lang's face without a moment's hesitation. The punch, fueled by wind, surged towards him. Su Lang did not evade. He merely extended his hand, effortlessly grasping her delicate wrist. The force was minimal, yet Murong Yinran's fierce punch was halted midair, unable to advance any further. You! Murong Yinran's face flushed with a mix of embarrassment and fury. She struggled to pull her hand back, but Su Lang's grip was unyielding like a vice. Let go of me. Not a chance. Su Lang Tuka, using his other hand to encircle her slender waist, effortlessly drawing her into his embrace. Murong Yinran's mind went blank. As a formidable woman, she found herself easily subdued by this rogue, cradled in his arms. Su Lang, you're courting death, she exclaimed, furious, as her other hand transformed into a fist and swung at him. Su Lang continued to nonchalantly seize her hands, intertwining her wrists behind her back. This position pressed her ample bosom tightly against his chest. She could distinctly feel his powerful heartbeat and the warmth radiating from him. My lady is so spirited this early in the morning, throwing herself into my embrace. If I don't show some appreciation, wouldn't that be a lack of romance? Su Lang leaned down, whispering mischievously in her ear. Who threw herself into your embrace? Let go of me. Murong Yinran struggled violently. Yet her meager strength was akin to a kitten's playful scratching against Su Lang's enhanced physique. Su Lang was disinclined to engage in further banter. He swept her up in his arms, lifting her effortlessly. Murong Yinran gasped, the sensation of weightlessness causing her to instinctively cling to his neck. By the time she realized what was happening, she had already been carried into the master bedroom, and unceremoniously tossed onto the excessively large bed. Before she could rise, a tall figure descended upon her. "What do you want?" "Zhuo is tired. Now it's your turn, my Yinran." The bed creaked rhythmically once more. This time, there were no gasps or struggles, only suppressed breaths filled with humiliation and a hint of surrender she herself had not yet recognized. Time passed, and then a notification chimed. Ding! Murong Yinran's affection level, 15. Current affection level, 110. Disdainful yet honest. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the hidden task of conquering the formidable woman of the gates. Reward, a gift package. Su Lang felt invigorated, a wave of satisfaction washing over him. The formidable woman of the gates was indeed a thrilling challenge. He glanced at the now sleeping Murong Yinran beside him, tears in the corners of her eyes, yet a satisfied blush gracing her cheeks, and felt a swell of pride. He opened the gift package. Congratulations, host. You have received 100 pounds of premium pork belly, 100 pounds of fine rice from the northeast, and the Furious Wind blade technique beginner level. In the next moment, a plethora of knowledge regarding blade techniques, moves, and power techniques surged into Su Lang's mind. From basic slashes, chops, and thrusts to intricate variations. It felt as though he had practiced for decades, every technique transforming into instinct. Excellent. At last, he had compensated for his previous lack of skill despite his brute strength. No longer would he rely solely on bows and fists in future encounters. Su Lang flexed his wrist, feeling as though he could seize a blade and execute a seamless display of techniques. He glanced out the window. The sun had risen to its zenith. It was already noon. He rose, donned his attire, and exited the master bedroom. In the living room, Hua Yurong, Xia Zhuo, and Li Xiuji were seated around the table, where the dishes still emitted steam, yet none had touched their chopsticks. Husband. Upon seeing him, Xia Zhuo immediately stood up, her small face filled with concern. She had recovered, although her gait remained slightly awkward. Why haven't you eaten yet? Su Lan in guit. We are waiting for you and Sister Yinran, Hua Yurong gently replied. Just as her words fell, the door to the master bedroom swung open, and Murong Yinran emerged, supporting her waist and moving slowly. She had changed into fresh clothing, yet the flush on her cheeks and the disarray of her hair were unmistakable. When she caught sight of the 3 pairs of eyes fixed upon her, filled with a mix of understanding and mischief, her face turned crimson as if it could bleed, especially upon hearing Hua Yurong's comment about waiting for her and her husband. She felt so embarrassed that she wished to disappear into the ground. She huffed heavily, approached the table, sat down with her head lowered, and began to eat hastily, avoiding all gazes. The atmosphere during the meal was both enchanting and awkward. At that moment, there was a sudden, urgent knock at the door. Su Lang set down his chopsticks and walked over to open it. Outside stood a ragged woman, gaunt and emaciated, who suddenly knelt down, fervently bowing her head to Su Lang. It was the village's widow Wang. Esteemed Sir Su, I implore you, have mercy and provide some food. My child has not eaten for 3 days. Her forehead bled as it struck the gravel-laden ground, her voice piercing with desperation. Not far away, several villagers peeked curiously, their faces reflecting the same hunger and numbness, tinged with a barely perceptible glimmer of hope. Su Lang's expression turned icy in an instant. No, he uttered decisively, without a hint of hesitation, and with a resounding thud, he shut the door. Returning to the dining table, Xia Zhuo, biting her chopsticks, softly said, Husband, that widow Wang seems quite pitiable. We have food at home. Why not give her a little? Before Su Lang could respond, Murong Yinran coldly interjected. Despite still feeling embarrassed, her mind remained sharp. Silly girl, if you give her a bowl of rice today, tomorrow the entire village will kneel at our doorstep. When that happens, will you still choose to give? Xia Zhuo was taken aback. She gazed at Su Lang's calm, yet resolute face, then at Murong Yinran, and suddenly understood. Indeed, saving one would attract 100. In such a scenario, their family would be dragged down into the depths. Her husband was not heartless. He was safeguarding their home. With this realization, admiration and affection blossomed in her gaze towards Su Lang. This man was not only formidable, but also remarkably insightful. After the meal, Hua Yurong began clearing the table, her brow furrowed with concern. Husband, our rice and meat supplies are dwindling. The jar is nearly empty. Su Lang note that. Yesterday, I gave 1 wild chicken to Li Si and we consumed another for lunch. Although the system's space contains ample provisions, I cannot frequently conjure them. And the ladies are not foolish, they would surely suspect. I shall venture into the mountains once more. He rose, preparing to take his bow and arrows. Husband, please be careful, the four ladies chorused, their faces marked with worry. In their hearts, Su Lang was no longer the frail man he once was. His shoulders had broadened, and his silhouette now exuded an air of greatness. He was the sole pillar of their family. Su Lang pushed open the door, ready to depart. Outside, Widow Wang remained kneeling. She no longer bowed her head or cried out. She simply knelt there, upright like a lifeless statue, her eyes hollow and filled with desolation. Su Lang halted, looking down at her from above. Widow Wang trembled slightly, slowly lifting her head to meet his gaze filled with despair. If you wish for food, you may. Su Lang's voice shattered the silence. A flicker of light ignited in Widow Wang's eyes. Follow me into the mountains to hunt. His words, however, plunged her into icy depths. If you return alive, there will be food. If you dare not, then leave. With that, he turned away without a second glance and strode purposefully towards the depths of the mountains. Chapter 25. If you desire food, exchange your life. Widow Wang remained frozen in place. Su Lang's chilling words piercing her already numb heart like a dagger imbued with frost. Entering the mountains? To that treacherous place where even Zhao Dahua dared not venture, rumored to be haunted by blind bears? Previously, Zhao Dahua hunted only around the outskirts, occasionally managing to catch something if luck was on his side. Now, with the surrounding game nearly exhausted, hunting in the deep mountains was essential for sustenance, but also meant courting death. Not far behind her, the villagers watching the scene had also heard Su Lang's words. A wave of hushed murmurs rippled through the crowd. He has gone mad. That fellow Su is truly insane. To take a widow with him into the depths of the mountains? It's akin to sending her to her doom. Indeed, the deep mountains are no place for jest. I heard from my grandfather that there are bears capable of crushing a person into pulp. Shu, keep your voice down. Have you forgotten how Zhao Dahua met his end? Su Lang is now even more ruthless. The villagers bore the same hunger and numbness upon their faces, but more prevalent was a sense of detachment and fear. Su Lang halted, slowly turning to face them. His gaze was like sharp blades, sweeping over their pallid faces. Those who met his eyes instinctively lowered their heads, unable to bear his stare. You too, Su Lang spoke, devoid of any emotion. If anyone is on the brink of starvation and cannot wait for the government's grain, you may follow me into the mountains. I cannot guarantee your survival, but I assure you, if you return alive, there will be meat to eat. An eerie silence enveloped the scene. The sound of a pin dropping could be heard. No one moved. Not even a soul dared to breathe loudly. To enter the mountains and battle beasts? What a jest! Although the government's grain was mixed with sand and husks, causing discomfort, it was still enough to keep them alive. With a bit of grain and foraging for wild vegetables, or gnawing on tree bark, they could endure the hunger, albeit with dizziness each day. But at least they could live. Living was more important than anything. Seeing the fear and timidity emanating from the crowd, Su Lang felt a cold derision welling up within him. How pathetic and laughable. When Zhao Dahua tyrannized the village, where was their resistance? Not only did they kneel at his door begging for food, but even the mere sight of Zhao Dahua would send them scurrying away. Now, having slain Zhao Dahua, they dared to kneel at their own doorstep, attempting to bind him with their moralistic pleas. Did they truly believe Su Lang was a soft persimmon, easily bullied? The tragic demise of Wang Erniu's family had vividly illustrated to him that in these chaotic times, rampant benevolence was but a poison that hastened death. He was loath to waste any more breath on these people and turned to leave. At that moment, a voice called out, Su-ji. A somewhat timid, yet resolute voice emerged from the rear of the crowd. Su Lang pauset momentia, a man of modest stature, yet appearing robust, squeezed his way through the throng. It was Zhang Xing from the village. He hurriedly approached Su Lang, his face quivering with anxiety. The little flesh he had was trembling slightly. Su Lang regarded him and inquired, "Do you wish to venture into the mountains as well?" Zhang Xing nodded vigorously. Unable to meet Su Lang's gaze, his head bowed, clutching the hem of his garment, he spoke with all his might. "My mother gave birth to another brother a few days ago, and our family is unable to make ends meet. I wish to accompany you, Su to seek our fortune in the mountains." He raised his head, his eyes brimming with earnest entreaty. If we manage to catch something, you are the leader. So you may take the lion's share. I only require a small portion, enough to brew a soup for my mother to regain her strength. That would satisfy me. The Deqian kingdom had suffered from protracted warfare, resulting in heavy casualties among the male population, leaving most households desolate. To encourage population growth, the government issued a stern decree. Whether new brides or original wives, those who bore sons would receive 10 pounds of rice from the authorities. Although this rice was mixed with various substances and hardly constituted fine grain, it became the greatest hope for numerous families during these dire, cannibalistic years. Zhang Xing's mother, in her desperation for that life-saving rice, had risked everything to bear another child. Yet, having given birth, she lay weakly in bed, unable to even consume a warm meal. As Su Lang beheld the face of Zhang Xing, etched with filial piety and determination, an emotional stir resonated within him. He was reminiscent of Wang Erniu, who had wept like a child while cradling a pottery jar. Both were men striving to survive for the sake of their families. Very well, Su Lang uttered succinctly. Return and fetch a suitable tool. A firewood axe or a shovel will suffice. I shall wait for you at the village entrance. Zhang Xing's eyes sparkled with disbelief and joy. Ah, wonderful. Hangzhu, Su Zage. Thank you, he stammered in excitement, bowing repeatedly to Su Lang before turning and sprinting homeward. The villagers surrounding them bore expressions of mixed emotions, ranging from shock and confusion to a pitying disdain, viewing him as yet another fool willing to risk his life. A moment later, at the village entrance, Zhang Xing approached, panting, carrying a rusty firewood axe. His already tattered clothing had been replaced with an even more ragged garment, evidently the best he could muster from home. Su De, I have returned. Su Lang note that, sparing no further words as he turned towards the depths of the mountains. Zhang Xing, axe in hand, followed closely behind. Their silhouettes, one ahead and the other trailing, appeared somewhat desolate, yet carried a noble sense of resolve amidst the morning mist. Widow Wang remained kneeling, watching the two vanish into the distance, her vacant eyes finally shedding two streams of murky tears. The deeper they ventured into the mountains, the dimmer the light became. Towering trees obscured the sky, and the air was thick with a damp, decaying odor. The sounds of birds and insects gradually faded, leaving only the rustling of their footsteps upon the dry branches and fallen leaves. Zhang Xing was so tense that his palms were slick with sweat. He clutched the firewood axe tightly, daring not to stray too far from Su Lang. The atmosphere weighed heavily upon him, suffocating. Suddenly, Su Lang halted, raising his hand abruptly. Zhang Xing, startled, froze instantly, his body tensing. Su De, what is it? He whispered, his voice quaking. Su Lang did not turn or respond. He remained silent, slowly raising his other hand to point towards the ground a short distance ahead. Zhang Xing followed his gesture and saw a massive footprint imprinted in the moist earth, unmistakably marking the territory of a formidable creature. The footprint was larger than that of two adult men standing side by side, deeply embedded in the soil, its edges marked with 5 distinct claw marks. Chapter 26, Legendary Archery. A colossal footprint unmistakably declared the master of this forest. A black bear. Zhang Xing's face drained of color, his blood running cold, his grip on the axe faltering as it clattered to the ground. He trembled like a leaf in an autumn breeze, stammering, "Bear?" Su Lang ignored his panic. His focus fixated on the track as the knowledge of legendary hunting skills raced through his mind. Judging by the depth and size of the footprint, it belonged to an adult male black bear, weighing at least 400 pounds. Such a beast reigned supreme in these woods. Although he possessed enhanced physical capabilities, Su Lang was still flesh and blood. A direct confrontation posed excessive risks. Moreover, bear meat was tough and unpalatable, not worth the peril. With 4 gentle women awaiting his return, there was no need to endanger himself for a morsel of unsavory meat. Retrieve your axe. Su Lang's voice remained calm. We shall circumvent this path. Why, yes, let us hurry. Zhang Xing, awakened from his daze, scrambled to pick up the fallen axe, trembling as he followed Su Lang, scarcely daring to breathe. In the village, shortly after Su Lang's departure, a group of idle rascals stealthily approached. Leading them was the notorious scoundrel, Han Xiaoqiang. He gazed at the newly constructed wooden house, envisioning the 4 enchanting women inside, his eyes gleaming with avarice. Bah, what is this? A starving pauper stumbles upon good fortune, not only feasting, but also accompanied by 4 wives. Han Xiaoqiang spat, his face contorted with jealousy and indignation. Brother Chong, Su Lang is not to be trifled with. Even Zhao Dahua fell to his hands. A lackey cautioned in hushed tones. What do you know? Han Xiaoqiang retorted, slapping the lackey on the back of the head. He merely had a stroke of luck. Zhao Dahua must have underestimated him. Besides, he has ventured into the mountains now. I refuse to believe that his women can still defy us. Bolstered by false bravado, he swaggered to the door, kicking it with a resounding thud. Open up. Let me in. I know you have provisions. Hand them over for us to sample, or I shall force my way inside. Inside, Hua Yurong, Xia Zhuo, and Li Xiuji were startled by the sudden upheaval, their faces paling in fear. What should we do? It's Han Xiaoqiang. Xia Zhuo's complexion turned ashen. Do not fear. Brace the door. Hua Yurong attempted to maintain composure, though her trembling voice betrayed her. Just then, the aloof Murong Yenran, who had been quietly seated in the corner, abruptly stood. Without hesitation, she approached the door and swiftly unlatched it. Leave? The single icy word escaped her lips. Han Xiaoqiang was taken aback by the door's sudden opening. Even more so by the strikingly beautiful yet cold woman who stood before him. Momentarily stunned, a lewd grin spread across his face. Oh, little lady, quite bold, are we? What? Is your man away, leaving you lonely? Would you like us to keep you company? Murong Yenran made her move. Without a moment's hesitation, she unleashed a swift and decisive kick, slicing through the air with a sharp whoosh, striking Han Xiaoqiang squarely in the abdomen. The impact was thunderous. Han Xiaoqiang was sent flying, crashing heavily onto the ground 3 meters away, clutching his stomach, writhing in pain like a shrimp with its tail stepped on, unable to rise for quite some time. The surrounding villagers and his few lackeys were left dumbfounded. No one had anticipated that this seemingly tall and fragile woman could strike with such ferocity. Murong Yenran did not even spare him a glance, turning to close the door. How dare you hit me? You shameless bitch. You're asking for it. I will make sure you pay for this. Han Xiaoqiang, helped by his lackeys, scrambled to his feet, filled with rage and humiliation, charging into the courtyard like a madman. But just as he reached the doorway, a glint of cold light flashed. A sharp dagger had somehow found its way to his throat. The icy sensation caused Han Xiaoqiang's movements to freeze instantly. One more step forward, and you are dead. Murong Yenran's voice was devoid of any emotion. The entire scene fell into a profound silence. The villagers, who had initially gathered to watch the commotion, were now rendered mute with fear. They realized that Su Lang's new bride was far from a weak woman. She was a thorny rose, a mother tiger capable of biting back. No wonder Su Lang dared to confront Shou Dahu. It turned out that he had such a formidable wife hidden at home. In an instant, the villagers' gazes towards the wooden house transformed entirely, shifting from jealousy and resentment to deep respect and trepidation. Deep within the mountains, Su Lang and Zhang Xing sidestepped the territory of a black bear and continued their journey deeper. Suddenly, the nearby bushes rustled violently, and a massive wild boar, tusks bared, charged out with a deafening roar. The stench of blood and sweat hit them like a wave. Ah, a wild boar. Zhang Xing was so frightened that his soul nearly left his body. He screamed and turned to flee, abandoning the knife in his hand. Yet Su Lang stood firm, motionless. Calmly, he drew his bow, moving with lightning speed. Just as the wild boar was within 10 meters of him, whoosh, the first arrow shot forth, striking precisely into the wild boar's left eye. The boar howled in pain, but continued its charge undeterred. Su Lang remained unflustered, knocking another arrow. Whoosh! The second arrow pierced through its right eye, blinded and driven to madness. The wild boar barreled forward towards Su Lang. Without flinching, Su Lang drew back the bowstring once more. Whoosh! Whoosh! 2 more arrows flew. One pierced the boar's throat, while the other drove deep into its skull through its open mouth. With a thud, the massive creature, weighing over 300 pounds, crashed to the ground, sliding several meters before coming to a halt mere inches from Su Lang's feet. Blood stained the earth red. Zhang Xing, having run far away, halted at the sound, turning back to witness the scene, his entire being petrified. He stared at the lifeless wild boar and then at the calm Su Lang standing beside it, his mouth agape, unable to utter a word. The entire ordeal had transpired in mere moments. He had just killed an adult wild boar? Was Su Lang even human? Come help me. Su Lang kicked the boar, realizing the scent of blood would attract other beasts, and they needed to move it quickly. Zhang Xing snapped back to reality, scrambling back. His face flushed with excitement at the sight of the boar, larger than 2 calves combined. Brother Su, you are simply a god descended upon earth. This boar must weigh at least 300 pounds. We're going to strike it rich. Su Lang ignored his flattery, and together they exerted tremendous effort to drag the heavy boar out of the mountains. As dusk approached, when they finally emerged from the oppressive thicket and beheld the light, both were nearly exhausted. Brother Su, let us take a break. I can hardly move anymore. Zhang Xing plopped down on the ground, gasping for breath. Su Lang, quali fatit, nodded in agreement. Brother Su, have some water. Zhang Xing unfastened his water pouch, gratefully handing it over. You've worked the hardest. You drink first. Su Lang accepted it without a second thought, tilting his head back to drink. Just as his Adam's apple bobbed, Zhang Xing, seated on the ground, felt his expression of simplicity and gratitude vanish, replaced by a sinister and resolute glint. He silently grasped the rusty chopping knife beside him and swung it with all his might at Su Lang's unguarded neck. Chapter 27. You want to kill me? The cold wind swept across the blade, carrying the stench of rust and sweat. Just as the rusty knife was about to make contact with Su Lang's neck, his body reacted faster than his mind. He did not retreat or block, but instead leaned back at an astonishing angle. The icy blade grazed his throat, leaving a slight sting, and a thin line of blood appeared. Su Lang shoved the water pouch aside, spilling clear water onto the ground. He did not glance at the water, but fixed his gaze on the man before him, Zhang Xing, who had just moments ago worn a look of innocence, but now appeared ghastly. In a flash of understanding, Su Lang realized that this 300-pound wild boar represented a moving mountain of gold in this year of famine. In such a secluded area, a human life meant little. By eliminating him, Zhang Xing could claim the boar for himself. Upon returning to the village, he could simply say he was taken by a black bear. Who would suspect? Who would dare to question? The harrowing image of Wang Erniu's family meeting a tragic end resurfaced in Su Lang's mind. In this world, there had never been any logic to uphold. With a failed strike, the innocence in Zhang Xing's eyes was completely eclipsed by madness. He let out a roar, raising the chopping knife with all his might, aiming once more at Su Lang's head. He had torn off the mask. There was no turning back. He calculated that at such close range, Su Lang's remarkable archery skills would be rendered useless. Su Lang did not even flinch. He was too lethargic to retrieve the mulberry longbow lying on the ground. Instead, he drew the short knife strapped to his waist. Just as Zhang Xing's blade descended upon him, Su Lang's mind was flooded with the countless techniques of the fierce wind knife technique, instinctively guiding his body. He did not confront the blow head-on. Instead, he simply stepped aside to the left. That small step allowed him to perfectly evade the powerful strike. Simultaneously, the short knife in his hand sliced upward at an exceptionally acute angle. The sound of flesh being cut echoed as Zhang Xing's scream caught in his throat. He looked down, disbelief etched across his face, as he beheld a deep wound on his right wrist, blood pouring out profusely. The grip on his knife faltered. Clang! The rusty chopping knife fell to the ground. Zhang Xing staggered back, his face a canvas of terror and confusion. How could this be possible? He was caught off guard, as Su Lang offered him no opportunity for contemplation. With swift precision, the dagger in his hand, unadorned, straightforward, was thrust into Zhang Xing's chest. The latter's body stiffened suddenly, as if all vitality had been instantaneously siphoned away. He collapsed weakly to the ground, torrents of fresh blood gushing from his mouth, his throat emitting a rasping sound. Langu, he reached out with his uninjured hand, desperately trying to grasp Su Lang's pant leg, his eyes filled with pleading. I was wrong. Please. My mother, my newborn brother. Su Lang looked down at him, his expression devoid of emotion. I did not kill you. His voice was eerily calm. You died in the mountains, mauled by beasts. Upon finishing, he withdrew the dagger and, under Zhang Xing's desperate gaze, swiftly and decisively slashed across his throat. The world fell silent. Su Lang stood still, observing the corpse sprawled on the ground alongside a wild boar. He paused for a moment, then bent down, using Zhang Xing's tattered clothing to wipe the blood from his blade. With the strength of his enhanced physique, He tied the rope to the boar's hooves and began dragging the heavy prey step by step toward the mountain's edge. When Su Lang appeared at the village entrance, dragging the massive boar, akin to a calf, the He village erupted in commotion. The villagers, basking in the sun and gnawing on tree bark, all stood up, craning their necks as if witnessing a miracle. Heavens, is it a wild boar? It must weigh at least 300 pounds. My goodness, is that Su Lang? Did he single-handedly bring it down? Where's Zhang Xing? What happened to him? The murmurs and gasps of astonishment rose and fell. Su Lang paid them no heed. He merely trudged forward, expressionless, dragging the enormous boar through the crowd. The villagers instinctively parted to make way for him, glancing at the bloodstains that did not belong to the boar and at his face, as cold as ice, silencing their whispers, scarcely daring to breathe. Jealousy? Envy? No. What remained was a profound, marrow-deep fear. This Su Lang was no longer merely human. He had transformed into a demon. Su Lang ignored the villagers and returned home, kicking the courtyard door open with a resounding thud. Husband, you're back. For figures rushed out of the house almost simultaneously. Upon seeing Su Lang and the intimidating boar behind him, they gasped, covering their mouths in shock. Husband, you're incredible. It was Xia Zhuo who first regained her composure, flitting into Su Lang's embrace like a joyous bird, rubbing her small head against his chest. Hua Yurong and Li Xiuji quickly joined her, their faces alight with joy and admiration. Only Murong Yanran approached Su Lang, meticulously inspecting the blood on him. Are you hurt? It's not my blood. Su Lang ziplit non tialen. Murong Yanran sighed in relief, but then, as if recalling something, leaned closer to Su Lang and whispered, What about Zhang Xing? Su Lang glanced to her. He fed the bears. Murong Yanran's body stiffened slightly, but she said nothing, silently stepping aside. Husband, you have no idea. Xiaozhuo wriggled out of Su Lang's embrace, tugging at his sleeve, her lips pouting adorably as she began to whine. Not long after you left, that scoundrel Han Xiaoqiang came with his men. He would try to kick down our door to steal our food. She looked up at him, her face a picture of innocence, as if pleading for his intervention. If it weren't for Sister Yanran's strength, kicking him away in one blow, we wouldn't have known what to do. Upon hearing this, a flicker of emotion crossed Su Lang's previously impassive face. He slowly lowered his head, gazing at Xia Zhuo's face, which was etched with reliance and grievance. An inexplicable mix of ferocity and satisfaction surged within him. Those who bully the weak fear the strong. He reached out and ruffled Xia Zhuo's hair. Understood. Turning to the other women, he instructed, You all take care of the boar. With that, he stepped outside the courtyard. Husband, where are you going? Hua Yurong asked with concern. Su Lang did not look back. I'm going to teach those bullies a lesson. Chapter 28. Establishing Authority. Su Lang strode out of the courtyard. However, he did not head directly to Han Xiaoqiang's house at the east end of the village. Instead, he took a circuitous route through the village. The roads were rough and uneven, dotted with emaciated villagers. Upon seeing Su Lang, they recoiled, lowering their heads as if they were mice in the presence of a cat. In a corner, Su Lang spotted a frail little boy, reduced to little more than skin and bones, licking his fingers. The boy shuddered at the sight of him and turned to flee. Stop! Su Lang Gongman! The boy froze, too afraid to look back, trembling like a dried leaf in the wind. Su Lang pulled out a small, warm egg wrapped in oil paper and tossed it towards him. The egg landed in the boy's embrace, the rich aroma instantly filling his nostrils. The boy's throat bobbed as he spun around, fixated on the egg, drooling uncontrollably. Do you want to eat it? Su Lang in guit. The boy nodded vigorously, his eyes brimming with desire. Help me with the task. If you succeed, not only will you get this egg, but tonight you shall have meat soup. The boy's eyes widened in astonishment. Anything. Just tell me what to do. Go to the county office in the town and find a constable named Li Si. Tell him that his brother Su Lang has caught a 300-pound wild boar in the village and invite him to come over for me tonight. Su Lang spoke Gan Li, and also inform him that I am at Han Xiaoqiang's house, waiting for him to help deal with those blind fools. Although the boy did not understand, he memorized every word. Remember? I remember. I remember. Go. The boy nodded, shoving the egg into his mouth. And then he dashed off towards the village exit like a whirlwind. Killing was simple. Yet, what Su Lang sought was not merely to take a life. He aimed to set an example, to ensure that everyone in the He village understood that he, Su Lang, and his home were not to be trifled with. Han Xiaoqiang's home was little better than Su Lang's previous hut, equally dilapidated and on the brink of collapse. From a distance, the sounds of boastful chatter could be heard from within. What is Su Lang anyway? Just lucky, that's all. It's just that Han Xiaoqiang has a voice like a duck, and his women are so pretty they could squeeze water out of them. What a waste. Exactly. Strong brother. I say we sneak over tonight and show him some real colors. A chorus of lewd laughter erupted. Passers-by among the villagers dared only to fume in silence. Hastening their steps, Su Lang approached the door and paused. Instead of knocking, he lifted his foot and, with all his might, kicked it open. Boom! The dilapidated wooden door shattered into splinters. Amidst the flying wood chips, the laughter within the room came to an abrupt halt. Han Xiaoqiang and his rowdy companions stared in astonishment at the figure emanating an aura of menace at the entrance. Su Lang. Han Xiaoqiang trembled in fear. Dropping the grass root he held, Su Lang remained silent, merely stepping forward into the room. The occupants instinctively recoiled. What do you want? I warn you, don't go wild in broad daylight. Han Xiaoqiang barked, his bravado faltering. Su Lang curled his lips, revealing a cruel smirk. With a sudden surge, he lunged forward, delivering a powerful punch that struck Han Xiaoqiang squarely on the nose. Crack! The unmistakable sound of breaking bone resonated. Han Xiaoqiang let out a shriek akin to a dying pig, collapsing backward, blood gushing from his nose like a burst dam. Brother Chong, the remaining thugs, shocked and furious, grabbed benches and sticks, charging at Su Lang. Seeking death, Su Lang sidestepped a swinging wooden stick, swiftly seizing the assailant's wrist and twisting it with force. The man's arm contorted at an unnatural angle, eliciting a scream as the stick fell from his grasp. Su Lang kicked him away, crashing into two others behind him. The entire sequence transpired in the blink of an eye. Han Xiaoqiang's lackeys lay sprawled on the ground, moaning in agony. Su Long approached Han Xiaoqiang, planting a foot on his chest. Cough, cough, cough. Han Xiaoqiang wheezed violently, each cough expelling blood. You dare hit me? I want to let you off. He stammered defiantly. Su Lang pets thou had Ugh. Han Xiaoqiang felt as though his ribcage might shatter, tears and snot streaming down his face. Lang, I was wrong. Please spare me. He finally succumbed, pleading desperately. Outside, a crowd of villagers had gathered, their expressions a mix of fear and excitement as they craned their necks for a better view. Just then, a powerful voice rang out from the crowd. The constable is here. Li Si has arrived. The villagers erupted, parting to make way. Now, a spectacle was at hand. No matter how audacious Su Lang was, could he dare to confront the officials? Having injured so many, his fate was sealed. He deserved it. Let him be arrogant once more. Some began to revel in the anticipation of Su Lang being captured and executed. Hearing Li Si's arrival, Han Xiaoqiang clung to the hope of salvation. Under the complex gaze of the onlookers, Li Si swaggered in, accompanied by two constables. He paused momentarily, taken aback by the bloody scene. Upon spotting Han Xiaoqiang, nearly unrecognizable beneath Su Lang's foot, his brow furrowed. Li, constable, save me. Han Xiaoqiang gasped, extending a hand in desperation. It's Su Lang. He wants to kill me. Everyone expected Li Si to draw his weapon and apprehend Su Lang immediately. However, Li Si merely cast a glance at Han Xiaoqiang before striding directly to Su Lang, a broad grin plastered across his face. Oh, I thought it was someone else. Su, my brother, what are you doing? Why waste your energy on such trash? With that, he raised his foot and delivered a vicious kick to Han Xiaoqiang's face. Spit. Han Xiaoqiang, are you tired of living? Li Si spat a thick phlegm onto Han Xiaoqiang's face, berating him. Su's family is registered with the government, expanding the influence of the Qian nation. If you dare harbor ill intentions, you're opposing the government. You're opposing the court. I will deal with you today. The courtyard fell into a deathly silence. All the villagers, including the groaning thugs, were left dumbfounded. They could hardly believe their ears. Li Si not only refrained from arresting Su Lang, but he also aided him in his assault. After his tirade, Li Si turned back, affectionately wrapping an arm around Su Lang's shoulder, his voice booming enough for everyone to hear. Su Lang is my brother. Anyone daring to plot against him will face my wrath. With that, he swiftly drew a long knife from his waist. The two constables accompanying him immediately unsheathed their weapons as well, instilling fear in Han Xiaoqiang and causing the onlookers to retreat in alarm. Sensing the effectiveness of his intimidation, Li Si licked his lips, eager to say, "Su, my brother, I heard you took down a wild boar. Let us go. Don't waste time with these lowlifes. Take me to see it." Su Lang maintained a stoic expression, merely responding with a faint Then, under the petrified gaze of all, he raised his foot and stomped down onto Han Xiaoqiang's knee. Ah! A scream erupted from Han Xiaoqiang, his kneecap crushed beneath the force. Chapter 29. The infamy of Su Lang Han Xiaoqiang, as cries morphed into an inhuman wail. The excruciating pain from his shattered kneecap caused him to convulse, his eyes rolling back as he fainted from the agony. The courtyard was enveloped in an eerie silence. The villagers turned pale, their legs trembling in fear. In front of the officials, rendering someone a cripple, Su Lang was not merely ruthless. He had gone mad. Li Si's subordinates, hands resting on their knife hilts, wore expressions of shock, unsure of how to react. Yet Li Si appeared oblivious, still warmly embracing Su Lang's shoulders, his smile becoming even more radiant. "Su, my brother, excellent technique. When dealing with stones in a cesspit, one must be ruthless. Don't worry, I'll have him charged with conspiracy against the government and assaulting officials, ensuring he spends the rest of his days in prison." His words, though softly spoken, resonated clearly in the ears of every villager. A chilling realization coursed through them. This Su Lang was now untouchable in Day Village. Not only was he a merciless killer, but he also had the government backing him. Su Lang smirked slightly, remaining silent. This was precisely the effect he desired. "Let us go. Don't let this riffraff delay our business." Li Si, eager with anticipation, licked his lips, exclaiming, "I came here drawn by the scent of meat. Where's that wild boar? Lead me to it." Su Lang notet non chalen. And amidst the entourage of Li Si and the two constables, he turned to leave, leaving behind a scene of chaos and a group of villagers rendered mute by fear. Upon reaching the entrance, Li Si caught sight of the enormous wild boar. Its belly split open, and his eyes lit up with excitement. Goodness, what a fine specimen. He rushed into the courtyard, marveling at the boar. However, upon closer inspection, he was taken aback. The 300-pound boar was not only impeccably cleaned, but its hair had been completely removed, and even the internal organs were neatly arranged. The entire process had been executed with precision, devoid of any mess. "Xu Lao Di, do you have such a skilled person in your family?" Li Si expressed his astonishment. Before Xu Long could respond, Xia Zhuo bounded out from the room, enthusiastically embracing Xu Long's arm, her face alight with pride. "Of course, it's all thanks to Sister Xiuji." She pointed to the busy figure of Li Xiuji, whose charming face was slightly flushed from the heat of the stove. "Sister Xiuji is incredibly capable. She managed to prepare such a large pig all by herself in no time. And all those black seeds you planted, they were also tended to by Sister Xiuji." Li Xiuji blushed at her praise, hastily lowering her head and softly protesting, I didn't do much. It's just what I ought to do." Though Xiaozhua had entered the household before Li Xiuji, she was the youngest and always called Hua Yorong, and Li Xiuji's sister out of respect. Xu Long observed the delicate figure, diligently working and avoiding his gaze, and felt a stir of emotion in his heart. This timid girl, despite her self-doubt, was indeed diligent and capable. She claimed to have done little, yet her face was glistening with beads of sweat, clearly exhausted from her efforts. "All right, let's not linger. We must get the meat stewing," Xu Long declared. "Today, fourth brother is visiting us, so let us select some fine meat." Hua Yorong responded gently, taking the two younger sisters with her to start their tasks. Soon, a rich aroma of meat wafted from the clay pot, dominating the entire courtyard. The two attendants Li Si brought could hardly contain their drooling as they fixated on the pot. Large chunks of pork rolled within the pot, simmering to tender perfection. "Ixlodi, come. Today, we shall drink until we are inebriated," Li Si exclaimed, removing a black wine gourd from his waist and uncorking it, releasing a robust fragrance. "I heard you caught a wild boar, so I saved this wine for a long time, unwilling to drink it." Seated across from each other at the table, Xu Long and Li Si feasted heartily on the meat and drank from large bowls. After several rounds of wine, Li Si's face had turned crimson, and his chatter became spirited. He patted Xu Long's shoulder, speaking with a slurred tongue. "Rest assured, Xu Lao Di, with fourth brother around, no one in Dahat Suin would dare lay a finger on you." Even if someone foolishly provokes me, you need not fear. Li Si leaned in closer, lowering his voice, and conspiratorially whispered, "Let me share a secret with you. The county magistrate in our town is my brother-in-law. My wife is his own sister." Shulong paused mid-motion, holding his wine bowl. This revelation was indeed a delightful surprise. He had initially thought Li Si was merely a minor local power, but he had no idea such a formidable backing was behind him. It seemed the wild chicken and 2 pounds of rice were worth the expense. From now on, anyone who dares to provoke you is akin to provoking me. To provoke me is to show disrespect to the county magistrate. Li Si thumped his chest, taking on a grandiose demeanor. The feast continued until dusk. Li Si, now thoroughly intoxicated and supported by his 2 subordinates, was escorted to the door by Shulong, who instructed Hua Yorong to bring forth 2 hefty pig hind legs, each weighing at least 20 pounds, bound with straw ropes. "Fourth brother, this wild delicacy is but a token of my regard. Please take it back to savor." He placed one leg into Li Si's embrace and handed the other to the nearby attendant. "This one, please convey my respects to the county magistrate." Li Si, with bleary eyes, instantly sobered upon hearing this. He looked at Shulong and broke into a wide grin. "All right, good brother. I, Li Si, acknowledge you as my brother." After seeing off Li Si, the courtyard finally fell silent. Upon returning indoors, Shulong found that the women had already tidied up the bowls and utensils. His gaze fell upon the pile of pork in the corner, yet his mind was consumed by the haunting image of Zhang Xing's pleading eyes in his final moments. "My mother, my newborn brother." He paused in contemplation. "Yorong, please wrap up 10 pounds of meat for me." Hua Yorong hesitated for a moment, but asked no questions. She simply nodded in compliance, quickly using a large lotus leaf to wrap the 10 pounds of pork, both fatty and lean, and handed it to him. Shulong hoisted the heavy parcel of pork and strode out of the courtyard, heading directly towards the dilapidated thatch cottage at the west end of the village, Zhang Xing's home. The door was slightly ajar, with a dim light from an oil lamp flickering within. Shulong pushed the door open. An elderly woman, her hair grizzled and appearing to be over 50, was weakly leaning against the head of the bed, cradling an infant swathed in a swaddling cloth. In truth, Zhang Xing's mother was only 40 years old, but the hardships of life had aged her prematurely. Upon seeing Shulong, a flicker of confusion crossed her murky eyes, quickly transforming into terror. Shulong remained silent, walking inside and placing the heavy parcel of pork onto the rickety table. The old woman stared at the oily meat package, her entire being frozen in shock. "Zhang Xing, come with me to hunt in the mountains." Shulong's voice was flat and devoid of emotion. "On the way, we encountered a bear. He was taken away." Chapter 30. I simply adore the way you blindly worship me. The elderly woman's gaze shifted from the oily package of pork back to Shulong. Her eyes first bewildered, then consumed by profound sorrow. She opened her mouth to speak but emitted no sound, clutching the sleeping infant tightly, her body trembling violently. Shulong offered no further words. After stating his piece, he turned and departed. His 10 pounds of meat was not born out of compassion, nor was it out of guilt. He merely felt pity for the newborn, who knew nothing of this cruel world. In this wretched society, it was all he could do. Exiting the dilapidated cottage, the night breeze chilled his face. On his way back, Shulong spotted a familiar small figure lurking in the shadows of a wall. It was the little boy who had previously gone to the town to deliver a message for him. He was hiding, peering out with trepidation. "Come here," Shulong commanded. The boy flinched in fear and turned to flee. "I told you to come here." Shulong's tone was calm, yet imbued with an unyielding authority. The boy froze, slowly emerging from the wall, head bowed, barely daring to breathe. "What's wrong? Are you afraid of me?" The boy remained silent, burying his head even lower. Shulong understood that the bloody scene he had witnessed earlier that afternoon at Han Xiaoqiang's home had thoroughly frightened the child. "Tell me, why didn't you come to my house for the meat soup?" I. The boy's voice was as faint as a whisper. "I saw you. You cut off Uncle Han's leg." Shulong chuckled. He pulled out a piece of steaming cooked meat, wrapped in lotus leaves from his pocket, and tossed it into the boy's arms. The rich aroma of meat instantly filled the boy's nostrils. "I, Shulong, am only ruthless to my enemies. You helped me. I shall not treat you poorly. Remember to come to my house tomorrow at noon. There will be plenty of meat." With that, he no longer paid attention to the boy, who stood frozen in place, clutching the meat, and strode away. Xulong never owed anyone anything. Upon returning home, the courtyard was already spotless. The door to the secondary bedroom was slightly ajar, revealing a dim light, yet the interior was eerily quiet. However, the door to the master bedroom was tightly shut. Hua Yorong and the others were quite considerate. Xulong pushed open the master bedroom door. Beneath the warm glow of a dim oil lamp, Li Xiaozhi sat nervously at the edge of the bed. She had donned a fresh garment, her hair neatly arranged, and under the illumination, her delicate countenance appeared particularly enchanting. Upon hearing the sound of the door, her body trembled visibly, and her small hands anxiously twisted the hem of her clothing. Her cheeks flushed crimson. Her husband, Su Lang, smiled as he seated himself beside her, refraining from any hasty gestures. He merely gazed at her and suddenly spoke. Xiaozhi, do you know? Back in the village, you were the girl I admired most. Li Xiaozhi abruptly lifted her head, her large, glistening eyes filled with disbelief. At that time, I thought you were the most beautiful woman in our village. Su Lang remarked, his voice tinged with nostalgic warmth. This unexpected confession left Li Xiaozhi momentarily stunned, all her nervousness and shyness replaced by a more wondrous, bashful emotion. I am not, she stammered, burying her face in her chest, her voice barely audible. We even went fishing together by the river when we were young. Su Lang continued. Li Xiaozhi's heart skipped a beat. She indeed remembered. Yet, as they grew older and the distinctions between genders became apparent, they gradually drifted apart. Stealing a glance at the man before her, she noted he was no longer the frail, silent youth of her memories. His shoulders had broadened, his features became more defined, and particularly, his eyes held a depth that was disconcerting, drawing her in with a mere glance. Husband, you have changed, Li Xiaozhi softly remarked. So, do you prefer the current me or the past me? Su Lang inquired with a mischievous smile. Li Xiaozhi's face reddened further as she bit her lip. Reply in a whisper, I like both. Su Lang ceased speaking, extending his arms to gently pull her into his embrace. Li Xiaozhi's body stiffened momentarily, but soon melted into his warmth, resting against his chest and feeling the strength of his heartbeat. Husband, I will serve you well. I can do anything, she declared. Silly girl, Su Lang responded, leaning down to kiss her. The flickering lights cast a romantic ambience. The bed once again resonated rhythmically, heralding a new chapter. Another night of passion unfolded. The following day, Su Lang emerged from the master bedroom, invigorated and filled with boundless energy. He glanced at Li Xiaozhi, who still slept peacefully, a contented blush adorning her face, and felt a surge of pride. Ding! Li Xiaozhi's affection level, 20. Current affection level, 115. Deeply in love. Ding! Congratulations, host, on completing the hidden task sharing the blessings. Reward. A gift pack. Upon opening the gift pack, congratulations, host, on acquiring lightness skill treading on snow without a trace. Beginner. 100 pounds of premium pork. In the next moment, a plethora of techniques regarding body movement, footwork, breath control, and leaps surged into Su Lang's mind. He felt as if his body had become considerably lighter, as though he could effortlessly leap onto the rooftop. What a treasure! With this agility, combined with my exceptional hunting skills and wind blade technique, even if I encounter a bear in the mountains, I could escape unscathed. Su Lang thought contentedly as he donned his clothes and exited the master bedroom. Upon stepping outside, he noticed Hua Yorong, Murong Yenran, and Xiaozhi, all sporting identical dark circles under their eyes, sitting listlessly in the courtyard while boiling water. Li Xiaozhi emerged from the room, supporting her waist, limping slightly, and upon seeing the three women's appearances, her face instantly flushed, and she lowered her gaze in embarrassment. Su Lang chuckled and deliberately approached them, clearing his throat. Oh, ladies, what seems to be the matter? Did you all not sleep well last night? Hua Yorong merely smiled gently without responding. Xiaozhi pouted, casting a resentful glance at him. Only Murong Yenran raised her head, glaring fiercely at him. Su Lang approached her, grinning as he said, now that all you ladies are mine, I think we should do away with the distinctions between master bedroom and guest room. Wouldn't it be more lively if we all slept together? In your dreams. Murong Yenran exploded, not thinking twice before throwing a punch at Su Lang's face. Su Lang swiftly seized her wrist and pulled her into his embrace, whispering in her ear, do you want to try? I guarantee it's more comfortable than sleeping alone. Get off, you shameless scoundrel. Murong Yenran exclaimed, flustered and furious, struggling violently in his arms. But he held her tighter. Su Lang playfully patted her pert backside, relishing its surprising elasticity before finally releasing his grip. During breakfast, the atmosphere was both enchanting and peculiar. After the meal, Hua Yurong emerged from the house with a brand new garment. "Husband, this is something I managed to make for you. You try it on and see if it fits." It was a coarse blue short shirt, the stitching meticulous, clearly crafted with care. Su Lang removed his tattered clothing and donned the new attire. The enhancement of his physique had already transformed him. Once frail, he now appeared tall and robust, his muscles well-defined and exuding strength. The simple, coarse shirt, rather than appearing shabby, accentuated his gallant demeanor, making him appear as a sword poised to be drawn. The four women in the room were left awestruck. In Hua Yurong's eyes lay an unending tenderness. In Li Xiuji's gaze was a depth of adoration. Even Murong Yanran, who had always been at odds with him, displayed a flicker of astonishment and complexity. "Wow, husband looks so handsome." Xiaozhuo was the first to break the silence. Fluttering over to Su Lang like a butterfly, her face tilted upward, her big eyes sparkling with admiration. Su Lang reveled in their infatuation, feeling a sense of pride. He delighted in their blind adoration. Chapter 31. Can we all sleep under the same blanket? After breakfast, Li Xiuji went to tend to the vegetable garden, only to be taken aback as she stepped in the courtyard. In just one night, the previously barren land had sprouted a neatly arranged patch of verdant seedlings, each standing over 10 centimeters tall. "Heavens!" Xiaozhuo exclaimed from behind, unable to contain her astonishment as she rubbed her eyes, struggling to believe her sight. Hua Yurong and Murong Yanran were equally speechless in shock. "The seeds we planted just the day before have grown this tall already? This is nothing short of a miracle. Sister Xiuji, how did you manage to cultivate them? This is incredible." Xiaozhuo rushed to her side, filled with awe. "Indeed, Xiuji, your skills surpass even that of the seasoned farmers in the village." Hua Yurong genuinely praised. Li Xiuji, overwhelmed by the compliments, nearly buried her face in her chest. Softly defending herself, "It's not me. It's the seeds my husband provided." She gazed at the vibrant seedlings, her cheeks flushed, her small hands nervously gripping the hem of her clothing. Su Lang chuckled, choosing not to elaborate. The matter of the super seeds was best kept secret. By midday, the little boy who had delivered a message for Su Lang indeed arrived at the courtyard. He peeked in, his face reflecting both desire for the meat and a deep-seated fear. As Su Lang brought out a steaming bowl of meat soup, he spotted the boy. "Kumin." The little boy hesitated, inching forward, the enticing aroma of meat making his throat gulp, yet he shook his head. "Sir, I do not drink meat soup." Su Lang was somewhat taken aback. "Why? Afraid I poisoned it?" "No." The young boy hastily waved his hands, summoning all his courage to lift his head and gaze directly at Su Lang. "I want to accompany you on a hunt. I do not wish to endure a life of perpetual hunger, relying on others' charity." Su Lang observed the boy's eyes, which appeared particularly large due to hunger, yet burned with a tenacity and ferocity beyond his years. "Interesting," he remarked. "Do you know that Zhang Xing, who entered the mountains with me the day before yesterday, has already perished in the depths of the forest?" Su Lang's tone was remarkably unperturbed. The boy's body shuddered slightly, yet he nodded vigorously. "I'm not afraid of death. Starving to death is still death, and being devoured by a bear is also death. I might as well take a chance." Su Lang Tuka, shoving the bowl of meat soup into the boy's arms. "Very well. However, you must finish this bowl of soup first to gather strength for the hunt." The boy cradled the warm soup, gazing at the generous chunks of fatty meat, and his eyes immediately glistened with tears. Without further ado, he squatted down and began to devour the soup ravenously. "What is your name?" "Lu Lushitu." He mumbled, his mouth full of meat. "Is there anyone else at home?" "No. They have all starved to death." Su Lang fell silent. Having an assistant to carry back rabbits or wild chickens would indeed be advantageous. "Once you finish, we shall depart." "Yes, Lang Yi," Lu Lushitu exclaimed, polishing off the soup before standing up, his voice robust and resolute. As they ventured deeper into the mountains, Lu Lushitu trailed behind Su Lang, his palms sweaty with apprehension. Su Lang, however, moved with the ease of one returning to his own backyard, strolling leisurely. With the skill of Ta Shui Wu Chun, his speed and agility had surpassed all previous limits. After a short distance, Su Lang suddenly halted. He listened intently for a moment before nocking an arrow and aiming at a dense thicket to his left. Whoosh! The arrow soared through the air. A rustling sound emerged from the thicket, followed by silence. When Lu Lushitu rushed over, he found a plump wild rabbit, pierced through the heart by the arrow, lifeless. Just as he was about to cheer, Su Lang approached, parting the underbrush to reveal an even fatter rabbit hidden within. Su Lang lifted the rabbit and felt its belly. It has young ones inside. He handed the bough to Lu Lushitu while cradling the mother rabbit. We shall not kill this one. We will take it home to raise. Lu Lushitu stood in stunned silence, holding the longbow as he gazed at Su Lang's retreating figure, overwhelmed with astonishment. Langu even knows that the rabbit is pregnant? The two continued deeper into the woods. Soon, Su Lang made another discovery. This time, it was two wild chickens foraging in the forest. Whoosh! Whoosh! Two more arrows flew true. The chickens barely had time to emit a cry before they were struck down, lifeless on the ground. Lu Lushitu fell numb. In his eyes, Su Lang had transcended humanity. He was a deity of the mountains, a god of the hunt. Su Lang picked up the two wild chickens, weighing them in his hands. Feeling quite pleased, now he could present them to Zhuruo. She adored chicken legs. By evening, the two returned, laden with their spoils. Upon entering their home, Xia Zhuruo squealed in delight upon spotting the lively mother rabbit in Su Lang's arms. Wow, a rabbit! What a cute rabbit! She gingerly took the rabbit from Su Lang, cradling it in her arms, utterly enamored. Su Long playfully flicked her nose. You're practically drooling. Is it rabbit meat you crave? Of course not. Xia Zhuruo pouted, clutching the rabbit and scampering away. Su Lang called out, do you prefer it braised or spicy? Xia Zhuruo licked her lips, unsure of how to respond. There is also a male one, Su Lang added. I want the spicy one, Xia Zhuruo declared without hesitation. Su Lang chuckled and, after a brief moment, skillfully crafted a sturdy cage for the rabbit using wood and vines. Lu Lushitu prepared to leave. Su Lang handed him one of the wild chickens. Take this home. Langa, this is too much. Lu Lushitu gasped, repeatedly shaking his head. If I tell you to take it, then take it, Su Lang insisted, shoving the chicken into his arms. If anyone dares to take your chicken, just say you are my Su Lang's little brother. Lu Lushitu's eyes brimmed with tears once more. He knelt before Su Lang, bowing deeply 3 times. Lang Ji's great kindness, I shall never forget. After saying this, he clutched the heavy wild chicken, glancing back repeatedly as he departed. Su Lang weighed the other wild chicken in his hand, striding into the kitchen. Hua Yurong was washing rice. Seeing him enter, she smiled warmly. Su Lang hung the chicken on the wall and casually lifted the lid of the rice jar to take a glance. Not much rice left. As he spoke, while Hua Yurong was distracted, he discreetly retrieved several dozen pounds of fine rice from the system space and filled the jar to the brim. Hua Yurong turned around and gasped, covering her mouth. Husband, where did all this rice come from? Oh, I traded for it with cured meat during my last trip to town. I forgot it in the corner, Su Lang replied nonchalantly. At dinner, the table was adorned with steaming braised chicken and spicy rabbit meat, creating an unprecedented atmosphere of harmony. After the meal, Su Lang cleared his throat, gazing at his 4 exquisite wives, his heart ablaze with warmth. I propose that we no longer distinguish between the master bedroom and the secondary bedroom. Let's all sleep together for a more lively gathering. The moment his words fell, the room fell silent. Hua Yurong, Murong Yenran, Xia Zhuruo, and Li Xiuji all blushed deeply, lowering their heads, none daring to utter a word. Su Lang grinned mischievously, casting out the bait. Whoever sleeps with me tomorrow, I will take you to the county town for shopping, to buy new clothes, jewelry, whatever you desire. Me. Xia Zhuruo could not contain her excitement and raised her hand eagerly, her face alight with anticipation. Hua Yurong, Murong Yenran, and Li Xiuji blushed, feeling both shy and annoyed. Yet none dared to voice a rebuttal. Chapter 32. The Dream Comes True. Xia Zhuruo's enthusiastic cry of me, was like a stone cast upon the tranquil surface of a lake. Hua Yurong and Li Xiuji's faces flushed crimson, as if blood could drip from them. Even Murong Yenran, who had maintained a chilly demeanor, felt an unnatural blush creep upon her ears. Su Lang chuckled, bending down to plant a kiss on Xia Zhuruo's smooth forehead. Good girl. The sudden affection left the little girl dazed, her eyes closing in bliss, melting into Su Lang's embrace. Su Lang gave her a knowing look. Xiaozhuo quickly understood. Wriggling out of Su Lang's arms and skipping over to Li Xiuji, tugging at her arm playfully. Sister Xiuji, just agree with husband. We can all be together every day. Li Xiuji, already timid, felt even more bashful under Xiaozhuo's insistence, merely mumbling a faint in acquiescence. That makes two. Su Lang's gaze settled on the gentle Hua Yurong. She felt her heart skip a beat under his scrutiny, biting her lip as she spoke with a hint of worry. Husband, we sisters all rely on you, so do not worry about your health. Su Lang approached her, embracing her and feeling the astonishing softness. Are you still unaware of your husband's capabilities? We are one family, and naturally, we shall sleep together from now on. It will be more lively this way. Hua Yurong's cheeks flushed with embarrassment as she leaned against Su Lang's broad chest, feeling the powerful heartbeat, and ultimately nodded shyly in agreement. Now, only Murong Yanran remained. She stood alone, arms crossed, with a frosty expression resembling an isolated young bride. Oomph, how deluded! Su Lang grinned mischievously as he moved closer to her, cornering her against the wall. Yanran, my dear wife, they have all agreed. You are the only one left. Are you perhaps afraid? Who's afraid? Murong Yanran's temper flared instantly. She straightened her chest, declaring, I, a proud daughter of the Jiang family, would fear a rogue like you? Come at me. Who fears whom is a little dog? As soon as the words left her lips, she regretted it. Hadn't she just played right into this rascal's hands? Su Lang's smile widened in delight. Good, you said it. Since everyone has agreed, we must establish some rules for our household from today onward. Su Lang cleared his throat, gazing at the four enchanting wives before him. Feeling a swell of pride, Yurong, gentle and virtuous, shall be our esteemed matriarch. Hua Yurong's face turned crimson as she responded softly. Yanran, although a bit hot-tempered, is to my liking. She shall be the second wife. Murong Yanran huffed, turning her head away, yet a slight smile betrayed her lips. Jiruo, lively and adorable, will be the third wife. Thank you, husband. Xiaozhuo exclaimed joyfully, jumping up. Li Xiuji, diligent and capable, is the last to enter our home. Thus the fourth wife. Li Xiuji lowered her head shyly, yet her heart brimmed with sweetness. With the titles established, the hearts of the women seemed to find a sense of stability. Well then, let us retire early. Su Lang waved his hand. Tomorrow, I shall take you all to explore the county town. Hooray! Xiaozhuo's eyes sparkled with excitement. However, Hua Yurong expressed concern. Husband, should we exchange our grain and wild boar meat for goods? It is a year of famine. Silver has become worthless, and grain is the true currency. Silly girl. Su Lang playfully pinched her nose. Although autumn has arrived, we cannot keep so much fresh meat for long. It will spoil, and that would be a greater loss. Instead, we should trade it while it is fresh for more useful items, and perhaps procure you some new clothing and jewelry. Su Lang thought to himself. There are still hundreds of pounds of meat in the system warehouse. This amount is hardly significant. Upon hearing about the prospect of new clothes and jewelry, the eyes of the women sparkled with anticipation. After all, no woman is indifferent to beauty. That night, the excessively large bed in the master bedroom was filled for the first time, more complex and intense than ever before. Who shall go first? Silence fell. Jiruo, my dear, set an example for them. Husband, how annoying. The next day, Su Lang awoke feeling refreshed. He checked the system. Hua Yurong favorability, 5. Current favorability, 130, devoted. Murong Yanran favorability, 5. Current favorability, 120, sharp-tongued but soft-hearted. Xiaozhuo favorability, 5. Current favorability, 130, deeply in love. Li Xiuji favorability, 5. Current favorability, 125, devoted. Su Lang was immensely satisfied. He went to the kitchen, asking Hua Yurong to wrap 10 pounds of the finest pork in lotus leaves. In the courtyard, Xiaozhuo squatted before the rabbit cage, carefully feeding the mother rabbit with freshly picked tender grass, mumbling to herself. Once everything was ready, the 5 of them locked the courtyard door and set off towards the county town. Dahu village was not far from the county town, and after about half an hour of walking, they arrived. Despite the famine, the county town was still much more prosperous than the village. The streets bustled with people. Although many bore haggard faces, at least they were alive. Various stalls lined the streets. Suddenly, a rich, sweet aroma boldly invaded everyone's nostrils. It was roasted sweet potatoes. Xiaozhuo, with keen eyes, pointed to a nearby stall, and exclaimed. An old man was tending a large iron barrel, pulling out glistening roasted sweet potatoes. A crowd had gathered around, staring hungrily at the golden potatoes, yet no one dared to approach. Xiaozhua instinctively licked her lips, her greedy little expression utterly adorable. Su Lang chuckled, leading her over. Old man, how much for these sweet potatoes? The old man looked up, wearily extending 5 fingers, 5 copper coins each. 5 copper coins could buy a small bag of coarse rice mixed with sand. The women exchanged glances of disbelief. Su Lang, however, remained unperturbed. He cut a small strip of pork from the bundle on his back, weighing about half a pound. Old man, will this be enough to exchange for 4? The old man's murky eyes instantly brightened at the sight of the fatty pork. In these times, meat was worth far more than copper coins. Enough. Plenty. He swiftly selected the 4 largest and juiciest roasted sweet potatoes, wrapped them in oil paper, and handed them over. Su Lang accepted the steaming sweet potatoes and distributed them among the 4 wives. Wow, so sweet. Xiaozhua, the most eager, blew on her potato a couple of times before taking a big bite, only to exhale with a gasp of heat while reluctant to spit it out. Hua Yorong and Li Xiuji nibbled slowly, their faces radiant with happiness and contentment. Even Murong Yanran, rarely one to complain, savored the treat with delight. Ding. Hua Yorong favorability, 5. Ding. Murong Yanran favorability, 5. Ding. Xiaozhua favorability, 5. Ding. Li Xiuzi favorability, sing. A series of notifications lifted Su Lang's spirits. To gain favor through a few roasted sweet potatoes, his wives were truly simple and easily satisfied. Just then, a ragged beggar, emitting a foul odor, approached with a broken bowl. Sir, please spare some food. Get lost. Su Lang frowned, coldly rebuffing him, showing no sympathy. The beggar trembled in fear at Su Lang's imposing presence and scurried away. It was not that he lacked compassion, but rather that numerous beggars were watching from a distance. If he softened his heart, countless would swarm over. Not far away, several well-dressed young men, clearly idle rich, had already taken notice. Especially when they spotted Su Lang with 4 stunningly beautiful women, their eyes gleamed with interest. What a bumpkin, bringing along such exquisite wives. The leader, a young man with slick-back hair, fanned himself with a lewd grin. He looked unfamiliar and did not appear to be wealthy. Truly, flowers were wasted on cow dung. The group laughed as they approached, blocking Su Lang's family's path. Xiaozhua's face turned pale with fright, quickly hiding behind Su Lang. Li Xiuji, trembling with anxiety, clutched Su Lang's sleeve, too timid to look up. Hua Yorong furrowed her brows slightly, discreetly inching closer to Su Lang. What are you planning to do? Mu Rong Yinran's expression was icy as she took a step forward, her hand resting on the dagger at her waist. My lady, allow me, Su Lang urged, restraining Mu Rong Yinran. For such matters should be dealt with by oneself. Chapter 33. I am your father. The young master with an oiled hairstyle fanned himself, his mischievous eyes brazenly appraising the 4 ladies, as if assessing the quality of merchandise. TSK, truly exquisite. His entourage joined in the raucous laughter. Kid, you are quite fortunate. The leading young master, Li Yunfei, pointed his fan at Su Lang with a patronizing tone. How about this? I shall borrow these young ladies for a few days. Once I grow weary of them, I will return them to you, ensuring no limbs are lost. He continued, if you are wise, I will protect you in this county. Otherwise, his tone shifted, dripping with menace. None of you shall have it easy. The surrounding townsfolk, witnessing this scene, hastily retreated in fear of being dragged into the fray. Su Lang, weary of idle chatter, knew that dealing with such individuals required action rather than words. He moved. Before anyone could react, he raised his leg and delivered a powerful kick to Li Yunfei's abdomen. Bang! Li Yunfei doubled over, his fan clattering to the ground. His handsome face contorted in pain. How dare you hit me? He screamed, clutching his belly in disbelief. Do you know who my father is? Su Lang withdrew his foot, looking down at him. Do you know who my father is? Li Yunfei was momentarily stunned, instinctively asking, Who? My father is your grandfather. Puffed. Among the crowd, a few bold souls could not contain their laughter. Li Yunfei's face turned a deep shade of crimson, humiliation and rage rendering him utterly irrational. Su Lang sneered. Have you taken the heart of a bear and the courage of a leopard to dare to insult your mother? Get lost, you scoundrel. How dare you be so brazen? Attack! Beat him to death. My father will take the blame." His lackeys, eager to fight, charged at Su Lang upon receiving the command. Su Lang stood his ground, not moving an inch. As the first lackey swung a punch, Su Lang merely tilted his body slightly, allowing the powerful blow to miss his clothes. At the same time, Su Lang's toes lightly touched the ground, and in an instant he was like a specter, closing in on another lackey. He did not use his fists. Instead, he struck with his fingers like a blade, swiftly targeting the wrist of the assailant. Crack! A chilling sound of bone breaking accompanied a piercing scream as the man's arm hung at an unnatural angle. The entire process was so swift it left onlookers dizzy. Before the remaining lackeys could comprehend what had transpired, Su Lang's figure was like a tempest, weaving through them. A knife hand struck at a neck. One fellow rolled his eyes and collapsed unconscious. A sweeping kick targeted another's knee, causing him to scream as he knelt helplessly on the ground. In the blink of an eye, all of the Yunfei's lackeys lay sprawled on the ground, groaning in agony. The street fell eerily silent. "Wow, my husband is incredible." Xiaozhuo was the first to break the silence, clapping her hands with excitement, her eyes sparkling with admiration. Hua Yorong and Li Xiuji sighed in relief, gazing at Su Lang's upright figure with affection and reassurance. Only Mu Rong, Yinran, remained silent. Yet within her heart, tumultuous waves surged. Something was amiss. This was far too unusual. The Su Lang of old relied on brute strength, his fighting style being bold and unrefined, albeit formidable, yet full of openings. But just now, his evasive movements were light and ethereal, imbued with an indescribable rhythm. The angles from which he struck were both cunning and ruthless, each blow precisely targeting the most vulnerable joints of his opponents. This was not mere brute force. This was true martial prowess, an exceptionally refined martial arts at that. What other secrets lay hidden within this man? Ding! Xiaozhuo's favorability increased by 5. Current favorability, 145, deeply in love. Ding! Hua Yorong's favorability increased by 5. Current favorability, 145, completely devoted. Ding! Li Xiuji's favorability increased by 5. Current favorability, 125, unwaveringly devoted. Ding! Mu Rong Yinran's favorability increased by 5. Current favorability, 120, outwardly harsh, yet inwardly warm. A series of system notifications lifted Su Lang's spirits. Although Li Xiuji had arrived last, they hailed from the same village, and Su Lang had previously saved her. Thus, the young girl had long harbored feelings for Su Lang. On the day of their marriage, her favorability had already reached 60, now surpassing even Mu Rong Yinran. Su Lang approached Li Yunfei, who lay groaning on the ground. "Don't come any closer. My father is, your father is me. But I now declare that I sever all ties with you, this unfilial son." Su Lang could not bear to hear more of his nonsense, and delivered another kick. He then turned, taking Xia Zhiruo's hand. "Let us go. Husband will take you all to buy some jewelry." He did not cast another glance at the heap of uselessness on the ground, leading his 4 enchanting wives away, leaving Li Yunfei to clutch his belly, seething with resentment as he shouted, "Bastard! You wait. I will not let you off." Su Lang, accompanied by the 4 women, arrived at a jewelry shop. He selected exquisite golden hairpins for each of them. "Wow, so beautiful!" Xiaozhuo exclaimed, holding the hairpin and comparing it to her hair, her joy reminiscent of a child. Hua Yorong and Li Xiuji were equally enamored, their faces glowing with happiness. Even Mu Rong Yinran, while claiming it was tacky, carefully tucked the hairpin into her bosom. The happiness of women is truly simple. After their visit to the jewelry shop, Su Lang led them to a blacksmith shop. He set his sights on a broadsword hanging on the wall. The blade was long, its lines sleek, glinting coldly in the light. "Boss, how much for this sword?" "Good-eye customer. This is a fine blade forged from tempered steel, sharp enough to cut hair. What do you have to trade?" Without hesitation, Su Lang produced all his remaining silver and the last 3 pounds of pork. "Is this enough?" The shopkeeper barely glanced at the silver, his eyes fixated on the fatty pork, his expression gleeful. "Enough. More than enough." Su Lang took the broadsword, casually twirling it, the blade slicing through the air with a soft hum. It may not be the finest sword, but it was certainly not inferior. Su Lang had no excessive demands. With this sword, combined with the furious wind blade technique, his strength would ascend to new heights. The group returned home, laden with treasures, their spirits high. As they reached the street corner, preparing to exit the city and head home, a large crowd suddenly obstructed their path. Leading the throng was none other than Li Yunfei, still nursing his swollen face, but now wearing a smug and sinister grin. Beside him stood not only a dozen burly men wielding clubs, but also several individuals clad in the official attire of government constables. They had come for vengeance. Chapter 34. This is your Uncle Sue. The street was instantly congested, impeding any passage. The smugness on Li Yunfei's face nearly overflowed. Behind him were the fierce-looking men, each displaying an intimidating countenance. More conspicuous were the officials in their distinct garb. Xia Zhiruo's delicate face turned pale in an instant, as she clutched Su Lang's sleeve tightly, seeking refuge behind him. Li Xiaozhi trembled with anxiety, her head bowed low, unable to bear the sight of such a scene. Hua Yurong furrowed her brows, silently drawing her two younger sisters closer. Only Murong Yanran remained poised, her hand resting on the dagger at her waist, an icy demeanor suggesting she was ready to act at any moment. Su Lang shielded the four women behind him, still gripping the newly acquired broadsword in his hand, showing no inclination to sheath it. This was troublesome, yet fortuitous. It was an opportune moment to test the blade's sharpness. "You filthy scoundrel, I wonder how you'll escape this time," Li Yunfei bellowed, clutching his still, aching abdomen, filled with malice. "If I don't break your limbs today, I don't deserve the surname Li." The head constable at his side stepped forward, adopting a theatrical stance as he shouted at Su Lang, "You audacious rogue, assaulting in broad daylight and injuring young Master Li. Seize him." Several constables promptly drew their swords, advancing toward Su Lang. At that moment, a languid yet robust voice resonated from the back of the crowd. "Everyone halt." The constables froze upon recognizing the familiar voice, and the crowd parted, revealing Li Si striding forward with great confidence. "Father, this scoundrel not only struck me, but dared to commit violence in public, flouting the law. You must arrest him and behead him." "Father?" Su Lang raised an eyebrow. Was this pampered young man the son of Li Si? How intriguing. Li Si's face darkened as he disregarded his inept son and hastened to Su Lang's side, his expression transforming into one of warm camaraderie. "Ah, Su, my dear brother, what has transpired? Why engage with these blind fools?" This dramatic scene left all onlookers dumbfounded. Li Yunfei stood there in utter disbelief. His father referred to the bumpkin who had beaten him as brother. Fourth brother? Su Lang Feigen Su Bi. What a remarkable coincidence. It is indeed you. Li Si laughed et artiri, wrapping an arm around Su Lang's shoulders before suddenly pivoting and delivering a fierce kick to Li Yunfei's rear. "You little rascal, have you lost your senses? Do you know who this is? This is my good brother. Dare you provoke him? Are you tired of living?" Li Si, still unsatisfied, delivered two more kicks. Li Yunfei found himself rolling on the ground, utterly dazed. "Father, why are you hitting me? He struck me first." "I struck you indeed," Li Si fumed, his beard bristling with rage. He was all too aware of his son's character, and upon seeing the four exquisite ladies by Su Lang's side, he could surmise what had transpired. "My son, lacking manners and spoiled by my indulgence, has embarrassed me before Su." Li Si bowed apologetically to Su Lang. He then pointed at the prostrate Li Yunfei and barked, "Come here, bow and apologize to your Uncle Su." "Unso Su." Li Yunfei's face turned a deep shade of crimson, forcing him to address someone who appeared to be of similar age, and who had just bested him as uncle. This was more humiliating than death. "I refuse." Li Yunfei raturta defiantly. "Say that again." Li Si unsheathed his dagger, its blade aimed threateningly at Li Yunfei's throat. Li Yunfei trembled in fear, realizing his father was genuinely enraged. He dared not defy him further and grudgingly crawled before Su Lang, forcing out the words, "Uncle Su," with a suppressed giggle. Xia Zhiruo couldn't contain her amusement. She quickly covered her mouth, but her crescent-shaped eyes betrayed her delight in the situation. This light laugh proved to be the final straw for Li Yunfei. He trembled with fury, wishing he could vanish into the ground. Su Lang chuckled, patting Li Yunfei's shoulder in a tone befitting an elder. "Be good. You must show respect to your aunts when you see them. Understand?" Hua Yurong and Li Xiaozhi also stifled smiles. Even Murong Yanran, who had maintained a stoic countenance, revealed the faintest hint of a smile. Li Yunfei felt his blood boil, his vision darkening as he nearly fainted from humiliation. Su Lang disregarded him further, extracting the last 3 pounds of pork from his backpack and placing it in Li Si's hands. Fourth brother, just in time. Take this game back as a side dish. Oh, I couldn't possibly. Li Si feigned modesty, yet his hand securely accepted the meat, his smile growing brighter. Su, the day is still young. Why not come to my residence for a drink? Su Lang glanced at the sky and then at the four women behind him. Perhaps another time. It's getting dark, and I must return to Day Village. I promise to visit you soon. Very well. I shan't keep you. Li Si understood the current state of affairs was precarious, especially with such beautiful women accompanying Su Lang. Before parting, he leaned closer to Su Lang, lowering his voice conspiratorially. Su, let me share something with you. The magistrate's office has pressing tasks. In a few days, they may distribute brides to the bachelors. If there are any lovely ones, I shall reserve them for you. Li Si's wife was the sister of the county magistrate, and he dared not remarry, instead wishing to provide benefits for his brothers. Su Lang's eyes lit up at these words. Thank you, fourth brother. You're truly like a brother to me. What are brothers for? After exchanging a few more pleasantries, Li Si departed with satisfaction. Ensuring the four women had not overheard their conversation, Su Lang continued his journey towards the village. After bidding farewell to Li Si, Su Lang and the four women strolled back to the village in high spirits. On the way home, they passed a tea stall where a few itinerant merchants were discussing. Have you heard? The imperial court is in turmoil. What happened? The current emperor passed away a few days ago. Now, several princes are nearly at each other's throats over the throne. Good heavens! Does that mean this world will descend into further chaos? Whether it becomes chaotic or not has nothing to do with us. Whoever becomes emperor, as long as the government provides us with food weekly, we shall be content. Su Lang listened to their discussions with little concern. He raised his gaze to the four enchanting women beside him. Even someone as formidable as Murong Yanran had faced displacement, ultimately being distributed like a commodity by the officials. In this world, indeed, survival was the priority. As dusk approached, when they finally returned to Day Village, they spotted a large crowd gathered in front of their new wooden house. Su Lang Sabao Fudao. Upon closer inspection, he saw Lu Shirtu standing at the gate, holding a rusty iron shovel, his petite frame standing tall and resolute. Behind him stood several similarly gaunt adolescents, confronting a group of famished villagers. Get away. This is Lang Ji's home. Whoever dares to intrude, I will fight them. Lu Shitu's voice, still tinged with the innocence of youth, resonated with determination. Once Lang Gu returns, you will regret your actions. Chapter 35. Competing to be Su Lang's concubine, the ravenous villagers, upon witnessing the frail figures behind Lu Shitu, grew bolder. What are we afraid of? They're just a handful of children. Su Lang, who knows where he is now? Let's rush in and seize the food. Yes, charge in. Even if we get beaten to death, it's better than starving. A daring man shouted, and the crowd erupted into chaos, surging forward. Lu Shirtu gripped his iron shovel tightly, his small frame trembling with fear and anger. Yet he did not retreat, prepared to fight to the end. At that moment, a cold, emotionless voice emerged from the rear of the crowd, piercing through the din. Let me see who dares to touch my home. The tumultuous crowd seemed to freeze, silence enveloping them instantly. Everyone stiffly turned their heads to see Su Lang, shouldering a newly acquired broadsword, its blade gleaming ominously in the setting sun. He stood casually, flanked by four exquisitely beautiful women, emanating an aura of intimidating ferocity. Lang Yi, Su Lang has returned. The crowd erupted in a frenzy. The villagers who had just been clamoring to charge forward now fell silent, instinctively retreating to clear a path. Lu Shirtu, upon seeing Su Lang, felt his eyes well up, his taut body relaxing as he nearly collapsed to the ground. Lang Yi, he cried out, his voice laced with emotion. Su Lang strode forward with purpose, offering no superfluous words, merely reaching out to tousle the disheveled hair of the boy. He then helped an elderly man, the village chief, who had slumped to the ground. Chief, are you all right? Ah, this old body is fine. The chief sighed, his wrinkled face etched with helplessness. Su Lang, everyone is starving mad. I couldn't dissuade them. They are all fellow villagers. Please do not harm them. The chief understood that Su Lang was now a different person. However, as one of the village, he wished to avoid conflict and strife. Su Lang nodded, assisting the chief to sit on a stone at the door, then turning to scan the faces of the villagers present with his piercing gaze. Those who met his eyes quickly lowered their heads, unwilling to hold his gaze. Su Lang, do not offer charity to the able-bodied idol. Su Lang's voice was not loud, yet it carried weight. However, I will not stand by and watch my fellow villagers starve. He paused, enunciating each word clearly. If you wish for food, you must exchange your labor. The villagers were taken aback. Exchange labor? In this year of famine, where is there land to cultivate? We have strength, but nowhere to apply it. Lang Yi, are you serious? A villager boldly inquired. If we work, we can have food. Of course, Su Lang affirmed with a nod. The crowd erupted in excitement. I'll do it. Lang Ge, I will do anything you say. Me too. I am strong. With a thud, a man knelt before Su Lang, bowing deeply. Lang Yi, as long as you provide food, my life is yours. Su Lang observed the villagers, their eyes gleaming with hope despite their hunger, and formulated a plan. The mountain of super seeds in his system space could not be fully cultivated by just him and a few women. These villagers represented an immediate labor force. Get up, Su Lang commanded, pointing to a vast expanse of barren land beside his wooden house. From now on, turn that land for me. If you do well, there will be meat porridge tonight. Meat porridge. The mere mention of those words reverberated like thunder in the minds of the villagers. How long had it been since they tasted meat? Thank you, Lang Ge. Thank you. The villagers, in a frenzy, scrambled back to their homes, eager to seize the chance to work. Before long, dozens of villagers arrived with hoes and shovels, fervently toiling on the barren land. Shirtu, Su Lang called to Lu Shirtu and the boys behind him. Yes, Lang Ge, you all go chop down some small trees nearby and enclose this area with a fence. If you lack strength, call some adults to assist you. Understood. Lu Shirtu and his friends dashed off with enthusiasm. Witnessing the scene of bustling activity, the women, Hua Yorong and others, were left in awe. Husband, why are you opening up so much land? Xia Zhuo inquired curiously. I discovered some wild grains in the mountains and wish to see if they can be cultivated, Su Lang replied nonchalantly. He turned to Hua Yorong and Li Xiuji, saying, Yorong, Xiuji, set up the pots and prepare plenty of porridge. Also, chop some wild boar meat and add it in along with extra wild vegetables, so everyone can have their fill. All right, Hua Yorong and Li Xiuji responded gently, immediately getting to work. Wait, Su Lang called them back, cut a large piece of meat, wrap it in lotus leaves, and take it back to the village chief. The chief was taken aback and quickly waved his hands. No, I cannot accept this. Take it, Su Lang insisted, placing the meat in his hands. You have helped me often in the village. The chief, gazing at the meat in his hands, felt tears welling up in his eyes. As night fell, the large pots in front of the wooden house emitted enticing aromas of steaming meat porridge. The villagers, exhausted from a day of labor, could hardly straighten their backs, yet upon catching a whiff of the fragrance, their eyes sparkled with anticipation. Seizing a moment when the women were distracted, Su Lang retrieved several pounds of fine rice from his space and added it to the pot. Moments later, the porridge thickened significantly. Time to eat. With Su Lang's command, the villagers instinctively formed a long line. When the first bowl of steaming, thick porridge filled with meat and vegetables was handed over, a burly man, cradling the bowl, could not hold back his tears. Instead of consuming it immediately, he knelt on the ground with a thud, bowing deeply in Su Lang's direction. Thank you, Lang Ge. Others followed suit, kneeling and bowing as they received their porridge, creating a scene both grand and poignant. Su Lang said nothing, merely observing quietly. Once their stomachs were filled, peace settled among the hearts of the villagers. After finishing the porridge, most villagers contentedly returned home, yet a few young women lingered, reluctant to leave. Among them, a notably attractive widow approached Su Lang, holding her empty bowl, swaying her hips as she gazed at him with longing eyes. Lang Ge, I am alone, with no man in my household. I am unable to do any work. Though I may not be as beautiful as your wives, I eat little and am obedient. She boasted, intentionally puffing out her chest. Another unmarried girl blushed and chimed in. Lang Ge, I can do anything. No formal title is necessary. Just let me stay by your side and have a full meal. In an instant, more women crowded around. Su Lang, we played together in our childhood, and you once vowed to marry me. Would it be acceptable for me to become your concubine? I would be content to serve you as a maid. Xia Zhuo and Li Xiuji gazed in astonishment. Hua Yorong, however, furrowed her delicate brows, clearly displeased. Su Lang had yet to respond. All of you leave. A chilling command echoed from beside them. Murong Yenran had somehow positioned herself next to Su Lang, arms crossed, her exquisite face as frigid as ice, regarding the women as if they were mere flies. If you don't leave, I shall break your legs. How dare you set your sights on my husband? Chapter 36. The mischievous little demoness, the women. Intimidated by Murong Yenran's fierce aura, turned pale and hastily fled. The courtyard finally quieted down. Yet, Murong Yenran remained irate. She turned, her phoenix eyes glaring at Su Lang. Oomph. With a huff, she delivered a playful punch to Su Lang's chest, lacking any real force, more akin to a childish sulk. Su Lang seized her small hand, a wicked smile gracing his lips as he pulled her into his embrace. What is the matter? Are you jealous? Who is jealous? I simply detest those shameless women flocking around you. Murong Yenran's cheeks flushed, and after a brief struggle in his arms, she ceased her resistance. Tilting her head, she demanded, "Tell me, if I hadn't come out just now, were you planning to take them all in? How could I? Su Lang Feigen no Sen. My heart is already filled to the brim with my 4 wives. There is simply no room for anyone else." This declaration rendered Hua Yurong, Xia Zhao, and Li Xiuji beside him blushing, their hearts swelling with sweetness. Murong Yenran's face deepened in color as she spat playfully, smooth-tongued rogue, although she feigned annoyance. The inexplicable fire of jealousy within her had dissipated. "Yenran, you are truly formidable," Xia Zhao chimed in cheerfully, her lips rosy with delight. She too shared disdain for the women from earlier. Hua Yurong and Li Xiuji remained silent, yet their agreement with Murong Yenran and Xia Zhao was evident. As the small disturbance faded, night enveloped the sky. The villagers dispersed, each returning home to savor the flavors of the meat porridge. Su Lang called out to Lu Shitu, who was preparing to leave with his companions. "Shitu, you needn't sleep on the streets anymore." Lu Shitu paused, bewildered. Su Lang gestured toward a dilapidated cottage not far off. "That was my former residence, though it may be run down. It will at least shield you from the wind and rain. You all can stay there from now on." Lu Shitu's eyes instantly brimmed with tears. The other youths behind him were too overwhelmed to articulate their emotions. Thud! Lu Shitu and his companions knelt in unison. "Lang Gu, you are our savior. From now on, our lives belong to you. Get up. It's no great matter." Su Lang helped Lu Shitu to his feet. "Just follow my lead and work hard." These children were commendable, and Su Lang sought to cultivate his own influence. As long as they remained loyal, he would ensure they were well cared for. "Yes, Lang Gu." The boys chorused, their voices resounding. As night deepened, the women retired to their quarters. Alone in the courtyard, Su Lang gazed at the moon, his mind racing. During his time in the city, he had overheard the tea drinkers discussing the emperor's demise. Several princes were vying for power. Chaos was inevitable. Though the realm was already in disarray, it would not be long before bandits roamed freely, and the government would be too preoccupied to protect places like Daya Village, which would become easy prey. This was unacceptable. He could not sit idly by. It was imperative to unite the village's strength and transform the villagers into his own force. Even if he did not aspire to seize the world, he must ensure their self-preservation, preventing outsiders from bullying him and his women. To secure their safety, mere provisions were insufficient. Weapons and manpower were essential. As he pondered how to form a militia, the door creaked, opened slightly. A small head peeked in. It was Xia Zhao. "Husband, it's late. Why aren't you asleep?" Dressed in a thin nightgown, she tiptoed to Su Lang's side and wrapped her arms around his waist. The warmth of her delicate form interrupted his thoughts. With a wry smile, he turned and embraced this mischievous little sprite. "I was contemplating matters." "What matters?" Xia Zhao nuzzled against him, her small hands growing mischievous. "Are you thinking about how to make the sisters like you more?" Su Lang sighed, lifting her effortlessly and striding into the main chamber, which was filled with 4 stunning beauties. "Forget it. I shall deal with important matters tomorrow. For tonight, let us attend to these little demons first." The following morning, the villagers, having tasted the sweetness of yesterday's meal, arrived early at Su Lang's doorstep, tools in hand and spirits high. Su Lang emerged with a large sack of dark seeds, wrapped in burlap. "Today, we shall plant these seeds." The villagers gazed at the peculiar, dark seeds, murmuring in doubt. "Will these truly yield grain?" Su Lang offered no explanation, merely pointing to the corner of the courtyard, where the first cultivated vegetable patch lay. With a hint of jest, he remarked, "Take a look." As the villagers approached and beheld the scene, they gasped in unison. "Heavens! A miracle! This is divine seed. In that patch, the seedlings that had barely emerged yesterday had grown over 1/2 meter tall overnight. Vibrant green stalks adorned with golden blossoms promised fruitful harvest soon. Once we finish planting the rest, I shall distribute them to you, saving you from coming to my home for meals every day, Su Lang continued. To us? The divine seeds bestowed by Lang Ge. Thud, thud. Initially incredulous, all the villagers knelt in unison, fervently bowing to Su Lang and the flourishing land, worshipping in fervent gratitude. This was the reaction Su Lang desired. The subsequent planting required no direction from him. The villagers treated each seed with utmost reverence, carefully burying them in the soil. Once the work was complete, Su Lang shared the remaining seeds among them. Take these home and plant them in your own fields. You won't need to come here daily for food. The villagers clutched the invaluable divine seeds, tears of gratitude streaming down their faces as they offered their thanks once more. At noon, the customary meat porridge was plentiful. As the villagers savored their meals, Hua Yurong appeared somewhat worried. Her brows knitted together. She spoke softly. Husband, the remaining meat from our wild boar is running low, and we have little rice and flour left. If this continues, we may not last many days. Winter is approaching, making it even more difficult to hunt. Su Long nodded, gently bruising her pot nose. Do not worry, my dear Yurong. I have everything under control. He turned around and shouted at Lu Shirtu, who was teaching several young companions to practice boxing in the yard. Shirtu, tidy up this afternoon and accompany me into the mountains to hunt. Yes, Lang Yi. Lu Shirtu responded with excitement. However, as soon as Su Lang's words fell, a figure came rolling into the yard. It was Zhang Chaoyue, the village chief's son. Breathless and pale as a sheet, his face was filled with sheer terror. Su Langge, something terrible has happened. The bandits from Heifengzhai, they have just slaughtered the neighboring Liushi village. Now they are heading towards our Dea village. Chapter 37. Not even as good as a woman? Bandits. Heifengzhai. These words struck the hearts of everyone present like a chilling dagger. Who in Dea village did not know the notorious reputation of Heifengzhai? They were a group of merciless demons, committing atrocities without a second thought, indulging in burning, killing, and looting. As Zhang Chaoyue's voice faded, the yard fell into a deathly silence, followed by an eruption of panic. The bandits are coming. Run. It's over. All is lost. Just moments ago, the villagers had been immersed in the joys of meat porridge and divine seeds, but now they scattered like frightened birds, frantically crawling and crying as they rushed to their homes to hide. Su Lang's brow furrowed in concern. He glanced at Lu Shirtu and his little brothers. Which of you can run the fastest? I can. One of Lu Shitu's friends, without a second thought, stepped forward. Su Lang remembered his name was Zhuzi. He did not know his surname because everyone simply called him Zhuzi. Good. Su Lang took out the waste token given to him by Li Si and handed it to Zhuzi. Immediately go to the county town, find Captain Li Si, and give this to him. Tell him the bandits from Heifengzhai are coming, and he must bring people to assist us urgently. Yes, Lang Yi. Zhuzi took the token and dashed out of the village like a madman. The rest of you, go gather all the men. Tell them that Su Lang says if they do not want their wives and daughters to be violated, they must bring their weapons and assemble at the village entrance. Yes. The remaining youths, with reddened eyes, rushed into the chaotic village. Su Lang took a deep breath, seized a broadsword resting in the corner of the wall, and turned to head towards the village entrance. I'll go with you. Murong, Yinran grasped his arm tightly. She had already drawn her dagger, her delicate face cold as ice, filled with the spirit of battle. Su Lang pressed her hand down and looked into her eyes. You stay here. Why? Murong, Yinran protested. Protect them. Su Lang's gaze swept over the terrified faces of Hua Yurong, Xia Zhuo, and Li Xiuji, who were pale with fear. You are more important than my own life. Murong Yinran's body stiffened. She looked into Su Lang's earnest eyes, the words she wanted to say caught in her throat. In the end, she could only nod vigorously, biting her lip. If you die, I'll make them remarry. Su Lang chuckled and pinched her cheek. Don't worry, Yama won't dare to take me. With that, he no longer hesitated, brandishing his sword and striding towards the village entrance. The village had descended into utter chaos. Cries and pleas for mercy rang out in a cacophony. The few youths Su Lang brought shouted at the top of their lungs, but no one paid them any mind. The men cowered in their homes, barricading doors and windows, pretending not to hear the desperate calls from outside. Just then, A frail figure emerged from Su Lang's wooden house. It was Li Xiuji. She had slipped out without anyone noticing. Clutching a sharp kitchen knife tightly in her hand, her delicate face was devoid of color from fear. Yet her steps were remarkably resolute. Without saying a word, she silently walked to Su Lang's side and stood in front of them. A fragile woman and several 12 or 13-year-old boys stood there with rudimentary weapons in the center of the chaotic village. This scene pierced Su Lang's eyes like a dagger, igniting a surge of fury within him. Damn it! Get the hell out here! He gathered his strength and let out a thunderous roar. The entire Daya village seemed to tremble. The men hiding in their homes shuddered in unison. Do you think hiding at home will spare you from the bandits? Su Lang's voice was cold and devoid of emotion. Do you think they want to rob you just because you have no food at home? Let me tell you, they will take your wives, violate your daughters, and then set fire to your homes, reducing you to ashes. Look at yourselves, you bunch of cowards. Now look at Xiuji. Su Lang pulled Li Xiuji in front of him. A woman, a so-called weak woman, dares to pick up a knife. But you a bunch of big men can only hide like turtles. You're not even as good as a woman. These words landed like resounding slaps on the faces of every man present. Time seemed to stretch on indefinitely. Suddenly, a wooden door was kicked open, and a burly man, his eyes red with anger, charged out wielding a hoe. Damn it! Let us fight them. Yes, fight. I have my elderly mother and daughter at home. Anyone who dares to touch them, I'll kill him. Count me in. In an instant, doors swung open one after another. Men rushed out armed with hoes, shovels, sickles, and even pitchforks. The village chief, leaning on his cane, trembled as he approached, holding a rusty machete. Su Lang, count this old bone of mine in. Soon, 40 to 50 men gathered at the village entrance. Though they were ragged and wielded mismatched weapons, each man's eyes burned with the fierce determination of those driven to desperation. Some even wore their iron pots on their heads as makeshift helmets. Su Lang looked at this ragtag, but united group and nodded. They were ready to fight. Just then, a cloud of dust rose on the dirt road leading to the county town. They're coming. Zhang Chaoyue, on lookout duty, screamed at the top of his lungs. Everyone's hearts tightened as they turned to look. At the horizon, more than 20 figures, brimming with murderous intent, were rapidly approaching Day Village. The leading figure rode a tall horse, wielding a gleaming, ghostly knife. They're here. Su Lang gritted his teeth, a glint of cold light flashing in his eyes. Chapter 38. The Strength of the Tiger Woman. The more than 20 bandits stirred up a cloud of dust, emanating an aura of bloodshed and death as they drew nearer. The villagers at the village entrance, clutching their hoes and pitchforks, trembled violently. Fear gripped them like an invisible hand, tightening around their throats. Su Lang did not turn back to look at the expressions on the villagers' faces. He took several strides directly up the makeshift lookout platform built on the gnarled old locust tree at the village entrance. From this elevated position, his vision instantly broadened. The leader, mounted on a magnificent black steed, was clad in a suit of tattered iron armor, wielding a ghastly blade that glimmered with a sinister crimson hue in the setting sun. Could this armor signify that they were deserters? Su Lang et Pupin Gonjat Sapi. These were no ordinary mountain bandits. They were battle-hardened soldiers, veterans of bloodshed, now turned traitors. No wonder the name of Hei Feng Zhai loomed large. It was a den of former soldiers claiming dominion over the mountains. They were soldiers, yet they mercilessly slaughtered the villagers of Lushi. A frown creased Su Lang's brow. This was dire trouble. If they were mere brigands, the villagers stood a chance, but against deserters, they were merely lambs to the slaughter. With the urgency of the moment pressing upon him, he resolved to thwart their advance before they could enter the village. Without a moment's hesitation, Su Lang swiftly unslung his mulberry wood longbow, bending it with practiced grace, knocking an arrow in one fluid motion. His gaze was unwavering, fixed firmly upon the armored second-in-command. The bowstring was drawn taut, like a crescent moon. Whoosh! An arrow shot forth, piercing the air with a shrill whistle, akin to a bolt of black lightning aimed directly at the second-in-command's forehead. Clang! A sharp sound resonated. The second-in-command, Ma Zhizhong, did not even flinch. With a deft flick of his wrist, he skillfully deflected the powerful arrow with his blade. Is that all you've got? Matsitsong gesmirkt, revealing a set of teeth stained yellow by tobacco, his face adorned with a sneer of contempt and cruelty. Such speed with the blade. Su Lang's heart sank. This man was formidable. To fell him with a single arrow was utterly impossible. As such, Su Lang's gaze swiftly shifted, no longer regarding the second in command, but targeting the common bandits behind him. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. In the blink of an eye, 3 arrows were loosed in rapid succession. This time, he did not aim for vital points, but targeted the mounts of the bandits. Thud, thud, thud. 3 dull thuds echoed as arrows found their marks. The 3 foremost bandits were thrown from their saddles as their steeds reared in agony, sending their riders tumbling to the ground. Before they could rise, the following hooves trampled mercilessly over them. The sound of shattering bones was unmistakable. Su Lang, you are magnificent. What exceptional marksmanship. The villagers at the village entrance, witnessing this scene, felt a flicker of hope amidst their fear, erupting into a stifled cheer. Seeking death, Ma Zizhong roared with fury, astonished to discover such an archer in this humble village. Charge! Slay them all. Leave no one alive. Spare the women. Ma Zizhong's voice erupted like a beast's growl as he clenched his legs against his steed's sides, launching himself forward like a cannonball. The bandits behind him, stirred to ferocity, howled and brandished their weapons, surging toward the village's fragile defense. It's over. The flicker of hope ignited in the villagers' hearts was instantly extinguished by the overwhelming aura of slaughter. A daring villager, wielding a pitchfork, attempted to stab a horse's leg, but was met with Ma Zizhong's blade. A fine head soared into the air. Blood sprayed forth like a fountain, splattering those nearby. The headless corpse maintained its forward charge for a few steps before collapsing with a thud. This gruesome sight shattered the villagers' morale completely. Demons. They are demons. Run. The formation collapsed in an instant. Su Lang leaped from the watchtower, employing the light-footed technique of treading snow without a trace, landing gracefully before Ma Zizhong's horse. Get out of the way, Ma Zizhong bellowed, swinging his blade down with immense force. Su Lang did not retreat. Instead, he boldly unsheathed his newly acquired saber. Clash! The sharp sound of metal meeting metal echoed throughout the village entrance, sparks flying. Su Lang felt a tremendous force reverberate through the blade. But his enhanced physique bore no burden. Had he been an ordinary person, he might have lost his grip on the weapon or even broken his arm. Such power! Meanwhile, Ma Zizhong was equally astonished. His strike could have cleaved a cow in twain, yet this seemingly slight young man stood firm against it. Kid, you possess some skill, but this is where it ends. Is that so? Su Lang grinned coldly, declaring, my grandfather's swordplay has yet to be fully unleashed. You are the perfect practice partner. The two engaged in fierce combat, while the remaining bandits surged into the ranks of the villagers like tigers among sheep. Cries of despair echoed throughout. These villagers, who subsisted by tilling the land, stood no chance against these merciless brigands. In mere moments, 7 or 8 villagers fell victim to their blades. Lu Shirtu, with bloodshot eyes, clung desperately to a bandit's leg, biting down fiercely. You little brat! The bandit, in pain, kicked him away and raised a steel knife, grinning wickedly as he aimed for Lu Shirtu's head. Just as the moment hung in the balance, a glint of cold light flashed from the side. Thud! The bandit's cruel smile froze as he looked down in disbelief at the deep gash across his throat. He opened his mouth to speak, but the blood gushing forth choked his words. Thud! His body collapsed heavily to the ground. Morong Yinran stood holding a bloody dagger. Her pretty face paled with fury, yet her eyes blazed with a fierce wrath and murderous intent. Without a moment's pause, she discarded the dagger and seized the blood-stained steel knife from the corpse. The moment her slender fingers grasped the hilt, her entire demeanor transformed. If she had been a thorny rose before, now she was a legendary blade drawn from its sheath. Stay back. Don't get in the way. She snapped at the petrified Lu Shirtu. Then, like a fluttering butterfly, she advanced toward another bandit who was slaughtering villagers. The flash of her blade was swift and lethal. The bandit barely comprehended her movement before feeling a chill at his neck, plunging him into eternal darkness. A swift stroke to the throat. Clean. Precise. Su Lang, embroiled in combat with Ma Zizhong, caught this scene out of the corner of his eye. His heart stirred in tumultuous waves. So this is the true prowess of a general's daughter. No wonder she is my wife. Chapter 39. Su Lang's full force strike. Morong Yinran's blade moved as swiftly as a stream of light. This was the true art of killing. Devoid of any superfluous motion, each strike aimed at the most lethal points. Her petite form danced among the burly bandits, like the Grim Reaper in motion. Wherever her blade passed, torrents of blood erupted, and corpses fell. Ma Zizhong, engaged in battle with Su Lang, caught sight of this scene from the corner of his eye. His heart seized with shock. This woman possesses remarkable skill. But in the next moment, his astonishment twisted into a more savage and depraved excitement. What a fierce mare! Ma Zizhong let out a sinister laugh, wielding the ghostly knife with increased ferocity, forcing Su Lang to retreat repeatedly. Once I have dealt with your beloved, I shall take my time to tame you. This taunt ignited the powder keg within Su Lang's heart, already consumed by rage over the villagers' tragic deaths. The vile words shattered the dam of his reason, unleashing a torrent of murderous intent. You seek death. Su Lang's voice was low, akin to a whisper from the depths of hell. He ceased to defend himself and propelled himself forward with a sudden burst of energy, treading snow without a trace. His form became elusive, approaching Ma Zizhong's left side at an uncanny angle. Ma Zizhong was struck with fear. He never anticipated such speed from his opponent. In a moment of panic, he could only raise his knife to block. Yet, Su Lang disregarded the ghostly blade entirely, channeling his terrifying strength, eightfold that of an ordinary man, into his own horizontal knife. The first style of the Gale Blade technique, the might of Huashan. There were no flashy techniques, only the utmost in raw power and velocity. A thunderous clash resounded. Ma Zizhong felt an irresistible force surge through the blade, as if struck by a rampaging giant elephant. The ghostly knife flew from his grasp, and with a violent cough, he spat blood, his palm shattered, and the bones in his arm creaked under the unbearable strain. The sinister grin on his face froze, replaced by profound fear and disbelief. Is this the strength of a mere mortal? Before he could react, Su Lang's second strike arrived. The blade, imbued with a chilling aura, glided across his neck. A massive head soared into the air, the headless corpse remaining upright, blood gushing from the severed neck like a fountain, reaching over a meter high. With a resounding thud, the body collapsed to the ground, plunging the entire battlefield into silence. All movement ceased as onlookers stared in disbelief. The second in command was dead. A bandit shrieked in horror, shattering the stillness. The remaining bandits, their fierce and cruel expressions replaced by terror, gazed at the headless body. Even their most formidable second-in-command had been decapitated with a single strike. Yes, just one strike. This young man is a demon. Run. We must retreat and summon our leaders to confront him. A voice cried out, prompting the bandits to scatter in panic, turning their horses to flee. None shall escape. Su Lang's icy voice pronounced their doom. He exchanged a glance with Mu Rong Yenran, and together, like two razor-sharp blades, they plunged into the chaotic throng of bandits. Pursue! We cannot let them escape. Lu Shirtu brandished his machete and followed suit, while the villagers, steeling themselves, joined the fray. Su Lang stood resolute, an indomitable force. His knife technique was bold and sweeping, each strike imbued with tremendous force that cleaved through all opposition. Mu Rong Yenran's technique was agile and lethal, targeting the legs of the horses and the throats of the bandits, delivering fatal blows. The villagers, who had just been gripped by fear, now stared in awe. They watched the figure of Su Lang, embodying the essence of a war god, alongside the graceful silhouette of Mu Rong Yenran, as they unleashed a storm of bloodshed upon the bandits. Kill! A villager, with eyes aflame, raised a hoe and struck down a fallen bandit with ferocity. Avenge third uncle. The pent-up terror transformed into an overwhelming fury at the sight of hope. The villagers cried out, brandishing their pitchforks and sickles as they charged at the demoralized bandits. This was a massacre, a one-sided slaughter. When the last bandit was brutally bludgeoned to death by an enraged villager wielding a hoe, the village entrance had transformed into a scene of carnage. The acrid scent of blood mingled with the earthy aroma, nauseating those who breathed it in. The villagers, dropping their weapons, collapsed onto the ground, gasping for breath. The joy of surviving intertwined with the sorrow of lost loved ones, causing many to weep uncontrollably. Hua Yurong, Xia Zhuo, and Li Xiuji gathered around Su Lang. Upon seeing him, drenched in blood and resembling a deity of slaughter, their eyes held no fear, only boundless admiration and relief. Husband! Xia Zhuo was the first to rush forward, embracing Su Lang tightly, burying her face in his blood-soaked chest, sobbing uncontrollably. Su Lang gently patted her back. his gaze shifting to Zhang Chaoyue, who approached with a mix of reverence and sorrow etched upon his face. His lips trembled as he spoke softly. Su Lang. We have lost 11 villagers, 8 severely injured, and 5 lightly wounded. Su Lang's heart sank. Husband, I have some knowledge of medicine. Hua Yurong stepped forward, her expression fraught with urgency as she surveyed the moaning injured on the ground, but without any medicinal supplies or bandages. All women gather. Su Lang Goman Daisy Si Vin. Find clean cloth to staunch the wounds of the severely injured. We cannot let them bleed to death. The others in the village rushed to gather any hemostatic herbs they could find, just as the villagers began to organize their self-rescue amidst the chaos. The sound of urgent hooves echoed from the village entrance. Zhuzi arrived with a large group of men in official attire, led by Li Si. Upon witnessing the scene of carnage, with corpses strewn about and rivers of blood flowing, Li Si and his entourage were left stunned, halting their horses. He glanced at the lifeless bodies of the bandits, then at Su Lang, standing amidst the blood and corpses, wielding the knife, its blade still dripping with blood. Li Si's throat constricted, and he was left speechless. Did Su Lang do this? Have the people of Heifeng Zhai been completely annihilated? Even their second-in-command lies dead. It should be noted that this was a notorious criminal long pursued by the authorities. Fourth brother, you have finally arrived. Su Lang looked at the tardy officials, internally bemused. Indeed, the movies had not deceived him. Officials always arrived after the dust had settled. Brother, did you kill all of this? Li Si surveyed the hellish scene, his gaze shifting to the bloodied knife in Su Lang's grasp. The cold chill surged through him. The dozen or so men he had brought all turned pale. Some newcomers even retching against the wall. Had they been wholly exterminated? Li Si scrutinized the bodies. Indeed, Ma Zhizhong, the second-in-command of Heifeng Zhai, the notorious bandit with a bounty of 50 taels of silver, lay dismembered amidst the blood. Li Si's gaze returned to the blood-soaked figure of Su Lang. The aura of menace surrounding him was so thick it seemed almost tangible, as if he had just emerged from the depths of hell. It was I who killed him. Su Lang's tone was calm. Li Si jolted back to reality, suddenly alert. He dismounted swiftly and approached Su Lang, his face a mask of guilt and trepidation. Oh dear brother, I have arrived late. Forgive me for causing you distress. As he spoke, he discreetly surveyed the surroundings. Although several villagers had perished, the majority still lived, while the marauders from Haifeng's High lay lifeless on the ground. A plan began to form in Li Si's mind. Leaning closer to Su Lang, he lowered his voice. Brother, listen closely. This is a monumental achievement. Shortly, I shall gather men to sever the heads of these bandits and present them at the county office. I will report truthfully to the county magistrate, stating that it was you, Su Lang, who led the villagers of Dahikan in valiant battle, annihilating this gang of ruffians. As for me, I shall merely take credit for arriving in the nick of time to assist with the aftermath. Su Lang raised an eyebrow. Although Li Si was somewhat of a rogue, he possessed a strong sense of loyalty. He did not seek glory for himself, but rather deflected it onto Su Lang. At most, he would gain a favor in the eyes of the magistrate, earning a reputation for recognizing and appointing talent. Then I thank you, Brother Si. Su Lang nodded. We are brothers after all. Li Si laughed heartily before turning serious, shouting at the dazed officials behind him. What are you all standing around for? Hurry and assist the wounded. Count the bodies. The officials, as if granted amnesty, sprang into action. Shirtu, Su Lang called to Lu Shirtu, who rushed over, his youthful face filled with admiration. Go and gather the weapons of these bandits, as well as those horses. There are spoils of war. Yes, Lu Shirtu exclaimed excitedly, immediately leading a group of young boys to rummage through the pile of corpses. Knives, guns, clubs, over 20 assorted weapons were collected, along with 7 intact war horses. Not particularly robust, but a considerable boon during these famine-stricken years. This represented a substantial fortune. Su Lang contemplated how to utilize these resources to arm the village militia. However, a lingering sense of unease gnawed at him. Logically, given that Haifeng's High had just ravaged Lushi village, they should have amassed a far greater bounty. Where were the grain and women? Just then, a rumbling of wheels echoed along the dirt road leading to Lushi village, followed by the sound of male laughter. Yalat, hurry up. The second-in-command and his men must have already captured the village. Indeed, at this sluggish pace by the time we return, all the good things will be snatched away by those bastards. A particularly lewd voice interjected. I have no interest in gold and silver. Let me tell you, I just captured a lovely girl. She's a real beauty. I can hardly wait to have my way with her once we return to the camp. Laughter ensued. Su Lang paused momentarily before breaking into a grin. Well, in this day and age, we even have couriers delivering goods. He exchanged a knowing glance with Li Si and gestured towards the source of the voices. Li Si understood immediately, signaling his men to silence, and they quietly concealed themselves among the grass and behind buildings. Soon, from men clad in bandit attire appeared, pushing two heavily laden carts, chatting and laughing. Upon witnessing the carnage at the village entrance, their expressions turned to shock. What the hell happened here? Where are the second-in-command and his men? The leader, bearing a scarred face, caught sight of Su Lang standing amidst the carnage, bloodied and grinning with a blade in hand, and instinctively swallowed hard. Oh, a straggler? A lanky bandit, seemingly slow on the uptake, approached with a sneer. You're quite lucky, kid. Just when I was looking for someone to practice my skills on. Su Lang's thigh widened. No, you are the ones who are fortunate to have escaped. Without further ado, Su Lang sprang into action, vanishing like a specter. The lanky bandit barely had time to react before he saw a cold glint of steel expanding rapidly in his vision. With a sickening thud, a head flew into the air. The remaining 3 bandits were paralyzed with fear. Run! The scarred leader shrieked, abandoning the cart and fleeing. However, he stumbled over a corpse and fell to the ground in a heap. Before he could rise, a cold blade was pressed against his throat. The other 2 bandits were swiftly dispatched by Li Si and the officials bursting forth from the underbrush. Great hero, spare me. Please have mercy. The scarred leader wailed in terror, losing control of his bowels. Su Lang, uninterested in further discourse, swiftly ended his life. Silence enveloped the scene. Su Lang approached one of the carts and pulled back the oilcloth covering it. Inside, various sacks were piled high, filled with corn, flour, and several bound wild chickens and rabbits, totaling over 100 pounds. The second cart housed 10 women, bound and gagged with rags. These women were disheveled, some bearing traces of blood, their faces stained with tears, and their eyes filled with fear and despair. Upon seeing Su Lang, a flicker of hope reignited in their despondent gazes. Shirtu, come help, Su Lang said, and together with Lu Shirtu, they freed the women from their bonds and removed the rags from their mouths. Thank you, benefactor. I thought I was doomed. The women, once liberated, embraced one another and wept openly. They then knelt before Su Lang in gratitude. Su Lang observed the grain in the cart, then glanced at the villagers who were still reeling from the battle and mourning their deceased kin. He turned to Li Si with a respectful gesture. Brother Si, this grain was ill-gotten from Lushi village. I wish to distribute it among the suffering families in our village. What do you think? Li Si regarded the grain. Then Su Lang, nodding inwardly. This young man, disinterested in wealth, understood the importance of winning hearts. He was a person of merit. You speak wisely. These are indeed spoils of theft and should be returned to the people. Li Si waved his hand, adopting a formal demeanor. Distribute as you see fit. Thank you. Brother Si. Su Lang turned to the villagers and proclaimed, fellow villagers, this grain is the spoils of our hard-fought battle. Families who have sacrificed or suffered in this conflict will receive a larger share. The remainder will be divided among us according to our numbers. Thank you, Brother Lang. You have done us a great service. The villagers expressed their heartfelt gratitude, kneeling once more. After distributing the grain, Su Lang's gaze fell upon the 10 women. Their sobs had subsided, and they stood together, casting a mixture of fear, gratitude, and dependence in Su Lang's direction. This man had pulled them from the depths of despair. Su Lang contemplated how to handle the situation with these women. Chapter 41, Waiting for Retribution. The 10 women huddled together like a flock of startled quails, their eyes fixated on Su Lang with a mixture of fear, gratitude, and confusion. They had lost their homes, their men had perished, and having been pulled from one hell, they found themselves adrift, uncertain of their next destination. This blood-soaked man, resembling a demon, was their only lifeline. Su Lang gazed at them, sighing inwardly. They were all pitiable souls. The bandits had taken only the young and beautiful. Those of slightly older age had likely met their end in Lushi village. Please find a place to rest, Su Lang said, his voice tinged with helplessness and a hint of hoarseness. Once I tend to the wounded here, I will find a way to accommodate you. He paused before adding, whether you choose to stay or leave is entirely up to you. choose for themselves? The women's expressions dimmed instantly. In these tumultuous times, where could a woman venture? Beyond this spot lay either starvation or capture by another group of bandits, leading to a fate potentially worse than before. They remained silent, hesitating briefly before quietly seeking out a somewhat cleaner corner. The 10 of them huddled together, trembling as they awaited Su Lang's arrangements. Hua Yurong approached them gently, saying, "Sisters, come with me. There is some warm water inside. You can wash up first." She led the forlorn women into the wooden hut. The village's broadest area had transformed into a makeshift infirmary. The villagers gathered various medicinal herbs and piled them before Hua Yurong. "This one is toxic. This one is useful for stopping bleeding. And this one, when crushed and applied to wounds, can reduce inflammation." As a descendant of a renowned medical family, Hua Yurong swiftly knelt, expertly identifying the beneficial herbs from the heap. "Stone. Over here. Sister Yurong. Crush these with stones." "All right." Lu Shirtu, accompanied by several young boys, immediately fetched clean stones and began their task with enthusiasm. Su Lang and Li Si took on the bloodiest job, meticulously cleaning and bandaging the wounded. A man's thigh had been slashed deeply, exposing bone. Su Lang applied the crushed herbs directly to the wound, eliciting a pained scream from him. "Endure it. If you wish to live, do not move." Su Lang bak go. Swiftly binding the wound with strips of cloth, Xia Zhiruo and Li Xiuji were also busy under Hua Yurong's guidance. They set up a small pot and began boiling some other herbs to make a bitter medicinal soup, which they fed to the severely injured. Amidst the flurry of activity, they managed to stabilize most of the wounded's conditions. "Chao Yu, come here," Su Lang called out. "Yes, Brother Lang." The village chief's son, Zhang Chaoyue, hurried over, his face filled with reverence. "First, prepare some food for the injured, then distribute the spoils." Su Lang pointed to the pile of loot, prioritizing weapons for Shirtu and his brave companions who had charged into battle. Despite not having killed many, their fearless spirit was evident to all. The villagers unanimously agreed. Their survival was thanks to Su Lang and Murong Yenran. The audacity displayed by Lu Shirtu would surely lead him to great deeds in the future. They deserved the best weapons. Lu Shirtu excitedly selected a reasonably sharp waist knife, unable to part with it. Once the weapons were distributed, it was time for food and meat. Just as Zhang Chaoyue was about to speak, an unpleasant voice broke through the crowd. "Why am I not getting any? My rice jar is empty," shouted a villager named Han Xiaoqiang. Zhang Chaoyue frowned. "Han Xiaoqiang, where were you when we fought the bandits?" I couldn't move well." Upon hearing this, the surrounding villagers displayed disdain. When all the men had been urged by Su Lang to fight, Han Xiaoqiang had hidden at home, refusing to come out. "What is going on?" "Su Lang up, go get." Zhang Chaoyue explained the situation. Han Xiaoqiang, feeling guilty under Su Lang's gaze, mustered his courage and said, "Su Lang, it's not that I didn't want to fight. You broke my leg at the village entrance, and my knee still hurts. Just look." He limped a few steps to demonstrate. "Su Lang Chukka." Suddenly, he lifted his foot and kicked Han Xiaoqiang squarely in the stomach. Bang! Han Xiaoqiang curled up like a shrimp, clutching his belly as he fell to the ground, his face turning green from the pain. "Damn you." Su Lang looked down at him coldly. "The women and children of the village have come out with kitchen knives. Even Uncle Wu, who has difficulty walking, has made it here with a cane. You, a grown man, think that as an excuse? You are nothing but a coward who fears for his life. If you had participated in the fight against the bandits, I could overlook past grievances, but I have no respect for you now." Su Lang surveyed the crowd and announced loudly, "Today I declare this. All who participated in the fight against the bandits will receive rations according to their contributions. For those who lost loved ones, their families will receive 3 portions. The seriously injured will receive 2 portions. As for those who hid at home, watching their neighbors be slaughtered while waiting for us to risk our lives for food." Su Lang's gaze, sharp as a blade, swept over those few who hung their heads in shame. "You won't receive even half a grain. If anyone disagrees, step forward now. Come and challenge me, Su Lang." The atmosphere fell into a profound silence. Those villagers who had not dared to fight were rendered mute, not daring to utter a word. Han Xiaoqiang lay on the ground, trembling with anger, yet unable to speak. He knew that if he uttered another word, Su Lang would surely incapacitate him on the spot. The ration distribution proceeded in an orderly manner. The villagers who received their share wore expressions of joy, having escaped with their lives. Meanwhile, Murong Yenran remained silent. her eyes sparkling as she watched Su Lang, the once frail young man, now emerged as the pillar of the household and the entire village. In the past, my father and brothers were just like this, Murong, Yinran murmured to herself. Han Xiaoqiang rose from the ground, his eyes filled with resentment as he observed the lively scene. He scoffed, his voice loud enough for everyone to hear. What are you so proud of? You killed the second in command of the Haifeng gang and slaughtered over 20 of their brothers. Just wait. When the Haifeng gang's leader finds out, none of you will survive. Whether I will starve to death is uncertain, but you will surely be killed. Ha ha ha. As soon as he finished speaking, the joyful atmosphere that had just begun to rise froze abruptly. The smiles of the villagers turned to stone. A villager who had just received meat trembled, dropping his bowl to the ground, oblivious to its shattering as his face drained of color. It's over. The leader of Haifeng gang, that devil, an elderly man trembled, his lips quivering as he spoke with palpable terror. I have heard that the notorious leader is no mere mortal, but a malevolent spirit risen from the depths of hell. He slaughters indiscriminately and even devours human hearts. It's over. We have slain his brother. He will undoubtedly come to massacre our village. He is a veritable devil, merciless and insatiable. The villagers' faces turned ashen. The savory porridge they had just relished now felt like a burden of 1,000 pounds in their hands. Han Xiaoqiang's venomous curse fell upon them like a bucket of icy water, extinguishing the joy that had briefly blossomed from their shared bounty, replaced instantly by sheer dread. Han Xiaoqiang gazed upon the scene with a twisted satisfaction, reveling in the collective fear and despair that enveloped the villagers. At that moment, a figure appeared before him, propelled by a gust of wind. A sharp slap echoed through the air, spinning Han Xiaoqiang around, sending him crashing to the ground. A profound silence blanketed the village entrance. Su Lang shook his tingling hand and looked down at Han Xiaoqiang, whose face bore the vivid imprints of 5 crimson fingers, utterly dazed. You are still alive today because everyone risked their lives to spare you. Su Lang's voice, though not loud, pierced through the air with chilling clarity, resonating in the ears of every villager. Next time the people from Haifeng's Hai come, do you believe I will be the first to bind you and present you as a gift at the village entrance? Han Xiaoqiang felt his insides churn under Su Lang's emotionless gaze, a foul liquid instantly soaking his trousers. He was so terrified that he had lost control of himself. Get out! Su Lang barked, and Han Xiaoqiang, as though granted a reprieve, scrambled away in a frenzy, not daring to make a sound, rushing back to his home and bolting the door behind him. Su Lang surveyed the fearful villagers and scoffed. What good is fear? If we do not resist today, we shall lie as corpses upon the ground. With me here, should the leader of Haifeng's Hai dare to come, I shall ensure he does not return. Did you think of our resounding victory when you wielded your hoes and forks in desperation? To fight is to live. To be afraid is to perish. His words resonated with undeniable authority, instilling a newfound courage in the hearts of the villagers. Indeed, why should they fear? With Galang by their side. After distributing the grain, Su Lang's gaze fell upon the 10 women who were still trembling with shock. They had changed into clean garments provided by the villagers. Although their faces still bore traces of tears, they no longer appeared as disheveled as before. Since you do not intend to leave, then find a way to settle here in Dahu village, Su Lang declared. He turned to Li Si beside him. Lord Li Si is here as well. No one can force you. The village still had some eligible bachelors. You may choose for yourselves. Upon hearing this, the 10 women shuddered, while the unmarried men in the village suddenly brightened with hope. This was an extraordinary opportunity. These 10 women, abducted by the marauders from Lushi village, were all young and beautiful, far more alluring than the frail maidens of the village. Instantly, a dozen bachelors eagerly rubbed their hands together and approached, displaying what they believed to be friendly smiles. Choose me. I have 2 acres of land just sown. Come with me. I am strong and can teach you to hunt. You will have meat at every meal. I just divided half a wild chicken. I'll bring it back for you to nourish yourself. However, an unexpected scene unfolded. The men did not, as usual, gravitate towards those who appeared robust and capable of bearing children. Instead, all eyes fixated on one particular woman in the crowd. Su Lang instinctively turned to look as well, and was momentarily taken aback. The woman, roughly 17 or 18 years of age, possessed an elegant figure and skin as fair as snow. Her oval face and exquisitely delicate features made her resemble a celestial being, her beauty rivaling even Hua Yurong. The aura of cold aloofness she exuded, tinged with a hint of helpless fragility, bore an uncanny resemblance to Murong Yenran. Truly a rare gem. Previously, these bachelors had sought stout, brawny women for breeding. Now, seeing Su Lang thrive alongside for ethereal wives, their minds began to stir with possibilities. Perhaps fortune would smile upon them as well, granting them a beautiful bride akin to Go Lang. In an instant, all the men clustered around the most enchanting maiden, their faces flushed with excitement. Step aside. I have my eye on her. Why should you? First come, first served, do you understand? Don't come near. I want to choose anyone. The girl was overwhelmed by the commotion, her face paling as she hugged her arms, trembling in fear, tears welling in her eyes as she teetered on the brink of weeping. Silence. Murong Yenran could no longer bear to witness this. She exclaimed sharply, stepping forward to shield the girl behind her, her fierce gaze fixed on the bachelors. Can't you see she is unwilling? If you dare take another step, I shall break your legs. The bachelors shrank back at Murong Yenran's imposing presence. Though begrudgingly, they dared not act further, reluctantly settling for one of the remaining 9 women. While these 9 might not match the beauty of the first, they were still charming enough to provide a sense of security in these tumultuous times, and they sighed in relief, following their chosen partners. Before long, only the most beautiful maiden remained. Su Lang approached, stroking his chin, a playful smile dancing on his lips as he regarded her. What now? The others have found their matches. What will you do? He teased. Don't think you can come to my home for a free meal. My supplies are limited. You. The girl's cheeks flushed with indignation, and she stamped her foot, her expression both delicate and defiant. Husband, please let her stay with us. She is so pitiful, pleaded Xiaozhuo, her heart softening as she rushed to grasp the girl's hand. Do not be afraid. My husband is a good man. If you do not choose them, then choose my husband. We sisters will not bully you. Absolutely not. The girl, without a moment's hesitation, rejected the offer. She cast a defiant glance at Su Lang, her chin raised as she insisted, I would rather starve or die outside than accept even a morsel from him. Oh, Su Lang Tukko, Bemut. Not long ago, Murong Yenran also scorned me, yet her affection has soared since then. I refuse to believe I cannot win over this little firecracker. However, this girl was indeed extraordinary. Her figure and demeanor suggested she was a refined lady raised in luxury. How had she fallen to such depths? Enough. The sun is setting. Let us take her home, Hua Yurong said softly. The girl glanced at the dimming sky and the desolate surroundings, bit her lip, and ultimately said nothing, acquiescing. Upon returning to the wooden hut, the girl remained vigilant, huddled in a corner, silent. What is your name? Su Lang Yin Guit. After a moment's hesitation, she squeezed out 3 words through clenched teeth. Jiang Zhaoyue. Jiang? Su Lang's heart skipped a beat. The royal surname of the Qin dynasty is indeed Jiang. Reflecting on the news heard a few days prior regarding the emperor's passing and the fierce rivalry among several princes vying for the throne, Su Lang pondered whether this woman could possibly be an escaped princess. His thoughts swirled as night fully enveloped the surroundings. Under the guidance of Hua Yurong, Xiaji Ruo and Li Xiuji busily prepared medicine and tended to the wounded, their delicate faces etched with exhaustion after a long day. Murong Yenran, having endured a brutal battle, was also feeling the weight of fatigue. You all should rest, Su Lang said, glancing at his beloved wives with a pang of sympathy. Today, I shall prepare the meal. With his extraordinary physique, far surpassing that of ordinary men, the day's exertions posed no challenge to him. You're so wonderful, Xiaji Ruo exclaimed with delight. Su Lang smiled and entered the kitchen. Soon, the rich aroma of meat wafted through the air, enticing everyone within the dwelling. He cut a generous portion of the remaining wild boar meat, paired it with a plump wild chicken, and added a third of the previously smoked cured meat to create a hearty stew. The bubbling broth filled the air with an irresistible fragrance that invaded every corner of the house. Jiang Zhaoyu, having been hungry all day, felt her stomach rumble uncontrollably at the enticing scent. She pressed her hands against her abdomen, her cheeks flushing crimson with embarrassment, wishing she could disappear into a crack in the ground. I want to eat so badly. What should I do? Chapter 43. The Law of Temptation. A most discordant sound echoed in the quiet wooden cabin, a clear reminder of hunger. In a corner, Jiang Zhaoyu's exquisitely delicate face turned beet red as she desperately clutched her stomach, wishing to vanish from the scene. The bold aroma of meat wafting from the kitchen seemed to tantalize her very insides. Su Lang couldn't help but chuckle at her adorable yet flustered demeanor. He emerged from the kitchen carrying a large ceramic basin filled with tender wild boar and chicken, the rich broth shimmering with a golden sheen. Dinner is served. Xiaji Ruo and Li Xiuji cheered, rushing over to assist with bowls and chopsticks. Su Lang deliberately took a seat near Jiang Zhaoyu, savoring a hearty piece of fatty pork skin with gusto, the sounds of his enjoyment resonating loudly for someone who had been starving all day. Jiang Zhaoyu clenched her teeth, stubbornly turning her head away, yet her rolling throat and increasingly vocal stomach betrayed her. Oomph. Mu Rongyin Ran could no longer contain herself and shot Su Lang a disapproving glare, playfully punching his arm. You rascal husband, teasing her like this. She knew well that Su Lang would never turn a blind eye, especially not to a woman of Jiang Zhaoyu's elegance. Su Lang medili juke, unfa. It was Xiaji Ruo who had the kindest heart. She filled a bowl brimming with meat and brought it to Jiang Zhaoyu, gently taking her cool hand. Sister, come eat with us. You've been hungry all day. Don't worry, my husband is a great man. Jiang Zhaoyu hesitated, eyeing the tempting morsels in the bowl. Though the meat was a haphazard mix, it was just right. Unbeknownst to them, Su Lang possessed extraordinary culinary skills, which he preferred not to flaunt, lest he dazzle the five beauties with his plating. In this year of famine, he maintained the persona of a simple rural boy. However, even his humble stew was a culinary delight, replete with color, aroma, and flavor. Gazing at the fragrant meat and a flatbread, Jiang Zhaoyu, despite her intense hunger, refrained from reaching for it. She lifted her gaze to meet Su Lang's amused expression, which was filled with a teasing smile. Go ahead and eat, he said, those two words sounding like a permission granted. Despite a surge of humiliation within her, the protests of her stomach ultimately overcame her meager pride. She accepted the bowl. Though her hunger was acute, she maintained an air of grace as she ate, savoring each bite without a sound. This demeanor further convinced Su Lang of her noble upbringing. He exchanged a glance with Mu Rongyin Ran, both recognizing the same thought. Could she truly be a runaway princess? The peculiar yet warm atmosphere enveloped their meal. Mu Rongyin Ran wiped her mouth and suddenly spoke. Husband, today when I saw you confront that bandit leader, your swordsmanship was remarkable. The others looked on with curiosity, intrigued by Su Lang's formidable technique, which was far from what one would expect from an ordinary hunter. Oh, that, Su Lang replied nonchalantly, having prepared a response in advance. When I was a child, I encountered a starving old beggar in the mountains and shared half of my food with him. He recognized my extraordinary potential and insisted on teaching me a legendary sword technique. He embellished a classic trope from his past life as martial arts novels, and surprisingly, the people of this world seemed captivated by such tales. The women listened with wide eyes, especially Xiaji Ruo, her gaze sparkling with admiration. Wow, so you have had such extraordinary experiences. Even the usually composed Mu Rongyin Ran appeared half convinced, aware that the world is filled with eccentric individuals. Su Lang's tale, though far-fetched, was the most plausible explanation at that moment. Just then, a notification chimed in Su Lang's mind. Ding! Mu Rongyin Ran's favorability increased by 10. Current favorability, 135. Ding! Hua Yurong's favorability increased by 10. Current favorability, 145. Ding! Xiaji Ruo's favorability increased by 10. Current favorability, 145. Ding! Li Xiuji's favorability increased by 10. Current favorability, 140. What a surprise. After a mere skirmish, favorability soared. In just a few days, once the favorability of the four wives reached 200, the system would bestow 4 rewards. For every 100 points of favorability, enhancements to physical strength, sword techniques, and lightness skills would be granted. Su Lang couldn't help but wonder what the rewards for 1,000 points of favorability might entail. He noted the change in the women's gazes towards him. They were no longer filled solely with gratitude and reliance. Now, he perceived a fervent admiration and affection. Especially Xiaji Ruo, who seemed nearly glued to him, repeatedly calling him the greatest husband, filling Su Lang with a sense of delight. Only Jiang Zhaoyu remained quietly seated in the corner, her head bowed, lost in her thoughts, evidently in low spirits. By the way, Yin Ran, Su Lang addressed Mu Rong Yen Ran. When we distributed weapons this afternoon, why didn't you choose a long sword? Though the dagger is sharp, it is ultimately too short and disadvantaged against longer weapons. In chaotic times, a blade is more lethal than a sword. Mu Rong Yen Ran remained silent, merely producing the blood-stained dagger from her possession and handing it to Su Lang. Upon receiving it, he examined the weapon closely. The dagger, sheathed in a manner reminiscent of ancient styles, appeared unremarkable at first glance. He drew the dagger, and a soft hum resonated. The blade shimmered like a tranquil autumn lake, absorbing the flickering flames around it, devoid of any reflection, as if it could devour light itself. Su Lang's fleet go. He retrieved a nearby iron rod from the kitchen and gently traced the dagger along its surface. With a swift motion, the rod, as thick as a thumb, was effortlessly severed in two, the cut as smooth as a mirror. Su Lang ingan sapi. It could slice through iron like tofu. This, indeed, was a true divine weapon. In close combat, possessing this dagger rendered one nearly invincible. What a remarkable item. Su Lang caressed the blade fondly before returning it to her. However, a weapon is only as good as its wielder. When we head to the town, I shall procure you a more suitable weapon. Thank you, my lord, she replied graciously. Yet Su Lang's demeanor shifted, and he spoke solemnly. The leader of Heifeng, Zhai, will soon realize that Ma Ji Zhong and the others have not returned. After a day or two, he will undoubtedly send someone to investigate. Although we triumphed in today's battle, we have also laid ourselves bare. Murong Yinran nodded, her delicate features etched with concern. Heifeng Zhai has thrived for many years, and the authorities have been powerless against it. That leader is no ordinary foe. We must prepare ourselves. Su Lang's gaze drifted towards the window, where Lu Shirtu was training several young lads in the yard beside the thatched cottage, each wielding their weapons with enthusiasm and vigor. It was time to commence their training. These 7 youths were his most trusted subordinates. With proper training and the weapons seized from the bandits, they would become a formidable force. Night gradually deepened. It is getting late. Come, all of you. Keep me company as I sleep, Su Lang grinned. But my lord, you've been busy all day. I'm worried about your health, Hua Yurong voiced her concern. Su Lang patted his chest confidently. Do not worry, I am perfectly fine. He swept up the nearest Xiaozhua, who beamed with joy, clearly bolder than her elder sisters. Su Lang cradled her and strode towards the large bed that could accommodate several people. Hua Yurong and Li Xiuji exchanged glances before looking at Murong Yenran, ultimately deciding to follow suit. In the corner of the adjacent room, Jiang Zhaoyue had pulled the quilt over her head, her lovely face flushed crimson, nearly boiling. This man, despite his undeniable abilities, was utterly indulgent. It was simply absurd. How could he behave so recklessly with guests in the house? Jiang Zhaoyue buried herself deeper under the quilt, attempting to block out the sounds that made her cheeks burn, yet those sounds seemed to possess a life of their own, stubbornly penetrating her ears. Her mind became a chaotic whirlpool, images flooding her thoughts uncontrollably. She recalled her desperate escape from the heavily guarded palace, disguised as a young eunuch, barely surviving. She remembered witnessing the once thriving towns reduced to desolation, with corpses strewn about. She recalled the profound despair when captured by the merciless bandits, watching them invade Lushi village, slaughtering defenseless villagers as easily as chopping vegetables. In that moment, she thought she was doomed. Yet, she survived, saved by this man named Su Lang. As she pondered, she found that perhaps this man was not as detestable as she initially thought. At least he was protecting the villagers. The blood on his hands was shed to safeguard this village. Though domineering, he ensured that everyone had enough to eat. Though he was lecherous, the affection and happiness in the eyes of his women spoke volumes. No, Jiang Zhaoyue shook her head violently, trying to dispel these absurd thoughts. How could she possibly harbor feelings for him? She dared not think further. The death of her father had sent shockwaves through the court. The crown prince, who was to inherit the throne, had died mysteriously the night before his coronation, blood streaming from his orifices. Her third brother, a general commanding the borders, had also fallen in battle against the northern tribes. The remaining younger brothers were under the control of ambitious uncles, mere pawns in their power struggles. She could not return. The palace awaited her only as a tool for marriage, a bargaining chip in their political games. Where could she go? This world had no place for her. The more she contemplated, the heavier her heart felt, engulfed in despair. Crystal tears cascaded uncontrollably from her eyes, soaking the rough pillowcase. The sound from the adjacent room had ceased, leaving her with the thoughts of this insufferable man. Amidst her endless reverie and exhaustion, Jiang Jiayue finally succumbed to a deep slumber. In her dream, she donned a vibrant red wedding gown, adorned with a phoenix crown. Seated amidst the clamor of a wedding hall filled with strangers. Guided by unseen hands, she performed the ceremonial rites before being led into the bridal chamber. As the man in a resplendent red robe approached with a smile to unveil her veil, she caught sight of his face. Su Lang. Startled, Jiang Jiayue gasped and bolted upright in bed. Outside, dawn had already broken. The following morning, when Su Lang emerged from the main bedroom, refreshed, he immediately spotted Jiang Jiayue, who bore two prominent dark circles under her eyes, glaring at him with a complex expression. "What are you staring at?" Su Lang hope fat, in a good mood as he stretched. "You ate my food yesterday. Today, you shall work for me. My household does not harbor idlers." With that, he whistled cheerfully and ambled into the kitchen to prepare breakfast. Soon, Hua Yurong rose, rubbing her eyes, and naturally joined him in the kitchen. Xia Zhuo and Li Xiuji chattered excitedly, carrying buckets to fetch water from the creek. Jiang Jiayue sat on the edge of the bed, observing the warm and bustling scene before biting her lip. She did not wish to be a mere freeloader. After hesitating, she stood up, quietly following Xia Zhuo. For among the women, the youthful girl seemed the most innocent and kind-hearted. After breakfast, Hua Yurong and the others planned to water the vegetable patch. "Oh, rabbits. The rabbits have given birth." Upon reaching the vegetable patch, Xia Zhuo let out a delighted squeal. There, within the makeshift enclosure of branches, lay the once pregnant rabbits Su Lang had brought back, now surrounded by 6 or 7 fluffy, rosy-hued kits, so utterly adorable that they could melt anyone's heart. "Wow, how cute." Xia Zhuo crouched beside the cage, her large eyes sparkling like little stars. With utmost delicacy, she extended her finger and poked one of the small rabbits on its back. Su Lang approached, squatting beside her, and affectionately ruffled her hair. "Do you like them?" he asked. Xia Zhuo nodded enthusiastically. Not far away, Jiang Jiayue observed this scene, her gaze somewhat distant. After chatting with Xia Zhuo for a while, Su Lang stood up and sought out Jiang Jiayue, who was directing villagers to clean up the bloodstains at the village entrance. "Jiayue, come here for a moment." "Hey, Lang Yi." Jiang Jiayue hurried over. Su Lang pointed to 7 tall horses tied under an old locust tree. "These horses," Su Lang said gravely, "will now be fed uniformly by the village and regarded as strategic resources." Jiang Jiayue nodded vigorously, fully aware of the horse's worth. "Additionally," informed the village. Su Lang paused before continuing. "Tell them that starting today, I will personally teach martial arts at the village entrance. Any man between the ages of 15 and 40 who wishes to learn is welcome." Jiang Jiayue's eyes instantly lit up. This was indeed fantastic news. The entire village had witnessed Su Lang's prowess. If they could learn even a fraction of his skills, they would no longer be defenseless against bandits. "Don't worry, Lango. I'm on it." Su Lang watched Jiang Jiayue sprint away, nodding in approval. He had no desire to assume the role of village chief and was uninterested in trivial matters. It was only fitting for the chief's son, Jiang Jiayue, to handle such tasks. The old village chief had treated him well in the past, and supporting Jiang Jiayue was a way to repay that kindness. All he needed was to maintain control over the village's core armed forces. Soon, Jiang Jiayue's voice resonated across Daya village. "Villagers, listen up. Lang Ge has announced that starting today, he will personally teach everyone martial arts to protect our homeland. Anyone wishing to learn, come to the village entrance immediately." As his words fell, the entire Daya village erupted in excitement. After a brief silence, shouts erupted. "Count me in. Once I learn, I won't fear those despicable bandits anymore." Doors swung open, and men who had just experienced the brutality of battle, their faces still bearing traces of fear, emerged with determined eyes. They clutched tightly to the bloodied weapons they had received the day before. Soon, a gathering of 20 to 30 young men formed at the village entrance. They gazed at Su Lang, who stood tall in the morning light, their eyes filled with fervent admiration and hope. In a corner of the crowd, Han Xiaoqiang covered his swollen face, watching the scene with a palpable mix of resentment and jealousy. Su Lang's gaze swept over the crowd before him. He noticed Lu Shitu and a few young boys standing at the forefront, their chests puffed out with determination. He also recognized many unfamiliar, yet equally resolute faces. A smile curved at the corners of Su Lang's lips. His foundation was forming. Chapter 45. The Bandits' Night Raid on Daya Village. Su Lang stood at the village entrance, facing a group of 20 to 30 men brandishing an assortment of weapons. Their eyes reflected fear and reluctance, but more prominently, a fierce determination born of desperation. I do not care what you did before, whether you were farmers or hunters. Su Lang's voice, though not loud, resonated clearly in each ear. From this day forth, you shall be warriors. I will not teach you any fanciful martial arts. They are of no use. I will teach you 3 moves. Su Lang drew his broadsword, its blade glinting coldly in the morning light. The first move, slash. He stepped forward, delivering a powerful downward cut, the wind howling in its wake. The second move, thrust. With a flick of his wrist, the blade darted forward like a venomous snake. The third move, chop. The blade swept horizontally, a flash of cold light slicing through the air. Practice these 3 moves relentlessly. Treat the wooden stakes before you as the necks of bandits. Train 1,000 times daily until your hands tremble even when you pick up chopsticks. There were no complex theories, only the simplest and most direct killing techniques. Yes, the men roared with fiery intensity, their eyes ablaze as they repeated the 3 movements with fervor against the already set wooden stakes. In an instant, the village entrance was filled with the sounds of slicing air and heavy breathing. They understood that in this chaotic world, if their weapons were not formidable, they would be nothing but lambs for slaughter. In the corner, Han Xiaoqiang, nursing his still swollen face, felt the sting of pain as he observed the fervor around him, disdainfully spitting. A bunch of fools. Do they think these few moves will help? When the leader of Heifeng Zhai arrives, you will all perish. Around noon, as training reached its peak, a cloud of dust billowed along the dirt road leading to the county town. Zhang Xiaoyue, on watch, paled and was about to scream when he realized the approaching figures were not bandits, but a group of officials dressed in uniforms. At the forefront was Li Si, accompanied by a middle-aged man riding a tall horse, slightly plump, with a cheerful demeanor. It was Wang Defa, the county magistrate of Anping County. Su Lang, my younger brother. Li Si's voice reached them before they arrived. Wang Defa dismounted, swiftly approaching Su Lang with a smile as Li Si guided him. You are Su Lang? Truly a hero in the making. Su Lang immediately cupped his hands in greeting. Commoner Su Lang pays his respects to the esteemed county magistrate. The magistrate appeared to be a congenial and affable individual. No need for excessive formalities. Wang Defa waved his hand, his gaze sweeping over the villagers training at the entrance. His approval evident. Li Si narrated the events of the previous day with great flair, particularly emphasizing how Su Lang had turned the tides of battle and defeated the formidable bandit Ma Zhizhong, embellishing the tale. Wang Defa nodded repeatedly in agreement. Bring forth the reward. 2 officials carried over a wooden box and opened it. Inside lay a gleaming cache of silver, a full 100 taels. Next to it were several bolts of brightly colored fabric. The villagers gasped in astonishment as they beheld such wealth. 100 taels. They had never seen so much money in their lives. However, Su Lang's heart was as clear as day. In these tumultuous times, 1,000 taels of gold were worth less than a granary of grain. This silver would scarcely buy 10 stones of rice. Yet, he understood the importance of maintaining appearances. He immediately donned an expression of surprise and gratitude, nearly kneeling. Commoner is unworthy of such kindness. Thank you, esteemed county magistrate. Oh, no need for that. Wang Defa swiftly supported him, his smile more genuine now. This is your due. You have eliminated a threat for Anping County. I am just in my rewards and punishments. After a round of pleasantries, Wang Defa shifted the conversation. Su Lang, I see great potential in you. Would you care to join my county office as a constable? I assure you a bright future. Su Lang understood the implications, bowing again with a sincere yet troubled expression. Thank you for your gracious offer. But Daya Village is where I was born and raised. With the bandit threat still looming, I cannot leave my fellow villagers in their time of need. The common folk willingly choose to remain here to safeguard this land for the esteemed ones. This statement was impeccably crafted, expressing loyalty while flattering the county magistrate, and firmly establishing his persona as a protector of the realm and its people. Although Wang Defa felt a pang of regret, he still patted Su Lang on the shoulder, offering high praise. Excellent. What a man of sentiment and loyalty. I did not misjudge you. Rest assured, should there be any further banditry in Day Village, I shall dispatch troops for assistance at the first opportunity. After some pleasantries, noticing Su Lang's disinterest in his company, Wang Defa's enthusiasm waned, and he departed within less than the time it takes for an incense stick to burn. Having seen off the content county magistrate and his entourage, Su Lang returned to the wooden cabin with silver and fabric in hand. Inside, a few women spotted the pristine bolts of cloth, their eyes lighting up with excitement. Wow, such beautiful fabric. Summerdraw was the first to rush forward, holding up a piece of pink material against herself, her face brimming with excitement. Husband, I want to make a new outfit in this color. Hua Yurong picked up a sturdy piece of cotton fabric, gently touching it, her gentle countenance revealing a smile of relief. Wonderful. With this fabric, when the weather turns colder, everyone will have warm clothes for winter. Murong Yinran took up a piece of deep black training material, nodding in approval. This fabric is durable, perfect for making practice attire. Li Xiuji simply stood to the side, watching the beautiful fabrics with envy and joy, too timid to reach out and touch them. Su Lang observed all this and walked over, placing the softest sky blue silk into Li Xiuji's embrace. Take this. You shall also have a new outfit. Li Xiuji's face flushed crimson at once, clutching the fabric. Her head bowed as she softly uttered a thank you to her husband. In the corner, Jiang Zhaoyue was quietly assisting Hua Yurong with the herbal preparations when she instinctively glanced over at the commotion. When her gaze fell upon the exquisite fabrics, a fleeting moment of daze flickered in her eyes. Once, these items had seemed commonplace to her. Su Lang noted the subtle change in her expression, a smirk of satisfaction tugging at the corners of his mouth. Ah, she is already beginning to integrate into this family. It won't be long before she is no longer a guest, but rather the mistress of the household. As night deepened, Su Lang prepared to engage in some delightful nocturnal activities to enhance the marital bond. Husband, you've worked hard all day. Perhaps you should rest early? Hua Yurong looked at him with concern in her eyes. I'm fine. Su Lang patted his chest, grinning as he gathered all four wives closer. I have plenty of stamina. In the adjacent room, Jiang Zhaoyue buried her head beneath the covers, her cool, delicate face flushed as if it might bleed. This man, he is relentless. He does this every night. Is he made of iron? Such lack of restraint will surely lead to his demise at the hands of a woman. Just as her thoughts spiraled into embarrassment and anger, a sudden, urgent clang of a gong shattered the tranquility of the night, followed by a villager's panicked scream that pierced through the village's calm. Bandits! The bandits from Haifeng's High have invaded. Everyone prepare yourselves. What? Su Lang's actions halted instantaneously. He exchanged a glance with Murong Yinran, both recognizing the deep sense of confusion and gravity reflected in each other's eyes. Something is amiss. It is only the second day. Even if the leader of Haifeng's High received the news and sent scouts, it would be impossible to assemble a force and launch an assault so swiftly. There is treachery afoot. Yurong, Jiruo, Xiuji, you three take Zhaoyue and immediately hide in the cellar. Do not open the door for anyone unless I instruct you. Su Lang's voice turned cold and serious. Husband, they are terrified. Hua Yurong's face blanched. Listen to me. Su Lang bak go. Leaving no room for argument as he leapt from the bed, swiftly grasping the broadsword from the corner. Murong Yinran remained silent, discarding her thin garment and changing into a form-fitting black outfit with remarkable speed. The two stood resolutely at the entrance side by side. Not far away, flames leapt into the sky, and the sounds of battle and cries melded into a cacophony. Chapter 46. A Traitor in the Village Flames. The cries of battle. The sharp clang of the gong reverberated like a death knell, striking fear into every heart. Husband. Summer Jiruo's voice trembled with sorrow. Su Lang turned to see their faces etched with terror and concern. His heart softened, and his tones softened as well. Do not worry. I shall return shortly. With that, he hesitated no longer. His figure flashed as he plunged into the night. With the grace of treading snow without a trace, his speed was akin to a released arrow, leaving only a faint afterimage in his wake. Murong Yinran followed closely, but as she burst through the courtyard gate, Su Lang's figure had already vanished around the bend of the village path within mere moments. How swift! Murong Yinran felt a jolt. It seemed this man's skills had advanced yet again. Not daring to delay, she pushed her agility to its limits, pursuing the brightest flames. Langye, Yananye. Not far away, in a thatched cottage, Lu Shirtu and Zhuzi, along with 5 other youths, burst forth wielding the weapons they had just received yesterday. Their eyes red with determination as they raced after Murong Yinran. The western end of the village had descended into utter chaos. Several thatched huts blazed with fierce flames, casting an eerie orange glow across the night sky. The sounds of wailing, pleas for mercy, and the dull thuds of weapons striking flesh intertwined into a lament of despair. Dozens of bandits from Haifeng's High, like tigers descending from the mountains, ruthlessly slaughtered the defenseless villagers. A man had barely stepped out of his dwelling, his hoe raised, when he was felled by a single blow. Su Lang's figure appeared like a specter at the edge of the battlefield. His gaze instantly locked onto the center of the fray. There stood a giant, towering like an iron tower, nearly 2 meters tall. His sinewy muscles stretched the animal skin vest he wore to its limits. Wielding a massive blade, blood and brain matter smeared across its edge, gleaming ominously in the firelight. The leader of Haifeng's High, Hikuei. Ha! Hikuei sneered, casually swinging his great blade, cleaving a 50-year-old man in 2, both him and his knife falling in a gruesome display. Guts and entrails spilled onto the ground. After this, Hikuei even licked the blood that splattered onto his lips, his expression one of extreme delight. His gaze then fell upon a woman trembling on the ground, clutching a child. It was Sister Wang. Sulang Shapupin Gonstit Shapi. Without a moment's hesitation, he swiftly drew the long mulberry wood bow from his back, knocked an arrow, and released. 2 arrows shot forth in quick succession, slicing through the air with a piercing whistle, aimed directly at Hikuei's face and the wrist that wielded the blade. In that moment of revelry, Hikuei's expression shifted. He sensed a mortal threat. Abandoning the woman, he swiftly raised the great blade. Clang! Clang! The 2 arrows, with tremendous force, were deflected with remarkable precision. What swiftness! What strength! Xulong felt a heavy weight in his heart. Even this brief pause was sufficient. He discarded his longbow, drew out his broadsword, and with a powerful push of his foot, transformed into a fleeting shadow, charging directly towards Hikuei. Just as Hikuei had deflected 2 arrows and had yet to catch his breath, he sensed a sharp wind from the blade rushing towards him. His pupils constricted, and instinctively, he crossed his sword to block. Clang! The deafening clash of metal resonated. Sparks flew. Xulong felt an overwhelming force akin to a mountain flood surging through his blade, causing excruciating pain in his grip, and he staggered backward uncontrollably for 3 steps, each footfall leaving a deep imprint in the earth. Despite possessing 8-fold physical strength, he did not bear the corresponding weight. Though pushed back by the tremendous force, he sustained no injury. Hikuei, too, was jolted back 7 or 8 steps, each one a stagger. The cruel smile on his face instantly froze, replaced by boundless horror. Swallowing a taste of iron in his throat, Hikuei realized he had sustained internal injuries, yet he did not reveal it. He glanced down at his finely crafted Guangong broadsword, and to his astonishment, discovered a grain-sized chip on the blade. This seemingly frail youth possessed strength beyond what Ma Zizhong had claimed. Hikuei raised his head, fixing a fierce gaze upon the young man, emanating a fierce aura, and hoarsely questioned, "It was you who killed Ma Zizhong?" Xulong frowned. How'd he know? This thought flickered through his mind. It was I who did the deed. Xulong sneered coldly. Next, it will be you. Ha ha ha. Bold words. Hikuei laughed instead of growing angry, his admiration and greed unabashedly evident. Kid, you possess remarkable courage. Would you care to join me? Once I seize on Ping County, you shall be my deputy commander. Wealth, women, you shall have as much as you desire. Not interested. Xulong's reply was succinct and direct. He was solely intent on clarifying one matter. I am curious. How did you arrive so swiftly? How did you know I was the one who killed your second-in-command? Ha ha. Hikuei seemed to have heard the grandest joke. He pointed with his Guangong broadsword toward the figure huddled in the corner, reveling in the chaos. Naturally, someone informed me. Xulong followed his gesture. Amid the flames, a face twisted by malice and jealousy crystallized before him. It was Han Xiaoqiang. In that instant, Xulong understood everything. Is Han Xiaoqiang? Traitor, you despicable beast. How could you collude with the bandits? Do you honor the lives of the slain villagers? The surviving villagers around them reacted, their eyes wide with rage, each pointing at Han Xiaoqiang and cursing vehemently. Han Xiaoqiang, unfazed by their accusations, instead raised his neck defiantly and shouted in bitterness, "Pa, a bunch of lowly peasants. Why should Xulong enjoy the good life while I suffer? You hoard the grain and do not share, yet you strike me." He turned to He, ingratiatingly smiling. "Ida di Niji, do not waste words on them. Quickly kill this Xiu, and take his beautiful women, all of whom are exquisite." Seeking death, a torrent of murderous intent erupted from Xulong's chest. No longer indulging in conversation, he flashed forward, his broadsword, imbued with the force of thunder. Once again cleaved towards He, Yinran. In that instant of rushing forth, his peripheral vision caught sight of Murong Yinran, who had just arrived. "Protect the villagers. Clear away the rabble. This He is mine." Murong Yinran, seeing the fury burning in Xulong's eyes, nodded firmly without hesitation, her figure twisting like a black butterfly as she plunged into the midst of the bandit throng. He's strength far surpassed that of Ma Zizhong. Xulong knew this would be a fierce battle, yet he understood he could not delay. Every second wasted would cost more villagers their lives. A swift resolution was imperative. He abandoned all defense, pouring his entire terrifying strength, 8 times that of an ordinary person, unreservedly into the broadsword in his hand. Quangfeng Daofa, the blade's light, like a tempest, struck rapidly, each slash quicker and heavier than the last. A reckless gamble for life against life, as he ruthlessly targeted He's vital points. "Madman, you wish to perish together." He was taken aback by this reckless approach, struggling to wield his heavy Guangong broadsword to defend himself. Clang, clang, clang. The cacophony of metal echoed throughout the village like a torrential downpour. Sparks erupted like fireworks between the two. Chapter 47. Kill, kill, kill. He was going mad. His Guangong broadsword, weighing 80 pounds, was his famed weapon. Yet now, it felt as fragile as paper. With each clash, the unyielding, terrifying force made him feel as though his arms were about to be shattered. His palms had long split open, blood streaming down the hilt, slick and viscous, nearly causing him to drop his weapon. Meanwhile, the young man before him resembled an unrelenting machine of slaughter. His strikes grew ever faster. His strength seemed boundless. He was terrified. After over a decade of traversing the mountains and forests, having taken countless lives, he had never before seen such pure killing intent in another's eyes. It was not for money, not for women, but an unadulterated desire to obliterate him from this world. Clang! Another earth-shattering collision. Crack! A sharp sound rang out. He looked down, his pupils constricting to pinpricks. His finely crafted Guangong broadsword bore a deep notch, half a finger wide, inflicted by the seemingly unremarkable broadsword of his opponent. What in the world is this monster? In that fleeting moment of distraction, Xulong seized the opportunity. The bloodlust in his eyes intensified, and with a sudden pivot of his foot, he darted to He's left side. Quangfeng Daofa, sweeping like the wind. The blade's light, akin to a specter, swept outward with chilling ferocity. No! He's terrified roar erupted as he attempted to return his sword to block. But the weight of the Guangong broadsword left him no time for defense at such close range. Squelch! The sound of the blade piercing flesh was dull and horrific. A robust arm, spouting a torrent of blood, shot skyward. He released a scream that transcended human sound, incredulously gazing at his empty left shoulder, where blood gushed forth like a fountain. Not far away, in the corner, Han Xiaoqiang's previously smug expression froze entirely. The color drained from his face, his lips quivering, his teeth chattering, producing a rattling sound. The ruthless king, Hada Dongjia, had his arms severed by a single blow. It was over. This thought struck like thunder, exploding in his mind. Run! Run fast! Han Xiaoqiang did not hesitate for a moment as he turned and fled. He exerted every ounce of strength, madly sprinting towards the darkness beyond the village. He, with a severed arm, found his combat capabilities utterly diminished. As he beheld Su Lang, bloodied and resembling a hellish demon, advancing with a raised blade, fear flickered across his face for the first time. "Please spare me. I will give you all the gold and silver treasures from Stronghold." Women, I have several beautiful women I captured, all for you. Su Lang's expression remained inscrutable, met only with the cold gleam of his blade. With a sickening thud, a large head rolled to the ground, its wide, bell-like eyes still reflecting boundless terror and disbelief. Su Lang did not spare a glance at the headless corpse collapsing behind him. His gaze was immediately fixed on the figure frantically escaping into the shadows. Shi, Su Lang Bao Lao. Here, Lang Yi, replied Lu Shi, who had just felled a bandit, his eyes aflame with determination. Go, bring that treacherous scoundrel back to me, alive. Without a moment's hesitation, Lu Shi brandished his blade and led a group of youths, resembling a pack of ravenous wolves, as they pursued Han Xiaoqiang's fleeing form. Su Lang paid them no mind, swiftly plunging into another skirmish. With his involvement, the bandit line, already teetering under Murong Yinran's onslaught, crumbled instantaneously. Su Lang's blade struck with relentless force, each swing resulting in a bandit's agonized fall. Murong Yinran's dagger danced like the scythe of death, precisely severing the throats of her enemies with each flicker. The duo, one fierce and one agile, melded seamlessly in their brutal ballet of slaughter. This was no longer a battle, it was a massacre. When the final bandit met his demise at Su Lang's hand, the village succumbed to a profound silence. The crackling of the burning thatch huts and the muffled sobs of survivors were the only sounds that remained. Su Lang and Murong Yinran stood side by side, both drenched in blood, unable to distinguish their own from that of their foes. The overwhelming stench of blood was nauseating. Zhang Chaoyue, his eyes reddened, trembled as he walked among the fallen, counting the casualties alongside several villagers. After a long pause, he approached Su Lang, his voice hoarse and lips quivering, barely able to articulate. Lang Gu, we lost 32 villagers, including 5 children and 7 elders. 41 were injured, with 15 severely wounded, and a few of them are on the brink of death. The robust Zhang Chaoyue broke down, collapsing to the ground in tears. Su Lang's heart sank heavily. 32 dead, and some of the gravely wounded were likely to perish soon. He gazed upon the familiar and unfamiliar faces lying lifeless in pools of blood, an overwhelming fury and helplessness threatening to consume his reason. At that moment, footsteps echoed at the village entrance. Lu Shi, bloody blade in hand, appeared, dragging back the terrified and limp Han Xiaoqiang, flanked by Zhuzi and another youth. With a thud, Han Xiaoqiang was tossed at Su Lang's feet. Lang Yi, I brought him back. Lu Shi panted. The villagers, upon seeing Han Xiaoqiang, transformed their sorrowful gazes into a torrent of rage and hatred. Han Huoqiang, you beast! My father was killed because of you. I will kill you. Kill him. Tear him apart. A grieving woman, having lost her son, surged forward, sinking her teeth into Han Xiaoqiang's ear. Oh! He screamed, akin to a slaughtered pig, as he surveyed the countless eyes around him, filled with a desire to rend him asunder, and looked into the emotionless gaze of Su Lang, standing amidst the blood. He was gripped by terror. Lang Yi, Su Lang, I was wrong. I truly was wrong. He fell to his knees, frantically banging his head on the ground, tears and snot streaming down his face. Please, spare me. I won't dare again. I was just confused for a moment. Su Lang approached him slowly, looking down from a height. Death? Too merciful for you. He coldly instructed Lu Shi to cut the tendons in his feet. First, save the others. Once they are tended to, let him experience what it means to suffer worse than death. Han Xiaoqiang's cries faded into a chilling silence, replaced by an overwhelming sense of despair and dread. No, please. Without hesitation, Lu Shi raised his blade. After 2 anguished screams, the world fell silent. All women, come here. Hua Yurong, suppressing her grief, began directing the scene. Boil water. Find clean cloths. Quickly. The village women wiped their tears and sprang into action. Zhang Zhaoyue emerged from the cellar, her face pale upon witnessing the hellish scene. Observing Hua Yurong and the others methodically tending to the injured, she gritted her teeth and rushed over to assist. A man had suffered a deep gash to his calf, blood gushing forth. Zhang Zhaoyue, emulating Hua Yurong, grabbed a cloth intending to apply pressure to the wound. She accidentally pressed down on the bone beside the injury, eliciting a pained cry from a man. I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to. Zhang Zhaoyue, startled, quickly withdrew her hand, her face filled with panic and guilt. Attempting to help another wounded individual, She clumsily tore open a freshly bandaged wound. "Are you an assassin sent by the bandits to kill me?" The man moaned in agony. After several blunders, Jiang Zhaoyue felt utterly helpless, standing aside and watching the groaning injured, while seeing Hua Yurong and the others sweating profusely. Tears welled in her eyes as she felt utterly useless. At that moment, a shadow, saturated with the stench of blood, loomed over her. Jiang Zhaoyue instinctively looked up. Su Lang stood before her, covered in blood, with splatters of unknown brain matter on his face, his eyes still glinting with the remnants of murderous intent. Resembling a demon risen from hell, Jiang Zhaoyue froze in fear, instinctively stepping back. However, Su Lang extended his bloodied hand towards her. Terrified, she shut her eyes, bracing for a slap or shove that never came. A warm hand gently landed on her head, patting her softly. Chapter 48. The favor of the little princess Jiang Zhaoyue was utterly stiffened. That hand, which had just crushed a bandit's throat and commanded the amputation of a traitor's tendons, was now tenderly caressing her head as if stroking a feather. "With slow practice, you will improve." The man's voice, rendered hoarse by prolonged battles, resembled a warm current that swiftly breached the dam of coldness and pride erected within her heart. Jiang Zhaoyue was momentarily taken aback. A sudden sting surged through her nose, and the tears that had been welling in her eyes could no longer be restrained, cascading down in large droplets. Over this period, she had escaped from the heavily guarded palace, endured betrayal, pursued relentlessly, faced hunger, and encountered men who sought to possess her against her will. Had it not been for Jiang Zhaoyue's cleverness, she might have succumbed to despair. She had witnessed too many tragedies of the human condition and felt the harshness of reality. Yet, this was the first time someone, in her clumsy and self-doubting state, offered her solace without disdain or mockery. Su Lang, observing her tear-streaked visage, felt his heart soften. He extended his other, slightly cleaner hand, gently brushing his fingertip across her smooth cheek, wiping away the crystalline tears. Jiang Zhaoyue instinctively recoiled. But upon meeting Su Lang's eyes, still tinged with traces of blood, yet remarkably clear, her body halted as if under a spell. She allowed his calloused and blood-scented fingertip to leave a faint red mark upon her cheek. The treatment of the wounded persisted until dawn. Under the exceptional medical skills of Hua Yurong and the lavish use of herbs, most of the critically injured were miraculously pulled back from the brink of death. However, after a night of slaughter and healing, everyone had reached their limits. Seeing the pallid faces of those who had lost too much blood, Su Lang furrowed his brow. He turned to the steadfast Lu Shirtu and called out, "Shirtu, over here." "Yes, Lango. Go, set up the largest pot in the village. I will fetch the fine rice and cured meat. Let us prepare a pot of meat porridge for the villagers to regain their strength." Upon hearing this, the surrounding villagers were taken aback. Fine rice? Cured meat? In a year when even husks were scarce, these items were worth their weight in gold. "Lango, this is too extravagant," Zhang Chao urged with reddened eyes and a hoarse voice. "Enough with the nonsense." Su Lang shot him a glare. "People are dying. Do we really save provisions for future generations? Hurry." "Understood." Soon, a large iron pot was set up at the village entrance. As the snow-white fine rice and the marbled cured meat were poured into the pot, a rich aroma of rice and meat wafted through the air, enticing everyone who caught a whiff to swallow hard. Su Lang watched this scene before returning to the wooden house. Inside, several women looked utterly exhausted. Hua Yurong leaned against the wall, her pretty face pale, lacking the strength to stand. Although Murong Yen fared somewhat better. The intensity of the battle had drained her spirit and vigor, and she leaned against the table, resting her eyes. Xiaji Ruo and Li Xiaozhi had curled up in their chairs, soundly asleep, with traces of unshed tears still on their small faces. A pang of pain shot through Su Lang's heart. He approached and effortlessly swept Hua Yurong into his arms. "Hubby!" Hua Yurong exclaimed weakly, struggling feebly. "Don't move. Go to sleep." Su Lang gently placed her on the large bed, and then carried Xiaji Ruo and Li Xiaozhi over in turn. Finally, he stood before Murong Yen. "I can walk on my own." Murong Yen opened her eyes, fatigue evident in her voice. "Stop being stubborn." Su Lang, uninterested in further debate, lifted her as well and set her down beside the other three women. The four exquisite beauties, barely touching the pillows, immediately succumbed to deep slumber, their breaths rising and falling in harmony. Su Lang tucked them in, finally exhaling in relief. When he turned around, he found only Jiang Zhaoyu remained in the room. The atmosphere shifted, becoming somewhat delicate. Jiang Zhaoyu gazed at Su Lang's clothes, nearly soaked in blood, hesitating for a long moment before summoning her courage to softly say, "You're covered in blood. You should wash up." After speaking, she felt as though she had expended all her strength. Her cheeks flushed slightly, and she dared not meet Su Lang's gaze. She stood up and quietly fetched a bucket of clean water, placing it before him. Su Lang, unable to contain his amusement at her demeanor, stripped off his shirt, revealing a physique marked by defined muscles brimming with explosive strength, and began to cleanse the blood from his body. Jiang Zhaoyu stole a glance, her face reddening further, and she quickly turned her head away, her heart racing uncontrollably. "You're truly impressive." To ease the awkwardness, she awkwardly initiated conversation, her voice barely above a whisper. "The generals I've seen before, in terms of might, seem to pale in comparison to you." As soon as the words left her lips, she regretted them. Su Lang paused in his scrubbing. "Oh, you met generals before?" he replied in a teasing tone. "Really? Which generals have you encountered? Do tell, when did you meet them?" Jiang Zhaoyu's heart skipped a beat. She abruptly turned her head, a flicker of undeniable panic gleaming in her cold eyes. I don't know. I just heard people say," she retorted defiantly, her tone betraying her nervousness as she attempted to maintain an air of pride. Su Lang found her struggle amusing. Clearly, this girl was connected to the imperial surname Jiang. He refrained from pressing further and let the matter rest. Once clean and donned in fresh linen attire, Su Lang felt considerably rejuvenated. Jiang Zhaoyu observed him and suddenly found that this man, with his sharply defined features, prominent nose, and eyes that always bore a hint of playful mockery, possessed a certain charm. Su Lang entered the kitchen and began preparing a meal for the women, combining fine rice, cured meat, and some wild vegetables he had gathered earlier, simmering them over low heat. Soon, 2 bowls of fragrant vegetable and meat porridge were placed before Jiang Zhaoyu. "Eat." The two shared the porridge in silence, neither speaking a word. After finishing, Su Lang stood up. "When you roam and the others wake up, remind them to eat something." "Are you leaving?" Jiang Zhaoyu asked instinctively. "Yes." Su Lang nodded, a glint of coldness flashing in his eyes. "So many have perished in the village. This debt cannot go unpaid. I intend to interrogate that traitor. If possible, I plan to wipe out the lair of Heifeng Zhai to eliminate future threats." Jiang Zhaoyu was taken aback. Springing to her feet, What if Han Xiaochang lies and deliberately leads you into a trap? That's a bandit's den." Her concern was palpable. Su Lang regarded her with a smile. "Do not worry. I have my ways to extract the truth from him." In a corner of the village lay an abandoned pig pen, reeking with filth. Han Xiaochang, like a heap of rotting refuse, was discarded in the muck. Beaten beyond recognition by the enraged villagers, he was a mass of injuries. Unable to stand, his tendons severed, crawling on the ground like a worm. In this year of famine, the pig pen housed no pigs, only endless dirt and despair. As Su Lang's figure appeared at the entrance of the pig pen, blocking the only source of light, Han Xiaochang, lying in the muck, slowly raised his head, which was swollen like a pig's head. His eyes, matted with blood and pus, struggled to open a narrow slit. Within that crevice, the previous fear and pleading had vanished, leaving only a palpable, seething hatred that was deeply etched into his very being. Chapter 49, Bloodbath at Heifeng Zhai. Han Xiaochang lifted his head, and the malice and hatred in his eyes were as thick as tangible substance. Su Lang exchanged a glance with him, saying nothing. He simply advanced, step by step, toward him. Bang! A straightforward kick struck Han Xiaochang's already swollen face with brutal force. The sound of cracking bones resonated clearly. Han Xiaochang's body flew like a ragged sack, crashing heavily against the stone wall behind him, before sliding down, a mouthful of blood mixed with a few teeth spilling forth. He attempted to scream, but his throat could only produce a sound akin to the wheezing of a broken bellows. Su Lang did not pause. He stepped forward, raising his foot to stamp down repeatedly on that pitiful mud-like body. Bang! 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 Each stomp was delivered with full force, accompanied by the dull sound of cracking bones. This was not an interrogation. It was pure catharsis. For the 32 villagers who had met a tragic end, for the innocent children who had perished, for the elderly who were felled in terror. After a long while, Su Lang finally ceased his assault. His chest heaved violently, and the bloodlust in his eyes had somewhat receded. Han Xiaoqiang lay on the ground, utterly unrecognizable, resembling a heap of mangled flesh, with only the faint rise and fall of his chest indicating he still lived. The venomous hatred in his eyes had long since dissipated, replaced by an all-consuming, marrow-deep fear. How many are left in Hei Fengjai? Su Lang's voice was as cold as the biting winds of winter. None. Han Xiaoqiang expended his last ounce of strength, his voice hoarse and rasping like sandpaper. He Kuei led over 30 brothers. Nearly all of them came. Only a few guards remain at the stronghold. Su Lang not dead, confirming his suspicions. He Kuei, upon learning of Ma Zhizhong's death in Daya village, would undoubtedly act with caution, seeking revenge for his brothers, and would surely mobilize his entire force. This interrogation was merely to validate his conjecture. Su Lang then turned and departed from this stench-ridden, despair-laden hell on earth, casting not a single glance back at Han Xiaoqiang. The traitor's fate was already sealed. The villagers would not spare him. At the village entrance, Lu Shitu and the other 6 youths were ravenously consuming meat porridge from large bowls. After the bloody battle, they were famished. The moment Su Lang's figure appeared, the 7 youths immediately dropped their bowls, standing at attention. "Brother Lang, are you full?" Su Lang regarded them. "I am full." The 7 responded in unison, their voices booming. "Now that you are full, come with me to kill." Su Lang's tone was remarkably calm, as if discussing the most mundane of matters. Yet the eyes of the 7 youths instantly lit up. There was no fear, no hesitation, only an almost fervent excitement and admiration. They had witnessed firsthand how Su Lang had slain He Kuei, how he had dispatched those brigands who had long terrorized them. The blood had been spilled. Their courage had been fortified. Now, they were a pack of ravenous wolf cubs, and Su Lang was their alpha. Bring forth the horses. Yes, soon. 8 magnificent steeds were led to the village entrance. Su Lang mounted his horse, gazing at the 7 youthful faces behind him, which were still innocent yet filled with determination, and nodded. "Let us depart." The 8 riders surged forward, the dust kicked up by their hooves swirling in the morning sunlight like a rolling golden dragon. 2 hours later, beneath a perilous mountain peak, a stronghold made of massive timber and stone loomed before them. Hei Fengjai. The stronghold was built against the mountain, its geography treacherous, accessible only by a narrow mountain path, flanked by steep cliffs. Atop the stronghold's gate, a drowsy bandit, seemingly alerted by the sound of galloping hooves, lazily poked his head out. Rubbing his eyes, he opened his mouth to inquire who was there. Whoosh! An arrow, like a venomous serpent with keen eyesight, struck with deadly precision through his open mouth, emerging from the back of his skull. The bandit did not utter a sound, swaying slightly before plummeting from the watchtower. "Charge!" Su Lang retracted his longbow and drew his saber, leading the charge toward the slightly ajar stronghold gate. Lu Shitu and the other 6 let out excited roars. Following closely behind, boom! The 8 steeds crashed through the wooden gate, splintering it to pieces. Enemy attack! Enemy attack! The stronghold erupted into chaos. Several bandits who had been gambling were startled by this sudden turn of events, scrambling to arm themselves. Kill! Lu Shitu was the first to leap from his horse, wielding his knife with both hands, delivering a powerful strike that cleaved a bandit still caught off guard, and his Pai Gao cards in half. Blood and brain matter splattered across his face, yet he paid it no mind, wiping his face clean, eyes ablaze, and lunging toward the next target. Zhuzi capitalized on his speed, darting like a specter behind a bandit, plunging his dagger into the foe's back. The battle erupted instantaneously. Su Lang did not intervene. He remained mounted, slowly drawing his longbow, his sharp eyes, akin to those of a hawk, fixated intently on the battlefield. He wanted these 7 youths to face this themselves. This was their rite of passage. One youth, slightly anxious, was being pressured back by a fierce bandit, who was about to strike his shoulder with a blade. Whoosh! An arrow flew silently, striking the bandit's wrist. The bandit let out a cry, releasing his long knife. Seizing the opportunity, the youth shouted in rage, driving his knife into the bandit's abdomen. The entire skirmish lasted less than the time it takes to burn a stick of incense. When the last bandit fell, decapitated by Lu Shitu and Zhuzi working in unison, all of Hei Fengjai fell silent. The 7 youths, each bearing wounds, stood tall, gasping for breath, their faces alight with uncontainable joy and excitement. "We won. By our own hands, we have taken down a den of bandits. Brother Lang, We did it. Lu Shitu, holding his still dripping blade, rushed to Su Lang, shouting with exhilaration. Yes, well done. Su Lang not dead. Dietz Mounting. Go tally the spoils. All right. The youths cheered and immediately dashed into the various rooms of the stronghold. Soon, exclamations of astonishment echoed. Brother Lang, so much grain. At least hundreds of pounds. There are many weapons here. Better than ours. Oh my. Gold. And jewels. The youths gathered all the plundered items and piled them in the central clearing of the stronghold. A vast array of weapons and armor formed a small mountain. A bag laden with heavy grain and cured meat exuded an irresistible aroma. Most conspicuous was an opened wooden chest, brimming with golden and white treasures alongside various exquisite jewelry that nearly dazzled the eyes under the sunlight. Lu Shitu and his companions gazed at this wealth, which they had never encountered in their lives, their eyes wide with excitement, their hands flailing in joy. However, Su Lang showed little interest in these possessions. His gaze slowly swept over the entirety of Heifeng-Jai. He ascended the high stockade wall, caressing the cold, hard boulders, and gazed at the solitary narrow mountain path that led to the outside world. It was a fortress difficult to breach. This place was akin to a natural military stronghold. In comparison to the drafty, exposed Dahi village, the security here was more than 100-fold superior. A bold idea ignited in his mind like a wildfire. What if all the villagers were relocated here? Once this thought took root, it grew uncontrollably, much like rampant weeds. To transfer the entirety of Dahi village to this location, Su Lang stood atop the cold stockade wall, looking down at the solitary narrow mountain path. A line of sky. If they established a checkpoint here and stationed a few archers, even a full army would pay a heavy price to advance. This place was indeed a natural military fortress. Compared to the exposed and flat Dahi village, the safety here was immeasurably greater. The Qin dynasty was on the brink of turmoil, with the signs of chaos already emerging. For now, it was merely horse bandits, but what of the future? Would it not lead to warlords vying for power or even organized armies? Dahi village could not be defended, yet here it could. Su Lang's heart surged with unprecedented fervor. However, the time was not yet ripe. Relocating an entire village was no small endeavor. Although the imperial order was crumbling, it had not yet completely disintegrated. Recklessly occupying the mountain stronghold would be akin to rebellion. He would wait for further chaos. When the world was entirely in disarray, this place would become his foundation for survival. Lango, we have finished counting. Lu Shitu's excited voice interrupted Su Lang's thoughts. Su Lang descended from the stockade wall, surveying the mountain of spoils piled on the ground, and nodded. Bring the grain and weapons, but find a place to conceal the gold and silver jewelry for now. They are of no immediate use. Yes, the youths were about to spring into action when Su Lang suddenly raised his hand, signaling them to be quiet. He strained to listen. The sounds of the wind, the chirping of birds, and a faint, suppressed whimpering. It emanated from the largest wooden house where Hikue resided. Su Lang furrowed his brow, grasped his knife, and strode directly over, with Lu Shitu and the others curiously following behind. Inside the wooden house, the furnishings were lavish, with a massive tiger skin laid across the floor, a testament to the former owner's dominance. The whimpering came from beneath that tiger skin. Su Lang approached and kicked the tiger skin aside. A black iron ring emerged before the onlookers. A dungeon. Su Lang seized the ring and yanked upward with force. With a creak, a heavy wooden board was lifted, releasing a foul stench of sweat, tears, and despair. Below was a pitch-black cellar. Through the light filtering in from the doorway, he could see a dozen pairs of terrified eyes staring at them from the darkness. The cellar was crammed with tattered women. Upon seeing the bloodied Su Lang wielding a knife, they huddled together in fear, emitting desperate screams, believing another group of horse bandits had arrived. Do not be afraid. Su Lang's voice softened. The horse bandits of Heifeng-Jai are all dead. We are villagers from Dahi village, here to eradicate these beasts. He sheathed his knife, crouching down to meet the wide-eyed women. The cellar fell into a deathly silence. The women could scarcely believe their ears. After a lengthy pause, one woman, bolder than the rest, perhaps in her 30s, tremblingly crawled out from the shadows. She looked at Su Lang and then at the bloodied youths behind him. Are you truly not horse bandits? No. Su Lang shook his head and continued. Is there any reason for me to deceive you? If I were a bandit, I would act as I pleased. The words, though blunt, were unambiguous. With a thud, the woman fell to her knees, bowing deeply to Su Lang. Benefactor, benefactor, please save us. Thank you for rescuing us. With her leading the way, the other women in the cellar, seizing their last hope, cried out and scrambled to emerge. Kneeling in a throng, their sobs echoed throughout the mountain stronghold. After allowing their emotions to settle, Su Lang inquired, "From where were you captured? Is your village still standing?" As soon as he spoke, the sobs that had just subsided erupted again. "Our village is gone. The horse bandits slaughtered everyone, leaving only us. My husband was killed protecting me, his head severed. We have nowhere to go." Despair was etched on the faces of the women. Their homes were lost, their kin vanished. In this chaotic world, a group of helpless women faced but one fate. Sulang Shabao Fudao Dipa. Yet another group of unfortunate souls. He cannot stand idly by. "Enough, do not cry any longer." He sighed. "Since you have nowhere to go, come with us back to the He village. Whether you can survive will depend on your own fortune." Su Lang could save them, but they must learn to fend for themselves. He was not a caretaker for a brood of parasites. "Thank you, benefactor. We vow to repay your kindness with our lives." "Thank you, benefactor." The women expressed their gratitude repeatedly. Subsequently, Su Lang procured a thick iron chain and secured the gate of Hei Feng Zhai from the outside. The gold and silver jewelry were concealed within the dungeon. 8 war horses, laden with grain and weapons, set forth on the return journey. At the entrance of the He village, the atmosphere was unbearably tense. All the surviving villagers gathered here, anxiously gazing at the narrow path leading into the mountains. The aroma of meat porridge could not alleviate their worries. Lang Ge has taken 7 half-grown children to raid the bandits' den. Can this possibly work? At the forefront of the crowd, Hua Yurong, Murong Yinran, Xiazhuo, and Li Xiuji bore expressions of anxiety on their exquisite faces. Xiazhuo was on the verge of tears, gripping Hua Yurong's clothing tightly. "Sister Yurong, will my husband be all right?" Hua Yurong's face was pale. Yet she feigned calm to reassure her. "He will be fine. My husband is formidable and will undoubtedly be safe." Murong Yinran remained silent, merely clutching a dagger that could slice through iron, pacing back and forth incessantly. Meanwhile, Li Xiuji clasped her hands together, eyes closed, murmuring prayers for Su Lang. Not far away, Jiang Zhaoyue stood alone, gazing at the empty mountain path, her heart a tumultuous storm. The man, both lecherous and domineering, yet surprisingly tender at critical moments, must not perish. If he were to die, she would lose her hard-earned refuge, a place where she could at least find sustenance. Indeed, that is the case. She is not concerned for him. Just then, the crisp sound of hooves, echoing from deep within the mountains, reverberated through the air. The hearts of all present raced to their throats. When that familiar figure, astride a magnificent steed, emerged around the bend, an eerie silence enveloped the village entrance, swiftly followed by a thunderous cheer. "He has returned. Lang Ge is back. Lang Yi." Xiaozhuo was the first to rush forward, tears streaming, leaping onto Su Lang as if she were a koala clinging to a tree. "Husband, you frightened me to death." Su Lang chuckled as he patted her back, gently setting her down. Hua Yurong and Li Xiuji, with reddened eyes, gathered around to meticulously check for any injuries on him. Murong Yinran released her grip on the dagger, her anxious heart finally at ease. Approaching Su Lang, she said nothing. Her phoenix eyes sparkled with unspoken affection. Jiang Zhaoyue stood still, observing Su Lang, surrounded by the beautiful women, and his confident smile calmed her previously frantic heart. She realized her lips had unconsciously curled into a faint smile. "Villagers!" Su Lang raised his hand, addressing all present with a booming voice. "The Black Wind stronghold will vanish from this world starting today. Every last bandit has been eliminated." Boom! The entirety of Dei village erupted in jubilation. "Lang Ge is mighty. Lang Ge is our celestial savior." The villagers gazed at the returning warhorses laden with bags of grain and glimmering weapons, their eyes filled with fervent admiration. Su Lang, buoyed by a series of notifications echoing in his mind, felt elated. Indeed, it was Xiazhuo, the little girl, who admired him the most. He then instructed Lu Shitu and the others to distribute the food and weapons, ensuring that every villager who had fought bravely received an even better weapon than before. The village was awash with the immense joy of survival and successful vengeance. Just then, an inopportune voice broke the revelry. Lu Shirtu pointed at the dozen or so women who stood awkwardly by, watching the scene unfold, and shouted, Lange, what should we do with these women? Should we distribute them as wives like last time? He then leaned in closer to Su Lang and whispered, Lange, I noticed 2 beautiful ones. I'll send them to your home. Chapter 51. Increasingly judicious. Hey, you lad. Su Lang's arm rested on Lu Shitu's shoulder, his expression turning serious. Instantly, Lu Shitu paled. Stammering, Lang Yi. You are indeed clever. I have not raised you in vain. Su Lang's face broke into a grin. Lang Yi, you scare me to death. Lu Shitu's tense body relaxed all at once. Which 2 women are you referring to? Point them out. Just as Su Lang began to speak, a graceful figure swept past like the wind. Ouch! Lu Shitu yelped, his ear firmly pinched by Murong Yinran's delicate hand, twisting it a full 180 degrees. You little rascal, what did you just say? Murong Yinran glared, her eyes fierce, clearly displeased with his thoughts. Does your skin itch? Ouch, ouch, ouch. Sister Yinran, I was wrong. Lu Shitu grimaced in pain, casting a pleading glance at Su Lang. Lang Yi, save me. Su Lang, rather than intervening, found amusement in the scene. He approached, patting Lu Shitu on the shoulder, and said earnestly, Young man, your brother is not that kind of person. You deserve this lesson from Sister Yinran. Yinran, twist him good. Don't spare my face. Puffed. Xiaozhiruo was the first to burst into laughter. The surrounding villagers followed suit, the previously tense atmosphere dissipating into mirth. Lu Shitu, clutching his flushed ear, chuckled foolishly, no longer feeling the pain. After the laughter subsided, the issue still loomed large. The dozen women knelt on the ground, trembling, gazing at Su Lang with near-pleading eyes. Su Lang's smile faded as he surveyed the villagers. Dear villagers, these are the unfortunate souls whose families were slaughtered by the beasts of the Black Wind Stronghold. Is there anyone willing to take them in? As his words fell, the previously lively villagers fell silent. They exchanged hesitant glances, their eyes filled with uncertainty. The last time wives were distributed, it was under the compulsion of the authorities, and they had received life-saving millet. But now, in these dire times, who among them was not tightening their belts to survive? One more mouth to feed was an immense burden. Observing the villagers' reactions, the spirits of the women sank further. The leading woman, weeping, prostrated herself, pleading, Please, noble benefactor, do not send us to the authorities. We would rather die than be treated like livestock. They understood that once taken by the authorities, the best outcome would be being sent to another village, becoming mere tools for breeding. Their fates at the mercy of the heavens. Su Lang furrowed his brow, recognizing the predicament. Just then, a one-armed man emerged from the crowd. Having lost his arm in the previous battle, he approached the sturdiest-looking woman and muttered, My wife has passed. I need someone to cook. Come with me. The woman paused for a moment before bursting with joy, repeatedly bowing in gratitude. Thank you. Thank you, big brother. With one person stepping forward, 3 or 4 more men, having lost their wives or needing extra labor, followed suit, each taking away a few of the stronger women. Yet even so, 10 women remained on the ground. The remaining women were either too young or frail, clearly not suited for hard labor. Su Lang sighed, contemplating suggesting they stay in the village temporarily to do odd jobs for food. However, Lu Shitu stealthily approached, whispering in his ear, Lang Gu, those 2, the most beautiful ones. He gestured subtly toward the corner. Su Lang followed his gaze, thinking, this clever lad indeed shows loyalty. There, 2 delicate girls knelt at the back of the crowd. They wore tattered, coarse garments, their faces smeared with dirt and tears. Yet their exquisite features resembled those of ethereal beings. Most strikingly, their faces were identical, twin sisters. As if sensing Su Lang's gaze, the pair of twin sisters trembled and lifted their heads, their eyes reflecting a mixture of fear, despair, and a glimmer of hope as they looked at Su Lang. In that moment, it seemed they had resolved to make a decision. They supported each other and crawled toward Su Lang. Thud, thud, thud. The 2 girls bowed deeply before Su Lang, striking their foreheads against the ground with such force that blood marks appeared. One of them, who appeared to be the elder sister, raised her head. Though her voice trembled with fear, it rang out with remarkable clarity. Benefactor, we are the daughters of merchants from Yinzhou. On our journey to escape, our parents and servants were killed by bandits. We were just captured by Hikuei and thrown into a dungeon, and before anything could happen to us, you saved us." The younger sister, tears streaming down her face, echoed her sister's sentiments. "You have slain Hikuei, making you our great benefactor. We are homeless and have nowhere to go. We only wish to follow you, serving you like cattle and horses for the rest of our lives. We beseech you to take us in." Upon finishing, the sisters prostrated themselves on the ground again, their frail shoulders shaking violently. "If you disdain us, we shall repay your kindness in our next life." Su Lang's heart swelled with joy. Was the system finally springing into action? To stumble upon a runaway princess and deal with a bandit den, and even receive a pair of exquisite twins as a bonus? This was quite the bargain. Though delight filled his heart, his expression remained inscrutable. From the corner of his eye, he caught a glimpse of Murong Yenran not far away, looking at him with a smirk that held an undertone of coldness. His survival instinct surged. Clearing his throat, Su Lang deliberately refrained from responding immediately. Instead, he turned towards Murong Yenran and inquired in a tone that suggested deliberation. "Yenran, how should we handle this matter?" At his words, not only did Murong Yenran freeze, but so did Hua Yurong and the others nearby. Murong Yenran's heart quivered. She had not anticipated that Su Lang would solicit her opinion in front of so many villagers. This was clearly a recognition of her status as his legitimate wife. A warm current flooded through her, washing away any jealousy she felt towards the twins. She gazed at the pair of sisters, who were weeping pitifully, and then at Su Lang's questioning eyes. Her heart softened completely. She stepped forward, helping the sisters to their feet, and sighed. In this world, women are like rootless duckweed. Since they have nowhere to go, let them stay. After speaking, she looked at Su Lang, her beautiful phoenix eyes devoid of any coldness, filled only with tender warmth. "Husband, you may decide." Su Lang felt a sense of relief wash over him. He immediately addressed the twins, saying, "Very well, since my wife has spoken, you shall stay with my family and serve as maids for now." "Thank you, benefactor." "Thank you, lady." "No, thank you, sir." "Thank you, madam." The sisters were overwhelmed with joy, quickly correcting themselves and bowing respectfully to Su Lang and Murong Yenran. The elder sister introduced herself gracefully. "I am Li Qinghuan." The younger sister shyly lowered her head. "I am Li Qingyao." Despite being daughters of merchants, the sisters bore no trace of delicacy. Their experiences of losing their family and enduring hardship instilling in them a resilient spirit. At that moment, Su Lang's mind was once again filled with the system's notification sound. Ding! Murong Yenran's favorability increased by 5. Current favorability, 150. Ding! Hua Yurong's favorability increased by 5. Current favorability, 170. Ding! Xiaozhua's favorability increased by 5. Current favorability, 180. Ding! Li Xiuji's favorability increased by 5. Current favorability, 165. Su Lang was taken aback. Was there a favorability system? All because he asked a question? System, have you activated your powers again? He looked at the pair of enchanting twin sisters before him, then glanced back at the group of women behind him, who gazed at him with affection, their anger dissipated and replaced by even greater love for their husband. Life seemed to be taking a turn for the better. Chapter 52. Accepting the twins, Su Lang accepted the twin sisters. The other women gazed at him with wide eyes. They were all saved by Su Lang and knew that he was the most respected person in the village. However, they ultimately could not compare to Li Qinghuan and Li Qingyao's beauty. Even with twins of such exquisite nature, they could only serve as maids. Why did they have? The atmosphere grew awkward once more. Several eligible bachelors had taken the capable women, leaving behind those who were either frail or too young, clearly not fit for labor. In a year of famine, any household that took in an extra mouth could be dragged down. Su Lang scanned the villagers' evasive glances, his mind as clear as crystal. He turned to Zhang Chaowe. "Is there still a few unoccupied houses in the village?" "There are, but they're quite dilapidated and drafty." Zhang Chaowe nodded hesitantly. "As long as they can be lived in, that will suffice." Su Lang waved his hand decisively. "Let us settle them in there and provide each of them with 5 pounds of grain. As for the authorities, I will handle it. Captain Li Si and the county magistrate will grant me this favor. I can ensure that you will not be taken by the authorities. But once the 5 pounds of grain are consumed, you must fend for yourselves." His words were delivered with a commanding presence. The villagers looked at Su Lang with admiration and a newfound respect. Being able to speak to the county magistrate was a skill far more impressive than simply defeating a few bandits. The 10 women were overjoyed, bowing repeatedly and tearfully thanking Su Lang for his generosity. With matters resolved, Su Lang turned to Lu Shirtu and the other 7. You all, take your weapons and your rations and hurry back to your homes to eat. Yes, Brother Lang. The 7 young boys, the eldest no more than 14 or 15, and the youngest merely 12, were unconcerned with women or social niceties, armed with new weapons and carrying enough food to fill their bellies. They radiated pure joy as they chattered and hurried back to their previous abode. Su Lang watched their retreating figures, feeling a sense of satisfaction. A pack of wolf cubs needed to be well fed to follow their leader into the fray. As the crowd dispersed, only Su Lang and Zhang Chaoyue remained at the village entrance. Su Lang pointed at the newly acquired war horses, totaling 11. You will manage these horses, Brother Lang. With so many horses, the fodder will be a significant issue. Zhang Chaoyue frowned, for even grass was hard to come by, and with everyone barely able to feed themselves, how could they nourish the horses? I will find a solution. Su Lang patted his shoulder. You take charge for now. Inform the villagers that if anyone can procure fodder or beans for the horses, they can come here to exchange for meat. Exchange for meat. Zhang Chaoyue's eyes lit up instantly. This was a tremendous opportunity. Rest assured, Brother Lang, I will ensure the horses are well fed. After dispatching all matters, Su Lang finally returned to his grand wooden house with his entourage of wives. Upon entering, the twin sisters, Li Qinghuan and Li Qingyao, immediately set to work, neglecting even to drink water. The elder sister, Qinghuan, skillfully grabbed a broom and began to clean the blood and dirt from the floor. Sister Qingyao rushed into the kitchen and, seeing the water tank empty, without hesitation, picked up a wooden bucket to fetch water. Allow me, Xiaozhiru said, noticing her frail appearance, and took the bucket from her. Li Qingyao's delicate face flushed, and she quickly waved her hands. Say no, madam, I can manage. This is my duty. The two of them naturally refer to themselves as maids, their eagerness for survival evoking a sense of admiration even from Su Liang. Fortunately, when the house was built, sufficient space had been left. Su Liang allocated the innermost small room to the twin sisters. They expressed their gratitude profusely before rushing in, hardly taking the time to tidy their bedding, one heading to the kitchen to help with the fire and cooking, while the other knelt on the ground, meticulously wiping the dust from the tables and chairs. Their diligent and conscientious demeanor softened the hearts of the previously wary women. Hua Yurong and Li Xiuji exchanged glances, each seeing a flicker of sympathy in the other's eyes. Murong Yenran leaned against the doorframe, arms crossed, observing the two busy, slender figures, and though she said nothing, the coldness on her face dissipated considerably. In the corner, Jiang Zhaoyue silently watched everything unfold, her heart a tumult of emotions. She too had been rescued by Su Liang. Yet, these twin sisters immediately recognized their roles upon entering, serving as maids and laboring tirelessly for a mere meal and a place to stay. What about her? During this period, aside from indulging in food and drink, what had she contributed? Assisting in treating the injured? She was clumsy and only made things worse. Cleaning the house. She had never even picked up a broom. Cooking? She couldn't even start a fire. She felt like a mere vase in a room, beautiful yet utterly useless. A profound sense of shame and helplessness surged within her. Once, she had been the cherished Princess Zhaoyue of the Qian, with all menial tasks attended to by palace maids and eunuchs. But now she was nothing. Watching Li Qinghuan and Li Qingyao laboring diligently, she glanced at her own delicate hands, devoid of even a thin callus, and for the first time, she began to doubt herself. Did she truly have to become a maid like them to survive here? No. She was the most beloved Princess Zhaoyue. The very thought was swiftly extinguished. A princess? One who could not return home, who could not even fill her belly. What kind of princess was that? After a simple lunch, the atmosphere in the house turned warm and tranquil. Hua Yurong and Li Xiuji took out the fabric previously awarded by the county magistrate and began sewing thick winter clothes for the family. After feeding the adorable little rabbits, Xiaozhiru eagerly joined in, excitedly trying her hand at sewing, though she often clumsily pricked her fingers. The sisters Li Qinghuan and Li Qingyao busied themselves in the kitchen, scrubbing every pot and pan until they gleamed and filled the water tank to the brim. Jiang Zhaoyue sat alone by the bed, observing this busy and harmonious scene, feeling like an outsider utterly out of place. Just then, Su Liang, who had been cleaning his broadsword, stood up. Ladies, I'm going out for a while. Husband, Where are you going? Hua Yurong asked, pausing her sewing with concern. Into the mountains. Su Liang sheathed his sword and picked up the long mulberry wood Bao seized from Haifeng's high. The weather was growing colder. Soon, heavy snow would seal the mountains, making hunting difficult. I must seize this opportunity to bring back more game, so I can make you several fur coats and store some jerky for the winter. He walked to the door and called towards a nearby thatched cottage. Sure to. Zhuzi, come with me to hunt in the mountains. Coming. Liang Yi. From the adjacent cottage. 7 youths rushed out, each spirited, wielding bows and weapons captured from Haifeng's high. Grab your gear and follow me into the mountains. Yes. Watching Su Liang lead the 7 youths disappear into the thickening shadows, Jiang Zhaoyue felt an inexplicable tightening in her heart. This man seemed to possess an endless well of energy. It was already late autumn, and the mountains were eerily silent, save for the rustling leaves stirred by the wind and the distant howls of unknown beasts. Su Liang walked ahead, his steps light as a cat moving through the night. The autumn sun was already scarce, and the dense forest in the deep mountains made visibility drop to less than 5 meters in some areas. Fortunately, his physique, 8 times that of an ordinary person, granted him extraordinary night vision. In his eyes, the dark forest appeared no different from daylight. Behind him, Lu Shirtu and the other 6 wore expressions of excitement and nervousness. This was their first time hunting in the mountains at night with Su Liang. Keep quiet and tread lightly. Do not startle the prey, Su Liang instructed without turning his head. Yes. The youths immediately fell silent, mimicking Su Liang's posture, cautiously moving forward. After about half an hour, Su Liang suddenly raised his hand, signaling them to stop, and lowered his voice. There is something big ahead. Stay alert. The phrase something big felt like a bucket of ice water poured over the 7 youths, instantly dousing their excitement. The darkness around them seemed to come alive. The rustling leaves sounded like whispers of monsters, while distant wolf howls sent chills down their spines. Liang Ge, Zhuzi's voice trembled as he tightly gripped his short knife. Do not make a sound. Climb the trees. Su Liang's voice, though low, carried an undeniable authority. The 7 youths wasted no time, scrambling up the nearest sturdy trees. Their movements were somewhat clumsy, but the instinct to survive unleashed an unprecedented potential within them. Su Liang did not climb immediately. His sharp eyes, keen even in the dark, fixated on a thicket several dozen meters ahead. The air carried a strong scent of blood mingled with a distinct odor of wild beasts. Confirming that the youths had safely ascended to a sufficient height, Su Liang lightly pressed his toes against the trunk and, like a monkey, silently climbed onto a thick branch. He parted the leaves before him. The sight that met his eyes caused his pupils to constrict slightly. In the moonlight, a large, blood-soaked clearing lay before him, and a massive spotted deer lay dead, its throat torn open, clearly lifeless. Flanking the deer's carcass were 2 colossal creatures. On the left stood a wild boar, tusks protruding, its bristly hair standing on end, weighing no less than 400 or 500 pounds. On the right was a towering black bear, standing upright, its paw the size of a fan, sharp claws glinting ominously in the moonlight. The wild boar and the black bear, the apex predators of the forest, were locked in a standoff over the deer. Su Liang's heart raced with excitement. What a stroke of fortune! The clamorous struggle between the clam and the snipe allows the fisherman to reap the benefits. The black bear was the first to initiate the assault, letting out a ferocious roar as its massive form charged forward with a fierce wind, lunging at the wild boar. The wild boar, undeterred, lowered its head, its sharp tusks gleaming like short swords, defiantly meeting the bear head-on. A resounding thud echoed as the bear's colossal paw struck down upon the boar's back, producing the sound of shattering bones. Meanwhile, the boar's tusks succeeded in carving 2 deep gashes into the bear's abdomen, exposing flesh and blood. The ground was instantly stained crimson. Both beasts, consumed by a bloodlust, engaged in a frenzied battle of biting, colliding, and striking. The roars of the bear and the shrieks of the boar reverberated through the silent forest, composing a primal and bloody symphony of violence. Perched upon the trees, the 7 youths watched in horror, their faces pale with fear. The intensity of such a battle left them trembling, their legs feeling weak merely from observing. Yet, Su Liang was captivated by the spectacle. Fight! Strike harder! Ideally, may they both perish in this clash. The fierce struggle continued for a duration of an incense stick. Ultimately, both creatures found themselves at the brink of exhaustion. The wild boar was nearly torn apart by the bear's sharp claws, lying on the ground, exhaling its last breaths. The bear, too, was in dire straits, covered in bloody wounds inflicted by the tusks, particularly the two deep gashes in its abdomen, from which its intestines nearly spilled out. It gasped for air, staggering a few steps before collapsing beside the boar, lifeless. An opportunity. A glint of determination flashed in Su Lang's eyes. Without a moment's hesitation, he swiftly drew his mulberry longbow from his back, bent it, and nocked an arrow. Whoosh, whoosh. 2 feathered arrows, in rapid succession, sliced through the air with a piercing whistle, resembling 2 harbingers of death. The first arrow struck with pinpoint accuracy, penetrating through the eye of the nearly lifeless wild boar and traversing its entire brain. The second arrow firmly embedded itself into the bear's massive head. Mission accomplished. Su Lang stowed his bow and leapt from the tree, landing gracefully on the ground. Everyone come down, it's safe now. Upon hearing Su Lang's call, the youths descended from the trees like a lifted burden, their eyes filled with fervent admiration for him. Lang Yi, you are truly incredible. Lu Shi, too, was the first to rush over, his face flushed with excitement as he gazed at the 2 colossal carcasses. Stop with the chatter. We need to figure out how to transport these 3 beasts back, Su Lang began to say, but before he could finish, an unexpected turn of events occurred. As Lu Shi, too, approached the bear, intending to touch its sleek fur, the bear, which should have been dead, suddenly opened its eyes wide. There was no hint of death within them, only boundless malice and cunning. It was feigning death. Roar! The bear unleashed a thunderous roar, its unscathed paw, with immense force, came crashing down towards the unsuspecting Lu Shi. It's over. Lu Shi's mind went blank. He could only watch as the paw, larger than his head, rapidly enlarged in his vision, his body frozen in place, unable to budge even slightly. The shadow of death loomed over him. Watch out! At the critical moment, a shadow darted forth like an arrow released from a bow, intercepting Lu Shi. It was Su Lang. With a swift motion, he did not even have time to draw his blade. Just as the bear's paw was about to descend, Su Lang delivered a powerful kick to Lu Shi's rear, propelling him away. Simultaneously, he executed a roll, positioning himself at an acute angle beneath the bear. Thud! The sound of a blade piercing flesh resonated. Su Lang's horizontal blade, having unsheathed itself unbeknownst to him, was thrust upward with force into the soft underjaw of the bear, the tip emerging from the crown of its head. The bear's massive form froze momentarily. The raised paw halted midair, and the ferocity in its eyes swiftly faded, replaced by utter disbelief. With a thunderous crash, the enormous body collapsed, sending dust swirling into the air. The world fell silent. Lu Shi, too, having fallen several meters away, stared at the bear's corpse nearby, trembling in fear, his face pale as a sheet. He nearly soiled himself. Su Lang rose from the ground and approached him, looking down from above. Remember, in the mountains, never trust any corpse that appears to be dead. Su Lang's tone remained calm. Lu Shi, too, filled with shame, scrambled to his feet, kneeling before Su Lang and bowing deeply. Lang Yi, thank you for saving my life. Enough, big man, what are you crying for? Su Lang pulled him up, advising him to be more vigilant in the future and not to make such mistakes again. Having learned this lesson, the return journey saw all of them grow significantly more cautious. 1 bear, 1 wild boar, and 1 deer combined weighed over 1,000 pounds. The 8 of them exerted tremendous effort, fashioning a makeshift sled from wooden planks and vines, barely managing to drag it along. Just as they were about to exit the forest, 2 gray shadows suddenly leaped from the grass. They were 2 plump wild rabbits. Before Su Lang could knock an arrow, 2 swift sounds pierced the air. 2 arrows accurately pinned the fleeing rabbits to the ground. Su Lang turned in astonishment. At the back of the group stood a frail youth named Xiao Bao, awkwardly holding his bow. He was one of the 7 youths, typically quiet and inconspicuous. Did you shoot those? Su Lang in quit? I don't know, Xiao Bao stammered, his face turning bright red. I just felt they would run that way, so I shot. Felt? Su Lang approached him, patting his shoulder and gazing into his clear, yet somewhat bewildered eyes. This lad was a born sharpshooter. Well done. Su Lang's praise was succinct and straightforward. Xiao Bao's eyes immediately brightened, and he stood taller. When Su Lang, accompanied by the 7 youths, returned to the village carrying 3 colossal beasts and a pile of smaller game. The entire day village erupted in commotion. Heavens! A bear, and a wild boar, a deer. Such enormous game. The combined weight must exceed 1,000 pounds. Langu is truly a divine being come to earth. The villagers gathered around, their eyes gleaming with greed as they gazed at the mountainous pile of game, nearly drooling. Zhang Chaiyue also arrived upon hearing the news, and upon witnessing the scene. He was so excited that he could barely articulate his words. Su Lang stood atop the pile of game, addressing all the villagers with a booming voice. Chaiyue should have already informed you. Now let me reiterate. 5 pounds of fodder in exchange for 1 pound of meat. Those who wish to eat meat, get moving. Boom! The crowd erupted in chaos. In a year where even roots and tree bark were nearly consumed, meat was a matter of life and death. In an instant, all the villagers, regardless of age or gender, became frenzied, wielding sickles and baskets, rushing towards the outskirts of the village, fervently searching for anything that could feed the horses. Su Lang hoisted his catch back home. Several women, upon seeing the abundance of meat, beamed with delight. Hua Yurong was the first to dash to the side of the spotted deer, meticulously inspecting it. She lifted her head, a gentle blush gracing her delicate face, and gazed at Su Lang, softly saying, "Husband, this is truly a treasure. The deer blood, deer antlers, and deer whip. Allow me to prepare some nourishing medicines for you, to restore your health." She had always been concerned about Su Lang's well-being, fretting each night that even the strongest could not endure such strain. Su Lang, upon hearing her words, felt his eyes brighten. "Goodness, my dear wife truly understands." He swiftly ran over, lifting Hua Yurong in a playful embrace and whispering mischievously in her ear, "No one understands me better than you, Yurong. Tonight, I shall reward you handsomely." Chapter 54. Life becomes more beautiful. Hua Yurong's tender face blushed as red as if it could bleed, held in Su Lang's arms. She felt the masculine scent of blood and sweat envelop her, nearly melting her heart. "Husband," she shyly buried her face in Su Lang's chest, her voice barely above a whisper. Su Lang laughed heartily and planted a firm kiss on her smooth forehead before setting her down. "Remember the reward for later. But now, we must attend to business." A bear, a wild boar, and a deer, 3 colossal creatures piled in the yard, resembling small mountains. Skinning, deboning, and butchering commenced. A monumental endeavor was set in motion. The women transformed into remarkably skilled butchers. Hua Yurong produced a set of exquisite knives and began deftly processing the spotted deer. The deer blood was carefully stored in a clay jar, and the antlers were neatly severed. As for the prized item that every man understood, she meticulously wrapped it in oil paper, preparing to concoct medicinal wine later. Murong, Yanran wielded a dagger, facing the coarse-skinned wild boar. She seemed quite interested in this rough work, skillfully slicing with precision that even Su Lang could not help but nod in approval. Xiaozhuo and Li Xiuji were busy boiling water and preparing soup, tossing large bones with meat into the pot, and soon the rich aroma of bone broth wafted throughout the yard. The newly arrived sisters, Li Qinghuan and Li Qingyao, exerted themselves to the fullest. They dared not touch the most precious deer nor handle the ferocious bear, but quietly took up their kitchen knives, slicing the wild boar meat into evenly sized strips, preparing to make bacon. Their desperate determination to prove their worth was heart-wrenching to behold. In the yard, there was one person who appeared utterly out of place, Zhang Xiaoyue. She watched the busy figures around her, observing the bloody scene, gritting her teeth as she picked up a knife, attempting to help with the butchering. But her hands, unaccustomed even to a needle, were ill-suited for the task. The knife slipped, nearly slicing her own finger. Startled, she released it, and it clattered to the ground, splattering a small amount of blood. She tried to help with the fire, only to be choked by the thick smoke, tears streaming down her face. She attempted to carry water, but her frail body could not lift even a full bucket. For a moment, she stood helplessly in the center of the yard, watching everyone find their place. While she felt like a superfluous burden, a wave of humiliation surged within her. At that moment, Su Lang's voice called from nearby, "Go and sprinkle salt evenly on those cut meat strips." Jiang Jiawa looked up sharply, seeing Su Lang point at a large basin of chopped pork. This task required neither strength nor skill. She hesitated for a moment, then quietly approached the basin, extending her delicate hands to awkwardly rub salt onto the bloody meat strips. The cold, sticky texture made her uncomfortable, yet she remained silent, focused on the simple, repetitive action. After a flurry of activity, the sky began to darken. Su Lang surveyed the mountain of meat and waved his hand. Sure to. You and Juzi will carry back these 300 pounds of meat. Feast freely. If it's not enough, come back for more. Yes, Langu. Lu Shurtu gazed at the warm pile of fresh meat, his eyes wide with excitement. Speechless but nodding vigorously. Having instructed his companions, Su Lang categorized the remaining meat. He reserved the bear paws and some exquisite cuts for himself, while the majority of the wild boar meat would be made into bacon, leaving the rest for the villagers and to exchange for fodder for the horses. In tumultuous times, having war horses could significantly enhance the strength of their forces. Over 1,000 pounds of meat were distributed with clarity. During dinner, the wooden house was filled with lively chatter. The rich bone broth, accompanied by fragrant roasted meat, stirred everyone's appetite. However, with so many people, the originally spacious room felt cramped. The large table could not accommodate everyone. Li Qinghuan and Li Qingyao, showing their understanding, refrained from joining the table, instead serving themselves a bowl of soup and a piece of roasted meat. Quietly squatting in a corner of the room, eating in small bites. Su Lang noticed this and pondered that he would need to make a larger table tomorrow. A family should sit together for meals. It was a pity that these obedient and thoughtful twin sisters were not married to him. Their names did not appear on his system's affection panel. Otherwise, he could have received additional rewards. However, it was comforting that the affection levels of the other four were nearing their maximum. Mu Rong Yinran affection level, 150. Hua Yurong affection level, 170. Xiaozhuo affection level, 180. Li Xiuji affection level, 165. All exceeded 150. According to the system S patterns, rewards for affection levels surpassing 200 would undoubtedly be far more generous than those at 100. What might they be? Su Lang's heart brimmed with anticipation. After dinner, the sisters Li Qinghuan and Li Qingyao brought in a basin of steaming footbath water. Master, we are here to serve you. No, I can manage this myself. Su Lang waved his hand. Being a modern man, he was not accustomed to such feudal lord-like indulgences. However, as soon as he finished speaking, the twin sisters knelt down with a thud, their eyes welling up with tears. Have we displeased you in some way, master? Please don't send us away. They cried pitifully, looking heart-wrenching in their distress. Su Lang found himself at a loss, ultimately resigned to sit down and allow those delicate hands to remove his shoes and gently massage his feet. In the corner, Jiang Zhaoyue observed everything with envy. She bit her lip tightly, feeling turmoil within. To kneel like the twins and serve a man's feet, she could not bring herself to do it. She was a princess of Qian, elevated above all. But if she did not do this, what else could she accomplish? To live off others, merely as a useless ornament? She cannot persist in being a mere parasite. This man, though domineering and coarse, has provided her with a sanctuary, a sense of security she has never experienced before. Marry him? Become his wife or concubine? No, absolutely not. Yet, she cannot bring herself to demean herself by becoming a maid. Jiang Zhaoyue grew increasingly restless, for the first time harboring a profound loathing for her so-called princess identity. As night deepened, Su Lang and his four wives returned to the master bedroom early. Jiang Zhaoyue slept alone in the secondary bedroom, while her twin sisters occupied another room. Soon, familiar yet mortifying sounds drifted through the walls. Jiang Zhaoyue buried her head beneath the quilt, her fair face aflame. This scoundrel, indulgent beyond measure. He will surely meet his demise at the hands of women. Though she cursed him internally, the suppressed sounds of pleasure strangely dulled her initial aversion, and she found herself growing accustomed to it. Meanwhile, in the adjoining room, two pairs of bright eyes quietly opened in the darkness. Sister, the master is truly remarkable, whispered Li Qingyao, her voice low, imbued with a hint of innocent wonder and curiosity. Previously, at home, father would only allow one concubine to accompany him for the night. Yet he has four now. Don't say any more, interjected Li Qinghuan, her tone rife with embarrassment. What is there to fear? No one can hear us, Li Qingyao said, inching closer to her sister, her eyes astonishingly bright in the dark. After a pause, she inquired in a dreamlike tone, Sister, when do you think we will truly serve the master? Chapter 55. Has Jiang Zhaoyue disappeared? The next day, before dawn had fully broken, a long queue had already formed outside the large wooden house of Su Lang, stretching out of sight. Almost every able-bodied person from the entire Day village had mobilized. The men carried bundles, the women held or lifted them. Even the half-grown children clutched handfuls of dry grass, eagerly gazing at the tightly closed wooden door. Their eyes, once dull and hopeless, now sparkled with fervent anticipation. Meat. 5 pounds of grass could be exchanged for 1 pound of meat. Zhang Chaoyue stood at the forefront of the line, meticulously helping the villagers weigh and record their goods with a smoothed wooden board and a piece of charcoal. Zhang San's household, 13 pounds of hay, 7 pounds of straw, a total of 20 pounds, noted. Antly C, your grass has dirt mixed in. That's unacceptable. Take it back and clean it before returning. Lang Yi demands finesse. He had seamlessly assumed the role of Su Lang's chief steward, standing tall with newfound confidence. The villagers, far from being disgruntled, chuckled as they placed their bundles down, patiently awaiting Zhang Chaoyue's recording. Soon, the pile of grass in the clearing swelled into a small mountain, totaling over 1,000 pounds. Lang Yi, Zhang Chaoyue, accompanied by several villagers, dashed to the wooden house, shouting with excitement. The door creaked open, revealing Su Lang, yawning as he stepped out, followed by Hua Yurong and Murong Yenran, each radiating a rosy glow, their eyes sparkling like flowers nourished by dew. Deeper inside, Jiang Zhaoyue and her twin sisters bore dark circles under their eyes, one from inner turmoil, the others from a night spent eavesdropping. Su Lang's gaze swept over the women, and he felt a wave of satisfaction. Approaching the mound of grass, he nodded approvingly at the wooden board handed over by Zhang Chaoyue. All right, let's begin cutting the meat. Su Lang drew out his cleaver. With swift, decisive strokes, large, blood-tinged pieces of fresh meat were expertly sliced away. When the first villager received a hefty piece of meat from Su Lang, the 7-foot-tall man was overcome with emotion, tears streaming down his face. With a thud, he knelt before Su Lang. Thank you, Langgu. Thank you for saving my life. His kneeling seemed to topple the first domino. All the villagers receiving meat spontaneously knelt, gratitude echoing around them. Langgu is truly our living bodhisattva. With this meat, my child will survive until the new year. At that moment, the villagers' admiration and trust in Su Lang reached an unprecedented zenith. Once all the villagers had exchanged their goods, Su Lang directly cut off a large piece of bare hind leg weighing nearly 30 pounds and placed it into Zhang Chaoyue's arms, who was still busy calculating. Chaoyu, you have worked hard these past days. This is for your parents to replenish their health. No, Langgu, this is too much. Zhang Chaoyue exclaimed, astonished, shaking his head vigorously at the sight of the fatty bear meat. Enough with the pleasantries, just take it, Su Lang said, his eyes narrowing. Zhang Chaoyue immediately dared not argue further. Clutching the heavy meat, feeling a rush of warmth surge from his feet to his head, a sense of loyalty stirring within him. At noon, around an extended dining table, a circle of stunning beauties sat, the atmosphere warm and inviting. The aroma of bone soup mingled with the charred scent of roasted meat, igniting appetites. Su Lang's gaze roamed the table, yet he noticed one person was missing. His brow furrowed. Where is Jiang Zhaoyue? The laughter and chatter at the table fell silent in an instant. Xia Zhao, hearing the question, lowered her head guiltily, nervously twisting her clothing, and softly replied. Sister Zhaoyue said she wanted to contribute to the family and not just eat and drink for free. She took a small knife and went to the back mountain to catch a few wild rabbits. As she spoke, her voice dwindled to almost a whisper. She didn't want me to tell you. She said she had learned hunting from her father, so we needn't worry. Before she could finish, Su Lang's chopsticks slammed down onto the table, producing a sharp crack. His expression darkened instantly. Learn hunting? Noble hunting is merely a form of entertainment, with a retinue of attendants. Catching a wild rabbit, one is unlikely to encounter fierce beasts. But in the mountains far from the village, there are ferocious predators. Ordinary adult men dare not venture there. And she, a pampered princess. This is madness. A chill radiated from him, causing the temperature in the room to drop several degrees. Murong Yenron's brows knitted in alarm, urgently asking, when did she leave? She has been gone for over an hour, Xia Zhuo replied, noticing Su Lang's fearsome expression, her eyes reddening with tears that threatened to spill. Over an hour. Su Lang's heart sank heavily. What kind of place is the autumn forest? Beasts, driven by hunger to store fat for winter, are at their most aggressive. A delicate princess, unable to wield a knife properly, ventures into the mountains alone. How does that differ from offering a piece of freshly prepared pork to a starving wolf? That damned woman. Sulang sa ansiti soup. Without a second thought, he rose abruptly, seizing the cleaver hanging on the wall and the captured mulberry longbow. He spoke sternly to the women. Stay here and do not go anywhere. I will bring her back. As soon as he finished speaking, he departed. Su Lang stepped out of the wooden cabin and instantly executed the lightness technique, Tashue Wuhun, to its utmost perfection. His figure transformed into a blurred afterimage, vanishing in an instant along the path leading to the forest. Within his heart, anger and worry intertwined. This infuriatingly proud princess. Engaging in banter on ordinary days was one thing, but now she was trifling with her own life. Such carelessness was exasperating. If anything were to happen to her, Su Lang dared not pursue the thought further, increasing his speed. The dense forest loomed overhead, shrouding the sun, casting the surroundings in a dim and eerie silence. Leaving no trace of Jiang Zhaoyu, Su Lang forced himself to calm down. He halted, slowly closed his eyes, and silently recited, "Activate divine hunting technique." In an instant, the entire world transformed in his perception. The wind was no longer mere wind. It carried with it a faint, elusive fragrance belonging to Jiang Zhaoyu. The air was imbued with the residual currents she left behind as she passed. The ground bore the fresh imprints of grass that had been gently trodden upon. Not far away, a nearly invisible, pale yellow thread of fabric swayed gently in the breeze. Countless pieces of information surged into Su Lang's mind like a tidal wave. These chaotic clues were swiftly integrated, analyzed, and linked within his mind, ultimately forming an exceptionally clear, guiding thread, shimmering softly, extending deep into the forest. This was the direction. Su Lang abruptly opened his eyes, a glimmer of brilliance flashing within them, and once again became a fleeting shadow, racing along that invisible line. Chapter 56. The serpents embraced deep within the forest. The light grew ever dimmer. Su Lang's figure darted through the gnarled trees like a spectral wraith, moving swiftly amidst the tangled undergrowth. With the divine hunting technique activated, the invisible trail left by Jiang Zhaoyu appeared to him as clear as ink lines in broad daylight. He followed the trail, his anger gradually being supplanted by a weighty concern. The footprints upon the ground were uneven and chaotic, with numerous signs of stumbling and slipping. This was not a hunt. It was a frantic flight for survival. This reckless woman. Su Lang's expression darkened further. Suddenly, a rustle in the grass ahead startled several brightly feathered, plump mountain chickens, which flapped their wings and flew toward a nearby treetop. Under normal circumstances, this would be a delightful treat. However, Su Lang did not even lift his eyelids, his feet pressing onward without pause. His mind was consumed with the dangers that woman might be facing. After roughly half an hour of pursuit, the sight before him caused his heart to plummet. At the base of a steep slope, claw marks marred the soil, leading to a solitary pink embroidered shoe lying forlornly. This was Zhao Yu's shoe. Su Lang bent down to pick it up. The shoe was smeared with dirt, yet he could still feel a lingering warmth emanating from it, and the familiar, delicate fragrance wafted to his nostrils. She was in danger. She had even abandoned her shoe in her haste. Just then, a piercing scream echoed faintly from the depths of the valley ahead, filled with helpless sobs and the despair of impending death. Help! It was Jiang Zhaoyu's voice. Su Lang's eyes instantly turned crimson. He no longer held back any strength. Boom! A terrifying force, 8 times that of an ordinary person, erupted beneath his feet. He launched himself forward like a cannonball, racing toward the source of the sound. The underbrush and thorns in his path were crushed beneath his formidable body, leaving behind a trail of fine bloodstains. Yet he was oblivious, his heart consumed by a singular thought. Hurry! Faster! As Su Lang burst into the valley like a tempest. The sight before him nearly drove him to madness, a surge of wrath igniting within him. On the valley floor, Jiang Zhaoyu was ensnared by a giant python, as thick as a water barrel, its mottled yellow body constricting her. The fearsome muscles coiled tighter and tighter, her frail form already emitting the faint creaks of overburdened bones. Her usually proud and rosy face was now a ghastly shade of blue, her mouth gaping wide for oxygen, yet no sound emerged. The small dagger she had used for self-defense lay several meters away, discarded. Her once bright and clear eyes were now filled with endless despair and tears. Her pupils beginning to dilate. She was on the brink of death. "You beast! Release her!" Su Lang roared, his voice reverberating like thunder, shaking the entire valley. The giant python seemed startled by his furious bellow, its movements momentarily halting as its massive triangular head slowly turned towards Su Lang, cold, slit pupils glinting with murderous intent. Su Lang had already gripped his mulberry-wood longbow, but upon witnessing the twisted scene, he forced himself to abandon the thought of nocking an arrow. It was too tight. He dare not use a bow. A single misfire could pierce the serpent's body and strike Jiang Zhaoyu instead. In the blink of an eye, Su Lang discarded the longbow and swiftly drew the broadsword from his back. He surged forward with explosive force, akin to a tiger descending the mountain, charging into the fray. He did not aim for the python's head nor its body. Instead, he seized the serpent's tail, which was thicker than his thigh, as it slowly writhed on the ground. "Get off!" Su Lang's arms bulged with veins, his core muscles straining as the terrifying power of 8 times his physical capacity erupted forth without reservation. He forcibly pulled the massive, heavy serpent, creating a small gap. Cough! It was this very gap that allowed the nearly lifeless Jiang Zhaoyu to gasp in a breath of life-giving air, coughing violently as her hazy gaze refocused. She saw a man, drenched in blood, akin to a celestial being descending from the heavens, grappling with the giant python. It was Su Lang. The python, feeling pain, became utterly enraged. Its massive triangular head whipped around violently, opening its gaping maw, large enough to swallow a grown man's head, and lunged toward Su Lang's head with a nauseating stench. Su Lang did not flinch or evade. His other hand was already poised for action. Just as the serpent's head descended, he swung the broadsword, striking with an exceptionally cunning angle, landing a precise blow on the python's vital spot. Thwack! The blade pierced flesh. The tough scales were cleaved apart by the ferocious wind of his strike. The foul-smelling serpent's blood gushed forth like a fountain, splattering Su Lang completely. Hiss! The giant python emitted a blood-curdling hiss, and in its agony, rather than loosening its grip, it tightened even further. Just as Jiang Zhaoyu finally caught her breath, a pained groan escaped her lips once more, as she felt as though her bones were being ground to dust. "Su Lang, I don't want to die. Please save me." "Damn it!" Su Lang, wary of injuring Jiang Zhaoyu, dared not sever the serpent's body with a single blow. Instead, he resorted to frantically hacking at the slick, sinuous form, inflicting relentless pain to divert its attention. With each slash, the blade sunk deeper, leaving grotesque gashes that revealed bone beneath the scales. This tactic proved effective. The massive python relinquished its prey, its colossal body thrashing violently as it flung Jiang Zhaoyu aside like a rag doll. It then turned its mountainous form to ensnare Su Lang, the one responsible for its wounds. An opportune moment. Su Lang had awaited this chance. He crouched low, narrowly evading the serpent's lethal bite, and with all his strength, he thrust the blade upward, piercing the python's relatively soft jaw. The tip of the blade penetrated. The blade's body traversed through, ultimately emerging from its vast skull. The gigantic serpent's form went rigid, its frantic writhing abruptly ceasing. In its cold, vertical pupils, the ferocity swiftly faded, leaving only disbelief in its wake. With a thunderous crash, the immense corpse of the serpent fell, sending dust billowing into the air. The world fell silent. Su Lang gasped for breath, withdrawing the blade, shaking off the blood and brain matter. He turned, approaching the woman curled on the ground a few meters away, trembling and gasping for fresh air. Chapter 57. Back into the tiger's den, thank goodness. Upon seeing Jiang Zhaoyu unharmed, he finally exhaled in relief. Su Lang, still panting, gazed at the mangled remains of the serpent, maintaining his vigilance. He approached the still-dripping blade, delivering several final, decisive blows to the already pierced head of the serpent until it was thoroughly minced, finally satisfied. The creatures of the forest are cunning. Who knows if this beast might feign death like the previous black bear. Having completed this, he turned once more to the woman, still shivering on the ground. Jiang Zhaoyu remained in the position she had landed in, a tight ball, her arms hugging her knees, burying her face deep within. She trembled all over, akin to a leaf on the verge of falling in the cold wind. Su Lang knelt before her, observing her disheveled state, and somehow his anger dissipated, leaving behind a mix of helplessness and pity. He reached out, intending to pat her shoulder. But as his hand extended halfway, Jiang Zhaoyu, startled, suddenly lifted her head. Her face, smeared with dirt and streaked with tears, bore the marks of survival and profound fear. When her gaze finally settled on Su Lang's familiar visage, her eyes, which had struggled to remain intact, flooded with tears. A piercing wail erupted, echoing throughout the valley. She could no longer hold back, collapsing into Su Lang's embrace like a child seeking refuge, gripping his neck tightly as she wept uncontrollably. It was as if all the grievances, indignation, fear, and despair of the past moments were released in her torrential tears. In his arms, the soft warmth of her form quivered violently. Su Lang could even feel her scalding tears soaking through his clothing. The scent of her unique fragility mingled with the earthy aroma and the stench of serpent blood, creating a complex yet stimulating fragrance. This damned woman truly was a troublesome vexation. Su Lang cursed inwardly, yet his raised hand gently settled on her quaking back, awkwardly patting her. He opened his mouth to utter words of reproach, but looking at her state, all words became lodged in his throat, ultimately transforming into a resigned sigh. "It's all right." His voice carried an unexpected hoarseness and tenderness. "It's all right, I am here." These simple 5 words became a warm current capable of sweeping away all barriers, instantly breaking down the last dam Jiang Zhaoyu had erected with her pride and stubbornness. She wept even more fiercely, her cries devoid of the sharpness and terror from before, now filled with endless grievances and reliance, nearly gasping for breath. "I thought I was going to die. I was so scared that serpent almost crushed my bones." She buried her face deep in Su Lang's chest, as if only in this manner could she absorb a fragment of comfort and strength. Su Lang held the soft beauty in his arms, feeling her incredible resilience and warmth against him, yet his heart held no trace of indulgence. One could see the bruises on her body through the torn fabric. However, there was no time for such concerns now. The sky had grown completely dark. In the valley, the carcass of the massive python emitted a strong, unyielding stench of blood. In this perilous wilderness, this scent was a lethal signal, likely to attract even more formidable predators. "We must leave immediately." "Stop crying, listen to me." Su Lang's voice turned grave, carrying an undeniable command. "We need to leave here at once." Yet, before his words could fully escape, a terrifying roar reverberated from the opposite end of the valley. The sound bore an unparalleled majesty and ruthless ferocity, as if the true sovereign of this vast forest was announcing its arrival. A tiger's roar. Jiang Zhaoyu's cries abruptly ceased. In their place surged an overwhelming terror, 100-fold more intense than when facing the python. Her body froze, the sobs stifled, leaving only her teeth chattering uncontrollably. Truly, fear manifests. Su Lang's expression turned grave in an instant. The mountain lord, from the sound, it was undoubtedly a mature and powerful Hu Jing, the white tiger. Just as he had escaped the wolf's den, he now found himself in the tiger's mouth. "Quickly, climb the tree." Su Lang decisively pushed Jiang Zhaoyu from his arms, seizing her icy hand, racing towards a towering, ancient tree requiring 2 to embrace it. But at that moment, Jiang Zhaoyu's legs had turned to jelly from fright. Unable to run, let alone stand, she collapsed at Su Lang's pull. "I can't move." Her voice trembled with desperation. Su Lang had no time for further discussion. Time waits for no one. He swiftly bent, one arm snaking around her slender waist, while the other unceremoniously lifted her rounded, supple form. With a powerful thrust, he propelled them both upward. "Let us go." Jiang Zhaoyu let out a sharp gasp, her delicate face turning crimson as if it were about to bleed. She could distinctly feel a scorching hand pressed firmly against her most sensitive area, yet under the immense threat of death. Her modesty was swiftly washed away by the primal instinct for survival. Clinging desperately to the rough bark of the tree, she disregarded the pain as her delicate palms scraped against it, using all her strength to ascend. Su Lang followed closely behind, acting as her guardian, positioning himself protectively beneath her. His hand occasionally gave her a gentle push on her pert backside, aiding her ascent. The two had just managed to secure their footing on a robust branch over 10 meters high when a colossal figure, marked by black and yellow, appeared in the valley. Moving gracefully yet lethally, under the moonlight. Its form was unmistakably clear, a behemoth exceeding 3 meters in length, with a shoulder height nearing 1.5 meters. Its glaring white brow and scarlet tongue, frequently extending to lick the snake blood from its jaws, combined with its eyes, as large as bronze bells, shimmered menacingly in the darkness, fixating intently on the two fresh prey above. Jiang Zhaoyu had never encountered such a ferocious beast before. In the imperial palace, she had only seen sickly tigers confined to cages. The creature before her was the true king of the mountains. The palpable pressure of being at the top of the food chain nearly suffocated her. Terrified, she could no longer be concerned about the propriety between the sexes or her royal dignity. With a scream, she clutched Su Lang's arm tightly, trembling uncontrollably as if seeking solace in his presence. The mountain lord seemed far more intrigued by the two moving morsels in the tree than the cold snake carcass below. It raised its head and emitted a low, rumbling growl, revealing sharp canines capable of easily severing a human neck. In the next moment, its powerful hind legs sprang forth, muscles rippling with strength. The massive body, accompanied by a foul wind, lunged violently at the branch where the two clung for dear life. With a thunderous crash, its razor-sharp claws carved deep gashes into the ancient tree, sending splinters flying. Will it come up? Will it break the branch? Jiang Zhaoyu screamed in horror, clutching Su Lang's body as if she wished to meld into his very bones. It's all right, it's all right. Su Lang reassured her softly, holding her tightly. Yet, his brow was furrowed in concern. The mountain lord's strength and agility surpassed Su Lang's expectations. However, its massive size hindered its ability to climb further, despite its claws digging deep into the trunk. It ultimately could not sustain its weight and slid down with a cacophony of scraping sounds. Roaring in frustration after several failed attempts, the Mountain King ceased its climbing efforts. Its fierce gaze remained locked on the two figures in the tree, pacing restlessly around the trunk, occasionally emitting a low growl that sent tremors through the leaves above. Thus, a silent standoff unfolded between man and beast in the deepening darkness. Su Lang's expression was grave. The mulberry longbow had been discarded beside the giant snake's corpse during the chaos of the rescue. Now, he possessed only a broadsword in this confined space, rendering his skills in swordplay nearly useless. Engaging the tiger in hand-to-hand combat would be tantamount to seeking death. The mountain lord appeared to lose patience, dismissing the unreachable prey in the tree and turning its attention to the carcass of the giant snake, exuding a strong scent of blood. The sounds of bones snapping and flesh being torn apart echoed chillingly through the silent valley. Jiang Zhaoyu watched in horror as the tiger effortlessly tore through the tough skin of the giant python, voraciously consuming the snake meat, causing her stomach to churn violently, nearly prompting her to retch. Gazing at Su Lang's resolute profile, sharply defined in the moonlight, her heart brimmed with guilt, regret, and fear. If only she had not recklessly ventured out, if only she had not insisted on proving herself, Su Lang would not have found himself in such dire straits to rescue her. I'm sorry, it's all my fault. I've put you in danger. Her voice trembled with a heavy sob, barely audible. Su Lang did not turn to look at her, but calmly replied, There's no use in lamenting now. Conserve your strength and remain silent. His tone bore no hint of reproach, yet this calmness tightened Jiang Zhaoyu's heart with an invisible grip, causing her to struggle for breath. Soon, the mountain lord had devoured most of the giant python, its belly noticeably swollen. It let out a blood-scented belch and showed no intention of leaving, instead choosing to lounge beneath the great tree, licking the blood from its claws while dozing off. However, its copper bell-like eyes remained half open, never straying far from the tree. It seemed determined to lie in wait for its next meal. Despair washed over Jiang Zhaoyu as her heart sank to the depths of despair. The two were utterly trapped in a dire situation with no means of escape. As night deepened, the temperature in the mountains plummeted and the damp, cold wind sliced through the air like a knife, chilling them to the bone. Jiang Zhaoyu, clad only in a thin silk dress, had become soaked with sweat during her earlier struggles, and now the cold wind rendered her lips purple and her teeth chattered uncontrollably as she curled into a ball. Su Lang observed her trembling form with a sigh. Silently, he removed the garment crafted by Hua Yurong and draped it over her without hesitation. We must not allow the tiger to claim you before the cold does. The warmth of his body and the potent scent of masculinity enveloped Jiang Zhaoyu, dispelling the penetrating chill that had seeped into her bones. She froze in place, gazing up at Su Lang, who wore only a close-fitting shirt. Moonlight filtered through the branches, casting dappled shadows over his well-defined features, and those eyes, usually glinting with mischief and dominance, now held a steady resolve. In that moment, Jiang Zhaoyu's heart raced uncontrollably, as if it might leap from her chest. To conserve space and share warmth, she nestled into Su Lang's embrace, their bodies pressed tightly together with barely any gap between them. She could distinctly feel his powerful heartbeat and the searing warmth radiating through the thin fabric. "Aren't you cold?" she murmured, burying her face against his chest. Her voice barely a whisper. "I have a good constitution. I'm not afraid of the cold," he replied succinctly, his gaze still alert, watching the slumbering tiger below. Jiang Zhaoyu fell silent, greedily soaking in the warmth emanating from him, her heart a tumult of emotions. This man, crude, domineering, and lustful, is also the one who repeatedly saves her from peril, granting her an unprecedented sense of solid security. For the first time, she begins to contemplate seriously. If she were truly to marry him, becoming one among his many women, it might not be such an unbearable prospect after all. "Why not hold me a little tighter? That would keep me warmer." Then it is better to comply than to resist. In Deha village, the wooden house of Su Lang is brightly lit, as if it were daylight. Hua Yurong, Murong Yinran, Xiao Zhuo, Li Xiuji, along with the newly arrived sisters Li Qinghuan and Li Qingyao, are all gathered around the newly made long table, none of them feeling inclined to sleep. The dishes on the table have been warmed time and again, yet no one has touched their chopsticks. Each face is etched with the same anxiety and concern. It is so late. Why haven't my husband and sister Zhaoyu returned yet? Xia Zhuo's eyes brim with tears, her small hands clutching her clothing tightly, her voice already tinged with sobs. "They must be on their way back," Li Xiuji mutters, her hands pressed together, praying for the two. Although Hua Yurong is equally anxious, she forces herself to remain calm, soothing everyone. "Do not panic. My husband is quite capable and will surely be fine. Let's wait a little longer." The sisters Li Qinghuan and Li Qingyao stand silently aside, watching the anxious expressions of the main wives, their own hearts fluttering, fearing to even breathe. Time passes second by second. The night outside grows ever thicker. Murong Yinran's heart, once suspended, now sinks heavier. She grips the dagger at her waist tightly, pacing back and forth in the room, her beautiful phoenix eyes filled with distress and unease. Finally, she comes to a halt. "No, I cannot wait any longer." The fiercely determined Murong Yinran abruptly rises, her strikingly beautiful face filled with resolve. "I must go find him." She snatches the dagger from the table and turns to leave. "Yinran, do not act impulsively." Hua Yurong swiftly grabs her arm. The hand holding the dagger trembles slightly, her face streaked with tears and determination. But what if something has happened to him? Murong Yinran's eyes brim with tears, her feet stamping in agitation. "You must trust your husband." Hua Yurong's voice, though soft, carries an undeniable strength. She compels herself to remain composed, speaking each word with care. "He is so skilled, often hunting in the mountains. He will manage just fine. What if he returns safely, and you are nowhere to be found? Would that not only heighten his worry and compel him to take greater risks?" Hua Yurong's words fall like a bucket of cold water on Murong Yinran's anxious heart. She bites her crimson lips, her chest heaving violently, ultimately resigning to sit back down. Yet the hand that clutches the dagger remains tense, knuckles white, refusing to let go. The atmosphere in the room is suffocating. Xia Zhuo has long since laid her head on the table, quietly sobbing, her shoulders shaking, looking utterly pitiful. Li Xiuji has already pressed her hands together, eyes closed, murmuring fervent prayers for Su Lang and Jiang Zhaoyu. The newcomers, Li Qinghuan and Li Qingyao, exchange glances and rise silently. They dare not speak much, merely moving to the stove to stoke the fire, intensifying the flames. They express their worries in this simplest of ways, ever ready to provide hot water and warm meals at the first sign of their master's return. The hearts of the women in the room are tightly entwined. Their gazes repeatedly drift toward the closed wooden door, yearning for that familiar figure to push it open at any moment. Outside the wooden house, the cold wind howls. Lu Shirtu, Zhuzi, and 5 other youths sit with weapons in hand around their modest thatched cottage, their faces etched with urgency and gravity. This won't do. It's well past midnight, and Lang Ge has yet to return. Something must have happened. Lu Shitu suddenly slams his thigh and stands up abruptly. The others are aware that Su Lang has entered the mountains to find Jiang Zhaoyu. Their youthful faces, still carrying traces of boyish innocence, are marred by an intensity beyond their years. We must go find Lang Ge. Zhuzi follows suit, standing tall. His usual simplicity is replaced by a fierce determination in his eyes. Yes, let's find Lang Ge. Our lives are owed to him, now that he is in trouble. We cannot hide like cowards. A youth exclaims passionately, igniting the fervor in all. The 7 young men, brimming with youthful zeal, believe it is only just to repay kindness and share burdens. They seize the weapons they had acquired from Heifeng Zhai and rush toward the door, ready to ascend the mountain in search of their comrade. However, as they reach the entrance, they are halted by Hua Yurong and Murong Yanran, who have come out to investigate the commotion. What are you planning to do? Go back at once. Murong Yanran, already fraught with agitation, scolds them sharply. Sister Yanran, we are worried about Lang Ge. We must go find him. Lu Shitu replies, his eyes reddened, standing firm. Hua Yurong looks at the youthful faces filled with determination, and warmth wells up in her heart. With a sigh, she steps forward, her voice gentle yet authoritative. Children, we understand your intentions. However, it is dark and perilous, with wild beasts in the mountains. You would not only be of no help, but would also become a burden to your husband. Trust that Lang Ge will return safely. Right now, your task is to conserve your strength and guard the village until he comes back. If anyone disobeys, when your husband returns, he will not acknowledge you as his brother. Hua Yurong's words are like a soothing spring, dousing the flames of fervor in the youth's hearts. Though they feel deeply reluctant, reason ultimately triumphs over impulse. They glance at one another, and in silence, lower their heads, obediently returning to the house. They understand that Hua Yurong speaks the truth. As Su Lang's first wife, Hua Yurong embodies a gentle yet resilient strength, managing the household well, which in many ways represents Su Lang himself. Even Murong Yanran has never considered competing with Hua Yurong. These no longer speak. All they can do for Lang Ge now is wait and trust. Under the ancient tree, the cold moon hangs like a hook. Su Lang and Jiang Zhaoyu have endured the night in its embrace for half a night. Both are somewhat exhausted. Jiang Zhaoyu has long since succumbed to sleep in his warm embrace, her long eyelashes fluttering restlessly, betraying her unsettled slumber. Su Lang gazes down at the face nestled against him, even smeared with dirt, still breathtakingly beautiful, his heart a tumult of emotions. This woman is indeed a tremendous trouble. Yet, paradoxically, he cannot bear to part with this trouble. Just then, the person in his arms stirs slightly and slowly opens her eyes. Are we still alive? Her voice is hoarse, tinged with the confusion of just awakening. For now, yes, Su Lang replies succinctly. Jiang Zhaoyu finally realized that they were still perched in the tree, while below, the terrifying mountain lord lay motionless like a black statue. Fear surged once more, yet this time, she refrained from screaming, instinctively tightening her embrace around Su Lang's arm. In the oppressive silence, she suddenly spoke, her voice soft, almost like a dream. Su Lang, I have deceived you. Su Lang raised an eyebrow, remaining silent and patiently awaiting her next words. Jiang Zhaoyu's face was buried deep in Su Lang's chest, her voice muffled, tinged with self-mockery and bitterness. My family resides in Jingsheng, and my father was once the most powerful man in the world. She paused, as if summoning all her strength to utter those few words. I am the princess of the Qian, Jiang Zhaoyu. Princess? A ripple stirred within Su Lang, but it quickly settled. This woman exuded an innate air of nobility and arrogance. Indeed, she was of royal blood, just as he had surmised. However, how could a princess find herself in such a predicament? He did not question her, merely listened in silence. Jiang Zhaoyu seemed to have resolved to lay bare all her secrets. After my father passed away, my elder brother, the crown prince who should have ascended the throne, suddenly died, and several of my uncles sought to rebel. The struggle for the throne turned Jingsheng into a veritable hell on earth, with rivers of blood flowing freely. I did not wish to be captured and used as a pawn in their power plays, nor did I want to be sent to the grasslands to marry those savage barbarians, so I sneaked away. Her voice was laden with endless sorrow and confusion. I thought, with my abilities, I could at least survive, but I was gravely mistaken. I am utterly incapable of anything, unable to even secure a meal, and I nearly fell victim to bandits. If I hadn't encountered you at this point, she could say no more, her frail shoulders beginning to tremble violently. Su Lang could feel his clothing dampening with her hot tears. He sighed and gently patted her back. Enough, do not cry. What being a princess? Are you not now stuck in a tree, just like me, unable to descend due to a large cat? His words, half jesting and half comforting, caused Jiang Zhaoyue's sobs to momentarily pause. She lifted her gaze, her reddened eyes fixed upon Su Lang under the cold moonlight. Are you not afraid? I am a tremendous burden. Those uncles are surely sending people to find me. Harboring me will bring you calamity. Afraid? Su Lang gulped. I have slain numerous bandits from Haifeng's High. Why should I fear your uncles who only squabble among themselves? Should they dare to send someone, he would dispatch them as easily as he had the bandits. Su Lang's words, brash and audacious, yet imbued with a soothing charm, stirred something within Jiang Zhaoyue. She gazed at him, her heart skipping a beat as she beheld the brilliance of his eyes, even in the darkness. Suddenly, the slumbering tiger beneath the tree did not seem so fearsome. As long as she remained in this man's embrace, even if the sky were to fall, it felt inconsequential. Jiang Zhaoyue bit her lip, her voice barely above a whisper, laced with a tentative hope she herself did not fully recognize. Will you cast me aside? No sooner had she spoken than the dozing mountain lord below suddenly opened its copper bell-like eyes and let out a roar that reverberated through the valley. The ancient tree swayed violently, as if it might topple at any moment. The tiger's roar struck Jiang Zhaoyue's heart like a heavy hammer, paralyzing her with fear. Her face paling as she clutched Su Lang's arm tightly, forgetting to breathe. Yet at that moment, from the depths of the distant forest, a piercing, agonizing scream of a wild boar pierced the air, filled with desperation and fury. Then another roar erupted. Unlike the mountain lord's powerful growl, this one was higher, more urgent, imbued with maternal rage and concern. The mountain lord, startled from its reverie, sprang to its feet, its keen eyes locked onto the source of the sound, and it emitted low growls, its massive form pacing restlessly. Su Lang's heart raced. Could it be that the mountain lord's den had been intruded upon by a reckless wild boar? Indeed, after a moment's hesitation, the mountain lord glanced up at the tantalizing morsels in the tree before shifting its gaze toward the commotion in the distance. Ultimately, its instinct to protect its territory triumphed over hunger. It let out a deafening roar toward the two above, as if proclaiming that these two prey would eventually be its. With a powerful twist of its body, it surged forward like a streak of yellow and black lightning, racing toward the source of the disturbance, quickly vanishing into the inky darkness of the forest. The valley once again fell into silence. It has left. Now is our chance. Su Lang et Gulim. His taut nerves finally unwinding. He exhaled a long breath, feeling the cold sweat soak through his back. The two scrambled down the tree, slipping and tumbling, until they landed on solid ground. A sense of relief washed over them. Jiang Zhaoyue's legs grew weak, nearly collapsing, but Su Lang swiftly caught her. Yet he had no time to revel in the softness of her form. Once Jiang Zhaoyue regained her footing, Su Lang released her, not to comfort the shaken princess, but to dash toward the nearby corpse of the giant python. He rummaged through the bloody, odorous remains and finally retrieved his beloved mulberry wood longbow and quiver filled with arrows. With bow in hand, a surge of confidence and resolve coursed through Su Lang. Even if the mountain lord were to return, he now possessed the means for a counterattack, no longer trapped like before, waiting to perish in the tree. Hurry! He grasped Jiang Zhaoyue's icy hand tightly, guided by the extraordinary sense of direction bestowed by divine hunting skills. He discerned the way to the village and sprinted forward without looking back. Jiang Zhaoyue, held firmly by a strong hand, felt the warmth and strength emanating from him, and her deep-seated fear dissipated miraculously. She asked nothing and inquired not. She simply followed his lead, entrusting her fate entirely to this man. The two raced through the dark forest, propelled by the instinct to survive, and Jiang Zhaoyue tapped into a well of potential she never knew she possessed. Her legs, which would typically tire after just a few steps, were now brimming with strength, barely managing to keep pace with Su Lang and not becoming a burden. However, she was, after all, a pampered princess, ill-equipped to endure such a desperate flight. Not long into their escape, her foot slipped on a moss-covered stone, causing her to lose her balance. I can't move, she cried out, crashing heavily to the ground. A sharp pain shot through her right ankle, momentarily clouding her vision and nearly causing her to faint. What happened? Can you walk? Su Lang immediately halted, furrowing his brow as he swiftly returned to her side. Jiang Zhaoyue bit her pale lip, attempting to rise. But the moment she put weight on her right foot, the excruciating pain rendered her face ashen, cold sweat beading on her forehead. Tears began to well up in her eyes, and she helplessly shook her head at Su Lang. I will carry you. Without a moment's hesitation, Su Lang bent down, and amidst Jiang Zhaoyue's startled exclamations, he scooped her up in his arms. A genuine princess carry. The sudden sensation of weightlessness caused Jiang Zhaoyue to instinctively gasp. She reached out her arms, tightly clutching Su Lang's neck, nestling herself into his broad, sturdy chest. The tip of her nose was instantly enveloped by a powerful and pleasant masculine scent. This aroma, mingled with sweat, blood, and earth, exuded a reassuring masculinity that inexplicably steadied her racing heart. Carrying nearly 100 pounds of living weight, Su Lang's pace remained unwavering. His extraordinary physique, 8 times that of an average person, was on full display at that moment. The rugged mountain path seemed like solid ground beneath his feet, each step as stable as a rock, showcasing his remarkable strength and endurance. Jiang Zhaoyue tilted her head back, gazing closely at the chiseled jawline of the man under the moonlight. She could distinctly see the stubble emerging on his chin and the prominent veins on his neck from exertion. This man was so powerful, so dependable. Her exquisite face, once adorned with the haughty pride of a princess, had transformed into a rosy visage, flushed with emotion. Though she appeared tattered, covered in dirt, and her hair disheveled, there was no trace of her former aloofness in her strikingly bright eyes under the moonlight. Instead, they reflected a tender affection and fascination. In that moment, she was no longer the exalted Deqian princess. She was merely a small woman, rescued from peril by the man she cherished, held tightly in his embrace. Chapter 61. Crying and wanting to be my wife? As the warm, scattered lights of Dehe village finally came into view, Jiang Zhaoyue, cradled in Su Lang's arms, felt her exquisite face flush a deep crimson. If only this journey home could stretch a bit longer. However, this thought was swiftly eclipsed by a more intense feeling. Embarrassment. They were about to enter the village, where everyone would see her. She was being carried by a man in such a manner. Jiang Zhaoyue felt so ashamed she wished to vanish into the ground, burying her face deeper into Su Lang's sturdy chest, whispering with a voice as faint as a whisper. Please put me down. Just help me walk. It's not good for others to see. Su Lang paused, looking down at the woman in his arms. Her face buried with only her crimson ears visible, a playful smile curving his lips. He complied and gently set her down. The moment Jiang Zhaoyue stood, the piercing pain in her right ankle rendered her face pale, and her body went limp, about to fall. Su Lang, quick to react, swiftly extended his arm, catching her and holding her steady. What a hassle, he muttered under his breath, though his tone lacked the earlier severity and impatience. Instead of lifting her again, he squatted in front of her, his broad back facing her. Get on, I'll carry you. Jiang Zhaoyue gazed at his sturdy figure, not tall but solid as a mountain, and her cheeks flushed anew. After a moment's hesitation, she extended her arms and obediently climbed onto his broad back, wrapping her arms gently around his neck. With a firm grip, Su Lang supported her, comfortably lifting her as he strode towards the village. Wow, you really are something. Su Lang couldn't help but exclaim. This moment felt even more intimate than the previous princess carry. Jiang Zhaoyue's soft, ample form pressed against his warm, muscular back. Through the thin layers of clothing, she could distinctly feel the strength of his back muscles and the powerful rhythm of his heartbeat. This unprecedented closeness made her heart race, her blood seemingly boiling. What? Jiang Zhaoyue didn't quite catch his words. I said you're pretty heavy, Su Lang replied. Jiang Zhaoyue pouted slightly, feeling a bit miffed. Yet still leaned her head against him. As they reached the village entrance, they spotted a crowd anxiously waiting for them. Huairong, Morong Yenran, Xiazhiro, and Li Xiuji stood at the forefront, their faces etched with concern. Behind them, Lu Shitu, Zhu Zi, and several other youths, along with the village chief Sun Zhang Chaoyue, held flaming torches aloft, illuminating the village entrance like daylight. The pillars of the village were waiting for his return. Upon witnessing this scene, a wave of guilt and self-reproach surged within Jiang Zhaoyue. It was all her fault. If it weren't for her capriciousness, why would everyone be out in the cold and fear at such a late hour? She buried her face deeply in Su Lang's back, unable to bear the worried gazes of the crowd, wishing she could simply disappear. Su Lang looked at the familiar, anxious faces before him, at the flames that burned brightly for him, and felt a warmth swell in his heart. An overwhelming sense of belonging washed over him. He called out to the villagers, his voice steady and powerful. "I'm back. Sorry to have worried everyone. I'm fine." His words were like a soothing balm, instantly calming the hearts of all present. "Langu is back. How wonderful. I knew he would be safe." The crowd erupted in cheers, a sound of relief after a harrowing ordeal. The women sighed in relief, and Xia Zhiruo wept tears of joy. "My husband has finally returned." Upon reaching the warm wooden cabin, Li Qinghuan and Li Qingyao rushed over with a basin of steaming water. Hua Yurong, disregarding her own fatigue, immediately knelt down to carefully examine Jiang Zhiyue's swollen ankle, which looked like a dumpling. Fortunately, it was just a sprain and the bones were unharmed. She retrieved a bottle of soothing ointment from her small medicine pouch, gently massaging the injured area with her delicate hands, her movements both gentle and professional. Hua Yorong's tenderness resembled a warm current, completely shattering Jiang Zhaoyue's last psychological defense, which she had built with pride and stubbornness. She could no longer contain herself. With a sudden burst of emotion, Jiang Zhaoyue threw her arms around Hua Yorong's arm and began to weep uncontrollably. "Sister Yorong, I'm so sorry. It's all my fault. I have caused everyone trouble." "Foolish girl, why are you crying?" Hua Yorong gently patted her back, softly comforting her. "As long as you are safe, that is enough. You have returned." She paused and, with an incomparably tender yet resolute tone, spoke each word with intent. "We are family. You must not be so strong-willed in the future." Those 3 words, "we are family," struck Jiang Zhaoyue's heart like a heavy hammer. She cried even harder, yet felt a profound sense of peace. Su Lang observed this scene, glancing at the dishes on the table that were clearly just reheated and still steaming. These women had waited for them to return, even enduring hunger. A wave of warmth surged within him. With a sweeping gesture, he shattered the melancholic atmosphere. "All right, enough crying. Even the greatest matters must wait until our bellies are full. Let us eat." The cozy ambience instantly dispelled the chill of the late night and the previous anxieties. After the meal, as everyone busied themselves clearing the table and preparing to rest, Jiang Zhaoyue, who had been silent with her head lowered, suddenly stood up. Limping slightly, she walked to Su Lang's side. This action immediately captured the attention of everyone in the room. Gathering all her courage, she lowered her head, her voice trembling yet imbued with an unprecedented determination. I cannot do anything. I cannot even serve as a maid. I am merely a tremendous burden." She lifted her gaze, her tear-swollen eyes shimmering with emotion, fixating on Su Lang. "If you do not mind having this burden." She took a deep breath, seemingly summoning all her strength, and uttered the words that silenced the entire room. "I wish to be your wife." In that instant, the room fell utterly silent. Hua Yurong, Murong Yinran, Xia Zhiruo, Li Xiuji, and the pair of twin sisters all directed their astonished gazes upon the two. Su Lang looked at the splendid princess before him, stripped of all pride and pretense, revealing only helplessness, dependence, and a hint of humble supplication. His heart trembled. Then, a smile broke across his face. He reached out, assertively tilting her chin to force her to meet his gaze. "Being my wife does not mean you will live a life of ease." His voice carried a hint of mockery, yet was undeniably authoritative. In the Su household, there are no idle women. Jiang Zhaoyue met his striking eyes, tearful yet steadfast. "I understand. I will learn." "Excellent." Su Lang lauet li. The previously tense atmosphere finally dissipated. He added, "What do you ladies think?" The most fiery Murong Yanran was the first to step forward. With a raised brow, she approached Jiang Zhaoyue, scrutinizing her from head to toe, and ultimately nodded in approval. Xia Zhiruo, carefree, felt pleased to gain another sister. Li Xiuji silently clasped her hands together, a smile of relief spreading across her face, happy that this woman, who had endured so much suffering, had finally found a home. As fellow women, they understood the cruelty of this chaotic world towards women. There may have been a twinge of jealousy, but it no longer mattered. Their lives were also saved by Su Lang. Why should they obstruct him from rescuing another woman? Ultimately, it was Hua Yurong, the principal wife, who stepped forward. She walked to Jiang Zhaoyue's side, gently taking her cold little hand. Her eyes, usually shimmering with warmth, now held a reassuring authority and solemnity. Sister Zhaoyue, in these chaotic times, the fact that we sisters can come together is a great fortune. The more sisters we have, the stronger we become. We welcome you. Her words, both gentle and resolute, set the tone for the matter. With Hua Yurong's endorsement, Murong Yinran's scrutinizing demeanor softened significantly. She took a step closer, gazing into Jiang Zhaoyue's eyes with a serious tone. If you wish to be my sister, remember, once you enter this door, there is no more Princess Zhaoyue. There are only the women of the Su family. She paused, her tone growing firmer. If you dare to act recklessly like today again, running off alone into the mountains, do not blame me, your elder sister, for being unyielding. Family law will be enforced. Though her words were stern, the title of elder sister was a direct and implicit acceptance. Listening to these admonitions, Jiang Zhaoyue felt no sense of grievance. Instead, a wave of warmth surged within her. She understood that they had truly accepted her. With tears in her eyes, she nodded earnestly. All right, since everyone has no objections. Su Lang, observing this harmonious scene, felt a sense of peace settle in his heart. With a decisive motion, he proclaimed, "What are we waiting for? There is no better day than today. Let us do it tonight." Without the traditional matchmaking or elaborate ceremonies, in this small wooden house, they would bear witness to the simplest yet most solemn marital rites under heaven and earth, with the gathered wives as witnesses. Su Lang took the still-dazed Jiang Zhaoyue by the hand, kneeling side by side in the center of the room. First, we bow to heaven and earth. The two bowed solemnly to the dark night sky outside. Second, we bow to our parents. Su Lang glanced at Hua Yurong and the others, grinning widely. Hua Yurong's face flushed, yet she accepted this bow with grace. They were indeed the matriarchs of this household. Now, we bow to each other as husband and wife. Su Lang turned to face Jiang Zhaoyue. At the moment their foreheads gently touched, she could no longer contain her emotions, and warm tears cascaded down her cheeks. She felt the intense warmth and unwavering strength radiating from his forehead, filling her with an unprecedented sense of belonging. From this day forth, this place would be her home, and this man would be her sky. Just as they completed the ceremony, their foreheads still touching, an alert from the system echoed within Su Lang's mind. Like thunder crashing from the heavens. Ding! Detected that the host has successfully married the fated daughter of the imperial bloodline, triggering SSS level special rewards. Ding! Jiang Zhaoyue's initial affection level is locked at 80. Congratulations, host, on receiving the fated Empress gift package. Su Lang's heart raced. SSS level reward. Initial affection level 80. Good heavens. Had he just married a wife? No. This was akin to marrying a moving mountain of gold. Before he could fully process his overwhelming joy, the system's voice rang out once more. Reward 1. Storage space upgrade. Space expanded 100-fold. Current capacity, 1,000 cubic meters. Boom! Su Lang felt a tremendous jolt in his mind. His consciousness plunged into the system space, which had previously been crammed with various meats, grains, and weapons within a mere 10 cubic meters, now transformed into an expansive area the size of half a basketball court. It was vast, incredibly vast. Do not even mention the provisions for the entire family to weather the winter. Even if one were to store food for every villager in Daithsun, space would be more than ample. Now, all worries have vanished completely. However, this is not the end. Reward 2, Dragon Chi Refinement. The host merges with the royal bloodline, receiving the nurturing of Dragon Chi, resulting in a doubled physique. Current physique, 16 times that of an ordinary person. As the words left his lips, an overwhelming surge of searing energy erupted from within him, far more terrifying than any previous enhancement he had experienced. This energy, domineering and fiery, surged through his limbs and bones like molten gold, frantically cleansing and refining every inch of his muscles, every bone, and every cell. Su Lang felt as if he had been cast into a blazing alchemical furnace. He clenched his fists tightly, producing a series of cracking sounds from his joints. A sensation of explosive power coursing through his entire being. 16 times the physique of an ordinary person? Surely, it must be more than that. Su Long sensed that something had awakened within him. What is this dragon chi nurturing? The subtle changes within his body were inscrutable for the moment. Yet, Su Long was acutely aware that his fate, or destiny, was on the brink of monumental transformation. How intriguing! A flicker of fervent excitement glimmered in Su Long's eyes. Husband? Hua Yurong observed Su Long freeze suddenly, her expression shifting with concern as she called out softly. All is well. Su Long snapped back to reality, feeling the terrifying power surging within him, gazing upon the group of enchanting ladies before him, particularly the stunning princess who had just become his wife. And his heart ignited with fervor. He broke into a broad grin, revealing a set of white teeth. A moment of passion is worth 1,000 gold. Hua Yurong and Murong Yenran exchanged knowing glances, their faces lighting up with mischievous smiles. Without further ado, they approached and half-pushed, half-encouraged the blushing and fainting Jiang Zhaoyue into the already prepared bridal chamber, the main bedroom. Sister Zhaoyue, tonight you must serve your husband well. He has waited long enough. Tonight, he will be very gentle. With a resounding thud, the door was shut behind them. In an instant, Su Long found himself alone in the room. He felt the terrifying power within him surging like a raging river, and as he stared at the closed door, an intense heat surged from his feet straight to the crown of his head. On this night of the bridal chamber, combined with the newfound 16 times physique, it seemed likely that chaos would ensue. He wondered if Zhaoyue would be able to withstand it. Chapter 63. Searching for Jiang Zhaoyue? The night was deep as ink. Less than 2 hours remained until dawn. Inside the main bedroom, red candles flickered, illuminating a pair of lovers. Su Long sat on the edge of the bed, gazing at the stunning princess who had just been gently ushered in by Hua Yurong and the others. Jiang Zhaoyue kept her head bowed, her hands nervously twisting the hem of her dress. The clean silk gown she had just changed into could not conceal her current awkwardness and anxiety. The dirt on her body had long been meticulously cleaned, and her sprained ankle had been carefully bandaged by Hua Yurong. Yet her exquisite face still bore the pallor and fatigue of one who had survived a harrowing ordeal. After a night of fear in the mountains and a desperate escape, her spirit and strength had been drained to their limits. As Su Long watched her weary appearance, the fiery passion ignited by his enhanced physique began to subside significantly. He reached out, gently embracing her trembling shoulder. Can you endure? Jiang Zhaoyue shivered slightly, slowly raising her head. Her shimmering eyes, glistening under the candlelight, met his, and she stubbornly nodded. I must fulfill my duty as a wife today, on this special day for my husband and me. My sisters have all done their part. I must too. Upon uttering this, it seemed she had exhausted all her strength. Her beautiful face flushed to the point of near bleeding as she clumsily pressed her soft red lips against his. Cold, soft, with a hint of youthful innocence and trembling. Su Long's heart stirred, and he swiftly embraced her, taking the initiative. A passionate encounter ensued. Su Long gazed down at the exquisite beauty in his arms, who had already fallen into a deep slumber, traces of tears still glistening at the corners of her eyes, and his heart softened. He understood that with his current physique, 16 times that of an ordinary man, if he were to indulge fully, he could easily overwhelm this pampered princess for 3 days and nights. Yet, seeing her exhausted yet content sleeping face, he ultimately chose tenderness. 1 drop of blood sufficed. There would be plenty of days to come. He gently wiped away the tears from her eyes, adjusted her position for greater comfort, and held her tightly in his embrace, closing his eyes. Outside, the cold wind howled. Inside, a night of peaceful slumber. The next day, as dawn broke, the wooden house began to stir with activity. Hua Yurong, Murong Yenran, Xia Zhuo, and Li Xiuji all rose early. They worked in perfect harmony, avoiding any disturbance to the couple in the main bedroom, quietly beginning their day's tasks. Li Qinghuan and Li Qingyao, the twin sisters, had already prepared hot water and were cooking fragrant rice porridge. Let us eat first. We'll make more once my husband and sister Zhaoyue wake up, Hua Yurong suggested. After breakfast, Xia Zhuo, carrying a small wooden bucket, skipped merrily to the backyard. In the backyard, a gray rabbit had given birth to a litter of fluffy little bunnies, which had grown cuter with each passing day due to their careful nurturing. Murong Yenran wielded a hatchet, chopping the firewood stacked in the yard into even pieces, neatly arranging them. Though she lacked the strength of a man, her technique was precise, each stroke clean and efficient. Hua Yurong and Li Xiuji carried water buckets into the newly cultivated vegetable garden adjacent to the yard. The twin sisters tidied up the dishes and joined in to help. Under their meticulous care, this land, which the villagers deemed impossible to yield crops in the chilly autumn, now flourished with vibrant greenery. Xiuji, look. Hua Yurong pointed at a row of freshly sprouted seedlings, her face alight with surprise. Li Xiuji leaned closer for a better look, gasping in disbelief. In the moist earth, clusters of verdant shoots were defiantly breaking through the soil, droplets of dew clinging to their leaves, teeming with life. Sweet potato seedlings. And wheat. Li Xiuji's voice trembled with astonishment. Goodness, they've only been planted for a few days, and they've already grown so much. Do these seeds not care about the climate? She looked at the resilient seedlings thriving in the brisk autumn winds and then glanced at the flourishing wheat beside them. Her admiration for Su Long deepening further. Where could her husband have procured these seeds? How could they grow so rapidly in the chilly autumn? It was nothing short of a miracle, not only in Su Long's vegetable garden, but the entire day Suan was enveloped in an almost frenzied joy. The villagers who exchanged seeds with Su Lang were pleasantly surprised to discover that the sweet potato and wheat seeds they had planted, following Su Lang's instructions, had all sprouted vibrant green shoots. They had truly grown. An elderly farmer knelt upon the ridge of his field, tears of joy streaming down his face as he beheld the hopeful expanse of greenery. He repeatedly bowed his head in gratitude towards Su Lang's wooden house, exclaiming, "Langu is indeed a living bodhisattva. A celestial being has descended from the heavens to save us. With these crops, we shall never endure hunger again." The villagers hurriedly spread the news, igniting a fervor throughout the entire village. In this moment, their gratitude and admiration for Su Lang reached unprecedented heights. In their simple understanding, who else but a divine entity could cause crops to sprout and thrive in autumn? At noon, Su Lang awoke feeling refreshed. His 16-fold physique was indeed remarkable. Even after merely 2 hours of sleep, he felt invigorated, as if he could fell a bull with a single punch. He glanced at Jiang Zhaoyue, still peacefully slumbering beside him, her serene and stunning visage resembling that of an innocent child. Su Lang smiled softly and gently tucked her blanket before rising to dress. Upon stepping out of the main bedroom, he found Zhang Chaoyue anxiously pacing in the courtyard, resembling an ant on a hot pan. "Lang Yi, you're finally awake." At the sight of Su Lang, Zhang Chaoyue rushed over as if he had found salvation. "What is the matter? Is there a fire?" Su Lang raised an eyebrow at his agitated demeanor. "More urgent than a fire." Zhang Chaoyue wiped the sweat from his brow and whispered nervously, "The county's captain Li Si has arrived." Li Si? A chill ran down Su Lang's spine. This captain was known to seek out matters that were none of his business. What does he want? "He claims to be here to verify the population in the village," Zhang Chaoyue said in a hushed tone. Concerned about whether the women previously settled by the authorities were all accounted for, and if any were pregnant. Su Lang nodded, recognizing this as standard procedure. However, a sense of unease crept in. In such chaotic times, why would a county captain concern himself with such trivial matters in the countryside? Zhang Chaoyue swallowed hard, his expression becoming increasingly peculiar and tense. He is also carrying a painting, asking around the village for information. "A painting?" Su Lang in guit. "Yes, a painting." Zhang Chaoyue nodded vigorously, leaning closer to Su Lang and speaking in a barely audible whisper. "The painting depicts a woman. I caught a glimpse, and she resembles Jiang Zhaoyue." Su Lang sa pupin konstit sapi. Captain Li Si was canvassing the village with Jiang Zhaoyue's likeness. A wave of cold dread surged through his spine, and he realized trouble had indeed come knocking at his door, sooner and more directly than he had anticipated. He forced himself to remain calm and looked at Zhang Chaoyue's pale face, asking in a low voice, "What did the villagers say?" No one spoke. Zhang Chaoyue trembled, but his tone carried a hint of relief and apprehension. "Rest assured, Long Fei, who in our village hasn't benefited from your kindness? Even if Captain Li Si were to threaten them with a knife, no one would betray you. My father was the first to step forward, stating that the village is filled with rough women who have fled from famine, and they've never seen a beauty like the one in the painting." Everyone echoed his sentiment, claiming they had never seen her. Wiping the cold sweat from his brow, Zhang Chaoyue continued, seeing Captain Li Si's demeanor. It was clear this matter was serious. Those in the village who held grudges against you, like Zhao Dahu and Han Xiaoqiang, are long gone. As for the rest, Who wouldn't he remember your good deeds? They all said they had never seen her, and then sent me to find you for guidance. Su Lang felt a slight sense of relief. Thankfully, there were no traitors among the villagers. As long as Deha village stood united, concealing one Jiang Zhaoyue would not be a daunting task. However, this incident served as a wake-up call. It indicated that the influence of Jiang Zhaoyue's royal uncles had begun to infiltrate the area. This was no longer merely a matter of the Jianghu, but a struggle for power within the court. Where is he now? Su Lang asked. Still in the village, drinking tea in the village chief's courtyard. All right, I will go meet him. Su Lang patted Zhang Qiaoyu on the shoulder, reassuring him. He adjusted his attire, maintaining an air of calmness, and walked steadily towards the village chief's home. In the courtyard of the village chief's house, Li Si was impatiently sipping a bowl of coarse tea, accompanied by 7 or 8 arrogant constables, their expressions filled with disdain as they surveyed the ragged villagers around them. When Su Lang's figure appeared at the gate, Li Si's impatient demeanor instantly transformed into a broad smile. Fourth brother, Su Lang greeted warmly. Ah, you finally arrived? Li Si quickly stood, eagerly approaching Su Lang and affectionately patting his arm. What brings you here, fourth brother? You didn't give me a heads up so I could prepare some food and drink. Su Lang replied with a cheerful demeanor, as if they were long-lost brothers. After exchanging pleasantries, Li Si dismissed those around them, pulling Su Lang aside. His smile faded as he adopted a conspiratorial expression. He carefully retrieved a scroll from his robe and slowly unfurled it. Brother, I have come today on a secret mission from above to handle a very important task. Lowering his voice, he pointed to the enchanting woman depicted in the painting and asked, Have you seen this woman? Su Lang's gaze fell upon the painting. The artist's skill was extraordinary, capturing almost all of Jiang Zhaoyue's essence. Particularly, her innate pride and elegance leaped from the canvas, while his heart remained calm. His face displayed just the right amount of astonishment and curiosity. I have not seen her, Su Lang replied, shaking his head, then added with a teasing tone. What a beautiful lady. Fourth brother, whose daughter is she? Or is she a wanted criminal of the court? Shoo. Li Si quickly gestured for silence, glancing around nervously. He leaned closer to Su Lang, his voice a conspiratorial whisper filled with excitement and greed. Brother, this is an enormous fortune. A powerful figure from above is searching for a runaway concubine. If we can find her, not only will we benefit, but even the county magistrate will gain from it. Wealth and promotions will be within our grasp. A concubine? Su Lang inwardly scoffed. Clearly, Li Si's position did not grant him access to true core secrets. He only recognized this as an opportunity for wealth, but was utterly unaware that the woman in the painting was a grand princess capable of stirring the tides of the world. Then this shall be easy. Su Lang maintained his composure, shifting the conversation. Fourth brother, speaking of women, I actually have a bit of a troublesome matter to discuss with you. Oh, speak freely, brother. Li Si eagerly responded, ready to lend his assistance. You are aware that not long ago, I led a group to dismantle the Heifeng. Upon hearing Su Lang's words, Li Si's expression transformed instantly, his eyes reflecting a newfound respect that emanated from the depths of his heart. From the stronghold, I rescued over a dozen abducted, virtuous women, who are now settled in the village. However, as you know, the government have a limited quota for brides, and many of them are still without prospects. Might it be possible for you to facilitate their temporary accommodation in the village until we can gradually find suitable matches for them? I initially thought it was a matter of great significance. Li Si, upon hearing this, immediately breathed a sigh of relief and burst into hearty laughter. He had already investigated the women and confirmed that none of them were the individuals he sought. A trifling matter indeed. My brother, your eradication of Heifeng has been a tremendous service to the people. The county magistrate has praised you several times, declaring you to possess the valor of 1,000 men. What a pity you have no interest in an official career. Otherwise, I would gladly relinquish my position as head constable to you. Li Si readily agreed, growing increasingly cordial toward Su Lang. One cannot afford to offend a man capable of single-handedly taking down a band of ruffians. It is essential to cultivate good relations. As for the woman depicted in the painting, since the entire village claims no knowledge of her, it is likely that there truly is none. Li Si, accompanied by his subordinates, feigned a thorough inspection of the village before departing, albeit reluctantly, amidst the warm farewells from Su Lang and the villagers. Inside the wooden cottage, the atmosphere had grown exceedingly tense. After Su Lang recounted the events in their entirety to the women, the weight of despair settled heavily upon them. Hua Yurong, Murong Yenran, and others wore expressions laden with concern. Jiang Zhaoyue, whose complexion had just begun to regain some color, now appeared as pale as a sheet, devoid of any hue. Her delicate body trembled, her pearly teeth biting in her lip, her nails nearly digging into her flesh. She understood that her monumental trouble had ultimately ensnared everyone. After a prolonged silence, she suddenly lifted her head, her usually aloof and frosty eyes now filled with a resolute determination and the tragic acceptance of her fate. I will not burden everyone. Her voice was hoarse and trembling. If I can no longer conceal it, I will walk out myself. And I will not implicate any of you. Nonsense. Murong Yenran was the first to respond sharply, grasping Jiang Zhiyue's icy hand, her eyes wide with intensity. We are family. If you utter such words again, do not blame me for my lack of courtesy as your elder sister. Indeed, Sister Zhaoyue, your husband is formidable. He will surely find a solution, Xia Zhuo added, her eyes reddening as she tightly clasped Jiang Zhaoyue's other hand. Hua Yurong gently enveloped her in an embrace, softly patting her back. We are family. Witnessing this scene warmed Su Lang's heart. He stepped forward, forcefully pulling the still, trembling princess from Hua Yurong's embrace. Positioning her to face him, he grasped her delicate chin, compelling her to meet his gaze. Listen well, Su Lang's voice was not loud, yet it carried an undeniable authority. My wife, without my consent, not even the King of Heaven can take you away. This proclamation was audacious in the extreme, yet it radiated an overwhelming dominance. Jiang Zhaoyue stood utterly stunned. She stared at the man before her, captivated by the brilliance of his eyes that shone even in the darkness, and her heart, chilled by fear and despair, was suddenly flooded with a warm, invigorating tide. This man dared to disregard even the future emperor for her. She had not chosen poorly. Ding. Detected Jiang Zhaoyue's affinity level at 20. Current affinity, 100 devoted. Ding. Affinity has reached maximum value, triggering special bond reward. Tianming Huang Ti. Tianming Huang Ti. After merging with the host, it can gradually enhance the purity of the host dragon aura and can nurture offspring with innate dragon veins. Congratulations to the host for acquiring God-level equestrian skills. Congratulations to the host for acquiring Hun Dun Miesher Gun Fa Beginner. Congratulations to the host for acquiring Exquisite Steel Silver Dragon Spear. Indeed, the rewards are lavish, befitting the esteemed princess of Deqian. Su Lang's heart trembled. He had yet to fully examine these rewards. Hua Yurong, Murong Yenran, Xia Zhuo, and Li Xiuji beheld Su Lang's imposing presence, their eyes shimmering with admiration, filling their hearts with an unprecedented sense of safety and pride. Ding. Hua Yurong's affinity level at 10. Current affinity, 180. Ding. Murong Yenran's affinity level at 10. Current affinity, 160. Ding. Xia Zhiruo's affinity level at 10. Current affinity, 190. Ding. Li Xiuji's affinity level at 10. Current affinity, 175. Standing aside, the twin sisters Li Qinghuan and Li Qingyao, who had witnessed the entire scene, felt envy welling in their eyes. If only they could also become the true women of the master. How wonderful that would be. Even if it were merely as a concubine, they would willingly accept. Chapter 65. Endless troubles. The November sky had turned bitterly cold, with the northern winds slicing across the face like knives. The temperature hinted at impending snowfall, and heavy snow could soon seal off the mountains, making hunting a formidable challenge. Although the provisions in Su Lang's storage were plentiful, they could not be conjured out of thin air. There must be a legitimate reason. It was imperative to continue striving. Su Lang glanced around his wooden house, which was as warm as spring. The newly constructed Kong was radiating heat, and the air was filled with the delectable aroma of food mingling with the pleasant scents of the women. After experiencing life-threatening peril and the terror of her identity being exposed, Jiang Zhaoyue had undergone a transformation. She was no longer the petulant princess prone to throwing tantrums and requiring coaxing. Instead, she became extraordinarily quiet and obedient. She would silently assist Hua Yurong in tidying up the house, clumsily learning to chop vegetables and tend the fire like the Li Qing sisters. Though she often created chaos, her once frosty eyes now held a trace of the warmth of human existence. Seeing her tentative demeanor made Su Lang chuckle inwardly, yet he refrained from commenting. Before the snow falls, I will lead Shirtu and the others back into the mountains. Su Lang approached the thatched cottage, observing the 7 half-grown boys engrossed in their meal. Lu Shirtu and Zhuzi were in a phase of rapid growth, each possessing an astonishing appetite, resembling bottomless pits. Are you full? Su Lang yin guit? Watching them devour their food ravenously. Full, Brother Lang. Lu Shirtu wiped his mouth and stood up straight. Then do not dawdle. Gather your gear and accompany me into the mountains. Into the mountains? The 7 boys were taken aback. What? Are you afraid? Su Lang raised an eyebrow. Not afraid. We are excited. There isn't much meat left at home. We were just waiting for Brother Lang to take us hunting. Zhuzi shouted, his eyes gleaming with enthusiasm. The others quickly rallied, puffing out their chests. Since the last time, they followed Su Lang to dismantle He, Feng Zhai, and personally dispatch those horse bandits. Their innate courage had been thoroughly ignited. They were no longer the beggars waiting to die at the village entrance. They were soldiers under Brother Lang's command. Before long, the 7 boys were fully armed and ready for action. They held weapons seized from Haifeng's Hai, somewhat worn yet polished to a brilliant sheen. Particularly, Lu Shirtu had taken great care to polish the broadsword bestowed upon him by Su Lang, making it gleam with a chilling light, a true treasure in his hands. Let us set forth. Observing the excitement among the youthful companions, Su Lang felt his own spirits lifted. These 7 were his trusted aides. As they ventured once more into the perilous depths of the mountains, the mindset of the 7 youths had transformed entirely. No longer were they the timid recruits who would tremble at the sight of wild boars. There was a stark difference in the eyes of those who had taken lives and those who had not. The innocence of childhood had faded, replaced by the keen vigilance and ferocity of young wolves. Su Lang led the way, activating Shunji Lai Shu, perceptive to the slightest rustle within several miles. He did not deliberately seek out large predators, but guided the youths around the forest's edge to hunt smaller prey, such as rabbits, pheasants, and roe deer. This was a training exercise. Xiao Bao, 30 paces ahead, beneath that gnarled tree. Su Lang called out without turning. In the group, a diminutive boy, seemingly no older than 11 or 12, instantly raised a short bow. His name was Xiao Bao, the youngest among the 7. Typically quiet, yet possessing extraordinarily sharp eyes and a natural talent for archery. Su Lang intended to train him. Whoosh! The arrow sliced through the air. A piercing scream echoed as a plump fox, engrossed in nibbling on roots, fell to the ground, struck through the throat by the arrow. Well shot. Zhuzi and the others cheered. A shy yet proud smile appeared on Xiao Bao's face. Under Su Lang's precise commands and the youth's collaborative efforts, their harvest grew increasingly bountiful. They operated like a well-coordinated hunting party, efficiently reaping lives in the forest. Until deep into the night, with the moon at its zenith, no formidable beasts were encountered. Yet each person bore a heavy load of prey. Rabbits, pheasants, foxes, and roe deer combined amounted to nearly 300 pounds. Return, Su Lang commanded, and the group, laden with their heavy haul, made their way back. However, upon seeing the familiar outline of Dea village, Su Lang's smile abruptly froze. A chilling dread surged through him. At the village entrance, torches blazed, casting a blood-red hue across half the night sky. Dozens of soldiers clad in standard iron armor, armed with long spears, encircled the entire entrance. The oppressive atmosphere was 100 times more severe than when Captain Li Si had come. They were back, and this time, it was the regular army. Su Lang's heart sank. Zhaiwe has been exposed. Behind him, Lu Shirtu and the others, witnessing the scene, turned crimson with rage. Instinctively tightening their grips on their weapons, an aura of bloodlust emanating from them. Just then, a figure stumbled from the village. It was the village chief's son, Zhang Chaoyue. Lang Yi, you have finally returned. Zhang Chaoyue rushed forward, breathless, his face pale as a sheet. What happened? Su Lang's voice was as frigid as ice. They are here for someone. Zhang Chaoyue gasped. This time, it's a general. A very young general. He has a portrait. Su Lang Safit Glentet Dai, Haking Ominu Sili. Indeed. However, what Zhang Chaoyue said next left him utterly stunned. Langge, they are not only looking for Xiaoyue, but also for someone else. Who? Your wife, Yanran. What? Su Lang Sepupin Gonstit Violenti. They seek Morong Yanran? Wasn't he her father, a martial hero who died on the battlefield? What other identity could she possibly have? A ludicrous and terrifying thought flickered through his mind. Langa, you must hurry back. Zhang Chaiyue's voice trembled with a hint of tears. Pointing towards Su Lang's wooden house, his face filled with fear and urgency. That young general specifically called for Madame Yanran. Right now, your Madame Yanran is confronting him with a knife at the door. Boom! An overwhelming killing intent erupted from Su Lang, akin to a volcano bursting forth. The prey in his hands clattered to the ground. In the next instant, he transformed into a blur, treading snow without a trace to its utmost limit, sprinting madly towards home. Touch my woman? No matter who you are, I will take your life. Protect my sister-in-law. Follow Langa. Lu Shitu, Zhu Zi, and the others, witnessing the scene, were instantly consumed by bloodlust. They discarded their burdens, brandishing their weapons, and roared as they charged forward like a pack of fearless wolf cubs. Chapter 66. The Brother-in-Law. The night wind stirred, laden with the scent of death. Su Lang moved with the swiftness of a specter, the mountain path appearing as flat ground beneath his feet, each stride leaving a deep imprint in the earth. His terrifying physique, 16 times that of an ordinary person, was pushed to its zenith at this moment. The wind howled in his ears, trees blurred past him, and the world morphed into a vivid stream of colors. One thought consumed his mind. Touch my woman? Death. Protect my sister-in-law. Behind him, Lu Shitu, Zhu Zi, and the other youths unleashed primal roars of fury. Their youthful faces were etched with a reckless madness, their weapons gleaming with a sanguine light in the fire's glow, keeping pace with Su Lang. They surged forth like wolf cubs descending the mountain in search of prey, charging toward the village engulfed in flames. As Su Lang's figure burst into his courtyard like a cannonball, the sight before him shattered his already boiling bloodlust. The courtyard was ablaze with torches. Dozens of soldiers in iron armor, armed with long spears, surrounded the small wooden house impenetrably, the chilling atmosphere nearly freezing the air. At the center of the encirclement, Murong Yanran's beautiful face was frosted with resolve as she brandished a dagger capable of slicing through iron, standing defiantly against a young general clad in silver armor. The general, tall and handsome, bore a striking resemblance to Murong Yanran, yet his gaze toward her was fraught with complexity, pain, anger, and an undeniable command. Hua Yurong, Xia Zhiro, Li Xiuji, and the sisters Li Qinghuan all stood pale at the door, staunchly guarding the master bedroom behind them, their faces betraying terror and determination. Yanran, husband. Upon seeing Su Lang, Hua Yurong and the others felt a surge of relief, calling out in unison. Yet Su Lang had no time to respond. His eyes were locked onto the young general, daring to point a weapon at his woman. Boom! A wave of murderous intent, 100 times more fearsome than that of a mountain tiger, erupted from Su Lang. He stepped forward, instantly appearing before Murong Yanran, his broad back resembling an insurmountable mountain, steadfastly shielding her behind him. He was Su Lang. The young general's pupils constricted sharply, shaken to his core by the palpable aura of lethal intent emanating from Su Lang. Indeed, Su Lang's voice was as frigid as if it had emerged from the depths of the netherworld. Husband, Murong Yanran attempted to explain. Yanran, step back. The young general barked, interrupting her words. The silver-white spear in his hand trembled violently, its tip creating a dazzling display in the air, producing a shrill hum. I shall see what abilities you possess that grant you such audacity. As the words fell, a silver flash tore through the night sky. The spear in his grasp seemed to come alive, transforming into a dragon emerging from the sea, propelled by an unmatched ferocity, aiming directly at Su Lang's throat. The spear struck with the swiftness of a dragon. Such speed, this thrust was both rapid and ruthless, its angle cunningly designed to seal off every potential escape for Su Lang. Yet, Su Lang did not even flutter his eyelids. Just as the spear's tip was about to graze his skin, a crisp clash of metal resounded through the night. Unbeknownst to anyone, Su Lang had already drawn the saber from his waist. He did not employ any elaborate techniques, merely delivering a singular, straightforward strike. It was sheer, unadulterated force. The moment the saber met the spear, sparks erupted. An unimaginable might surged through the spear, crashing upon the young general. What? The young general felt an overwhelming force assail him, his grip quaking, his entire arm rendered numb, nearly losing his spear. He was forced back 3 staggering steps. each imprinting a deep mark upon the ground, barely managing to stabilize himself. His gaze towards Su Lang shifted from scrutiny and disdain to shock and disbelief. What kind of terrifying brute strength was this? Yet, Su Lang offered no respite. After forcing the opponent back with a single blow, he propelled himself forward like an arrow released from a bow, his saber transforming into an impenetrable net of blades, whipping up a tempest as it descended upon the young general. The fury of the saber technique. The young general, struck with panic, hurriedly wielded his spear, desperately attempting to fend off the onslaught. Clang, 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 clang. The courtyard erupted with a cacophony of metallic clashes, akin to a torrential downpour. Sparks flew. Blades and spears danced, leaving the surrounding soldiers bewildered and fearful. Their proud young general, the boyish hero who had instilled terror in the hearts of marauders on the battlefield, was now being utterly overwhelmed by a mere rustic villager. And it was a one-sided, merciless domination. Each of Su Lang's strikes was overwhelmingly powerful and furious. The young general felt as if each blow from his opponent grew heavier and swifter, numbing his arms and surging his blood, leaving him no choice but to defend passively, without even a moment to catch his breath. Su Lang's eyes glinted with murderous intent as he seized a fleeting opening in the young general's defense. His saber suddenly shifting angles, slicing towards the opponent's neck with a peculiar trajectory. This strike was as swift as lightning. The young general's pupils dilated to their fullest extent. The shadow of death enveloped him entirely. There was no escaping, just at this critical juncture. Stop! A piercing scream echoed through the night. Mu Rong Yin dashed forward recklessly, arms outstretched, placing herself firmly between the two men. He is my brother, my biological brother. Mu Zong Gang Hai. The saber, capable of splitting stone, halted mere inches from her delicate neck. The razor-sharp wind even severed a few strands of her flowing hair. The courtyard fell into an immediate silence. Su Lang was taken aback. Her biological brother? My brother-in-law. Su Lang gazed down at the trembling woman in his arms, tears streaming down her face. And then at the equally astonished young general, who was gasping for breath after narrowly escaping death. His mind struggled to comprehend the situation. What in the world is happening? Brother. Mu Rong Yin turned to her sibling, tears cascading down her cheeks. Mu Rong Songhai looked upon his long-lost sister, then glanced at the bewildered man who had nearly struck him down, his expression filled with complexity. He had just brushed against death. It turned out that he had not perished on the battlefield as believed, but had sustained grave injuries and fallen into unconsciousness. Upon awakening, he had made his way back to the capital and was bestowed the title of young general due to his military merits. For years, he had been secretly searching for his sister. Ultimately, he uncovered through a dusty government document that she had been cast aside as a refugee and married off to this remote Dahi village. Thus, under the pretext of searching for a princess, he hurriedly came with his guards. Unlike Captain Li Si, Mu Rong Songhai was aware of Jiang, Zhao Yu's true identity. However, he had not anticipated that upon their first meeting, he would nearly be dispatched by his own brother-in-law. Realizing the other's identity, Su Lang's murderous aura slowly receded. He sheathed his saber, and the atmosphere in the courtyard finally began to ease. Yet, before he could utter a word, Mu Rong Songhai stepped forward. Pulling Mu Rong Yin ran protectively behind him, his gaze toward Su Lang filled with scrutiny and frigid detachment. Considering that you have cared for my sister reasonably well, I shall overlook what transpired earlier. His voice carried an innate pride and an undeniable command. However, my sister, a cherished daughter of noble lineage, cannot possibly marry a mere rustic villager, nor can I allow her to share a husband with numerous other women. Yin Ran, come with your brother. Chapter 67. Confrontation, standoff, and struggle. The air in the courtyard seemed to freeze. The command Yin Ran, come with your brother, struck heavily upon the hearts of all present. However, Mu Rong Yin merely bit her lip, standing resolutely, unmoving. She did not look at Su Lang, but instead raised her head, gazing directly at her long-absent, yet still familiar brother. Brother, I will not leave. Her voice was soft, yet imbued with unwavering determination. Morong Tsankai's brows furrowed deeply, a hint of displeasure and confusion crossing his handsome face. Yin Ran, are you being foolish? Look around you. Look at him. He pointed at Su Lang, his tone laced with disdain and revulsion. a mere peasant unable to even feed himself, relying on brute strength to dominate the village and consorting with a horde of women. You are my sister, the descendant of a martial champion. Your rightful place is in the general's residence in the capital, among the noble families. Not in this dilapidated wooden shack where the roof leaks. What do you intend to do with him? To continue being his plaything? These words were sharp and venomous, piercing like a dagger into the heart of Murong Yenran. Her delicate body trembled, and her charming face turned pale in an instant. Indeed, in the eyes of others, and in the gaze of her esteemed brother, the general, she was nothing more than a plaything, occupied by a rustic villager. Yet, she took a deep breath, and in her phoenix eyes, which always held a hint of heroism, a flame of stubbornness ignited. Brother, you are mistaken. She slowly shook her head, her gaze sweeping over the sisters in the courtyard who cared for her, ultimately resting on the broad and sturdy back of Su Lang. In the past, I too looked down upon him. I found him crude, lascivious, and a mere bumpkin who had never seen the world. However, her voice quivered slightly, imbued with a profound dependency and tenderness, of which even she was unaware. Yet, when I was on the brink of starvation, it was he who provided me with a warm meal. When I was besieged by bandits, despairing and awaiting death, he descended from the heavens like a deity and saved my life. In this chaotic world where life is valued less than a dog-s, he gave me a home, a sense of stability and warmth I had never known. Since I have married him and pledged my vows to heaven and earth, I, Murong Yenran, am his in life and his spirit in death. Regardless of who I am or what my past identity was, from this moment forth, I am solely Su Lang's wife. Her declaration resounded with conviction, striking Murong Songhai like a resounding slap across the face. He was left utterly stunned, gazing in disbelief at this sister who seemed to have undergone a complete transformation, becoming someone he no longer recognized. Was this still the proud, willful Yenran, who held herself above all? How could she utter such words for a mere villager? Humiliation, an endless sense of humiliation surged through him like a tidal wave. Foolish. You are utterly bewitched. Murong Songhai erupted in rage, unable to maintain the demeanor befitting a general. He stepped forward and seized Murong Yenran's wrist, attempting to forcefully drag her away. Today, I will bind you and take you back to the capital. Murong Yenran cried out in pain. However, Murong Songhai had yet to exert force. A hand, as strong as an iron claw, swiftly grasped his wrist. It was Su Lang. He had turned around at some point, and the teasing expression that usually adorned his face was now replaced with a chilling intent to kill. Did you not hear what my wife said? His tone was calm, yet it struck Murong Songhai's heart like a heavy hammer. Let go! Murong Songhai shouted in fury, straining to break free. Yet Su Lang's grip was as immovable as a mountain, unyielding. Instead, Su Lang's fingers tightened slowly. A sickening sound of dislocated joints echoed sharply. Murong Songhai let out a muffled groan as excruciating pain coursed through him, cold sweat breaking out on his forehead, compelling him to release Murong Yenran's hand involuntarily. Su Lang took the opportunity to pull Murong Yenran behind him, using his body to shield her from her enraged brother. He looked at Murong Songhai's face, twisted in agony and fury, and a cold smile crept across his lips. You! Murong Songhai trembled with rage, gripping the hilt of his sword at his waist. Do you seek death? It is you who invites demise. Su Lang's voice remained calm, but carried an overwhelming dominance that could shatter the heavens. He took a step forward, his palpable killing intent enveloping Murong Songhai once more. She chose me. If you truly care for her, bless us, and I shall regard you as a man, calling you brother-in-law, and I will make amends with a toast at our wedding. If you dare to use your feeble status to forcibly separate us, Su Lang flashed a grin, revealing a set of gleaming white teeth. Then you shall have to inquire the knife in my hand whether it consents. No sooner had the words left his mouth than the sound of unsheathing blades resonated through the night. The dozens of guards brought by Murong Songhai simultaneously drew their swords, the cold blades reflecting a sinister gleam in the firelight, all aimed at Su Lang. A chilling atmosphere enveloped the courtyard in an instant. Tension reached its peak, and a bloody battle was on the verge of erupting. However, at that moment, protect Langji, protect sister-in-law. Outside the courtyard, a chaotic yet furious roar suddenly erupted. Lu Shirtu, Zhuzi and 7 other youths, armed with weapons, charged in like a pack of enraged wolf cubs. Without a word, they rushed to Su Lang's side, fiercely shielding him and the small wooden house behind them, confronting the dozens of cold blades with their youthful bodies. Their eyes held no trace of fear, only a reckless madness and determination. Murong Songhai stared at the 7 half-grown boys, momentarily stunned, followed by a sneer of disdain creeping onto his face. Do they think these boys, barely out of childhood, can stand against his seasoned guards? A futile effort, yet, before his derisive smile could fully form, it froze on his face. More footsteps echoed from all directions of the village. Who dares to touch Lang Ji? We will fight them. Flames. More and more flames ignited from the darkness. Zhang Chaoyue, the village chief's son, was the first to charge forward, wielding a rusty butcher's knife. Behind him were more villagers from Dahu village. Old and young, men and women, they bore no proper weapons. Some wielded hoes, some carried hatchets, some held pitchforks, and others merely clutched sturdy sticks. They were ragged and emaciated, resembling a disheveled mob. Yet their faces bore the same expression of desperation and determination. Silently and resolutely, they positioned themselves behind the 7 youths, standing firmly behind Su Lang. The dense crowd surrounded the courtyard, leaving no room for escape. Hundreds of eyes, filled with hatred and resolve, fixated on Murong Songhai and his armed soldiers. In that moment, Murong Songhai was utterly bewildered. The disdain and arrogance on his face evaporated, replaced by boundless shock and disbelief. What is this situation? A mere villager could rally the entire village to fight for him? How is this possible? He gazed at the crowd of peasants, armed with hoes and sickles, daring to confront soldiers, and a surge of rage surged through him, reaching the heavens. Are you all trying to rebel? Murong Songhai's roar echoed through the night. In response, Zhang Chaoyue's voice rang out, tinged with a cry, yet resonating powerfully. Rebel? Huh. Zhang Chaoyue, with reddened eyes, pointed at the soldiers clad in armor and shouted hoarsely, Where were you soldiers when we were starving? Where were you officials when my parents were on the brink of death? My husband and my son have perished in battle, and the court has shown us no concern. It was Su Lang who provided us with sustenance, allowing us to fill our bellies. It was Brother Lang. It was his wife who bestowed upon us medicine, saving the lives of our entire village. Today, anyone who dares to lay a finger on Brother Lang must first tread over our corpses. Tread over them. We shall fight to the bitter end. Hundreds of villagers roared in unison, their voices merging into a resounding wave that overshadowed the intimidating aura of the elite soldiers. Murong Songhai gazed at the frenzied villagers before him and at the man they revered like a celestial star, standing protectively behind him. And he felt as if struck by lightning, frozen in place. Chapter 68. A life at stake. Murong Songhai observed the villagers, their fervor akin to madness. He looked at the man shielded by the adoration of the crowd, and he stood there, stunned. An armored deputy swiftly approached, leaning in to whisper with a chilling intent. General, these unruly peasants are gathering to oppose the imperial troops, which amounts to treason. Should we execute them on the spot? Murong Songhai's pupils constricted sharply. Annihilate the village? He had spent a lifetime on the battlefield, having slain more foes than the living souls in this village. Yet, those were savage enemies on the field of war, not defenseless subjects of the Qian. He could scorn them and chastise them. But to order the massacre of these people who merely sought to repay a debt of gratitude, he could not bring himself to do it. In that moment of tumultuous hesitation, a glint of cold steel suddenly illuminated in the firelight. It was Murong Yenran. Unbeknownst to anyone, she had slipped free from Su Lang's protective embrace, brandishing a dagger resolutely against her fair neck. The sharp blade instantly broke through her delicate skin, a trickle of blood emerging. Brother. Her voice was a haunting wail, filled with despair, akin to a cuckoo weeping blood. This matter arises from me, Murong Yenran. If you truly wish to force them, if you desire to turn this place into a river of blood, then you must first tread over your sister's corpse. I, Murong Yenran, shall today sacrifice my life to atone. This scene left everyone present in shock. Yenran, no. Hua Yurong and Xia Jiruo screamed in terror, nearly collapsing. Yenran, Li Qinghuan and Li Qingyao, the twin sisters, were even more terrified, their faces ashen, tears streaming down. In the main chamber behind them, Beneath the wooden boards leading to the cellar, Jiang Zhao Yu curled up in the darkness, oblivious to the upheaval outside. Su Lang's heart tightened. He wanted to rush forward, but the cold dagger rendered him hesitant, afraid to make a single move. Yin ran, put down the knife. The first to crumble was Mu Rong Songhai. He watched the crimson stain on his sister's neck, the resolve in her eyes that preferred shattering to yielding. For the first time, this decisive young general felt a profound fear. He hoarsely shouted to his guards, "Sheathe your weapons." The sound of steel clashing echoed as dozens of guards complied without hesitation. Upon witnessing this, Su Lang immediately turned to the bloodthirsty villagers and youths behind him, commanding, "Step back. Put away your weapons." Though Lu Shitu and Zhang Chao Yu were reluctant, they dared not defy Su Lang's order. The impending bloody massacre was momentarily quelled by Mu Rong Yin Rant's desperate stand. The atmosphere in the courtyard remained heavy, suffocating. Mu Rong Songhai glared at Su Lang with eyes that seemed to crave to tear him apart. What have you fed her to ensnare her heart? He could not fathom why his proud sister would forsake her life for such a man. Taking a deep breath, he attempted a final plea. "Yinran, wake up. He has so many women around him. He does not truly love you. You are merely one among many." This statement once again pierced Mu Rong Yin Rant's heart. Yet this time, she did not recoil. She lowered the dagger and, looking at her flustered brother, suddenly countered, "Brother, does your general's residence contain only one woman?" Mu Rong Songhai was rendered speechless. Of course, he had more than one. In this era, any man of stature had multiple wives. Moreover, in times of war and famine, the court encouraged men to take more wives and bear more children. His argument against Su Lang was utterly unfounded. Observing his brother's face reddening with anger, Mu Rong Yin Rant's heart steadied. She realized she had triumphed, faced with the unassailable logic in her sister's resolute heart. Mu Rong Songhai's fury reignited, shifting all his resentment towards Su Lang. He stepped forward, pointing his silver spear at Su Lang, his eyes ablaze with combat spirit. "Very well. Since my sister has lost her mind, I shall ensure you are utterly disheartened today. Let's resolve this as men. We shall compete in 3 contests. If you can win 2, I shall acknowledge you as my brother-in-law and cease my interference. But if you lose," his voice turned cold and cruel, "you shall forfeit your martial prowess and vanish from my sister's sight forever." Su Lang Sai In Wa Li, forfeit his martial prowess? This brother-in-law was indeed a man of contradictions. Before he could respond, the women behind him grew anxious. "Husband, do not agree to this. It is unfair. Indeed, Brother Lang, he is a general and surely excels at everything. Do not fall for his tricks." Seeing their reaction, Mu Rong Songhai's lips curled into a confident sneer. "What? Are you afraid? If you dare not compete, then get lost." Su Lang raised a hand, signaling the women to be at ease. He looked at Mu Rong Songhai, intrigued, and asked, "What shall we compete in?" Mu Rong Songhai's mind raced. Having experienced Su Lang's brute strength and peculiar knife techniques in their earlier encounter, he knew he had no chance in close combat. He must capitalize on his strengths. The first contest shall be archery. The second shall be cavalry combat. These were his proudest and most refined skills as a cavalry commander. He could not believe a mere villager could surpass him in these domains. Upon hearing this, the villagers erupted in protest. Many had witnessed Su Lang's archery skills, but cavalry combat? Hardly anyone had seen him ride. This was blatant bullying. Brother Lang has never been on a battlefield mounted. Exactly. How can this be a fair comparison? A general against a commoner in cavalry combat. Do you have any shame? Lu Shitu and the others were indignant, their faces flushed with anger at the sheer audacity of it all. However, Su Lang showed no signs of anxiety. In fact, he was almost amused. Divine equestrian skills, chaotique annihilation spear technique, and a newly acquired steel-silver dragon spear. Is this elder brother-in-law a divine envoy sent from the heavens to assist me in honing my newfound skills? This endeavor aligns so perfectly with my capabilities. Very well. I accept your challenge. Su Lang resolutely uttered 4 words. "Husband, Lang Ye." Behind him, a chorus of gasps and concerns erupted. Everyone believed Su Lang had lost his sanity by agreeing to such an evidently inequitable wager. However, Murong Songhai was overjoyed, fearing a change of heart. He promptly declared, "Excellent. A word once spoken is as unchangeable as a steed tied to its post. All present shall bear witness." He envisioned the scene of Su Lang's defeat, as he triumphantly departed with his sister. Just then, the usually silent Xia Zhuo timidly raised her hand, posing a question that piqued everyone's interest. What will the third round entail? As her words faded, Su Lang and Murong Songhai simultaneously turned to each other and declared in unison, "There will be no third round, for I shall win both rounds in succession." Chapter 69. 3 arrows establish authority. The atmosphere in the courtyard grew peculiar with their simultaneous exclamation, "There will be no third round, for I shall win both rounds in succession." One was a battle-hardened general, speaking with absolute confidence in his professional prowess. The other, a mysterious rustic, articulated his words with an inexplicable arrogance that compelled belief. Murong Songhai scoffed, his disdain apparent. The rustic was utterly oblivious to his own limitations. He dismissed further conversation and commanded his deputy, "Fetch the bow. Set the target." "Yes, General." The deputy promptly instructed 2 soldiers to carry a heavy wooden target swiftly outside. They did not stop nearby, but ventured 150 paces away, positioning the target before a stout tree that required 2 people to encircle. This distance exceeded the effective range of ordinary archers. As night deepened and the flames flickered, the bullseye appeared as a mere indistinct to the average onlooker. So far? How could one possibly hit that? This is utterly unfair. This is not a competition. It is a deliberate provocation. The villagers of Day Village erupted in indignation, each filled with righteous fury, deeming the general's actions exceedingly shameless. The ladies, Hua Yurong and Li Xiuji, felt their hearts constrict with anxiety, their faces pale as they anxiously observed Su Lang. Only Xiaovo retained her unwavering admiration, her clear eyes gleaming with blind faith in her husband, convinced of his limitless capabilities. "Brother, you." Murong Yenran felt her brother's actions were excessive and was about to speak when Murong Songhai cast a cold glance her way, interrupting her. On the battlefield, circumstances shift in an instant. 150 paces is merely the starting distance for cavalry archery. If he lacks even this skill, how can he protect you? After stating this, he disregarded everyone and accepted a pitch-black iron bow from a soldier. The bow was heavy, radiating a chilling metallic sheen, unmistakably extraordinary. Murong Songhai inhaled deeply, stepped forward with his left foot, and pulled back his right foot, assuming a perfect archery stance. He did not immediately knock an arrow, but closed his eyes, blending with the night wind. When he opened his eyes again, the fierce aura of a battlefield general surged forth. Whoosh! The bow resembled a full moon, the arrow like a shooting star. A wolf-toothed arrow, accompanied by a piercing whistling sound, rent the night. The onlookers caught a fleeting shadow, followed by a muffled thud from afar. "A hit!" a sharp-eyed soldier shouted, raising his torch high. Yet this was merely the beginning. Murong Songhai did not even glance at the result. His arm moved with dazzling speed. Whoosh! Whoosh! 2 more arrows were released almost simultaneously. 3 arrows in rapid succession. Swift, accurate, lethal. The soldier with the torch rushed to the target, raising it high. Under the firelight, 3 wolf-toothed arrows were arranged in a triangular formation, firmly embedded in the red bullseye, their fletchings still quivering. 3 arrows, all hitting the target. The general is formidable. What exceptional archery! The dozens of soldiers behind Murong Songhai erupted in thunderous applause, their faces alight with pride and admiration. Such skill in archery could claim the head of a general amidst a multitude. The villagers fell silent, utterly awestruck by the display of extraordinary archery. Hua Yurong and Li Xiuji felt their spirits plummet. "This is impossible to win. Langa, you can do it." Lu Shi, too, his face flushed, shouted the first cheer. "Langa, you can do it." Zhuzi and several other youths joined in, attempting to rally Su Lang's spirits with their voices. Su Lang smiled and Li, patting the icy hands of Hua Yurong and Xia Zhuo beside him, offering them a reassuring gaze. "Do not worry." He spoke calmly, then stepped forward, accepting a rather ordinary wooden bow seized from Haifeng's high. The bow was rough, its string somewhat frayed, a stark contrast to Murong Songhai's iron bow, resembling a mere stick for kindling. Murong Songhai scrutinized the shabby bow in Su Lang's hands, his smirk growing more pronounced. Su Lang, however, remained unfazed. He did not even adopt a proper stance, but casually stood, knocking 3 ordinary arrows onto the bowstring. 1 bow, 3 arrows. He dares to emulate the general. firing 3 arrows simultaneously. Everyone was taken aback. Even Murong Songhai furrowed his brow, perceiving Su Lang's actions as mere theatrics. Yet, Su Lang did not shoot immediately. He stood still, seemingly attuned to the flow of the wind. In the next moment, his hand moved. Buzz. The bowstring vibrated with a brief, yet resonant sound. 3 arrows, indistinguishable in order, transformed into 3 streaks of darkness, vanishing into the night. So swift, fast enough that none could discern the arrow's trajectory. The crowd heard a series of dense and peculiar sounds emanating from afar. Crack, crack, crack. The sound was crisp and sharp, reminiscent of wood being cleaved. All eyes were riveted on the soldier holding the torch. The soldier, too, was stunned, staring blankly at the target, his expression shifting from confusion to shock, finally morphing into one of sheer terror. Trembling, he raised the torch closer to the bullseye. The courtyard was engulfed in an eerie silence. One could hear a pin drop. Everyone's eyes widened, necks craned, eager to witness the astonishing scene. In the firelight, the 3 wolf-toothed arrows that had once been embedded in the bullseye were gone. No, they had not vanished. They had been perfectly cleaved in 2 from the middle. The severed shafts lay scattered on the ground, while 3 of Su Lang's ordinary arrows stood firmly in their original positions, arriving after, yet achieving first. An arrow strikes, piercing through another. 3 arrows released simultaneously, shattering 3 targets. Is this merely archery? This is indeed a divine skill. Silence follows, an eerie stillness before the eruption of excitement. The crowd is in a frenzy. Victory belongs to Su Lang. My heavens, how is this possible? Su Lang is a deity. Truly, he has descended from the heavens. The villagers erupt in fervent cheers, more passionate than ever before. Their gazes towards Su Lang transform from admiration to awe, akin to the reverence mortals hold for the divine. Lu Shirtu and several other youths leap with excitement, nearly losing their voices in their jubilant cries. Wow! Xia Zhiruo is the first to leap into Su Lang's embrace, her sparkling eyes brimming with admiration. Husband, you are incredible. I always knew you were the best. Hua Yorong and Li Xiuji blush with excitement, their eyes sparkling with wonder. This man consistently conjures unimaginable miracles. Murong Yanran stands frozen in place, covering her mouth, her beautiful eyes trembling with disbelief. She gazes at the calm man, who seems to have accomplished something trivial, and then at her brother, whose expression has darkened to the extreme. Her heart sinks completely. No way. The vice-general behind Murong Songhai is the first to voice his disbelief. Rubbing his eyes, he struggles to accept what he sees. He strides forward, pushing aside the stunned soldier to inspect the target himself. As he picks up the arrow shaft, split in 2 with trembling hands, a chill runs from his feet to the crown of his head. The cut is as smooth as a mirror. What kind of terrifying strength and precision is required for such a feat? The vice-general's voice quivers this. Shut up. Murong Songhai's face darkens as if a storm is brewing. He glares at Su Lang, his gaze as if he wishes to skewer him alive. Defeated, utterly and unequivocally. His previous 3 consecutive arrows seem like a child's play in comparison. Unfair. The vice-general, unwilling to accept defeat, flushes red and argues. All arrows struck the target. At most, it should be a tie. Atia. Su Lang chuckles, looking at the stormy face of Murong Songhai, and slowly replies, very well. If General Murong can also strike my arrows down in the same manner, I shall concede this round. Upon hearing this, the vice-general's face turns a shade of deep purple. What a joke. Such extraordinary archery skills. Neither the general nor even the greatest archer in the entire Deqian dynasty could achieve this. Murong Songhai clenches his fists, knuckles cracking. He understands that his opponent is offering him a way out, yet this option is more humiliating than a direct slap in the face. He glares at Su Lang and manages to squeeze out a few words between clenched teeth. You won the first round. As soon as the words leave his lips, the villagers erupt in cheers akin to a tidal wave. However, their joy is short-lived as they all remember that there is a second round. Murong Songhai looks at Su Lang, a glint of cold ruthlessness flashing in his eyes. He will no longer underestimate this rural man. The second round will be equestrian combat. Life and death, each to their fate. Chapter 70, The Dragon Rising. Equestrian combat. Life and death, each to their fate. Murong Songhai's cold and merciless voice echoes in the courtyard, plunging the villagers, who had just experienced a flicker of joy, into despair once more. Can Su Lang ride a horse? Does he possess a long weapon? What can he use to compete against a seasoned cavalry general? Yet, equestrian combat is a life-and-death struggle. One is a battle-hardened general, emerging from the piles of corpses, while the other is merely a rustic farmer skilled in tilling the land. How can this be compared? This is not a contest. It is a one-sided slaughter. Husband, we cannot compete. He seeks your life. Hua Yurong can no longer maintain her composure, gripping Su Lang's arm tightly, her voice trembling. Yes, husband, we will not compete. We can concede. There will be another round. Xiaojurua's eyes are red from crying, her small face set with determination. Li Xiuji is so frightened that she cannot speak, only gazing at Su Lang with tear-filled eyes, pleading silently. Do not worry. Su Lang maintains his calm demeanor, patting Hua Yurong's hand and gently wiping Xiaojurua's tear-streaked face. Wait for me a moment. He turns and, amidst the crowd's worried and puzzled gazes, walks into the main chamber. I will retrieve a suitable weapon. With a resounding bang, the door slams shut. Murong Songhai gazes at the closed door, a cruel smile curling at the corners of his mouth. A weapon? What could a mere peasant possess that could be considered a proper weapon? At best, it would be some rusted scrap metal seized from bandits. In comparison to his finely crafted silver spear forged from high-quality steel, it would be utterly worthless. Inside the room, Su Lang's thoughts stirred. System. Retrieve all the items from the Destiny Empress's grand gift package. Ding! The fine steel silver dragon spear has been extracted. Su Lang grasped the long spear, his mind recalling the techniques of the Chaos Annihilation spear art. Countless blurred figures wielding long spears danced in his consciousness, practicing furiously. Thrusts, jabs, sweeps, and cleaves. Each move exuding a terrifying aura capable of annihilating the heavens. These were no ordinary martial arts. They embodied a path of slaughter that could slay gods and demons. After a few moments, Su Lang regained his focus, gazing at the silver dragon spear in his hand. The shaft is adorned with a vividly lifelike silver dragon, its mouth agape, exuding a razor-sharp blade. An exceptional spear, Su Lang praises internally, a surge of pride swelling within him. He weighs the long spear in his hand, feeling the power coursing through him and the formidable spear techniques in his mind, a smile of delight spreading across his lips. Oh, brother-in-law, you are unwittingly delivering your own head to me. He pushes open the door and steps back outside. As he emerges, wielding the fine steel silver dragon spear, the courtyard falls into an eerie silence. All eyes are drawn to the magnificent spear in his hand, radiating a dazzling brilliance. Such beauty, the sleek spear shaft, the imposing dragon pattern, the razor-sharp blade. This is no ordinary weapon. It is a divine artifact that should only exist in the heavens. What is this? Murong Songhai's pupils constrict, his confident smile freezing in place. He stares intently at the long spear in Su Lang's hand, his expression filled with shock and disbelief. With his discerning eye, he instantly recognizes that this spear is anything but ordinary. Its materials and craftsmanship far surpass his own prized general's weapon. How is this possible? Where did a rural farmer acquire such a divine weapon? Su Lang seemed oblivious to the expression of sheer terror on his opponent's face. He casually struck the long spear against the ground, producing a dull thud. Speaking almost to himself, he softly lamented, "Ah, this spear confiscated from Heifeng Zhai has always been too heavy to wield. At last, it can serve its purpose today." His words sparked a moment of realization among the villagers. So, it was a treasure from Heifeng Zhai. That made sense. Only Murong Songhai felt a furious roar rising within him. Nonsense. How could that ragtag group from Heifeng Zhai possess such a divine weapon? Just then, Lu Shirtu appeared, leading a magnificent black stallion from the backyard. This horse, the finest among those Su Lang had retrieved from Heifeng Zhai, was aptly named a He. While it could not compare to the armored warhorses brought by Murong Songhai, it was still a vigorous steed, wild and untamed. "Be careful, Lange," Lu Shirtu urged, concern etched in his eyes as he handed over the reins. "Iem mifine," Xu Lang replied, giving his shoulder a reassuring pat before gracefully mounting the horse, his movements fluid and effortless. It was as if he were not a novice rider, but a knight who had spent a lifetime in the company of steeds. Obfing sulang fret dismounting. Morong zang highest ominous premonation intensified. The two men, silent and resolute, led their horses out of the courtyard and onto the expansive threshing ground outside the village. Dozens of soldiers, brandishing torches, illuminated the area as bright as day. The villagers and Su Lang's wives stood apprehensively at the entrance, their hearts lodged in their throats. Xiaoruo and Li Xiuji were so tense that tears welled in their eyes as they clasped their hands together, fervently praying for Su Lang's safety. Hua Yurong attempted to maintain her composure, yet her trembling fingertips betrayed her inner turmoil. Only Mu Rong Yinran, with a steely gaze fixed on the two men in the arena, had quietly grasped the dagger at her waist, resolute in her determination. Should Su Lang be in any peril, she would rush to his aid without hesitation, even if it meant sacrificing her own life. A tense atmosphere enveloped the arena. Victory for the general. Slay that boy. The soldiers' morale soared, convinced that their general had merely been careless in his archery. When it came to real combat on horseback, even 10 Su Langs bound together would not stand a chance against the general. Mu Rong Songhai inhaled deeply, forcibly suppressing his unease. He fixed his gaze on a man atop the inferior steed, brandishing the divine weapon, and his murderous intent surged anew. No matter your past encounters, in the face of absolute strength and experience, everything else is but an illusion. With a thunderous shout, Mu Rong Songhai squeezed his legs against the horse's flank, and the steed surged forward like an arrow released from a bow, letting out a fierce neigh as it transformed into a black lightning bolt, charging at Su Lang. The spear in his hand was held aloft, its tip slicing through the firelight towards Su Lang's heart, a deadly cavalry charge that was both simple and lethal. With no retreat, it was a gamble of life and death. Yet, in the face of this overwhelming strike, Su Lang appeared unperturbed, remaining still upon his mount. Just as the spear tip was about to pierce his chest, a chorus of desperate cries erupted from Hua Yurong and the others. Husband, Lang Ye. In that critical moment, Su Lang moved. He leaned slightly, gliding impossibly along the horse's side, evading Mu Rong Songhai's determined thrust by a hair's breadth. The two horses brushed past each other. As Mu Rong Songhai missed his mark, he swiftly adjusted his grip, transforming the thrust into a sweeping strike, sending a gust of wind towards Su Lang's back. This maneuver was as swift as thunder. However, Su Lang's reflexes were even quicker. In the midst of his evasive action, he displayed a flourish, bracing himself against the saddle and spinning gracefully, his legs tracing a beautiful arc in the air as he effortlessly flipped from one side of the horse to the other. The entire movement was ethereal, elegant, and filled with an aesthetic charm that captivated onlookers. Bravo! Someone shouted, the first to break the stunned silence. The villagers erupted in thunderous applause. Su Lang landed firmly on the horse's back, attuned to the innate connection with Dahe, reveling in the extraordinary sensation of unity brought by his exceptional equestrian skills. Yes, this felt magnificent. The warm-up was over. It was time to get serious. A glint of determination sparkled in his eyes as he turned to face Mu Rong Songhai, who was preparing to charge again. His expression a blend of astonishment and fury. A cold smile played at the corners of Su Lang's mouth. Cao annihilation spear technique. First form, dragon rising. With a fierce roar, the steel silver dragon spear in his hand seemed to come alive. A barely audible dragon's roar resonated through the night sky. Su Lang tightened his legs, and Dahe responded in kind, rearing up and letting out a triumphant neigh. In the next instant, both horse and rider transformed into a silver streak, charging directly at Mu Rong Songhai. With a single strike, the outcome was determined. What? Mu Rong Songhai's pupils dilated in disbelief. He felt an explosion of silver light before him. A terrifying gun intent that seemed capable of tearing apart heaven and earth, enveloping him entirely. He had no time to think. Instinctively raising his spear to block with all his might, the resounding clash of metal echoed through the air. Sparks flew. A torrent of immense force surged from the tip of Su Lang's spear, causing Mu Rong Songhai's hands to tremble, blood streaming from the wounds in his palms. His entire arm went numb. The warhorse beneath him let out a mournful whinny, staggering back several steps under the sheer force, nearly collapsing to the ground. One strike. Just one strike. The victor was clear. The villagers, the wives, and the soldiers stood in stunned silence, aghast at the overwhelming might of that singular blow. They gazed at the man wielding the silver spear, standing proudly in the arena, resembling a celestial being descended from the heavens, their minds blank with shock. Murong Songhai gasped for breath, his right hand trembling uncontrollably, nearly unable to grip the spear, while he looked at the man across from him, unscathed and calm, his expression etched with terror and despair. He had lost. Again, and in just one move. This defeat was more complete and decisive than the last. Yet Su Lang offered no respite. He turned his horse, raising the silver spear once more. This time, the spear tip was aimed directly at Murong Songhai's throat. The cold intent to kill made Murong Songhai freeze in place. The second round was over. Su Lang's voice was flat, yet it resonated like the final verdict. You have lost. These 3 words loomed like 3 invisible mountains, crashing down and shattering all the pride and dignity of Murong Songhai into oblivion. In the granary, an eerie silence enveloped the atmosphere, broken only by the crackling sounds of the burning torches. Murong Songhai sat dazed upon his steed, the searing pain in his palms pale in comparison to the turmoil and humiliation within. He lowered his gaze, examining his slightly bent silver spear, then looked across at the man before him, who appeared utterly unfazed. His mind was a blank canvas. What manner of monster was this? Mastery of archery was one thing, but this spear technique and strength were beyond the capabilities of an ordinary mortal. He recalled the boastful words he had uttered not long ago in the courtyard. There will not be a third match, for I shall win the first 2. At this moment, those words felt like an excruciating slap across his face, stinging painfully. It was a resounding defeat, akin to presenting one's cheek for a merciless shoe to strike. The loyal soldiers behind him stood petrified, eyes wide with disbelief as they beheld their general's disheveled appearance. The once invincible young general, who had regarded barbarian warriors as mere weeds, was now, astonishingly, defeated in a single move by a humble villager. Had they not witnessed it with their own eyes, they would never have believed it. The silence shattered with a piercing cry of joy. Husband! Murong Yenran was the first to rush forward, akin to a fledgling swallow soaring towards its nest, heedless of everything as she dashed towards Su Lang. She bypassed her brother, heading straight for Su Lang's horse, her beautiful eyes fixed intently on the imposing figure of the man who exuded the aura of a legendary hero. The worry and fear that had once clouded her gaze were replaced by an almost frenzied admiration and obsession. Being the daughter of a martial general, she inherently revered strength. At this moment, Su Lang appeared to her more dazzling than any noble or royal in the world. If only he donned armor, he would be an unparalleled hero of extraordinary splendor. In Su Lang's mind, a series of system notifications echoed. Ding! Detected Murong Yenran's favorability level, 40. Current favorability, 200. Deeply rooted emotions. Congratulations, host. Su Lang felt a surge of exhilaration. His brother-in-law's assist had been remarkable. Even the proud Yenran had added 40 points to her favorability. Truly impressive. He could not help but feel a rush of satisfaction. Barely taking the time to glance at the specific rewards before dismounting and catching the charging Murong Yenran in his embrace. We won. Husband, you won. Xiaozhuo and Hua Yurong rushed over, tears of joy streaming down their faces as they surrounded Su Lang. Oh, dear husband, you terrified me. I always knew you were the strongest. Ding! Hua Yurong's favorability level, 20. Current favorability, 200. Ding! Xiaozhuo's favorability level, 20. Current favorability, 210. Ding! Li Xiuji's favorability level, 20. Current favorability, 195. The women chattered excitedly, their earlier overwhelming fear transformed entirely into tears of joy. The villagers behind them erupted in cheers, a cacophony of celebration. The only regret Su Lang felt was that the twins had not increased their favorability. It seemed he would need to find time to win over the pair. Longfe is mighty. Lange is a deity. The entire Daya village was in a state of ecstatic fervor, in stark contrast to the jubilation and excitement on this side. Murong Songhai and his loyal soldiers appeared utterly despondent and bleak. Each soldier's face reflected confusion and defeat. Su Lang comforted the women in his arms, but his gaze traversed the crowd, landing on the disheartened Murong Songhai. He wondered if this man would keep his word. If he were to act dishonorably, then it would be time to teach him why the flowers bloomed so red. As if sensing Su Lang's cold stare, Murong Songhai shuddered. snapping back from the depths of humiliation and shock. He took a deep breath and dismounted, his movements stiff and unsteady. He did not glance at his sister or the cheering villagers. Instead, he fixed his gaze intently on Su Lang. His expression was a complex tapestry of anger, resentment, jealousy, but above all, a sense of helplessness and resignation. After a long pause, he forced out 3 words through gritted teeth. You won. He closed his eyes, as if summoning every ounce of strength to utter the next phrase. I will not take Yanran away. Upon hearing this, Murong Yanran and Hua Yurong finally exhaled in relief, their faces lighting up with genuine smiles. However, Murong Songhai's subsequent words sent a wave of dread through everyone present. But he suddenly opened his eyes, a glint of martial sharpness rekindling in his bloodshot gaze. I will not leave. I have come under the secret orders of the noble ones from the capital to search for a wanted criminal of the court. He reached into his bosom and produced a scroll bearing the portrait of Jiang Zhaoyue. Until I find her, my men will be stationed at the entrance of Dehe village. No one shall enter or leave freely. This proclamation caused the expressions of Su Lang, Hua Yurong, and the others who understood the situation to shift instantly to one of gravity. Murong Songhai intended to entrench himself here. This was akin to placing a potentially explosive powder keg right at their doorstep. Su Lang's brow furrowed slightly, though his outward demeanor remained calm and unruffled. You may do as you wish. He uttered these 3 words with a casual air before turning his back on Murong Songhai, embracing his women as he walked toward the wooden house. His nonchalant demeanor suggested he regarded the general and his armed retinue with utter indifference. Murong Songhai glared at Su Lang's arrogant, retreating figure, his fists clenched tightly, producing a sound of cracking knuckles, ultimately resigning himself to a weary sigh. It was undeniably true. He could not prevail. Chapter 72. The rewards are abundant. Inside the wooden house, the atmosphere was warm and inviting, a stark contrast to the tense environment outside. After confirming that Murong Songhai and his men had settled at the village entrance, Su Lang made his way to the master bedroom and knocked on the wooden panel leading to the cellar. Knock, knock, knock. It's all clear now, come out. Upon hearing Su Lang's voice, the panel was slowly pushed open. A petite figure sprang forth from the darkness like a startled rabbit, diving into Su Lang's embrace. Oh, dear husband, Sister Yurong, Sister Yanran, Sister Zhuruo. Jiang Zhaoyue could not articulate a single word, tightly clutching Su Lang's waist, burying her small face in his chest, and weeping uncontrollably. I was so scared I would never see you again. She had listened to the sounds of battle, the clash of weapons, and the screams of women outside, her heart racing as if it might leap from her throat. She feared she had brought misfortune upon everyone. She believed that Su Lang had gone to great lengths to protect her. Only at this moment, feeling the familiar, warm, yet domineering aura emanating from this man, did her heart that had been suspended in mid-air finally find solace. The overwhelming fear and grievance of surviving a calamity burst forth in an instant. It's all right now. It's all right. Su Lang gently patted her trembling back, soothing her in a soft voice. Hua Yurong and Xiaozhuo also gathered around, their hearts aching as they looked at the princess, who was usually proud like a peacock, but was now crying like a child. Su Lang embraced her and sat by the bedside, recounting the events that had transpired in their entirety. After listening to Su Lang's understated narration, Jiang Zhaoyue felt utterly dazed. Her mind buzzed as she realized that the other party was actually Sister Yanran's elder brother. Furthermore, 2 contests had taken place. One, where he had outperformed his opponent, his arrow shattering the enemies with astonishing skill. The other, a single move that decisively defeated the foe, showcasing unparalleled dominance. This was a general on the battlefield, feared by the barbarians, and yet her husband had effortlessly crushed him. She lifted her gaze, tearful and adoring, at the man before her. His face, often carrying a hint of nonchalance, appeared more grand and dependable than ever in her eyes. For Sister Yanran, he dared to confront the officials and risk his life against the general. This man was not merely boasting. He genuinely possessed the strength to disregard even the mightiest. The heart that had grown cold from fear and despair was once again filled with a searing warmth, even more intense and turbulent than before. Ding. Detected Jiang Zhaoyue's affinity level at 30. Current affinity level, 130, devoted. All right, no more tears, or you'll turn into a little kitten. Su Lang extended his finger and gently teased her nose, which was adorned with tears. He then turned to Hua Yorong and the others, who, while not crying, had reddened eyes, clearly still shaken. Everyone, no sulking. Su Lang feigned a stern expression. No matter how great the trouble, I will shoulder it. He stood up, his gaze sweeping over the equally frightened twin sisters standing timidly nearby. Qinghuan, Qingyao, go prepare some food. Everyone is hungry. Yes, sir. Li Qingyao reacted the quickest, quickly pulling her still-dazed sister along as they rushed into the kitchen. The heart-pounding crisis seemed to pass under Su Lang's firm control. That night, Su Lang refrained from any mischief. The women were at the brink of exhaustion and needed proper rest. He instructed everyone to return to their rooms, while he retrieved a thick blanket from the system space and laid it on the floor of the living room. With a sword on his left and a silver spear on his right, he lay down fully clothed, eyes closed, breathing steadily, his ears alert like radar, capturing every whisper of movement within 100 meters outside, observing the man lying on the ground, exuding an aura of dominance and authority. The women felt an unprecedented sense of peace. With him present, the sky would not fall. As the night deepened, Su Lang's consciousness descended into the system space. Tomatali last night's rewards. Ding! Hua Yorong's affinity level surpasses 200, triggering a special bond reward. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a premium seasoning gift pack, including fine salt, white sugar, spices, totaling 500 pounds. Congratulations to the host for obtaining various quality medicinal herbs, totaling 300 pounds. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 300 pounds of refined lard, 500 pounds of quality cured meat. Ding! Murong Yinron's affinity level surpasses 200, triggering a special bond reward. Congratulations to the host for obtaining Furious Wind Blade Technique Mastery. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a refined steel broadsword. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 1,000 pounds of quality seed potatoes. Ding! Xiaozhua's affinity level surpasses 210, triggering a special bond reward. Congratulations to the host for obtaining Chaotic Destruction Spear Technique Mastery. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 300 pounds of gold. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 1,000 pounds of quality rice seed. Su Lang's heart surged with excitement. Truly, the rewards for surpassing an affinity level of 200 were a significant upgrade compared to those of 100. It felt like trading a bird gun for a cannon. Not to mention the mountains of food and meat. The mere upgrade of those two skill books was enough to leave him astounded. Mastery. The system's mastery is not merely the ordinary understanding of proficiency. It represents a level of achievement that approaches the realm of mastery, akin to an enlightened state. Almost instantaneously, as the rewards were received, an overwhelming flood of insights regarding swordplay and spear techniques surged into his mind. If the previous Furious Windblade technique was merely sharp in his hands, now, every slash carried the essence of a master, elusive and untraceable. And the Chaotic Destruction Spear technique was even more terrifying. The leap from novice to mastery was nothing short of transformative. If the previous move, Dragon Raises Its Head, relied on brute strength and superior weaponry, now he was confident that he could achieve astonishing results with even a mere wooden spear. With such power, what place in the world could he not reach? An unprecedented sense of ambition surged within him. Simultaneously, he eagerly anticipated the rewards of the 1,000 point lottery. How magnificent they would be! The night passed without incident. Murong Songhai indeed honored his promise, merely surrounding the village's entrances with troops without further harassment. As dawn broke, a gentle knock sounded at Su Lang's courtyard door. It was Lu Shirtu, accompanied by several youths, each carrying bloodied game. Brother Lang, Lu Shirtu exclaimed upon seeing Su Lang, his eyes lighting up as he hastily set down the 2 plump roed deer he had been carrying. You ran off in a hurry yesterday, leaving these behind at the village entrance. We thought it a pity to waste them, so we had the villagers collect them and brought them back to you. Su Lang looked at the assortment of game, waving his hand. No need. You all take them and share with the villagers. Huh? Lu Shirtu was taken aback. But Brother Lang, you hunted these. My family has ample food. We do not lack for this bit of meat. Su Lang's voice was soft but carried an undeniable weight. Seeing Su Lang's serious expression, Lu Shitu and the others exchanged glances, reading deep shock and gratitude in each other's eyes. Brother Lang was willing to forego over 100 pounds of meat without hesitation. What immense confidence that displayed. Then we thank you on behalf of the villagers. Lu Shitu bowed deeply, leading the youths away, their hearts filled with excitement. They knew that today the village would enjoy a feast. In the wooden house, the aroma of food wafted through the air. Su Lang took some of the newly acquired lard and handed it to the twins. The stir-fried wild vegetables were infused with an enticing meaty fragrance. The family gathered around the table, savoring the steaming hot breakfast. Following the harrowing events of the previous night, this meal was particularly delightful, and the atmosphere was surprisingly relaxed. Jiang Zhaoyue delicately scooped her rice, occasionally stealing glances at the man beside her, who was indulging heartily in his meal, her cheeks flushed with a hint of color. Hua Yurong and Murong Yanran, meanwhile, engaged in soft whispers, punctuated by gentle laughter, creating an atmosphere of warmth and serenity. However, at that moment, Su Lang's hand paused mid-motion as he lifted his chopsticks. He set down his bowl and chopsticks, and an immediate silence enveloped the room. All the women's eyes anxiously fixed upon him. Su Lang's ears subtly twitched, and a playful smile graced his lips. Murong Sanhai had arrived. What? The color drained from Hua Yurong and the others' faces. Jiang Zhaoyue was so startled that she nearly leaped from her stool. Do not worry. Su Lang raised his hand to calm them, signaling for patience. It is only him. His gaze shifted to Jiang Zhaoyue. Zhaoyue, my dear, I must trouble you to retreat to the cellar for a moment. Jiang Zhaoyue nodded, not daring to hesitate, and quickly rose to her feet, swiftly disappearing into the cellar under Xia Zhuo's cover. The others remained still. Su Lang resumed his meal, leisurely picking up a piece of food and placing it in his mouth. I am curious to see what tricks my esteemed brother-in-law intends to play this early in the day. As soon as he finished his thought, a distinct sound of footsteps approached from outside, gradually drawing closer until it halted at the door of the wooden house. He has come. The knock on the door was neither too loud nor too soft, imbued with a deliberate politeness yet tinged with an undeniable stiffness. The laughter within the room abruptly ceased. The faces of Hua Yurong and Murong Yanran turned pale, each gripping their hands tightly, instinctively glancing toward Su Lang. Yet, Su Lang appeared unfazed, finishing the last bite of his meal and leisurely wiping his mouth with a cloth napkin. Go open the door, he instructed the now startled twin sisters standing beside him. Yes, my lord, they replied. Li Qingyao, the bolder of the two, approached the door and unlatched it. Outside stood a tall figure, Murong Sanhai. He had exchanged his cold armor for a simple blue robe, yet his handsome face bore signs of fatigue and unmistakable weariness, especially upon witnessing the scene inside, where a table full of women surrounded Su Lang, who sat calmly at the head. A fleeting glimpse of humiliation and discontent flickered in his eyes. The atmosphere within the room plummeted to icy silence. Brother, it was Murong Yanran who shattered the stillness. She rose, her voice laced with complexity and tenderness. The single word brother seemed to drain all strength from Murong Sanhai. He gazed at his long-lost sister, his sharp eyes dimming into a long, helpless sigh. Defeat is defeat. After a night of calm reflection, he had to concede that the man before him was an enigma he could not fathom and a formidable adversary he could not provoke. His sister's choice was perhaps not a folly of the heart. Su Lang observed all of this with a slight, almost imperceptible smile. Out of respect for Yanran, he was willing to grant this brother-in-law some semblance of dignity, provided he did not act foolishly. Please take a seat. Qinghuan, pour tea for General Murong. Su Lang spoke Gasu. This address caused Murong Sanhai's brows to furrow slightly. General? It appeared he did not acknowledge Su Lang as his sister's husband, nor did Su Lang recognize him as his brother-in-law. Ultimately, Murong Sanhai suppressed his ridiculous pride and stepped inside, taking a seat at the empty chair by the table. Hua Yurong and the others dared not breathe, sitting upright, not even daring to move their chopsticks. Li Qinghuan carefully placed a cup of hot tea before Murong Sanhai and quickly retreated beside her sister like a frightened rabbit. Murong Sanhai did not touch the tea. He remained silent for a long time, seemingly organizing his words. Finally, he fixed his intense gaze on Su Lang. Su Lang, you are a man of talent. His voice was hoarse and dry. Come with me. Remaining in these impoverished mountains only stifles you. If you join me, I can ensure you a future of nobility and glory." He laid out his strongest offer, believing it to be an irresistible temptation for any man. However, Su Lang merely lifted the teacup, gently blowing at the floating tea leaves without even raising his eyes. Not interested. The simplicity of those 3 words choked Murong Songhai's prepared rhetoric in his throat. His expression darkened, annoyance creeping in. Why? A man born in chaotic times should strive to achieve greatness. Do you wish to spend your life in this small village, merely a village chief, mingling with a group of women? Finally, Su Lang lifted his head and smiled at Murong Songhai. "General Murong, you are mistaken. We're there an invasion, with barbaric tribes knocking at our gates, and you called upon me to defend our homeland. I would not hesitate to be the first to enlist, even if it meant dying in battle without regret. But now," Su Lang's smile turned cold. "Now, your royal princes are fighting amongst themselves for the dragon throne, causing the common people to suffer, their lives in disarray and filled with hunger. Your invitation to me is not for the sake of defending our homeland, but merely to allow your masters to step over the corpses of their kin to claim that position." "Huh, I have no interest in such a battle." His words resonated powerfully, akin to an invisible hammer striking Murong Songhai's heart. He was utterly taken aback, mouth agape, speechless. Indeed, he had never considered these things. Born into a family of generals, loyalty to his sovereign was ingrained in his very being. With the emperor's passing and the princes vying for power, he had naturally pledged his loyalty to the virtuous Prince Jing. Yet, Su Lang's words cut through the facade of loyalty, revealing the bloody truth beneath the guise of righteousness and honor. "I serve Prince Jing. He is benevolent and virtuous. If he ascends the throne, it will surely be a blessing for all." Murong Songhai instinctively defended himself, but his voice lacked the conviction it once held. "Su Lang se got bin wali." How virtuous could those who sought usurpation truly be? If they were genuinely benevolent, they would not be scouring the land in search of a defenseless princess. Yet, he found no desire to voice these thoughts. Paths diverge. We cannot conspire together. Observing Murong Songhai's flushed face, Su Lang knew his words had planted a thorn in his heart. That was sufficient. The atmosphere fell back into an awkward silence. Murong Yinran gazed at her brother, her eyes filled with concern, stepping forward to gently tug at his sleeve. "Brother, please do not blame my husband. He simply has this temperament." Murong Songhai turned to look at his sister, who had fully aligned herself with an outsider, and the bitterness in his heart was akin to bitter herbs. He reached out and gently stroked Murong Yinran's head, his voice softening. "Yinran, our parents have departed, and in this world, it is just the 2 of us siblings left. I truly care for your well-being." Upon hearing these words, Murong Yinran's eyes instantly reddened, tears streaming down her cheeks uncontrollably. The tender exchange between the siblings finally eased the tense atmosphere that had filled the room. Murong Songhai's hostility towards Su Lang dissipated significantly. He understood that it was no longer possible for him to take his sister away or to subjugate this man. Remaining would only bring him humiliation. He stood up, casting a final glance at Su Lang, his expression a tapestry of complex emotions. "I have military orders to capture a fugitive, and my men will continue their search in the nearby villages. For the next few days, I shall not disturb you." This was, in essence, a promise to Su Lang. Su Lang notet non comita. At noon, at the entrance of Deha village, dozens of armored soldiers were gathered in small groups, gnawing on their dry and hard military rations, each one wearing a mournful expression, as if tasting nothing but despair. Suddenly, an overwhelming aroma of meat wafted through the air, seemingly out of nowhere, carried by the wind from within the village. The scent was rich and tantalizing, mingling the charred fragrance of roasted fat with a peculiar blend of spices, infiltrating the nostrils of every soldier like invisible hands. Gulch! Someone could no longer contain themselves and swallowed hard. This act seemed to ignite a fuse. Gulch! Gulch! The sounds of swallowing echoed in succession. All the soldiers halted their gnawing, their eyes wide like famished wolves enchanted by the scent, as they inhaled deeply towards the direction of the village. "What on earth is that meat? How can it smell so divine?" exclaimed a young soldier, drool nearly spilling from the corners of his mouth. "It's definitely roasted meat," another veteran declared, eyes closed in ecstasy. This skill surpasses even that of the chefs at the Zue Xianlu in the capital. The aroma intensified, becoming more commanding. The village was not lacking in meat. Part of it was acquired by the villagers through trade for fodder, and the other part consisted of the game Su Lang had hunted. Moreover, there were the cured and smoked meats confiscated from the Haifeng Zhai. Most prominently, there was the horse meat from marauders that had perished during the raid, which Zhang Qiaoyue had cut and distributed to the villagers under Su Lang's instructions. The villagers had preserved this horse meat through curing, smoking, or sealing it in jars submerged in well water. Now, as every household began to stew meat, the combined aroma was simply irresistible, especially during these years of famine. The soldiers' rations suddenly paled in comparison. These rations were akin to pig feed. One bold soldier leaned closer to the deputy commander, grinning sheepishly. "Chief, should we send someone to the village to inquire? Perhaps we could trade for some meat?" "Yes, Chief. We could exchange our military rations. We want tea, just take from them." They clamored, their mouths watering. "I swear, it's been nearly a year since I tasted meat." The deputy commander, equally tempted, hesitated, contemplating whether to consult the general. Just then, a cold voice pierced through the air behind them. "Who dares to go?" Mu Rong Songhai had appeared, standing behind them, his handsome face etched with frost. "Whoever dares to go, I will break their legs right now." His furious shout rendered the soldiers silent, each lowering their heads in fear. Mu Rong Songhai's gaze swept past them, settling on the village, where smoke spiraled into the air and the tantalizing aroma lingered. A tumult of emotions churned within him, for he recognized Su Lang's influence. This man possessed not only martial prowess, but also the ability to ensure that the entire village thrived under his care. Inside the wooden house, the atmosphere had already transformed back to warmth. Once Mu Rong Songhai departed, Su Lang approached the main bedroom and knocked on the wooden panel of the cellar. "Jiang Zhaoyue, come out. Mu Rong Songhai has left." The panel creaked open, revealing Jiang Zhaoyue's tear-streaked face. Upon seeing Su Lang, she could no longer restrain herself and flung herself into his embrace, sobbing uncontrollably. "Husband, it's all my fault. I've brought trouble to everyone." The young girl was genuinely remorseful, feeling like a calamity that brought misfortune wherever she went. Su Lang chuckled, holding her and feeling her delicate body tremble in his arms. He playfully pinched her youthful, collagen-rich face, adopting a stern expression. "Enough of the tears. If you truly feel guilty, don't just speak, act on it." Su Lang's gaze roved over her mischievously, a smile creeping onto his lips. "Tonight, put in some effort. Strive to give the Su family a successor soon, so we can expand our lineage. If you could bear twins, that would be even better." "What?" Jiang Zhaoyue instantly forgot her tears, her face flushing like a ripe apple. She looked up, her big, watery eyes filled with embarrassment and disbelief. "You rogue husband. At such a time, you still think of such things. Husband." Hua Yorong and Mu Rong Yanran also blushed, playfully scolding him with embarrassment and amusement. The atmosphere in the room shifted from earlier tension to one of flirtation and ease. Seeing the women's bashful demeanor, Su Lang felt a surge of delight within. However, jesting aside, it was time to address serious matters. His smile gradually faded, replaced by a solemn expression. "All right, everyone sit down. I have important matters to discuss." The women, sensing his change in demeanor, immediately stowed away their playful attitudes, sitting upright and gazing at him with apprehension. Su Lang's eyes scanned each woman present. Hua Yorong's gentleness, Xia Zhuo's admiration, Mu Rong Yanran's infatuation, Li Xiuji's dependence, Jiang Zhaoyue's shyness, and the obedience of the twin sisters. These were all his women, the family he vowed to protect with his life. Today's events were merely the beginning. Su Lang's voice took on a grave tone. "Behind Mu Rong Songhai stands the Jing Wang. Now, several princes are likely embroiled in a fierce struggle for the throne. At such times, what do they lack? Soldiers, manpower. I dare say, it won't be long before the court, or rather, those princes will initiate large-scale conscription. When that happens, Dai village will be at the forefront." Mu Rong Songhai had witnessed Su Lang's strength. During conscription, he would undoubtedly come looking for Su Lang again. His words rendered all the women's faces pale. Conscription. In this era, these two words were nearly synonymous with death for the common folk. The odds of survival were grim. Moreover, as Su Lang pointed out, if it were to defend the homeland, it would be a man's duty. Yet now, it was about aiding those princes in their power struggle. The nature and significance were entirely different. "What should we do?" Xiaojua's face turned ashen as she clutched Su Lang's arm tightly. Wherever you go, we shall follow. Hua Yurong was the first to declare, her gaze unyielding. Yes, we shall all follow our husband. Life belongs to you, and death is your ghost. Murong Yinran and Li Xiuji, along with others, spoke up without a hint of hesitation. Even the pair of twin sisters mustered their courage and, though softly, declared resolutely, we shall follow our Lord for a lifetime, observing their faces filled with trust and determination. Su Lang felt a warmth in his heart. This was the attitude he sought. Rest assured, I have already devised an escape route. Su Lang rose, walking to the window, his gaze fixed on the distant, undulating black mountains. The sweet potatoes and wheat we planted earlier will be ready for harvest in just a few days. A domineering smile curled at the corners of his mouth. Once we gather this bounty of grain, I will lead you all, along with the villagers of Dahu village, to relocate. Relocate? To where? Jiang Zhaoyue instinctively inquired. Su Lang turned his head, his eyes blazing as he enunciated a place name. Haifeng's Hai. What? Aside from Hua Yurong, who was already aware, the other women were left stunned. Haifeng's Hai? That bandit lair? My lord, do you mean Murong Yanran was the first to respond? Her beautiful phoenix eyes shimmering with shock and a hint of excitement. Su Lang flashed a grin, revealing a set of pearly white teeth. In chaotic times, to survive, one cannot remain a lamb at the mercy of others. Since this world offers us no path to live, we shall carve our own way to survival. To claim the mountains as kings. Boom! These 4 words reverberated like thunder in the minds of all the women. To claim the mountains as kings. This is treason. It is the gravest offense of looting and annihilating clans. Yet for some reason, when spoken by Su Lang, they carried an exhilarating fervor that felt utterly justified. Indeed, the authorities cannot be relied upon. Instead of waiting to be conscripted and turned into cannon fodder, why not take control of our own destinies? I agree. Murong Yanran was the first to step forward, her cheeks flushed with excitement. A true man should act accordingly. Blood of warriors flows in her veins. Compared to tilling the land in the village, the prospect of claiming mountains and competing with the world thrilled her heart. I also agree. I will support whatever my lord decides. Xia Zhuo raised her hand, her eyes sparkling with admiration. The others nodded in unison. Beside this man, they seemed to have grown accustomed to such madness and yearned to join Su Lang in his audacity. Life belongs to Su Lang. Death is Su Lang's ghost. Chapter 75. Mobilizing the entire village to relocate to Haifeng's Hai, the following days were tranquil. Murong Songhai and his soldiers scoured nearby villages, finding nothing before departing. On the morning of their departure, he returned alone. This time, he did not enter the house, but called for Murong Yanran at the courtyard gate. The siblings stood outside, exchanging silent glances. Brother, are you leaving? Ultimately, it was Murong Yanran who broke the silence, her voice somewhat hoarse. Yes. Murong Songhai nodded, reaching out as if to pat his sister's head like in their childhood, but his hand froze midway. Gazing at his sister, who now belonged entirely to another man, a myriad of emotions surged within him. Yanran, take care of yourself. 1,000 words condensed into this one pale and powerless statement. Rest assured, my husband treats me well. Murong Yanran bit her lip, her eyes reddening. After a moment of silence, Murong Songhai produced a heavy gold coin from his pocket and placed it in her hand. Keep this money. If you encounter difficulties in the future, send word to me through the prefectural office. Brother Murong Yanran clutched the bag of gold, tears streaming down her cheeks. She realized this might be their final farewell. Once she followed Su Lang to Haifeng's Hai, one would be a general of the court, and the other a bandit claiming the mountains. When they met again, it would likely be as foes on the battlefield. Watching his sister weep, Murong Songhai felt a sharp pain in his heart, but resolutely turned away. I'm leaving. He did not look back, striding towards the village exit. His silhouette appeared desolate and forlorn. Murong Yanran stood rooted, watching her brother's figure vanish into the morning mist, tears pouring down her face. Su Lang, standing under the eaves, witnessed everything unfold. He then approached Murong Yanran, embracing this spirited yet inwardly tender woman until the sound of the soldiers' hooves faded into the distance. Su Lang's gaze sharpened like a blade. It is time to act. After comforting Murong Yanran, Su Lang strode out of the courtyard, making his way toward the village chief's home. As he walked, he called out to every villager he encountered, his voice firm. Go. Gather all those who can make decisions in the village at the threshing ground. Tell them, I have monumental news to announce. Moments later. The threshing ground of Dahu village was filled with hundreds of villagers, their faces a sea of confusion and concern, unsure of what significant event was unfolding. Su Lang, expressionless, ascended a stone platform used for drying grain. His piercing gaze swept over each bewildered face below. The threshing ground fell silent in an instant. All eyes converged upon this man, who seemed almost divine. Su Lang took a deep breath, his voice resounding like thunder in everyone's ears. Listen all. From this moment on, pack all your belongings. Bring all your food. In 3 days, I will lead you all away from here. Leave here. These words detonated like a bomb in the minds of the villagers. The entire threshing ground was engulfed in a profound silence. After the stillness, an uproar erupted. What? Leave here? Brother Lang, why? We have already cultivated the land, and the harvest is imminent. Yes, this is our home. Our ancestors have lived here for generations. The villagers were utterly bewildered, their faces etched with confusion, panic, and resistance. Leaving their homeland was an unbearable thought for these farmers who had never ventured far. Witnessing the restless expressions below, Su Lang offered no explanations but raised his hand to quell the noise once more. The invisible pressure silenced the clamor again. All eyes were fixated on him, awaiting an explanation. I know what you're thinking. Su Lang's voice remained calm, yet resonated with an understanding of human nature. But have you considered that with the emperor's passing, the princes are already fighting fiercely for the throne? What is most needed in battle? He paused, articulating each word with precision. Lives. The general who came a few days ago was merely the beginning. I assure you, it won't be long before the conscription orders from the court cover every corner of our village. At that moment, none of you, your sons, or your husbands, all male individuals aged between 13 and 60, shall escape. Boom. If the previous shock was merely a tremor, then now it is a bone-chilling terror. Conscription. These two words strike like two frigid mountains, crashing down upon the hearts of every villager. They have not been strangers to such experiences. A few years prior, when the Qian waged war against Beiman, dozens of able-bodied men from the village were conscripted, yet only one returned alive, and he had lost a leg. That bloody memory remains an everlasting agony for the entirety of the He village. Lango, is this true? Villager Zhang de Fu trembled as he spoke. I never lie. Su Lang's gaze sharpened. Before you lie, two paths. The first is to remain here, waiting for the government's conscription order, only to be dragged off as cannon fodder, fighting for a prince whose name you do not even know, alongside his blood brother. If fortune favors you, perhaps you may survive, even rise in rank and glory. If misfortune strikes, you will meet your end wrapped in horsehide, without so much as a person to collect your corpse. His voice was cold and cruel, shattering all false illusions. The second path, Su Lang grinned, revealing a set of pearly white teeth, is to follow me into the mountains, to Heifengjai. We shall carve out our own kingdom. If the court offers us no way to survive, we shall forge our own path. If the government disregards our lives, then we shall become our own authority. They may call us thieves, bandits, or rebels. I care not. I pose you a single question. Su Lang's voice surged, akin to thunder rolling across the sky. Do you wish to be a dog for those princes, always at risk of slaughter? Or do you wish to stand tall alongside Su Lang, feasting heartily and drinking deeply? His words rang out, resounding like a clarion call. The granary fell into a profound silence. All the villagers were utterly captivated by Su Lang's audacious, yet irresistibly alluring rhetoric. To carve out a kingdom. This was indeed treason. Yet Su Lang spoke the truth. In this world, being a loyal subject also leads to death. Serving in the military leads to death. No matter the route, death awaits. So why not follow Lang Ge and live a vibrant life? Bah! A furious rebuke shattered the stillness. It was Zhang Chaoyu, with red-rimmed eyes. He was the first to charge from the crowd, standing before the stone platform, pointing toward the county town, and shouting hoarsely, military service? Glory for our ancestors? Bah! My father was a village head his entire life, toiling endlessly, yet never even enjoyed a full meal. Has that damned court ever cared for us? It is Lang Ge who has provided us with food. Lang Ge who allows us to live like human beings. I care not for the court or its princes. I only recognize Lang Ge. He abruptly knelt before Su Lang, bowing deeply with a resounding thud. Lang Ge, From this day forth, my life, Zhang Xiaoyu belongs to you. You send me east, I shall not go west. I will follow you, to carve out a kingdom. We shall follow Lange. Lu Shi, Tu, Zhu Zi, and 7 other youths surged forth, kneeling beside Zhang Xiaoyu, their eyes filled with fervor and determination. Their lives were already granted by Su Lang. This ignited the fire within the hearts of all the villagers. Count me in. Damn it, we revolt. Indeed, better to starve than to be conscripted. Let us follow Lang Gu to feast. Wherever Lang Gu goes, we shall follow. Over 100 villagers, regardless of age or gender, raised their arms in fervent cheers. On their faces, once numb and starved, hope and madness burst forth for the first time. Their gazes toward Su Lang transformed from admiration to fervent belief. As long as this man issued a command, they would dare to follow him and shatter the heavens. Chapter 76. The Conscription Order. Su Lang surveyed the impassioned villagers below, his heart swelling with pride. This was precisely the effect he desired. Good, since you all trust me. Su Lang, from this moment forth, everyone, return home to gather your belongings. Harvest every grain from the fields, whether ripe or unripe. Not a single grain shall be left behind. 3 days. I shall grant you 3 days. After 3 days, we shall depart Dehe village and take residence in Heifengjai. In the following 3 days, the entire Dehe village plunged into an unprecedented fervor of activity. Everyone operated like clockwork, moving with relentless urgency. The men swung their sickles in the fields, harvesting the crops that held their collective hopes. Whether the golden wheat or the still green sweet potato vines, all were mercilessly gathered and dug up. The women busily packed all their possessions, pots, bowls, clothes, and bedding, into bundles. The children trailed behind their elders, collecting dropped wheat ears and sweet potatoes. In Su Lang's courtyard, the atmosphere was particularly lively. Lu Shi, To, Zhu Zi, and the 7 young men eagerly took on the task of harvesting the 10 acres of land belonging to Su Lang. Hua Yurong and Li Xiuji were equally industrious, categorizing and packing all their belongings with the help of the twin sisters. Even the most esteemed Jiang Zhaoyu shed her beautiful dress, donning coarse linen clothing, clumsily yet earnestly assisting Xia Ji Ruo with whatever they could manage. Observing this bustling scene, witnessing the complex expressions of the women, a blend of worry for the future and a flicker of excitement and anticipation, Su Lang felt an unprecedented sense of fulfillment. This was his home. Time flew by in this flurry of activity. Before long, another day had passed. By dawn, the village's grain and possessions were nearly all packed. Su Lang stood on the ridge, watching Lu Shi and the others dig up the last batch of sweet potatoes. The sunset cast a warm golden hue over the village. Everything appeared so tranquil yet filled with hope. However, at that moment, Lang Yi, something's wrong. A villager tumbled in from the village entrance, frantically running towards them, terror etched on his face. Su Lang furrowed his brow. What's the matter? The officials. A lot of officials. The villager gasped. Officials? Su Lang's expression remained impassive. This was anticipated. Let us go take a look, he commanded. Underneath the crooked willow tree at the village entrance, a dozen constables were already beginning to post notices. The leader, dressed in the official garb of a constable, was none other than Li Si, who had not been seen for some time. Behind him, several constables held notices, affixing them prominently around the village. Su Lang squeaked, catching sight of the bold, blood-red characters at the top of the notice. Conscription order. What was destined to come had finally arrived, and faster than he had anticipated. Lang Yi, what should we do? The officials have come. Are we unable to escape now? It's over. It's all over. The villagers, who had just been immersed in beautiful dreams of the future, were abruptly returned to reality upon seeing the familiar official attire. Fear spread through the crowd like a plague. Faces that had recently radiated hope were now reduced to expressions of despair, as lifeless as ashes. Yet, on Su Lang's face, there was not a trace of panic. He patted the shoulder of a trembling villager beside him, a cold smile curving his lips. Why be frightened? The sky has not yet fallen. After saying this, he ignored the chaos behind him and strode calmly towards the village entrance. Fourth brother, what wind has blown you here? Su Laodi, ha, I have missed you dearly. By the looks of it, are you here to handle a major case? The military order from His Highness, the King Jing, calls for conscription. Li Si shifted his tone, giving Su Lang's shoulder a hearty pat. his gaze filled with admiration and a hint of envy. But speaking of which, brother, your extraordinary abilities make this an opportune time to achieve great deeds. With your capabilities on the battlefield, you will be like a fierce tiger among sheep. Titles and accolades will be within reach. At that time, I will have to cling to your leg for dear life. Su Lang merely smiled in response, neither affirming nor denying. Fourth brother, you jest. I'm just a farmer. How could I possess such prowess? As the two exchanged pleasantries, the officials had already plastered conscription orders throughout every corner of the village. Boss, it's all posted. Lisi nodded and cupped his hands to Su Lang. Brother, I have official duties, so I won't linger. I will leave someone here to manage the registration. You must assist him and not make it difficult for me. After a meaningful glance at Su Lang, he and his men departed for the next village. Once Li Si left, the remaining official instantly became the center of attention. Clearing his throat, he arrogantly climbed onto the stone platform of the threshing ground, exuding authority as he shouted, "Come here and line up. Bring forth all the able-bodied men from your households. From 13 to 60, not a single one can be missed. Anyone who dares to conceal or omit shall be treated as a deserter and executed without mercy." His cold words plunged the villagers into an icy abyss. Instinctively, they cast pleading glances towards Su Lang. Su Lang sprang into action, swift as lightning. A precise and ruthless hand chop struck the official's neck. The official's eyes widened. His expression froze in disbelief, and he collapsed weakly. The entire process was fluid and devoid of any superfluous movements. The villagers gasped in shock, their faces turning pale with fear. Attacking an official? Yet Su Lang paid no heed to their astonishment. He turned, his deep-set eyes igniting with fierce intensity, his voice cutting through the air like winter's icicles. What are you still doing? His thunderous shout jolted everyone from their shock. Zhang Chaowei. Here, Lang Yi. Zhang Chaowei responded with a start. Bring out the horses. Load all the packed grains, meat, and ironware onto the carts. Lu Shirtu. Zhuzi. Here. The 7 youths shouted in unison. Bind this fellow tightly. Stuff his mouth. Toss him into that pile of hay over there. Yes. You Rong, Yinran. Take all the women and children, count heads, and gather all the portable belongings. Okay. Each command was clear, decisive, and left no room for doubt. The villagers, who had previously been engulfed in panic and despair, suddenly found a pillar of support. Their fear was instantly replaced with a reckless determination. We are rebelling. Following Langu, we are rebelling. Dazhao village transformed into a war machine, activated with unprecedented efficiency. Meanwhile, Lu Shirtu directed several youths to carry the last few bags of packed grains from Su Lang's yard onto the cart. However, as he worked, he scratched his head, a look of confusion on his face. Zhuzi, don't you find this a bit strange? What's wrong, Shirtu? The 10 acres of land at Lang Ji's home yielded grains that were piled like a small mountain. Yet now, in this yard, including what we've just loaded, there's barely enough for a single cart. That mountain of grains has vanished in a thin air. Not only, but also Hua Rong and Murong Yinran stood behind Su Lang, gazing at the not-so-impressive cart, their beautiful eyes filled with confusion and concern. They knew how much food Su Lang had stored, enough to feed his family for an entire year. But now there was only this little left? Could it be that the situation was so urgent that there was no time to transport more? Everyone's hearts were filled with questions, but given the urgency, they could not afford to search for the missing grains. Su Lang observed the expressions of everyone, but he offered no explanation. He merely cast a faint glance at the cart laden with their belongings, the corners of his mouth curving into an imperceptible, playful smile. Can you imagine my storage? He had long since concealed the majority of the grains within the confines of the system space. Let us depart. Su Lang's gaze transcended the crowd, fixating on the distant black mountains, resembling a slumbering beast. Chapter 4, totaling 10,000 words updated. These 2 chapters primarily advance the plot. Once we conquer the mountains, the real excitement will begin. Chapter 77. The soundproofing is too good. I'm not used to it. Set out. Su Lang offered no further words, pointing his spear forward. With a single command, the vast procession flowed like a yellow earth dragon, leaving the village where they had been nurtured for generations, moving towards the unknown Black Mountains. The journey took several hours, long and bumpy. Due to the presence of the elderly and children, they rested several times along the way. Shirtu, Zhuzi, Take watch and remain vigilant. Even during rest, Su Lang did not relax his guard. Yes, the 7 youths armed themselves and spread out. Before darkness fell, when the group finally arrived at the towering gates of Heifengzhai, all were utterly astounded by the stronghold that stood before them. A fortress that was both defensible and difficult to attack. This is no mere bandit lair. It is a military fortress, with towering stone walls, sturdy arrow towers, and a perilous mountain path leading to the stronghold. Even those unfamiliar with military strategy could recognize it as an excellent location. My heavens, are we going to live here from now on? No way the officials could attack this place. The villagers erupted in exclamations of awe. Their previous apprehensions and unease instantly replaced by an unprecedented sense of security. Seeing the excited faces of his fellow villagers, Su Lang felt a surge of pride. Before he could arrange anything, the village chief's son, Zhang Chaoyue, had already pushed his way out of the crowd, holding a tattered booklet. Fellow villagers, listen to me. He stood atop a high stone, shouting at the top of his lungs. Langge has already given orders. The houses in the village have all been registered. Families with a large number of members, including the elderly and children, will be prioritized for the largest stone houses. Allocations will be made per household. The remaining young and strong will first occupy the wooden houses and tents, and there is certainly enough space. Later, we will work together to build better homes. Of course, those in tents can receive a pound of meat to eat in the next few days. His voice boomed, and his instructions were clear and organized, ensuring that each household accommodation was arranged meticulously. This young man is truly exceptional. Su Lang nodded in satisfaction, as it saved him a great deal of trouble. Naturally, the largest stone house was reserved for Su Lang. It used to be the residence of the chief of Heifengzhai. Not only the largest in area, but also the best located, with furnishings already in place. Under Zhang Chaoyue's orderly guidance, the villagers quickly found their new homes. As night fell, the entire Heifengzhai lit up with warm bonfires. The curling smoke and the aroma of food mingled, dispelling the chill of the mountains. Children chased and played in the expansive village square, while adults gathered together, excitedly discussing their future lives. Su Lang stood on the balcony of his new home, overlooking the kingdom that belonged to him, gazing at the faces rekindled with hope, feeling a surge of emotions. From this day forward, he was no longer alone. The lives of over 300 people were now tied to his own. Pressure can also be a source of motivation. Inside the room, the candlelight flickered. The women had already prepared hot water to attend to Su Lang's bathing and changing. After a day of toil, they bore a hint of fatigue on their faces. Yet their beautiful eyes sparkled with a sense of stability and satisfaction. Su Lang changed into a clean outfit and, upon seeing the 5 stunning beauties before him, felt a surge of desire rising within him. He swiftly pulled the nearest, Xia Zhuo, into his embrace, his hands wandering over her body. Husband, Xia Zhuo instantly went limp. Her charming face flushed crimson. Su Lang's gaze, akin to a tiger surveying its territory, slowly swept over Hua Yurong, Murong Yanran, and Li Xiuji, finally landing on the proud princess who pretended to tidy the bedding, too shy to look at him. The days of battle and relocation had been arduous and frightening. His voice, tinged with a raspy magnetism, declared, "Tonight, I shall reward you all." A mischievous smile played on his lips as he pulled Zhang Xiaoyue to him, pressing her closely against himself. "Especially you, Xiaoyue." Su Lang's lips nearly brushed against her blushing face. "You've been with the Su family for so long, yet we haven't had a heart-to-heart talk about life. Tonight, we must have a good chat. You scoundrel, rogue, let go of me." Zhang Xiaoyue was both shy and furious, struggling symbolically a couple of times before realizing she had already gone weak all over, unable to muster any strength. Hua Yurong and Murong Yanran also had flushed faces, their beautiful eyes sparkling with anticipation, heads bowed, too timid to speak, but their slightly trembling lashes betrayed their inner eagerness. The night was still long. In a slightly smaller stone house, connected to the main house, twin sisters lay on a bed. As the night deepened in silence, the next room was devoid of any sound. The younger sister, Li Qingyao, tossed and turned, unable to sleep, and poked her elder sister beside her. "Sister, the stone walls are too thick. We can't hear anything," she complained softly, her tone tinged with an inexplicable sense of loss. The wooden houses were better. "You." The elder sister, Li Qinghuan, blushed furiously, feeling both shy and angry as she pinched her younger sister's waist. "You little rascal, what nonsense are you talking about? Go to sleep." Li Qingyao stuck out her tongue and obediently closed her eyes. The night passed peacefully. The next morning, Su Lang felt refreshed, filled with boundless energy. With his 16-fold physique, he felt invincible. He had effortlessly captivated 5 wives. Looking at the women beside him, each glowed with vitality. Their skin so tender it seemed one could squeeze water from it, and their eyes sparkled with a languid charm. The twin sisters had already prepared a sumptuous breakfast. The family gathered around the table, the atmosphere warm and inviting. As they ate, Su Lang noticed that the twin sisters seemed somewhat off today. They exchanged glances, as if holding back something heavy on their hearts. Finally, when Su Lang set down his bowl, Li Qinghuan and Li Qingyao exchanged a determined look, both standing up from their seats and walking to Su Lang. Then, with a thud, they knelt before him. "My lord." The one who spoke was the bolder Li Qingyao. Her voice trembled slightly, but was resolutely firm. The sisters exchanged glances. The younger sister continued, "We, the sisters, have something we wish to offer to you, my lord." Chapter 78. The twin sisters offer me something? Su Lang raised an eyebrow. He looked at the sisters kneeling before him, slightly trembling, yet defiantly lifting their heads, feeling a spark of curiosity within. Ever since they were rescued, these sisters have been obedient and diligent, never making any demands. What has prompted this change today? If you have something to say, rise and tell me, Su Lang spoke calmly. Hua Yurong and Murong Yenran also paused their actions, curiously watching. "No." Li Qingyao bit her lip and shook her head. "If you do not agree, we will not get up." Her sister Li Qinghuan, though blushing deeply, had no intention of rising either. This took Su Lang by surprise. "All right." He nodded, leaning back in his chair, arms crossed. "I would like to hear what it is that necessitates such an offering." Li Qingyao took a deep breath, as if summoning all her strength. Her voice trembling yet remarkably clear, she said, "We sisters wish to present our family's heirloom to you, my lord." Heirloom? Su Lang was momentarily taken aback before breaking into a chuckle. What valuable treasure could 2 daughters of fallen merchants possess? Surely, it was merely some jewelry. What he lacked the least was gold and silver. "My lord, please do not laugh." Li Qingyao sensed Su Lang's indifference and rushed to explain. "Our family was once among the wealthiest merchants in Yinzhou. My father foresaw the impending chaos, so before we fled, he converted over 90% of our wealth into gold bars and jewels, hiding them in a very secret location. Only we sisters know of this place. After we were captured by the bandits of Haifeng's High, fearing I might forget, I secretly hid the map to the treasure in a crack in the dungeon." Boom! Her words struck like a thunderclap. The room instantly fell into a stunned silence. Hua Yurong and Murong Yenran covered their mouths in shock, their beautiful eyes wide with disbelief. He fixed his gaze intently on Li Qingyao's petite face, which was etched with tension and seriousness. 90% of his family fortune? A wealthy merchant, one of the foremost in Yunzhou? Just how much could that possibly amount to? He recalled the vast treasures piled high in the cellar of the Black Wind stronghold, a wealth unimaginable to ordinary people. If what this girl implied was true, her family's trove surpassed even that. "Master, our lives were saved by you. You have sheltered us, provided us with food and clothing, treating us as family." Li Qingyao's eyes reddened, her voice tinged with a sob. "In this chaotic world, we sisters are utterly vulnerable. Guarding such a vast fortune will only invite calamity. This money can only be put to its greatest use in your hands. I beseech you accept it." With that, she and her sister, Li Qinghuan, bowed deeply before Su Lang, their foreheads striking the ground with a resounding thud. The crisp sound reverberated through the quiet room, striking Su Lang's heart with equal force. He gazed at the 2 fragile, yet resolute figures on the floor, overwhelmed by an indescribable emotion. This was no mere heirloom. It was 2 fervent, unreserved hearts. "Get up." Su Lang rose and personally approached, gently lifting the sisters from the ground. His touch was tender. "Where's the map? Lead me to it." The dungeon of the Black Wind stronghold was dark and damp. Su Lang, holding a lantern, followed Li Qingyao to a corner at the farthest end. Li Qingyao paused before an inconspicuous stone brick in the wall, carefully prying out a tightly wrapped parcel of oiled paper from the crevice with her fingers. She cradled the oiled paper roll in her hands and offered it to Su Lang. Upon receiving it, Su Lang opened it to reveal a piece of exquisite sheepskin, intricately adorned with a complex map drawn in special ink, along with numerous symbols he could not decipher. Is this place far from here? Su lang in guit, master. It lies 30 miles outside Yunzhou City, on a desolate mountain, Li Qingyao replied. It takes about 400 miles to ride there. 400 miles. Not too far, yet not close either. Su Lang carefully stored the map in his bosom. This money had come at the most opportune moment. He had been troubled about how to support the hundreds of people under his care, recruit soldiers, and expand his power, all of which required substantial funds. With this windfall, the financial burdens for the foreseeable future were alleviated. You two sisters are truly my lucky stars. Su Lang looked at the charming twins before him, his spirits lifted. Unable to resist, he playfully pinched their cute noses. Their faces flushed crimson instantly, and they lowered their heads, not daring to breathe. You're giving me such a large sum without any hesitation? Su Lang teased them. Are you concerned? Not at all. Li Qingyao mustered her courage, lifting her head. Her sparkling eyes filled with admiration and trust. This money will be yours from now on, master. We sisters are also yours. Su Lang Tuke, moved by their innocent expressions of shyness and anticipation. Just having people is not sufficient. The corners of his mouth curled into a playful smirk. Since this treasure is so substantial, I cannot accept it without compensation. From this day forth, you two shall be my wives. What? The sisters simultaneously lifted their heads, their minds buzzing with disbelief. Happiness had arrived so unexpectedly. They had thought that serving as maids by the master's side for a lifetime would be a great fortune. They never imagined that he would take them in. What? Are you unwilling? Su Lang feigned a stern expression. Of course, we are willing. We are willing. Li Qingyao was the first to react, her excitement rendering her incoherent as she tugged at her still-dazed sister, preparing to kneel again. We are your servants in life and your ghosts in death, master. We are more than content to be your concubines. Yet, Su Lang stopped them from kneeling, exclaiming, What wives and concubines? His brow furrowed in feigned displeasure. In my household, there is no distinction in status among my women. All are equal. He turned to the unexpectedly present Hua Yurong and Murong Yanran, raising his voice. Yurong, Yanran, do you agree with this sentiment? Hua Yurong and Murong Yanran exchanged smiles, their expressions warm and accepting. What my husband says is true. Hua Yurong stepped forward, taking Li Qinghuan and Li Qingyao's chilled hands in hers, speaking softly from now on. We are family. There is no need to kneel at every turn, understood, my dear sisters? The term sisters made Li Qinghuan and Li Qingyao's tears overflow uncontrollably. They rushed into Hua Yurong's embrace, weeping like children. Ding! Congratulations, host, on officially subjugating Li Qinghuan and Li Qingyao, triggering a double bond reward. Ding! Congratulations, host, on receiving 500 pounds of fine rice and 500 pounds of pork. Ding! Detected Li Qinghuan's affection level at 30. Current affection level, 120 devoted. Ding! Congratulations, host, on obtaining the new soldier training manual, proficient. Ding! Detected Li Qingyao's affection level at 30. Current affection level, 120 devoted. Ding! Congratulations, host, on acquiring the art of war, proficient. A series of system notifications echoed wildly in Su Lang's mind. What the heck? Su Lang's heart surged with tumultuous waves. A new soldier training manual? The art of war? And at the proficient level, no less. This system truly did not intend for him to remain a stable mountain bandit. It was pushing him toward the dragon throne. Chapter by Muitin, Su Lang Ambitan, with his newly acquired charming wives and the invaluable treasure map in hand. Su Lang's heart could not find tranquility. Sitting on a chair, his consciousness delved deep into his mind. The two skill books he had just obtained transformed into torrents of immense information, surging into his awareness. New soldier training manual, proficient. From a selection of new recruits, physical training, drill discipline, to the techniques for using various basic weapons and tactics for squad collaborative combat. Everything was imprinted indelibly in his mind. Now, even with his eyes closed, he could train a group of unarmed farmers into a disciplined elite force within 3 months. As for the art of war, proficient. It was even more terrifying. The principles of strategy, combat, deception, military formations, and troop dynamics were no longer mere words on paper. They transformed into countless classic battle simulations. Replaying in his mind, he felt as though he had personally experienced grand wars. evolving from an observer to a master tactician capable of devising strategies for victory. If the Su Lang of yore was merely a brute with overwhelming force, now he possessed the true capital to become a regional overlord, hunting for dominion over the world. Husband? Husband? The gentle call of Hua Yorong brought Su Lang back from his profound contemplation to the present reality. He opened his eyes to see a series of concerned, beautiful faces. The twin sisters, just welcomed into the room, stood shyly to the side, their tear-streaked faces still glistening with joy and happiness that they could not conceal. "I am fine," Su Lang smiled, his expression infused with an unprecedented air of confidence and dominance. "From today onwards, our family gains 2 new members." His gaze swept across the women. "From now on, Qinghuan and Qingyao are your beloved younger sisters. No one is allowed to bully them, understood?" "Understood, my lord," responded Xia Zhuo, her tones sweet and innocent. "We will cherish them dearly." Murong Yenran, Li Xiuji, and the others nodded in agreement, their smiles radiating joy. In this household, Hua Yorong was undeniably the matriarch, gentle and virtuous, managing everything with exceptional grace, earning the respect of all. Now, with the addition of 2 legitimate younger sisters, their joy was palpable. Su Lang surveyed the room, filled with enchanting women of various shapes and forms, all devoted to him. A surge of pride filled his heart. With such a wise wife and beautiful concubines, what more could he desire? "All right, enough standing around," Su Lang declared, rising to his feet with a wave of his hand. "Today marks our first day in our new home and a double celebration. We must commemorate it properly. Bring forth our finest cured meats." The circumstances were poor before, but now we have every reason to celebrate. "Yorong, please check how much wine we have left in the Black Wind stronghold storage." "Yes, my lord." "Yes, husband." The women responded eagerly, filling the stone house with laughter and cheer. As night fell once more, a bonfire blazed in the square of the Black Wind stronghold. More vigorous than the previous day, large pots simmered over the flames, filled with the fragrant stew of horse meat. Su Lang generously distributed the wild boar meat he had acquired and his own stash of cured meat to all the villagers. The space was brimming with food. Now that he had 7 wives, he felt no remorse for the provisions. Over 300 villagers gathered around the bonfire, devouring meat and drinking soup, their faces aglow with happiness and contentment. This was the most lavish and reassuring meal they had ever experienced in their lives. Su Lang had his reasons for this generosity. Only through stability and joy could he cultivate a sense of dependence and loyalty to the Black Wind stronghold, dispelling any lingering homesickness. After several rounds of drinks and a variety of dishes, Zhang Chaoyue approached Su Lang with a bowl brimming with horse-meat soup, his face flushed. "Lang Yi," he exclaimed, kneeling down and raising the bowl high above his head. "I, Zhang Chaoyue, am not eloquent. I represent the 300 villagers of Daya Village, no Black Wind stronghold, to toast you with this bowl. From now on, our lives are yours. If you command us to go east, we shall not go west. If you order us to kill, we shall not hesitate." Behind him, Lu Shitu, Zhu Zi, and the others, donning standard leather armor and wielding long knives, stood at attention, kneeling in unison. "We swear to follow the chieftain to the death. We swear to follow the chieftain to the death." Their voices rose in a crescendo, echoing through the sky. All the villagers, regardless of age or gender, rose spontaneously to bow deeply to Su Lang. Their gazes were filled with fervent admiration and reverence. In that moment, Su Lang was no longer merely the brother who had led them to safety. He was the singular deity in their hearts, the unparalleled king of the stronghold. Standing above, Su Lang beheld the faces filled with fervor and loyalty, listening to the resounding oaths of allegiance. He said nothing but accepted the bowl of soup offered by Zhang Chaoyue and drank it in one gulp. "Good." The crowd erupted in thunderous applause, the atmosphere of the banquet reaching its zenith. Su Lang set the bowl down, raising his hand to quiet the raucous square. Instantly, silence fell, and all eyes fixated on him, awaiting the first command from their new king. Su Lang's gaze swept across the spirited young men wielding weapons. These were to be his future foundation, yet they were far from sufficient. They were merely armed farmers, still distant from being true soldiers. "Zhang Chaoyue," Su Lang called sternly. "Present." Zhang Chaoyue straightened up sharply. "From tomorrow, you, Lu Shitu, Zhu Zi, and all men aged 15 to 40 are to assemble at the training grounds of the stronghold." Su Lang's voice was cold and authoritative, imbued with an undeniable iron will. I do not care how you lived before, but from this day forth, you will have but one identity, soldiers of Su Lang. I will personally train you. Those who fear hardship or fatigue may withdraw, but those who remain must obey my every command, even if it means facing death. Do you understand? Understood. Dozens of young men roared in unison, their voices shaking the ground. Their eyes held no trace of fear, only boundless fervor and excitement. To serve, Brother Lang. This was 1,000 times better than being cannon fodder for those lords. Su Lang nodded in satisfaction. This was the fierce spirit he sought. His gaze shifted to a few elderly craftsmen in the crowd. Wang the blacksmith, Sun the carpenter. Here, old man. The two gray-haired elders hurriedly stepped forward, standing respectfully before Su Lang. Starting tomorrow, the blacksmith shop and the carpentry workshop of the stronghold will commence operations. Su Lang's tone was resolute. I need you to forge 300 sets of standard armor, 300 finely crafted swords, and 5,000 penetrating arrows in the shortest time possible. I will provide the blueprints tomorrow. It is time to make a name for ourselves in these chaotic times. However, tonight, the marriage chamber is of utmost importance. Chapter 80. A moment of spring night is worth 1,000 gold. As the banquet concluded, the once boisterous square gradually quieted, leaving only the crackling of the bonfire and a few young men on night watch. Su Lang returned to the stone house at the pinnacle of the stronghold. Amidst the envious gazes of the men, the room was ablaze with candlelight. Hua Yurong and Murong Yanran had already prepared everything. The freshly laid bedding exuded the scent of sunshine and soapberries. The air was infused with a subtle, feminine fragrance, mixed with the steam from their baths, sweet and enticing. Sisters Li Qinghuan and Li Qingyao had donned new red wedding garments, sitting side by side on the edge of the bed. With downcast eyes, they nervously twisted the edges of their clothing, their delicate faces flushed as if they might bleed, their ears burning with embarrassment. Upon hearing the door open, both sisters subtly trembled in unison. My lord, we shall return to our chambers first. Hua Yurong gazed at the scene, a gentle smile gracing her face as she understandingly tugged at the sleeves of Murong Yanran and Xiaji Ruo. The women exchanged knowing glances with Su Lang, conveying a silent understanding, before quietly retreating and gently closing the door behind them. Within the room, only Su Lang remained, along with the pair of twins who were so tense they could hardly breathe. Su Lang approached the bedside, his silence profound as he observed them. His intensely penetrating gaze caused the sisters to tense up even further. Raising their heads, they met his low, husky voice. The sisters hesitated, trembling slightly as they gradually lifted their gazes. Their identical yet uniquely charming faces were etched with shyness, anxiety, and a hint of undeniable anticipation. Particularly the younger sister, Li Qingyao, who was bolder, her large, glistening eyes sparkling with a sense of resignation, bordering on adoration. Su Lang smiled, extending his hand to gently lift their chins. From this day forth, you shall be my women, Su Langs. Are you afraid? The sisters exchanged glances and shook their heads in unison. Not afraid. Li Qingyao's voice, delicate as a whisper, yet remarkably resolute, declared it was a blessing for them to serve their lord. Excellent. The corners of Su Lang's mouth curled with playful intrigue. He leaned down, kissing each of their luscious lips. Tonight, let me treat you well. The candlelight flickered, extinguished by a gust of wind, leaving the room enveloped in a dreamy ambience. The next morning, before dawn, Su Lang awoke refreshed, his 16-fold vitality rendering him almost immune to fatigue. He glanced at the side, where the twin sisters lay entwined, resembling two contented kittens in slumber. Their long eyelashes bore glistening teardrops, perhaps from the exertions or joys of the previous night. Su Lang rose quietly, dressing himself before stepping outside, where the rich aroma of congee wafted through the air. Hua Yurong emerged from the kitchen, holding a steaming bowl of breakfast, her face adorned with a tender smile upon seeing Su Lang. My lord has awakened? Gome. Breakfast awaits. At the dining table, several women were already present. Upon seeing Su Lang, their cheeks flushed, their eyes reflecting a mix of playful reproach and curiosity. My lord, where are Qinghuan and Qingyao? Xiaji Ruo could not help but inquire softly. They are exhausted. Let them sleep a while longer. Su Lang ziplit gasu, devouring his meal. His words rendered the women present too bashful to meet his gaze. After finishing breakfast, Su Lang wiped his mouth, his expression shifting to one of seriousness. Wang Taijian and the others are too old. He looked towards Hua Yurong. Last night, I inquired. The youngest of the two blacksmiths in the village is nearly 60. They can manage to craft hoes and sickles, but to forge the weaponry and armor for my designs, their efficiency and quality fall short. Hua Yurong nodded, acknowledging her concern. So, my lord's intention is? Recruit more craftsmen. A glint of determination sparkled in Su Lang's eyes. In times of turmoil, what is most precious? Not gold or grain, but talent, especially skilled artisans. He stood and beckoned to Zhang Chaoyu and Lu Shitu, who were patrolling outside. You two, come here. Brother Lang. They hurried over. I have a task for you. Su Lang instructed them to gather a few individuals along with sufficient food supplies and jerky to make a trip to Anping County. Anping County? Zhang Chaoyu was taken aback. Exactly. Su Lang affirmed. Go to the county town and recruit every blacksmith, carpenter, and leatherworker you can find. Tell them that at my Heifeng Zhai, not only will they be provided with food and lodging, but they will also enjoy meat at every meal, along with monthly wages. As long as their skills are commendable, the compensation is negotiable. Su Lang's voice carried an undeniable authority, promising food, meat, and even gold and silver. Remember, we seek only the finest craftsmen. Money is not an issue. Zhang Chaoyu and Lu Shitu felt their spirits surge with enthusiasm as they replied in unison, yes. Brother Lang, we will accomplish the task. After sending them off, Su Lang arrived at the training ground of the stronghold. Dozens of young men were already waiting, albeit in a disorganized manner, observing this motley crew of recruits. Su Lang's brow slightly furrowed. A rabble of misfits. However, that mattered little. With his new recruit training manual, Expert, he was confident he could mold even the most inept soldiers into formidable warriors within 3 months. Everyone listen. Su Lang's voice thundered in their ears. From this moment on, forget your identities as farmers. Here, you have but one title, soldier. My words are military orders. Anyone who dares defy them shall face the consequences. The rest of the afternoon echoed with Su Lang's icy reprimands and the recruits' anguished cries. By evening, after the first day's drills concluded, Su Lang surveyed the exhausted recruits sprawled on the ground, nodding in satisfaction. He returned to the stone house, where several women had prepared dinner. Noticing their thin garments, Su Lang felt a twinge of concern. Winter is fast approaching. It is time to provide my women with proper winter clothing. Boar and bear skins are too coarse for intimate wear. I must acquire finer materials, such as fox fur or better. Additionally, the storeroom is filled with cured meats, and Su Lang wished to procure some game to treat his wives. After all, they are so considerate. He must also show them kindness. Chapter 81. Su Lang hunts the tiger. You all eat first. I shall step out for a while. Su Lang took the silver dragon spear and longbow hanging on the wall, turning to leave the stronghold. My lord, it's almost dark. Where are you going? Hua Yurong asked with concern. To fetch some winter clothes for you. Su Lang's voice echoed from a distance, carrying a hint of mirth. Each armed with a weapon, he swiftly vanished into the twilight of the mountains. This time, his objective was clear, deep into the mountains. With his unparalleled hunting skills and extraordinary physique, Su Lang traversed the complex woods with ease. Night had fully descended, and eerie howls of unknown beasts echoed in the forest, creating an ominous atmosphere. Yet, Su Lang remained unfazed, his ears keenly attuned to every sound around him. Suddenly, he halted, catching a faint crunch of bones being crushed from nearby bushes, accompanied by a strong metallic scent of blood wafting through the air. Su Lang's eyes narrowed as he stealthily parted the branches before him. Under the moonlight, a colossal and exaggeratedly powerful tiger lay upon the carcass of a gutted wild deer, indulging in a feast. Its vibrant fur glistened with a lustrous sheen under the moonlight, and its robust muscles radiated an explosive sense of strength. This was indeed the very mountain lord that had once forced him and Zhang Zhaoyu up a tree in fear. One ironic twist of fate. The last time, with Zhaoyu present, I was unable to retrieve anything from the space driven to climb a tree by you. This time, however, I shall demonstrate what it means to face Su Lang in battle. A cold, exhilarating smile gradually formed at the corners of Su Lang's mouth. He slowly removed the longbow from his back and carelessly discarded it to the ground. Against such a formidable beast, bows and arrows were rendered useless. Instead, He grasped the cold silver dragon spear with determination. An unprecedented fervor for battle ignited within his chest. The tiger seemed to sense something amiss and abruptly raised its head. Its bell-like eyes fixated on Su Lang. It emitted a low growl that reverberated through the forest, blood dripping from its ivory fangs. Su Lang Govin. It was indeed the same mountain lord from before. Kulme. He shook the spear, pointing its tip directly at the tiger. His voice low yet infused with an air of dominance. Today, I shall craft a new garment for my wives from your tiger's skin. The thunderous roar of the tiger unleashed a torrent of wind, sending leaves swirling through the air. The massive tiger propelled itself forward with an explosive surge, its vast form transforming into a streak of yellow and black lightning, its maw wide open as it lunged at Su Lang. The overwhelming pressure it exuded could terrify any ordinary hunter into submission. However, Su Lang's expression remained unfazed, devoid of any sign of trepidation. Too slow. With his 16-fold enhanced physical abilities and dynamic vision, the Mountain Lord's movements appeared to him as if they were in slow motion. Just as the tiger's ivory fangs were about to graze his throat, Su Lang made his move. He did not retreat, but merely shifted his body slightly to the side. Whoosh! The tiger's massive form brushed past him, nearly grazing his clothing, the force of its passage whipping his hair back. Now, Su Lang Shapen. And with a sudden flick of his wrist, the silver dragon's spear shot forth like a coiled serpent unleashed. Hunyuan Mishi spear technique. There were no extravagant maneuvers. Only the simplest, most direct, and lethal thrust. Thud! The icy spear tip, imbued with unparalleled piercing power, effortlessly penetrated the soft underbelly of the tiger. The spear emerged from its body, embedding itself deep into the ground behind it. A heart-wrenching wail echoed through the mountains, twisted in agony. The tiger's massive form crashed to the ground, thrashing and writhing in desperation. Warm blood gushed forth, instantly staining the earth beneath it a vivid crimson. Its bell-like eyes remained fixed on Su Lang, filled with pain, resentment, and an incomprehensible fear. It could not fathom why this seemingly frail human possessed such terrifying power and speed. Su Lang deprived it of any further contemplation. With bulging muscles, he violently twisted his arm. Crack! The spear shattered the tiger's internal organs with a single blow. The once mighty mountain lord convulsed violently, its colossal head crashing to the ground. The light in its eyes swiftly dimming. Silence fell. From a moment the tiger lunged to Su Lang's decisive strike. The entire ordeal transpired within mere breaths. Su Lang slowly withdrew the spear, droplets of blood trickling down the shaft and falling to the ground. He gazed upon the massive creature, a wave of satisfaction washing over him. Last time, I was forced to flee up a tree from this beast. Today, I have finally reclaimed my honor. He approached, inspecting the tiger's hide closely. It was intact. Only a small, inconspicuous hole marred its abdomen, easily mended. This hide would undoubtedly provide enough material for several exquisite winter garments for my wives. His gaze shifted to the half-eaten wild deer. The creature had been primarily devoured from the hindquarters, yet the front half remained largely untouched, boasting over 100 pounds of pristine venison. Particularly noteworthy were the freshly grown antlers still adorned with velvet and the valuable deer tail, both intact. What a treasure! I shall have you Rome process this later, perhaps brewing a few jars of medicinal wine. With my 16-fold enhanced physique, along with 7 beautiful wives, I must replenish my strength. Su Lang nodded in satisfaction. He surveyed his surroundings, confirming that in this secluded mountain forest, he was alone. After such performance, it was time to rest. With a thought, the massive tiger carcass and the half-deer vanished into thin air, absorbed into his system space. Having completed these tasks, Su Lang did not linger. His divine hunting skills fully activated. The entire mountain transformed in his sight into a vast treasure map, rich with resource points. Every rabbit den, every flock of mountain chickens, every fox burrow, everything was vividly portrayed in his mind. What followed was a one-sided and frenzied slaughter. Su Lang's figure became a wraith in the forest. He alternated between drawing his bow and shooting down dozing birds from the treetops and setting simple traps to ensnare entire litters of wild rabbits. When encountering wary foxes, he even deemed arrows unnecessary, employing his lightness skill to swiftly seize them by the tail. In less than 3 hours, The bounty in Su Lang's system space had accumulated to mountainous proportions. Mountain chickens, wild rabbits, roe deer, and foxes, an array of game items sprawled before him. A rough estimate suggested he had gathered 2,000 to 3,000 pounds. That should suffice. Any more would be excessive. Su Lang halted, content, orienting himself toward the Black Wind stronghold. Approaching the foot of the stronghold, he found a concealed spot to rest. The performance was about to begin. He extracted the intact tiger, over 100 mountain chickens and wild rabbits, as well as several plump roe deer from his system space. Binding these spoils with resilient vines, he fashioned several enormous bundles. Then, he deliberately rolled on the ground a few times, ensuring his attire appeared disheveled and dirty, smearing mud across his face. Finally, taking a deep breath, he began to drag the several hundred pounds of game, each laborious step taking him closer to the stronghold. As he walked, he huffed and puffed loudly, feigning an expression of utter exhaustion. Upon reaching the perimeter of the stronghold, Su Lang summoned all his strength. Raising his voice to shout toward the stronghold, "Zhuzi, Xiao Bao, come out and help me. So much game has nearly exhausted me." His tone conveyed fatigue, yet there lingered an unmistakable air of pride. Atop the highest arrow tower of the Black Wind stronghold, Xiao Bao vigilantly observed the movements down the mountain. He was one of the 7 young men who had once followed Lu Shitu to seek refuge with Su Lang, sharp-witted and endowed with a remarkable talent for archery. Upon hearing Su Lang's call, he was suddenly jolted, quickly peering out. With just a glance, he was instantly petrified. What did he see? Their Lango was dragging not just a heap, but a small mountain composed of various game. The most striking was a tiger larger than a calf. My goodness! Xiao Bao rubbed his eyes vigorously, confirming he was not mistaken, and erupted into a thunderous shout. "Quick, someone come! Lango is back! Lango has brought back a giant tiger, and so much meat." His voice, filled with overwhelming excitement, had taken on a different tone. That shout was like a thunderclap upon the calm surface of a lake. The entire Heifeng Zhai was instantly in an uproar. What? Lango is back, and he brought a tiger. Zhang Qiaoyue and Lu Shitu, who were practicing in the training field, were the first to react, discarding their weapons and rushing madly towards the mountain gate. The villagers, busy preparing dinner, also rushed out of their stone houses, their faces alight with shock and joy. Inside Su Lang's stone house, Hua Yurong and Murong Yanzhong, along with a few others, felt their hearts tighten upon hearing the commotion outside and hurriedly ran out. When they saw the figure slowly approaching with a mountain of meat, they all gasped, covering their mouths in astonishment, their beautiful eyes sparkling with excitement. Especially when they spotted the imposing tiger, an unparalleled sense of pride and exhilaration surged within them. This was their man. How impressive their husband was. Li Qingyao's eyes sparkled, wishing she could serve him immediately. How do you bring back so many game? Murong Yanzhong stared in disbelief, her phoenix eyes wide open. She practiced martial arts freely and understood the limitations of humanity. Yet her husband seemed to have long surpassed those limits. Of course, her husband was no ordinary man. Which ordinary man could take so many wives and still be so capable? Hua Yurong murmured softly, causing the cheeks of the other sisters to flush. Their gazes towards Su Lang grew even more fervent. The situation had changed. The balance of desire had shifted. Previously, it was Su Lang who coveted the bodies of the women. Now, the women desired Su Lang's form. A series of system notifications echoed in Su Lang's mind. Su Lang felt elated. Having more wives was indeed delightful. Each one provided 10 points of affection, adding up to 70 points. At this rate, it wouldn't be long before the system granted him a reward. Li Xiaoji's affection had also reached 200. He swiftly checked for rewards. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 500 pounds of premium pork, 500 pounds of Northeast fine rice, and 100 bolts of exquisite cloth. Congratulations to the host for acquiring BNK medical skills, entry level. This time it was medical skills? Su Lang felt a surge of joy. Although Hua Yurong was also skilled in medicine, having only one doctor in the entire village was evidently insufficient. Especially as battles began, casualties would increase. Relying solely on Hua Yurong was inadequate. Now that he understood medical skills, he could significantly enhance the villager survival rates. Soon, Zhang Qiaoyue and Lu Shitu, accompanied by dozens of young men, rushed before Su Lang. When they beheld the mountain of game, all drew in a sharp breath. gazing at Su Lang with reverence akin to that of deities. Lang Yi, did you really hunt all this by yourself? Zhang Chaoyue stammered in disbelief. Of course. Su Lang shot him a glance of annoyance. Quickly, lend a hand. Get these things into my courtyard. Yes, Lang Yi. They all responded in unison, eagerly working together to transport the mountain of game up the hill. The entire Heifeng Zhai was enveloped in a sea of joy. Su Lang was welcomed back to his stone house like a star, surrounded by admirers. The women tenderly surrounded him, offering tea and water. While Su Lang relished the care of his wives, he gazed at the pile of game in his yard, feeling immensely proud. Villagers gathered outside the courtyard, pointing excitedly at the gigantic tiger and marveling at it. Sure too, look at this tiger. It's truly magnificent, Zhuzi exclaimed, his eyes sparkling. Lu Shurtu nodded, being more observant than the others. He stepped closer, reaching out to stroke the glossy tiger skin, feeling the aura of the king of beasts. His fingers glided over the vibrant fur, experiencing the rough yet smooth texture. He could sense the solid muscles beneath the fur, once brimming with explosive power. The more he looked, the more astonished he became. The might of this mountain lord, even in death, was awe-inspiring. And their Lang Gu had single-handedly hunted such a colossal creature from the depths of the mountains and dragged it back. What terrifying strength! Enough. No need to crowd around. Su Lang enjoyed the warm towels offered by his wives, wiped his face, and casually tossed the towel into the basin with a crisp sound. He stood up, his gaze sweeping over the excited young men in the courtyard. Zhang Chaoyue, present. Lang Yi. Zhang Chaoyue snapped to attention, standing straight like a soldier awaiting inspection. Those wild rabbits, mountain chickens, and those few roe deer, take some men and process them. Su Lang pointed to the mountain of game. Tonight we feast. There will be plenty of meat. Our soldiers must not train on empty stomachs. Yes, Lang Yi. Zhang Chaoyue replied excitedly. There is meat to eat. Following Lang Gu brings such benefits. By the way, Su Lang added, make sure to skin that tiger completely and carefully. Don't damage it. Divide the tiger meat as well, so everyone can have a taste. As for the tiger bones, he paused, a mysterious smile gracing his lips. Save those for me. I have great use for them. Chapter 83. The world grows more chaotic. Su Lang looked at Zhang Chaoyue, his voice calm, yet carrying an undeniable command. Tiger bones. These are great tonic. Now, I find myself with 7 enchanting wives, each one eagerly awaiting my attention. How can I ensure they all receive their due care if I do not take the time to recuperate? Although I possess enhanced physical resilience, it is imperative to cherish it. I intend to experiment with the ancient recipes documented in the Bien Ke medical techniques, crafting medicinal dishes and elixirs to bolster my health. Indeed, Lang Gu, Zhang Chaoyue promptly agreed, then recalled something, leaning closer and lowering his voice. By the way, Lang Gu, there's been progress regarding recruitment. Oh, pray tell. Su Lang raised an eyebrow. Following your instructions, I accompanied Shurtu to Anping County. A hint of trepidation and relief crossed Zhang Chaoyue's face as he recounted that 4 blacksmiths had been recruited, accompanied by 6 apprentices, making a total of 10 individuals. Carpenters are easier to find. We have managed to gather a total of 22, including masters and apprentices. However, the county is currently in chaos. Zhang Chaoyue's expression darkened. Fortunately, we left early. The situation outside is truly dire. How so? During our brief time in the county, we witnessed several groups of soldiers bearing the banners of different princes, raiding the town for men. Any able-bodied male they laid eyes upon was forcibly taken away. One family attempted to hide their son, only for those soldiers to execute him on the spot. They even set fire to their house. Zhang Chaoyue's voice trembled with fear. They're not only abducting people, but also seizing supplies. The jerky we brought was nearly confiscated by a patrol had we not fled swiftly. Otherwise, it would have been lost. All of this was within Su Lang's expectations. The princes vie for power, taking lives and burning through resources. When order collapses, what distinguishes the so-called soldiers from bandits? In fact, they could be more terrifying than bandits. Clad in official garb, they commit acts of murder and arson with impunity. Such is human nature. Su Lang's lips curled into a chilling smile. This chaotic era is the ideal stage for someone like him. Since disorder has already begun, it is crucial to seize the moment and forge his own power. That night, upon returning to the stone house, He was greeted by a rich aroma of wine mingled with the scent of medicinal herbs. Hua Yurong was carefully placing the processed tiger bone and deer whip into a large ceramic jar, then pouring in clear, potent liquor. My husband, I have concocted the tiger bone wine according to ancient methods. Upon seeing Su Lang return, she smiled gently, a blush gracing her cheeks, warning him that the alcohol was quite potent and should be consumed sparingly. Her hesitant demeanor stirred warmth in Su Lang's heart. Truly, she is a considerate wife. My lord, after training the soldiers and hunting today, you must be exhausted. The sisters Li Qinghuan and Li Qingyao approached, carrying a basin of warm water, kneeling to wash Su Lang's feet without hesitation. Their identical, charming faces were filled with concern and admiration. Su Lang did not refuse. He graciously accepted the sisters' attentions. While on the other side, Xia Zhuo and Li Xiuji diligently massaged his back and legs. Murong Yanran and Jiang Zhaoyue, though not physically assisting, regarded him with curiosity and intrigue in their beautiful eyes, surrounded by such exquisite and captivating women, showering him with affection. Su Lang felt as though he would not trade this life for an emperor's. The following morning, the training grounds were filled with tension. Stand straight. Have you not eaten? Formation. Formation. Even pigs stand more orderly than you. Su Lang wielded a long whip, resembling a stern and merciless drill instructor as he patrolled. Dozens of young men gritted their teeth, enduring the most basic drill. Sweat soaked their clothes, and each face bore the marks of agony. Yet, not a single one dared to complain or withdraw. The gazes directed at Su Lang were filled with awe and a fervent admiration. They understood that Lang Gu was training them as true soldiers, preparing them to survive in these turbulent times. Just as Su Lang was about to commence the next training exercise, a sudden blast of a horn rang out from the arrow tower high above the camp. This was a warning signal. Something is amiss. Su Lang's gaze sharpened as he looked up at the tower. There stood Xiao Bao, frantically waving a flag and shouting, "Lang Yi!" A group of soldiers is approaching from the mountain. Soldiers? Su Lang Dao Wen. He calmed the restless recruits, temporarily leaving the training in Zhang Chaiyue's hands, and strode purposefully towards a mountain gate, silver dragon spear in hand. Upon reaching the battlements, he indeed spotted a contingent of about 40 to 50 soldiers at the foot of the mountain, clad in standardized armor and wielding long spears. Their military appearance, though imposing, lacked the finesse of Murong Songhai's elite troops. At the forefront rode a man on a tall steed, donned in silver armor and carrying a long sword, resembling a general. Their banner displayed a flamboyant character for Yin. The men of the Yin Wang have found their way to Heifeng Zhai. Su Lang couldn't help but smirk coldly. Soon, the soldiers halted 100 meters from the mountain gate. A herald dismounted and approached, arrogantly lifting his chin as he announced with a strident voice, "Listen, bandits on the mountain, we are the elite troops of General Zhou, the vanguard of the Yin Wang. General Zhou has decreed that, acknowledging the difficulty of your mountainous occupation, we offer you a chance to abandon your dark ways and submit to us. Open the mountain gates swiftly, surrender all your provisions and women, and submit to our authority." The herald's jaw seemed to rise to the heavens, his tone dripping with condescension and disdain. Should you refuse, rest assured that when General Zhou arrives, Heifeng Zhai will be razed to the ground, leaving not a trace. He seemed to believe that his words would instill fear in this ragtag assembly, compelling them to kneel and surrender. Silence enveloped the walls of the stronghold. All who heard his proclamation, including the villagers and new recruits, wore expressions of indignation. Surrender provisions and women? This was not an offer of peace. It was a declaration of their status as mere livestock to be slaughtered. Yet, Su Lang's face bore no trace of anger. In fact, he smiled, though that smile was chillingly cold. He turned away from the herald, still shouting below, his gaze falling instead upon Xiao Bao, who was already drawing his bow, fury etched across his face. Su Lang said nothing, merely placing a hand gently on Xiao Bao's shoulder. Xiao Bao sudo, instanti gubing lang gifkin den. The anger within him transformed into a frigid resolve. Without a moment's hesitation, he drew the bowstring taut. The bowstring thrummed ominously. A sharp wolf-tooth arrow shot forth like a bolt of black lightning, slicing through the air with a piercing whistle, hurtling towards the insufferably arrogant herald below. Chapter 84. The Massacre. With a dull thud, The sound of a sharp weapon embedding itself in flesh echoed hauntingly through the silent valley. Below, the herald's arrogance and disdain froze in an instant. He lowered his head, incredulously gazing at the arrow that had deeply embedded itself in his chest, with only the fletching quivering faintly. He opened his mouth, attempting to articulate something, but only a torrent of blood surged forth. His body weakened, and he fell straight down from the lofty horse, hitting the ground with a resounding thud, stirring up a cloud of dust. Unblinking in death, the entire mountain path was instantly engulfed in an eerie silence. The soldiers down the mountain, numbering in the dozens, were left in a daze. They could never have imagined that these bandits in the mountains would dare to kill His Highness, the envoy of the Yanhua. At the slightest provocation, had they gone mad? A rebellion, a horde of ruffians. Kill them. The silver-armored general, the first to react, felt his face flush a deep purple, a mix of shock and fury. He swiftly drew his long knife, pointing forward as he roared with all his might. Charge. Flatten the famine-stricken. Leave not a single one alive. Kill. The enraged soldiers surged forth like a disturbed beehive, emitting a chorus of furious roars. Wielding their spears, as they charged wildly up the only narrow mountain path. On the walls of the stronghold, the villagers and new recruits, who had just been filled with righteous indignation, turned pale at the sight of this ferocious charge, instinctively tightening their grips on their weapons. Yet, Sulang's expression remained as calm as a still pond. He observed the soldiers crowded in the narrow path below, like lambs awaiting slaughter, and a cold smile curled at the corners of his mouth. Foolish. As stated in the Suanzi Bingfa, besieging the enemy requires a gap, and do not pursue a desperate foe. Yet these individuals had plunged headlong into this defensible stronghold. He turned around, ignoring the anxious faces behind him, and issued a command that left everyone astounded. Open the gates. What? Everyone atop the walls thought they had misheard. Open the gates. Wasn't he that akin to seeking death? Langye. Zhang Chaoyue's face changed dramatically as he hurriedly exclaimed, how can we open the gates? If they charge in, we are finished. We should leverage the terrain advantage. Sulang offered no explanation, merely casting a cold glance with his profound eyes. Just a single glance. Zhang Chaoyue felt as if he were being scrutinized by an ancient beast, a chill rushing from his feet to the crown of his head, leaving him speechless. I said, open the gates. Sulang's voice suddenly rose. This time, no one dared to question. Open the gates. Lu Shidu's somewhat youthful face was now filled with fervent trust. He was the first to respond, shouting as he turned to rush towards the gate. Open the gates. Zhuzi and the other 3 youths followed suit without hesitation. With a creaking sound, the heavy stone and wooden gate slowly opened, accompanied by an agonizing friction. A breath of tragic determination instantly enveloped the air. Kill. As the gate cracked open, Lu Shitu, small in stature, was the first to squeeze through. In his hands, he wielded a heavy broadsword that was incongruous with his size. That sword was one he had personally selected from the armory of Heifengzhai. For Langge, I shall fight to the death. With a roar, his diminutive frame surged forward like a cannonball, recklessly charging into the oncoming wave of soldiers. Kill. Kill. Zhuzi and the other 5 youths, armed with spears, followed closely behind. The 6 youths formed the simplest yet sharpest of arrows. Boom! The 2 torrents collided violently. The narrow mountain path erupted with deafening cries and the clashing of weapons. Thud! Lu Shidu's broadsword came down with tremendous force, cleaving the first soldier in line, along with his shield, in half. Blood splattered across his face. Yet he paid no mind, wiping his face, his eyes turning crimson, akin to a demon emerging from hell. Kill! 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 He swung the broadsword with a frenzied vigor, each strike fueled by all his might. Behind him, Zhuzi and the others thrust their spears like venomous snakes, striking from their hiding places, each thrust claiming a vibrant life. This act ignited the bloodlust within all the new recruits. We shall fight alongside Shitu. 1 kill breaks even. 2 kills yield a profit. For Langge, kill. The once timid new recruits, witnessing those 6 fearless youths, had their eyes fill with rage. They roared as they surged out of the gate, joining the bloody melee. The entire mountain path transformed into a grinding mill of flesh and blood. Though the soldiers were well trained, the narrow terrain rendered them ineffective. Their numerical superiority evaporated. They found themselves trapped in a mountain path, the front unable to retreat and the rear unable to advance. Su Lang stood high atop the stronghold wall, resembling a cold statue. Unbeknownst to him, he had exchanged his weapon for a longbow. His gaze, sharp as a hawk, surveyed the battlefield. He did not intervene. He was waiting. He was using this brutal bloodbath to temper his soldiers. Suddenly, a soldier flanked Lu Shitu, launching a treacherous stab towards his back. Engaged in fierce combat with the enemy before him, Lu Shitu remained oblivious. Just at that critical moment, were a faint twang of a bowstring. The ambushing soldier froze abruptly, an arrow piercing precisely through his eye, exiting through his brain. Su Lang slowly lowered his bow. His motion was so swift that few could discern it. Nearby, Xiao Bao was also caught in a frenzy. His bow and arrows had not faltered. With each arrow loosed, a soldier on the mountain path would inevitably scream and fall. From his elevated position, every shot was true. The battle had devolved into a one-sided massacre. The silver-armored general, watching his men fall one after another, felt his heart plummet. He could not comprehend why these bandits fought so fiercely, so recklessly. Retreat, quickly retreat. Fear finally gripped him, and he turned his horse to flee. It was too late. Attempting to escape, Su Lang's voice, like a death sentence, echoed from the stronghold wall. The silver-armored general felt a chill at the nape of his neck. Lifting his gaze, he met Su Lang's cold, unfeeling eyes. There was also an arrow aimed directly at his brow. No, thud. The arrow flew through the air, a shot to the throat, with the commander dead. The remaining soldiers collapsed into utter chaos. They cast aside their helmets and armor, crying out for their mothers as they fled down the mountain. Not a single one left. Su Lang's icy voice rang out once more. Lu Shitu and the others, like tigers descending the mountain, pursued relentlessly. Soon, the cries of battle began to fade. The narrow mountain path was strewn with bodies, lying haphazardly. Blood flowed like a stream, trickling down the stone steps, a pungent stench wafting through the air. All the survivors leaned on their weapons, panting heavily. Their bodies and faces were smeared with the blood of their enemies and their own. Yet, their eyes gleamed with an unsettling intensity. They had won. They had indeed triumphed over the soldiers. Su Lang slowly descended from the battlements and approached them. Instinctively, everyone straightened their backs, gazing at their king with a mixture of admiration, awe, and fervor. Well done. Su Lang's voice was calm. He walked up to Lu Shitu, who was drenched in blood yet still tightly gripping his broadsword, and placed a reassuring hand on his shoulder. Then, his gaze swept over the crowd. Strip them of their armor and weapons. From this moment on, these are ours. Oh, the crowd erupted into thunderous cheers of survival. Do not celebrate too soon. Su Lang's voice, like a bucket of cold water, instantly doused everyone's excitement. He pointed at the corpses on the ground, his tone icy. This time, they had underestimated the enemy and had walked into a dead end. The next time they come, they will not be so foolish. If you wish to survive, if you want your women and children to eat and drink in peace here, you must be fiercer and more ruthless than today. Su Lang's voice grew heavier with each word, striking each heart like a hammer. Do you understand? Yes, we understand. Dozens of men who had just fought in bloody combat shouted in unison with all their might. Their voices coalesced into a resounding wave that echoed throughout the valley. Chapter 85. Weapon Exchange. Enhanced combat power. The stench of blood still lingered. The bodies had been dragged aside on the mountain path. Yet the dark red stains seeping into the stone steps were indelible. After the cheers, under Zhang Chaoyue's leadership, everyone excitedly but awkwardly stripped the corpses of their armor and weapons. This was their first time killing, and also their first time claiming their own spoils of war. Each face reflected a blend of relief and an indescribable exhilaration. Su Lang stood by, quietly observing. This victory was within his expectations. However, the performance of these new recruits, particularly the few young men led by Lu Shitu, exceeded his anticipations. Their fierce and fearless tenacity was the hallmark of born soldiers. Lang Yi, Lu Shitu ran over, dragging a broadsword taller than himself. The weapon was pried from the silver-armored general, heavy and gleaming, clearly crafted from high-quality steel. This sword is heavy. I love it. Lu Shitu's small face was smeared with blood and dirt, yet his eyes shone brightly. Su Lang nodded. This boy's innate strength, coupled with a heavy blade, was indeed a perfect match. Zhuzi, Su Lang called again. Here. Zhuzi also rushed over, holding a uniquely designed snake spear. Its head curved like a serpent and exceedingly sharp. Your agility suits this spear well. And you, Xiaobao. Su Lang's gaze fell upon the slender figure still on guard at the arrow tower. He tossed the silver-armored general's longbow up. Catch! Xiaobao skillfully caught it, nearly jumping off the tower in excitement upon realizing he held a composite bow crafted from fine ironwood and cow horn. Embellished with beast bone, it was clearly 100 times superior to the hunting bow he had used before. Thank you, Lang Ge. Xiaobao's voice trembled with emotion. As for the remaining weapons, they were all standard long spears. Su Lang instructed each able-bodied youth to take one. When these men grasped the heavy spears, their demeanor transformed. They were no longer farmers wielding hoes and sickles, but true warriors armed with lethal blades. In the era of cold weapons, the spear was undoubtedly the sovereign of the battlefield. Oh, we have weapons now. Anyone who dares to come at us will be skewered. With Lang Ge by our side, we are invincible. The crowd erupted into a deafening cheer. Su Lang's gaze returned to the pile of stripped armor. He stepped forward and casually picked up a piece of chest armor, tapping it with his finger. The dull thud echoed slightly. He frowned. These armors were merely basic leather gear, reinforced with a few thin iron plates in critical areas. Their defensive capabilities were negligible. They might suffice against bandits, but against the armor-piercing arrows of a regular army, they were no better than paper. Master Blacksmith, Su Lang called back. Here. An elderly blacksmith with graying hair hurriedly squeezed through the crowd. These armors are subpar. Su Lang tossed the chest armor to the ground. From today, the blacksmith shop will work at full capacity. I want you to remelt these iron plates and forge brand new iron armor according to the blueprints I provide. Lang Yi, the requirements for iron armor are quite high in terms of materials and craftsmanship. Our master blacksmith looks troubled. I will provide additional hands. Use these weapons to remelt for the iron. Su Lang's voice brooked no argument. I demand results. With armor, our brothers can survive. Master Blacksmith, feeling the weight of Su Lang's unwavering gaze, nodded gravely yes. This old man will devote his life to crafting it for you, Lang Ge. Noon. After a bloody battle, there was no celebratory feast, but plenty of meat. In the square, large pots simmered with fragrant tiger bone soup. The milky broth wafting a rich aroma throughout the mountain stronghold. Each person's broken bowl was filled with soup, and they held steaming roasted sweet potatoes in hand. In these chaotic times, this was akin to a divine existence. Following Lang Ge, there was meat to eat every day. It was worth it. Indeed, damn it. I used to toil for the landlords and barely had enough to eat. Now this life is worth dying for. Anyone who dares oppose Lang Ge, I'll be the first to stab him. The villagers' faces radiated genuine happiness and satisfaction. The way they looked at Su Lang had evolved from mere respect to a near-religious fervor. After feasting, no one rested. The recently bloodied new recruits, without needing Su Lang as prompting, returned to the training grounds, commencing an even more frenzied regiment. The shouts of battle were louder than ever. Each of them understood that their survival today was solely due to Lang Ge's command and the training they had undergone during this time. To continue living, to protect this almost celestial existence, they must become stronger and more ruthless. Observing these nascent, wolf-like warriors, Su Lang nodded in satisfaction. Yet, he knew that relying solely on them was far from sufficient. The Black Wind stronghold, with over 300 inhabitants, needed sustenance and a means to survive. He could not always rely on hunting or the system. A solid foundation was essential, namely land and grain. Su Lang did not greet anyone as he ventured alone out of the mountain stronghold. He sought nearby land suitable for cultivation. Before long, he found himself at the rear mountains of Heifengzhai. Surmounting a ridge, an expansive vista unfolded before him. He beheld a vast valley basin. This basin was extensive, with a level terrain and soil that appeared extraordinarily fertile. Most importantly, a crystal-clear stream meandered through the valley. A natural paradise. Su Lang's heart soared with joy. This place was truly a divine gift. If cultivated, it could easily sustain not just 300, but even 3,000 people. He was engrossed in his excitement, contemplating how to cultivate this land and divert water for irrigation. Suddenly, an overwhelming sense of danger assailed him without warning. It was an instinct honed through countless battles. a visceral awareness of impending threat. Su Lang barely had time to turn around. His body's instincts reacted before his mind could catch up. He swiftly stepped forward, like a wraith, sidestepping 3 feet to the left. Whoosh! A dark projectile whizzed past, nearly grazing the tip of his nose. Bang! A resounding crash echoed. It was a pitch-black iron spear. The spear, propelled with unmatched force, lodged itself into a nearby rock. The entire shaft vibrated from the immense power. What tremendous strength! If that spear had struck a person, it would have surely pierced through. He swiftly turned, his gaze like lightning, directed toward the source of the spear. There, 100 meters away on a hillside, stood a figure, a woman, clad in coarse linen, her long hair casually tied back. Her face seemingly marked with dirt. She held a similar iron spear in her hand. At that moment, she also noticed Su Lang. Their eyes met. The woman appeared momentarily stunned, but then a fierce intent to kill ignited in her gaze. Without a hint of hesitation, her arm muscles tensed, and she assumed a throwing stance, aiming a second spear at Su Lang. Chapter 86 Ayu. This woman was truly ruthless. Su Lang's pupils constricted once more. Seeing her first attack miss, her murderous intent intensified, and she resolutely prepared to throw again. Another one. A surge of nameless fury welled up within Su Lang. He could hardly muster the will to evade. Just as her arm muscles coiled, and the second spear was about to leave her hand, Su Lang made his move. He did not retreat. Instead, he lunged forward, reaching the iron spear embedded in the rock. With one hand, he grasped the cold shaft. Up you go. He uttered a low command. Su Lang's arm muscles bulged like coiled dragons in an instant. Crack! A sound that sent chills through the teeth. The iron spear, deeply embedded in the hard stone, was forcibly pulled out by him with a single hand. A large chunk of shattered rock came away with it. On the opposing slope, the woman's intention to throw froze abruptly. Her dirt-streaked face revealed an expression of sheer horror for the first time. What monstrous strength is this? Is this even human? In that fleeting moment of her distraction, whoosh! The sound of slicing air erupted once more. This time it was Su Lang. He hurled the heavy iron spear back like a javelin. The force and speed far surpassed his previous throw. The 2 identical iron spears collided midair like 2 black dragons clashing fiercely. Clang! An ear-splitting sound of metal striking metal reverberated throughout the valley. Sparks flew. The woman's spear was struck away by an overwhelming force, tumbling through the air before landing far below on the hillside. Before she could regain her footing, a ghostly figure appeared before her, silent as a whisper. Su Lang's agility reached its pinnacle. Whoosh! A flash of cold light glimmered. The icy, sharp blade was now firmly pressed against her slender neck. With a mere flick of Su Lang's wrist, her head would roll to the ground. The woman stood frozen in place. She could feel the bone-chilling edge of the blade against her throat and the faint scent of blood. She could even detect the potent, masculine, and aggressive aura emanating from this man before her. Who are you? Su Lang's voice was devoid of emotion. Why did you ambush me? The woman offered no answer. Her gaze locked onto him, filled with deep-seated hatred and a hint of resolve. If you wish to kill me, then do it. Her voice was hoarse yet icy. How amusing. You possess quite a strong spirit. Su Lang Tuka. He licked his cracked lips, his eyes taking on a playful glint, like a beast scrutinizing its prey. To kill you? That would be too merciful. He leaned in closer, almost whispering in her ear, his voice resonant and deliberate. I have no interest in corpses. Just as he finished speaking, his free hand lunged out, gripping the coarse linen of her garment at her chest. The woman's countenance shifted dramatically, fear finally seeping into her eyes. What do you intend to do? What do you think? Su Lang's lips curled into a cruel smile. I am a chief of Hei Fengjai. What do you think I want? Though your looks may be unremarkable, your figure is quite decent. If you refuse to speak, I shall strip you bare and hang your skin at the entrance of the stronghold, for my hungry brothers to enjoy in line. His words hit like the most venomous curse, causing the woman's body to tremble uncontrollably. Her face turned pale as parchment. You are shameless. A beast. Go ahead. Scream even louder. Su Lang's smile grew ever more sinister. My brothers prefer fiery spirits like yours. You. A flicker of ultimate humiliation and despair flashed in the woman's eyes. In the next moment, she thrust her neck forward, colliding against the edge of Su Lang's blade. Better to shatter like jade than remain intact like tiles. Su Lang Sabao Atet, a true firebrand, indeed. But how could he allow her to have her way? Just as the blade was about to cut through her throat, Su Lang deftly twisted his wrist, retracting the blade by half an inch. Simultaneously, his other hand struck like lightning, delivering a precise chop to her nape. Thud! The woman emitted a muffled groan, her body going limp as she began to fall. Su Lang swiftly caught her, cradling her against him. Rip! The sound of fabric tearing echoed. Su Lang swiftly sliced open the fabric at her shoulder, exposing a large expanse of her delicate, snow-white skin and exquisite collarbone to the air. I lack the patience to dally with you. Su Lang's cold voice, akin to a devil's whisper, echoed in her ears. This was the final opportunity. The delicate figure in her arms trembled violently. The chilling intent to kill, coupled with the coolness emanating from her shoulder, ultimately shattered her last psychological defense. Humiliating tears cascaded down her filthy cheeks. I will speak. Her voice quivered, imbued with boundless despair. Iam Yunu, a servant of the princess. I learned that the last place the princess appeared was near Heifengjai. I have come to find the princess. Ayu Ainu, the princess? A flicker of realization ignited within Su Lang. Could it be the princess of Ichian, Jiang Zhaoyu? Yunu gritted her teeth, enunciating each word with clarity. Indeed, I am her maid. Goodness. So, you are indeed that little maid of Jiang Zhaoyu. Su Lang found himself at a loss for words. He had already taken down Heifengjai, rescued Jiang Zhaoyu, and now found himself as the new master of the stronghold. Why had this maid only come now? Such inefficiency was truly touching. Nevertheless, her loyalty was commendable. How can you prove it? Su Lang did not immediately sheath his knife, maintaining his vigilance. Your Highness, beneath the left scapula, there is a small red mole. She despises celery and adores tales from beyond the borders. Her eyes are like peach blossoms, and she is of a certain height. These details were known only to those close to her. Su Lang's last shred of doubt dissipated as he slowly sheathed his sword. Come with me. He released his hold on the woman and turned towards the mountainside. The sudden emptiness caused Yunu to stumble slightly, nearly falling. She gazed at Su Lang's retreating figure, her eyes filled with wariness and confusion. Where are you taking me? She instinctively covered her tattered clothing, her voice tinged with caution and an almost imperceptible shameful anger. Do you not wish to see your princess? Su Lang replied coolly without turning back. Yunu was taken aback. Did he know where the princess was? Could it be that the princess had fallen into the hands of these bandits? The mere thought plunged her heart into despair. She looked at Su Lang's silhouette, her gaze as if it could devour him whole. What have you done to the princess? She demanded, furious. I warn you, if you dare lay a finger on her, I swear I will haunt you even in death. And you want to take me back to the stronghold? I will never. Su Lang halted, turning around to regard her with an expression of incredulity. Be quiet. I have no interest in your appearance. He evaluated Yunu with a discerning eye, a hint of disdain evident on his lips. Despite her dirty visage, her figure and features were not unappealing. Cleaned up, she could be considered a beauty. However, in the presence of the captivating women around Su Lang, she paled in comparison. Yunu trembled with indignation, her face flushed with anger. Never in her life had anyone dared to critique her looks so brazenly. Yet, she found herself unable to retort. This man was simply too powerful. Do you not wish to see the princess? Su Lang had little patience for her protests. Keep up. With that, he resumed his journey towards Heifengjai. Yunu stood rooted in place, watching his retreating form, then glanced at the stronghold. Her eyes filled with conflict and hesitation. Ultimately, she gritted her teeth, covering her bleeding hand and torn clothing, limping forward to follow him. The two walked along the mountain path, one in front of the other. Soon, the imposing and menacing gates of Heifengjai came into view. Sentinels clad in leather armor and wielding long spears stood atop the walls. Upon entering the stronghold, they encountered hundreds of men engaged in rigorous training. The palpable aura of danger sent Yunu's heart racing. Was this truly a den of bandits? Why did these outlaws seem to exude more authority than any soldier she had ever encountered? While she pondered this, Su Lang suddenly stopped. He turned, wearing a peculiar expression that was neither entirely a smile nor a frown. Oh, there is something I must inform you beforehand. Yunu's heart tightened. Your princess. Su Lang paused, the curve of his lips growing more playful. She is now my wife. Chapter 87. The The deep bond between master and servant or wife? Yu Nu's pupils constricted in shock, instantly conjuring the term bandit matron in her mind. Of course, if she were merely the matron, that would be the best-case scenario. Her greatest fear was that the princess was imprisoned and treated as less than human, at the mercy of all the bandits. Yu Nu dared not think further. Suppressing her fury, she pressed on. How is the princess faring? Quite well, Su Lang replied nonchalantly. Quite well? Yu Nu was momentarily dumbfounded. She observed the playful, even smug smile on Su Lang's face, and a chill shot down her spine. What a disconcerting phrase, coming from a bandit leader, paired with his previous lewd remarks. It was utterly appalling. The princess, a paragon of beauty and grace, had fallen into the clutches of such a beast. How could her situation be anything but dire? In an instant, a multitude of horrifying images flashed through Yu Nu's mind. Her body trembled violently in response to her overwhelming rage. Her previously tear-stained eyes now ablaze with a fiery hatred that could consume everything in its path. She fixed her gaze upon Su Lang, her expression filled with a deep-seated desire to see him suffer. Beast, once I confirm the princess is safe, I will risk my life to ensure you meet your end. Su Lang took in the expression on her face, one that radiated a desire to rend him apart. Internally, he was elated. This little maid was not only loyal, but also possessed a commendable rationality. Indeed, she was fierce. Su Lang chose not to engage with her further, turning back to continue towards the stronghold. Yu Nu gritted her teeth, enduring the agony in her hand and neck, limping yet persistently following him. She had to see the princess with her own eyes. Before long, they reached the stronghold's gates. Lang Yi, Lang Gu has returned. The sentinels atop the walls immediately saluted Su Lang with respect, their eyes brimming with fervent admiration. Yu Nu's heart sank once more. The discipline within this bandit den was unexpectedly strict. This man wielded absolute authority here, complicating her plans to rescue the princess. As they passed through the gates, a vibrant scene unfolded before them. In the training grounds, dozens of young men were sweating profusely, their battle cries echoing. In the distance, the rhythmic clang of a blacksmith's hammer could be heard, and wisps of smoke curled upwards, carrying the faint scent of meat through the air. Villagers moved about, their simple attire juxtaposed with serene and contented smiles. Was this truly a den of bandits? Yu Nu was utterly bewildered. Everything here was completely different from the imagined chaotic lair of pillage and slaughter. Just as she was lost in her thoughts, she found herself standing before the stone house at the peak of the mountain stronghold. Husband, you're back. Husband, are you tired? The door swung open, revealing two identical, charming young maidens who greeted Su Lang with playful smiles, each eager to link their arms with his. Husband, Yu Nu's pupils widened in shock. This villain had not one, but two breathtaking wives, and judging by their expressions of pure happiness and affection, they were utterly content. Yu Nu's heart sank further into despair. Good girl. Su Lang chuckled, playfully patting the two maidens on their backsides, his gaze drifting past the twin sisters into the house. The smile on his face took on a more teasing quality. Zhao Yu, look who I brought you. The mention of Zhao Yu sent a tremor through Yu Nu's entire being. She abruptly raised her head, peering past the two maidens towards the interior. There, a girl clad in a pale yellow gown, gracefully emerging from the house, caught her eye. The girl possessed skin whiter than snow, bright eyes, and a cascade of black hair simply styled, her face adorned with a touch of vibrant health. That face was the one Yu Nu had longed for, etched deeply in her heart. Princess, Jiang Zhaoyu. Their eyes met. In that moment, time seemed to freeze. Jiang Zhaoyu stared at the ragged figure before her, so filthy and disheveled, yet still gazing at her with a fervor that made her momentarily dumbfounded. Then, her beautiful phoenix eyes widened in disbelief. Yu Nu. The tremulous call seemed to flip a switch. With a thud, Yu Nu could no longer hold herself up, her knees buckling as she sank heavily to the ground. Princess. The overwhelming accumulation of grievances, worries, fears, and longing erupted at that instant. I finally found you. Tears, as large as beans, streamed down her dirty face, carving clear paths through the grime. She sobbed like a child. Yu Nu. Jiang Zhaoyu's eyes also glistened with tears as she lifted her gown and rushed forward, enveloping the kneeling Yu Nu in a tight embrace. The master and servant wept together, their cries resounding. Nearby, Hua Yurong and Mu Rongyan ran. Along with a few others, watched the touching scene, their eyes reddening as well. Only Su Lang remained composed, arms crossed, leaning against the doorframe with a serene smile that suggested he held all the cards. After a prolonged period of tears, their emotions gradually settled. Jiang Zhaoyu helped Yu Nu to her feet, grasping her icy hand and gazing with concern at her wounds and tattered clothing. What happened to you? Where have you been these days? But Yu Nu, disregarding her own condition, seized Jiang Zhaoyu's hand and pulled her aside, lowering her voice as she asked, filled with urgency and a hint of sobbing, "Princess, are you all right?" As she spoke, she anxiously surveyed Jiang Zhaoyu from head to toe, her eyes brimming with worry. "Did that villain treat you poorly?" Though her voice was hushed, everyone present could hear her. The twin sisters and Xia Zhirua exchanged perplexed glances, while Mu Rongyan rolled her eyes in exasperation. This girl truly had no idea of their husband's formidable nature. Jiang Zhaoyu's lovely face flushed a deep crimson, as if it could bleed. She stomped her foot in embarrassment and shot an annoyed glance at the man, still reveling in the spectacle. Then she turned back to Yu Nu, speaking earnestly. "Yu Nu, do not be rude. He is not a villain." Taking a deep breath, as if making a monumental decision, she straightened her posture and declared clearly, "This is my husband." Su Lang. A thunderous silence engulfed Yu Nu's mind, as if a thunderclap had shattered her reality. The princess calling this rogue husband was one thing, but to do so with such bashfulness and ease, it seemed so natural. The expression on Yu Nu's face was a vivid tapestry of emotions: anxiety, worry, shock, and finally, utter blankness. She gaped, alternating her gaze between the blushing, blissfully happy princess and Su Lang, who wore an expression of innocent triumph, as if to say, "See, I told you so." At that moment, her entire worldview collapsed. After a long pause, Yu Nu finally regained her voice, cautiously confirming Jiang Zhaoyu's well-being. Finding her safe and even healthier than when she had been in the palace, she let out a sigh of relief. Yet, a deeper confusion loomed. "Princess, let us discuss this inside." Hua Yurong gently approached, taking Yu Nu's hand. "You have injuries. I shall help you tend to them." Yu Nu was half led, half escorted into the stone house. Upon entering, she beheld a room filled with stunning women of various shapes and sizes, all amicably surrounding Su Lang as if they were sisters. It dawned on her that Jiang Zhaoyu was not the first, perhaps not even among the first five. She regarded Su Lang with a gaze fraught with complexity. Who was this man? A mere bandit, yet surrounded by such exquisite beauties, each seemingly devoted to him. "Princess, I wish to stay here." Yu Nu resolved after Hua Yurong had tended to her wounds. Her eyes locked onto Jiang Zhaoyu, filled with unwavering determination. "I shall protect you." She felt a sense of urgency. Even if Su Lang was not a wicked man, with so many women around, she had witnessed enough palace intrigue to know she must remain by the princess's side. Moreover, in these tumultuous times, several princes sought to exploit the princess's status for their own gain. Returning to the so-called court would be a perilous path. Staying here beside this seemingly powerful man might indeed be the safest choice. "Very well." Su Lang interjected before Jiang Zhaoyu could respond. He casually crossed his legs, appraising Yu Nu, who, despite her stubbornness, demonstrated commendable capabilities. "My wives are quite delicate. I could certainly use a capable bodyguard." His words elicited an exaggerated eye roll from Mu Rongyan, though she refrained from further comment. She could see the profound bond between Jiang Zhaoyu and Yu Nu. Just then, an incongruous, loud growl emanated from Yu Nu's stomach. Her face flushed a deep red. After days of searching for the princess, enduring hardships and erratic meals, she had hardly eaten anything substantial. "Xiao Ji, please prepare something for Yu Nu," Hua Yurong suggested with understanding. Soon, a steaming bowl of meat porridge and several golden-baked sweet potatoes were brought before Yu Nu. Overwhelmed by the enticing aroma, she could no longer concern herself with decorum and began to devour her meal ravenously. As the warmth of the food slid into her stomach, a wave of long-lost happiness nearly brought her to tears. While she indulged, she discreetly observed this astonishing abode. The scales in her heart began to tilt slowly. Perhaps the princess had indeed found someone worthy of lifelong devotion. In the days that followed, Hai Feng's Hai flourished. Wang Tixi, accompanied by newly recruited artisans and apprentices, toiled day and night at the forge, producing a steady stream of gleaming armor, sharp spears, and battle blades. In the training grounds, the new recruits began to show promising results. Their formations were orderly, and a fierce spirit began to emerge. Particularly, the young warriors Lu Shitu and Zhuzi, under Su Lang's direct guidance, made remarkable progress in their martial skills, displaying the nascent qualities of formidable fighters. Everything was advancing in a favorable direction. On one particular morning, Su Lang was in the courtyard, instructing Yuenu in spear techniques. The young maid's style was bold and vigorous, but lacked finesse. With a few casual pointers from Su Lang, she gained invaluable insights. Simultaneously, her gaze towards Su Lang transformed from pure hatred to a mix of respect and curiosity. How could this bandit leader possess such knowledge? At that moment, a frantic shout echoed from outside the stronghold. Lang, good trouble. Su Lang turned to see Zhang Chaoyue rushing towards him, lowering his voice as he spoke. There are imperial troops approaching. This time, it's the regular army, a vast number, at least 1,000 strong. They've surrounded Haifeng's High. Zhang Chaoyue's voice trembled with barely concealed fear. 1,000 soldiers clad in armor and wielding weapons. Even if Haifeng's High mustered every able-bodied person, there would be little more than 300, and among them, only a handful of newly blooded recruits were truly combat-ready. How could they possibly withstand such an assault? It was akin to striking an egg against a boulder. In the courtyard, Yuenu, who had just started to grasp the spear techniques thanks to Su Lang's guidance, turned pale at the news. She understood better than anyone what a 1,000-strong army entailed. It represented an overwhelming force capable of effortlessly crushing any stronghold. However, Su Lang exhibited no signs of distress. He even took the time to casually return the spear to Yuenu. What was there to panic about? Su Lang's voice was as calm as if discussing the weather. He turned to Zhang Chaoyue, raising an eyebrow. What banner are they flying? Zhang Chaoyue, influenced by Su Lang's composure, felt his own panic subside slightly. But his voice remained dry. It's a banner with the character yin. Langgu, it must be reinforcements for the last group we fought. They are here for revenge. Yen? Su Lang's lips curled into a cold smile. Indeed, they linger like a haunting specter. Very well, very well. Zhang Chaoyue was momentarily stunned, unable to comprehend. With an army at their doorstep, how could this be considered good? It is time to put our training to the test. Su Lang's gaze swept over the new recruits, who were beginning to stir at the sound, a glint of sharpness flashing in his eyes. Let's go see. He dismissed the 1,000-strong army with a wave of his hand, grabbing the silver dragon spear hanging on the courtyard wall and striding towards the mountain gate. Husband! The door to the stone house swung open, and Hua Yurong, Murong Yinran, and several other women rushed out, their faces etched with worry. They had heard the commotion outside. Husband, what's happening out there? Hua Yurong's voice quivered slightly. Not to worry, Su Lang replied, turning to offer them a reassuring smile. Just a few flies buzzing around. Stay inside. We shall soon hold a celebration banquet. With that, he walked away without looking back. His leisurely demeanor seemed more akin to a stroll in the garden than facing 1,000 troops. The women watched his tall, reassuring figure disappear, their previously anxious hearts surprisingly at ease. This was their man. Even if the sky were to fall, he would stand firm. Yuenu stood in the courtyard, gripping the cold spear, her gaze fixed on Su Lang's retreating form, her emotions swirling in complexity. Madness. This man was undoubtedly a complete lunatic. How could he dare to confront an army of 1,000? Chapter 89. Shoot him in the mouth. On the walls of the stronghold, the atmosphere was suffocating. Everyone gripped their weapons tightly, palms slick with sweat, nervously swallowing. Below the mountain path, a vast dark mass loomed like a tide, completely surrounding Haifeng's High. Under the sunlight, the gleaming armor and spear tips reflected a chilling light that stung the eyes. The sheer aura of impending violence made it hard to breathe. Gulp. A new recruit succumbed to the pressure, his legs buckling as he nearly collapsed. Just then, a steady footfall echoed from behind. Su Lang had arrived. As he stepped onto the stronghold wall, all eyes were instantly drawn to him. The faces filled with fear and unease seemed to find solace upon seeing Su Lang's overly calm expression, as if they had found their anchor. Lang Yi. Lu Shitu and Zhuzi rushed towards him, their faces pale, yet their eyes ablaze with a fierce determination. Su Lang said nothing. He merely patted their shoulders before moving to the forefront of the stronghold wall. His gaze swept over the dark mass of soldiers below, landing on the front lines where several long spears were planted upright. Atop each spear was a bloodied head, lifeless and glaring. These heads belonged to various bandit leaders from the nearby mountains, a grim reminder that the chaos of this era extended beyond Haifeng's High. A classic, albeit tedious, display of intimidation. Su Lang's gaze finally settled on the imposing figure of a general astride a black warhorse at the center of the army. With a burly build and a face adorned with a thick beard, the general donned heavy armor and possessed a keen gaze, exuding a menacing presence shaped by countless battles. The bearded general remained silent, merely regarding Su Lang with icy indifference, as if appraising a corpse. Beside him, a young subordinate, his arrogance and disdain evident, urged his horse forward a few paces, brandishing a whip towards the bloody heads. His voice echoed across the valley. "Listen, bandits on the mountain, have you seen these heads? This is the fate of all who dare defy the might of His Majesty, the Yen King, General Zhou, with a heart that recognizes the virtue of mercy, offers you one final opportunity." The voice of the deputy commander suddenly rose, brimming with condescension. "Immediately open the gates and surrender all your provisions and women. Bind yourselves and kneel in submission. Perhaps we shall spare your wretched lives, relegating you to the status of slaves in our army. Should you dare to resist, I assure you, once my forces breach your stronghold, this place shall be reduced to rubble. All able-bodied men shall face a torturous death, while all women shall serve as military concubines. Not a soul shall remain." Such venomous words transformed the countenances of all those atop the stockade into shades of iron gray. Anger, humiliation, an uncontainable sense of dread. Everyone instinctively turned their gaze towards Su Lang. Yet, Su Lang's expression bore no trace of fury. In fact, he even managed a light chuckle. More demands for provisions and women. Could they not employ a modicum of creativity? This same tired rhetoric was becoming intolerable. He turned away, disregarding the blustering deputy commander below. His attention fell upon the young Bao, who was gripping the iron bow tightly, his small face taut with tension, trembling slightly from a mix of rage and anxiety. "Xiao Bao, Su Lang galet sopti." "Here." Xiao Bao jolted in response. "Are you afraid?" Su Lang's voice was gentle and soothing. To claim he was unafraid would be a lie. After all, they faced 1,000 foes. Yet fear did not equate to cowardice. It did not preclude the courage to draw one's blade. After fear comes bravery. Xiao Bao paused momentarily, then, summoning all his strength, he shook his head vigorously, puffed out his chest, and shouted, "I am not afraid. As long as I follow Brother Lang, I fear nothing." "Excellent," Su Lang replied with a nod of approval. He turned once more to face the dense ranks of soldiers below. The deputy commander, seeing no reaction from the stockade, assumed the bandits were paralyzed with fear, his disdain deepening. "A bunch of fools. Why do they not kneel?" At that moment, Su Lang moved. He stepped forward to the edge of the parapet. The mountain wind billowed his garments and hair, creating a rustling sound. He slowly raised the silver dragon spear, not aimed at the enemy, but casually resting it upon his shoulder. The entire motion exuded a sense of nonchalance and disdain. He did not bellow nor roar. Instead, he spoke in a calm, almost languid tone, his voice resonating with an unusual clarity that reached every ear below. "Who gave you the audacity?" Su Lang's gaze fixated on the arrogant deputy commander, a faint smile curling at his lips, cold and playful. "You dare speak to me in such a manner?" Xiao Bao shut his mouth. In an instant, a resounding thrum, more profound and powerful than an ordinary bowstring, echoed in the air. Xiao Bao's eyes were devoid of any tension. Brother Lang's command was his law. With the bow fully drawn, release. The terrifying force of the iron bow erupted. A pitch-black wolf fang arrow, resembling a vengeful bolt of lightning, tore through the air with a piercing shriek. Below, the deputy commander's arrogance had yet to dissipate. He had not even registered the impending doom. The next moment, thud, the dark flash of death struck with unerring precision, penetrating the deputy commander's open mouth. The tremendous force traversed through his skull, erupting in a gory display of crimson and ivory. His body stiffened atop the horse, as the light in his eyes was swiftly engulfed by an abyss of darkness. Bang! His corpse fell rigidly from the saddle, crashing to the ground in silence. The entire scene fell into a profound stillness. The 1,000 soldiers below were rendered dumbfounded. Their deputy commander had perished just like that, shot through the head by a single arrow. Were these bandits truly so audacious? Upon the stockade, Those newly enlisted soldiers, who had only moments ago quaked in fear, now stood in stunned silence before a surge of fervor erupted from their very souls. "Henri!" Someone shouted first. "Brother Lang is mighty. Xiao Bao is mighty." The pent-up terror transformed instantly into fervent admiration and spirited resolve. The silence below was shattered by this thunderous cheer. The burly general, Zhao Baishan, felt his pupils narrow in disbelief as he gazed upon the lifeless form of his deputy. Eyes wide with shock, yet more so with a seething fury. What a formidable Black Wind stronghold! What a foolhardy bandit leader! Unyielding in their ignorance. Zhao Baishan drew his battle blade with ferocity, pointing it forward, his voice booming like thunder, echoing throughout the valley. "Archers, prepare to fire. Level Black Wind stronghold." At the command, the front line of sword and shield bearers swiftly dispersed to the sides, while hundreds of archers drew their bows, aiming at the stronghold atop the mountain. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. In an instant, a torrential rain of arrows descended like a swarm of locusts, blotting out the sky, accompanied by the wailing herald of death as they rained down upon the stockade. "Raise your shields," Zhang Chao bellowed. The new recruits hurriedly grasped their makeshift wooden shields. However, Su Lang's side had already secured an overwhelming positional advantage. From their elevated stance, they prepared to retaliate. "Counterattack!" Su Lang's voice rang out calmly. The soldiers atop the stockade began to fire back. Unbeknownst to them, Murong Yenran and Yunu had also ascended the parapet, each wielding a longbow. Previously in the village, Murong Yenran had to protect Rome and Jiruo closely. But now, in this defensible Black Wind stronghold, her martial prowess finally found its purpose. Yunu, too, showed no hesitation. She harbored no fondness for the people of Yanwang. Swish! Murong Yenran shot forth an arrow with elegant precision, and an enemy archer fell lifelessly to the ground. Yunu's archery was ruthless and pinpoint accurate, deliberately targeting those who appeared to be leaders. Yet, the most formidable of all were Su Lang and Xiao Bao. Xiao Bao's arrows were swift, accurate, and deadly. He seemed tireless. Each arrow he released claimed a life. Meanwhile, Su Lang did not even bother to aim. He casually drew back his bow and released an arrow, yet each one seemed to possess a mind of its own, finding the most cunning angles to penetrate the gaps in shields, striking true at the throats or eye sockets of his foes. In a flash, arrows rained down from the stockade. However, the casualty ratio revealed an astonishing disparity. Though the Yanwang army was numerous, their upward shots lacked power and precision. Most arrows fell harmlessly upon the sturdy stockade or were deflected by wooden shields. In contrast, Su Lang's elevated position allowed every shot to carry the weight of gravity, delivering devastating force. In the brief exchange, the mountain path was littered with the bodies of over 100 fallen warriors, their anguished cries echoing through the chaos. In the vicinity of Heifeng Zhai, only a few unfortunate souls suffered minor injuries from Liu Xia's arrows, none seriously harmed. Zhao Baishan surveyed the scene before him, his countenance ashen with rage. A seasoned warrior, he had never fought such a frustrating battle. The enemy's aim was unerringly precise, particularly that of their leader, who seemed almost monstrous. At that moment, a sense of acute danger locked onto him. He abruptly looked up, meeting the cold, merciless gaze of Su Liang atop the fortress wall. Su Liang had set his sights on him. "Raise the shield. Protect the general." Zhao Baishan's loyal guards reacted swiftly, hoisting several heavy iron shields high to shield him. Clang, clang, clang. Arrows struck the shields, sparking but failing to penetrate, while Su Liang possessed immense strength. His ordinary arrows lacked the power to breach the defenses. Observing this, Su Liang lowered his bow and seized a heavy standard spear from a nearby recruit. In the astonished gazes of onlookers, he wielded the spear with one hand, his muscular arm coiling like a dragon. With a 16-fold increase in physical prowess, he bellowed. "Break through." The spear became a javelin, hurled with tremendous force. Whoosh! The spear transformed into a shadowy streak, accompanied by a terrifying howl that tore through the air, crashing violently into the shield wall below. Zhao Baishan, hidden behind the shield, heard an unprecedented shriek, his heart racing with alarm. The next moment, bang! An earth-shattering sound erupted, akin to a battering ram striking the city gate. Crack! The iron shields, forged from fine steel, shattered as if made of paper, splintering into pieces. The soldiers bearing the shields had their arms broken with a sickening crunch. They cried out in agony. The thrown spear, after demolishing the shields, maintained its momentum, skewering a shield-bearer, man in armor, into the ground. The ferocious force ripped a gaping hole through the shield formation. Zhao Baishan and his guard were thrown into disarray by the terrifying impact. Now, Xiao Bao, shoot him. Without further ado, Xiao Bao's eyes gleamed with determination as he unleashed the 3 arrows he had prepared. The trio of arrows soared. Thud, 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 caught unawares. Zhao Baishan could only evade the fatal strike, yet 3 wolf-toothed arrows pierced through his left shoulder. Blood quickly stained his armor. Chapter 91. The Decapitation Mission Gasp. A surge of pain coursed through Zhao Baishan, eliciting a muffled grunt, his face a tableau of agony and disbelief. How could this be possible? How could mere human strength launch a spear with such terrifying force? Yet, Su Liang had no intention of granting him time to ponder. With Xiao Bao's successful strike, Su Liang grasped the silver dragon spear at the wall's edge, his icy gaze fixated on the wounded enemy general below. Capture the leader first. The 2 young warriors, drenched in blood, yet burning with fervent battle spirit, stood ready. A cruel smile curled at the corners of Su Liang's mouth. Bring 40 brothers in charge with me. Claim his dog head. Kill. At his command, he leaped from the several-meter-high fortress wall, with the silver dragon spear in hand. He descended like a vengeful deity into the enemy ranks. Boom! Dust erupted. Su Liang's figure surged forward, the spear transforming into a silver dragon. Each thrust and shake conjuring a storm of bloodshed. Ordinary soldiers before him were no more than chaff. Kill. Lu Shirtu and Zhuzi, leading 40 newly bloodied recruits, surged forth from the open gates like tigers descending from the mountains. Cover us. On the fortress wall, Xiao Bao, Murong Yenran, and others frantically loosed arrows, clearing the path for the charging troops. The battlefield descended into utter chaos. Su Liang's singular focus remained on one target, Zhao Baishan. Should he eliminate this general, the morale of the 1,000 soldiers would plummet. Su Liang became the sharpest blade, carving through the enemy formation, creating a bloody passage. His spear swept across, dispersing all who dared to oppose him. In less than 10 breaths, he had traversed nearly 100 meters, now only 10 paces from Zhao Baishan. Hurry, stop him. Protect the general. Zhao Baishan's guards screamed hoarsely, desperately attempting to form a wall before him. Yet it was futile. Su Liang's advance showed no sign of faltering. 10 meters, 9 meters, 8 meters. With each step, the tangible aura of death enveloped the soldiers in front of him, as if an invisible hand had seized their throats. Zhao Baishan clutched his blood-soaked shoulder, his expression shifting from fury to horror, ultimately crystallizing into sheer terror. A seasoned warrior under the command of the Flame King, he had clawed his way from mountains of corpses, having taken countless lives, at least 800, if not 1,000. He had witnessed the northern barbarian warriors, those born with divine strength, capable of tearing apart tigers and leopards. Yet even the so-called greatest barbarian warrior, Tuoba Jingang, paled in comparison to the terror exuded by this man. This was not human. This was a demon clad in human skin, a Azura risen from the depths of hell. In that moment, the heart of Zhao Baishan, the fearless warrior, inexplicably wavered with thoughts of retreat. He wanted to flee. Stop him. Someone stop him. Zhao Baishan bellowed, his voice distorted by fear. He yanked the reins, urging his steed to retreat in a panic. A bounty of 100 taels of gold for the one who slays him. Promotion by 3 ranks. Under such a hefty reward, valor would surely emerge. No, rather, foolishness would prevail. Kill. The gold is mine. A thunderous roar erupted as a particularly burly soldier, his eyes clouded with greed, abandoned defense, and raised his broadsword, lunging at Su Liang's neck. Su Liang did not even spare him a glance. At the moment the blade was about to connect, he casually flicked his wrist. Whoosh! A flash of silver, faster than the eye could perceive. The soldier's advance faltered abruptly, his sword clattering to the ground. In the next instant, his massive head soared into the air. Blood gushed from his severed neck like a fountain, splattering his comrades. A spear through the throat, swiftly followed by decapitation. This fluid motion of murder sent chills down the spines of all present, a visceral terror coursing through them. Yet, the lure of gold continued to cloud another's judgment. He was a diminutive soldier, aware that he could not confront his opponent head-on. Instead, he attempted to roll and grasp Su Lang's legs, hoping to create an opportunity for his comrades. How absurd! Su Lang's stride remained unbroken. In the instant the soldier was about to lunge at his feet, Su Lang merely lifted his foot with casual indifference. Then it descended. With a piercing sound, the tail of the Yinlong spear, its razor-sharp tip, struck downwards with unmatched force, piercing through the soldier's back with precision. The spear's tip emerged from his chest, embedding deeply into the ground. The soldier's body convulsed twice before falling silent. I will fight you to the end." A third soldier, intoxicated by gold, let out a despairing roar and charged directly at Su Lang. A hint of impatience finally crossed Su Lang's face. He eschewed any further tactics, simply thrusting the Yinlong's spear forward. With a thud, the soldier's body crumpled as if it had collided with a red-hot iron rod, easily punctured through. Su Lang did not even pause, continuing onward, carrying the lifeless body for 2 more steps. Then, with a vigorous shake of his spear, bang, the corpse was flung away, toppling several soldiers who had dared to advance. 3 slain in succession. The entire process flowed seamlessly, not causing his footsteps to falter even for a second. Chapter 92, Decapitation. This moment shattered the psychological defenses of all present. Gold may be appealing, but one must possess life to enjoy it. With a clatter, soldiers surrounding Su Lang recoiled in terror, creating a vacuum several meters in diameter before him. None dared to take a step closer. They beheld the blood-soaked, yet unscathed figure, resembling a deity of war, their eyes reflecting primal fear. Upon the battlements, everyone was transfixed. Yunu's blood-stained visage turned pale as she tightly gripped her spear, her palms slick with cold sweat. Trained in martial arts from a young age, she prided herself on her spear skills, considering herself a master. Yet today, she comprehended the truth that there are always those beyond one's reach. No, that man could no longer be deemed human. He was a god, a war deity walking among mortals, wielding the power of life and death. She gazed at Su Lang's silhouette, her emotions a tempest of complexity. A war god, such as he would surely not content himself with merely being a bandit leader. His ambitions would be immense. Was it truly the right choice for Princess to follow such a man? Mu Rong Yinran's hand, poised to draw her bow, also came to a halt. Her strikingly beautiful eyes remained fixed on the invincible figure below, the light within them growing ever brighter. This was indeed the man worthy of her, Mu Rong Yinran, a titan unmatched by any. Kill. Following the footsteps of Lang Ge, Lu Shitu and Zhuzi, accompanied by 40 new recruits, had also surged forward. They gazed ahead at the figure that had carved a path of blood and flesh for them, their admiration and fervor reaching a fever pitch. They brandished their weapons wildly, dispatching those cowardly soldiers who, frightened by Su Lang, sought to attack from the flanks. The battlefield unfolded a surreal tableau. Su Lang strode at the forefront. Behind him followed 40 fierce warriors, akin to wolves and tigers. They pierced through the ranks of 1,000 men like a red-hot branding iron. Su Lang walked leisurely along the path, paved by corpses and fear, ultimately halting before Zhao Baishan. At this moment, the valiant general under the Flame King had been helped down from his horse by his loyal guards, clutching his bleeding shoulder and gasping for breath. His complexion as pale as paper. Staring at Su Lang, who was now within arm's reach, his eyes were filled with boundless despair. "Who are you?" Zhao Baishan's voice was hoarse and dry. "I can assure you, General, that by submitting to the court and serving the Flame King, you will have a promising future. It is far better than becoming a bandit. Power, women, gold. I can provide it all. Whatever you desire, I will grant." Zhao Baishan spoke hurriedly, his voice trembling slightly. Yet, Su Lang offered no reply. He merely gazed at him with cold eyes, as if looking at a corpse. What Zhao Baishan could offer, Su Lang could seize for himself, and he could take even more. Su Lang slowly raised the Yinlong spear, its tip aimed directly at Zhao Baishan's brow. "No, General, run." A few loyal guards beside Zhao Baishan shouted furiously, raising their swords to charge forward. "Get back." Zhao Baishan forcefully pushed them away. He knew it was futile. In the presence of such a monster, no number of men would save them from death. A surge of blood and dignity, belonging to a seasoned warrior, eclipsed his fear in that moment. If he was to die, he would die like a man. Zhao Baishan fiercely broke free from his guard support, seizing a broadsword from the ground with his uninjured right hand, pouring all his strength into a downward strike toward Su Lang. This blow encapsulated his entire life as prowess, imbued with the will to fight to the death, surging forward. However, in Su Lang's eyes, it was too slow. Slow, as if it were a farcical play. Just as the blade of the broadsword was about to descend, Su Lang moved. A silver flash arrived first. With a sound, there was no earth-shattering collision, only the muted sound of a sharp weapon piercing flesh. Zhao Baishan's movement came to an abrupt halt. He widened his eyes in disbelief, lowering his gaze. The silver spear had, unbeknownst to him, penetrated his sturdy neck. The cold tip emerged from the back of his neck. He wished to say something, yet only a raspy wheeze escaped his throat. Strength ebbed from his body like a receding tide. The broadsword clattered to the ground. Su Lang's expression remained unchanged. He simply flicked his wrist lightly. The yin-long spear emitted a faint humming sound. With a whoosh, a massive, bearded head, drenched in blood, soared into the sky. It traced a mournful arc through the air. Bang! Finally, it landed heavily at the feet of the petrified soldiers. The eyes, still wide open, were filled with terror and confusion. The decapitation was successful. In that instant, the entire battlefield plunged into an eerie silence. All gazes fixated on the severed head rolling on the ground. Their general is dead? The next moment, the general is dead. Zhao General is dead. Someone was the first to emit a desperate scream. The piercing scream echoed like a spark, igniting an entire powder keg. The commander has fallen. The soul of this army has been irrevocably shattered. Flee. A demon. He is a demon. Thousands of soldiers. No, now the number of those slain has dwindled below 1,000. Hundreds of soldiers have completely collapsed. They have discarded their helmets and armor, weeping for their mothers, no longer mindful of military discipline or formation. Like a flock of startled sheep, they turned and fled frantically down the mountain. The defeat was as swift as an avalanche. Not a single one remained. Su Lang's cold voice rang out again, akin to the pronouncement of death itself. Kill. Lu Shirtu and the others let out a thunderous roar, descending like tigers from the mountain, pursuing relentlessly. Thus began a bloody chase. Su Lang did not pursue. He walked slowly to the headless corpse of Zhao Baishan, retrieving the still straight silver dragon spear from the ground and casually planting it into the earth beside him. Then he bent down and, as if picking up a mere stone, nonchalantly lifted the head that refused to close its eyes. Grasping the bloodied head, he ascended a nearby rise, step by step. The mountain breeze stirred his blood-stained robe. He raised the gruesome trophy high. Upon the watchtower and along the mountain path, all the surviving villagers of Haifengshai and the new recruits gazed upon that figure, godlike, holding the head aloft. After a brief silence, "Oh, Long is magnificent! Long live Langu!" An unprecedented, deafening cheer erupted, coalescing into a wave that reverberated throughout the valley. Amidst the cacophony of cheers, Chapter 93, another bountiful harvest, the applause persisted without end. Every face radiated the euphoric relief of survival and an adoration for Su Lang that bordered on reverence. The pursuit continued. Lu Shirtu, bloodied and weary, returned wielding the now blunted Guan Yu broadsword, his face devoid of fatigue, only exuding a post-battle exhilaration. Lang Yi, my blade is no longer usable. He sheepishly scratched his head, lifting the broken weapon. Su Lang Sumai. He approached the headless body of Zhao Baishan, kicked aside the corpse clinging to the horse-slaying sword, then bent down to lift the heavy, cold, gleaming forged steel sword. A fine weapon. Sure to catch. Su Lang tossed the broadsword, which soared through the air in an arc before Lu Shirtu firmly grasped it. The moment the sword entered his hands, a heavy sensation coursed through him, the blade emitting a faint tremor. Lu Shirtu's face flushed with excitement, not from the weight, but from exhilaration. A fine sword. Thank you, Langu. He embraced the broadsword, thicker than his own arm, feeling reinvigorated. The general's sword was incomparably superior to the one they had previously seized. Su Lang's gaze shifted to Zhuzi and the other bloodied youths. You 7, each take 5 brothers. Su Lang's voice was calm and clear. Did that vice commander not mention earlier? Black Tiger Mountain, White Wolf Ridge, and Broken Soul Hill have all been cleared by the soldiers of Yanwang. Now, only the old, weak, sick, and the spoils they amassed remain. A cold smirk curled at the corners of Su Lang's mouth. Go bring back all their grain, gold, silver, treasures, and anything of value. Yes, the 7 youths' eyes ignited with fervor, and they roared in unison. They understood this was Lang Gu granting them an opportunity to earn merit. Lang Yi, Zhang Chaoyue also approached, pointing to the battlefield below, his face brimming with untamed excitement. The supplies of the routed soldiers lie not far down the mountain. Our men have already gone to check. There are 20 carts of grain and fodder. Additionally, over 100 sets of spare armor and weapons. We have struck it rich again. These soldiers came to hunt down bandits and naturally brought provisions, weapons, and supplies. Now they belong to Su Lang. When Su Lang returned to the stone house atop the mountain, he was greeted by a myriad of worried faces. Husband, Hua Yurong was the first to rush forward, disregarding the heavy scent of blood on Su Lang, meticulously checking him for any injuries. I'm fine. Su Lang chuckled, patting her soft hand. Li Qinghuan and her sister Li Qingyao had already brought hot water and clean towels, busily wiping the blood from his face and hands without hesitation. Xiaozhuo and Li Xiuji gazed at him with eyes full of admiration, as if beholding a god. Sister Yinran, are you all right? Li Xiuji asked with concern. Murong, Yinran shook her head. She had merely shot arrows from the city walls and bore not a single drop of blood. Ayue Nu was likewise unscathed. Jiang Zhaoyue stood silently nearby, her beautiful eyes betraying a mixture of shock and admiration. Especially Yu Nu, who stood in the corner of the room. Observing this man surrounded by beauty, her gaze filled with complex emotions. Is this man truly just a bandit leader? After calming several of his delicate wives, Su Lang's thoughts submerged into the system. Ding. Detected Hua Yurong's favorability increases by 10. Current favorability, 280. Utter devotion. Ding. Detected Murong Yinran's favorability increases by 10. Current favorability, 260. Utter devotion. Ding. Detected Xia Zhuo's favorability increases by 10. Current favorability, 290. Utter devotion. Ding. Detected Li Xiuji's favorability increases by 10. Current favorability, 245. Utter devotion. Ding. Detected Jiang Zhaoyue's favorability increases by 10. Current favorability, 190. Utter devotion. Ding. Detected Li Qinghuan's favorability increases by 10. Current favorability, 180. Utter devotion. Ding. Detected Li Qingyao's favorability increases by 10. Current favorability, 180. Utter devotion. During this period, Su Lang had garnered considerable favor from his wives. With the recent additions, Hua Yurong, Murong Yinran, and Xia Zhuo were nearing 300. Jiang Zhaoyue and the twins were approaching 200 as well. Li Xiuji's 245 was stuck in the middle, but that was inconsequential. What mattered was that system rewards could arrive at any moment. Su Lang's heart brimmed with anticipation. He stepped out of the stone house and called to Zhang Chaoyue, who was directing the cleanup of the battlefield. Chaoyue, tonight, we will hold a celebration feast. Bring out our seized fine rice and white flour. Meat, let the brothers have their fill. Also bring out the wine. Let everyone enjoy a good meal. All right, Lang Yi. The entire Haifengshai erupted once more into thunderous cheers. Su Lang stood atop the stockade, gazing down at the jubilant faces, yet his heart felt little joy. This time they had won, but it was a victory by sheer luck. It relied on the advantage of terrain and his extraordinary martial prowess. However, having slain a general of Yanwang and annihilated over 1,000 of his troops, the enmity was now irrevocably established. Next time, the envoy from the Yanwang will not send merely 1,000 men. It could be several thousand, or even more. Su Lang was unclear about the exact number of soldiers these princes possessed, but it was certain to be multiple times, perhaps even dozens or hundreds, of the forces from Haifengshai. At that point, how could they defend with just over 300 individuals? It was imperative to rapidly expand their strength, to recruit soldiers, and to do so required vast amounts of money and resources. His gaze involuntarily drifted towards the direction of Yinzhou. The treasure map given by the twin sisters and the Li family's immense wealth in Yunzhou City were ripe for reclamation. As dusk fell, the bonfire of the celebration banquet blazed brightly. The entire mountain stronghold was enveloped in the aromas of roasted meat and the scent of wine. Suddenly, the long-awaited return was announced. Shirtu and his companions had come back. Excited shouts erupted at the mountain gate, causing everyone to pause their feasting and turn their attention towards the entrance. There, they saw Lu Shirtu, Zhuzi, and 5 other youths, accompanied by dozens of new recruits, escorting heavily laden carts into the stronghold. Were these carts filled with grain, bags of neatly stacked grain, cloth, rolls of vibrant silk fabric, and several hefty wooden chests? When Lu Shirtu eagerly pried open one of them with a knife, a collective gasp echoed through the crowd. Gold, silver, precious jewels. The chest brimmed with gleaming gold bars, silver ingots, and an assortment of pearls, agates, and jade artifacts. Lang Yi, we have struck it rich. Lu Shirtu, his face flushed with excitement, shouted. The bandit dens were overflowing with wealth. The storage of Heifeng Jia was already brimming with supplies and captured armaments from the Yan Wang's army. Now, with the arrival of these numerous carts filled with riches, there was scarcely any room left to stand in the warehouse. Countless treasures and bags of grain were casually piled in the open square, shimmering enticingly under the glow of the bonfire. The strength of Heifeng Jia had expanded exponentially in a single day. All the villagers and new recruits gazed at the mountain of wealth and the composed figure of the man beside it, their fervor beyond description. Following Langu, one could not only expect a diet of rice, but an abundance of meat, enough to last a lifetime. As the bonfire gradually dimmed, the rich scent of meat and wine lingered in the air above the square. The celebration had concluded, and the inebriated new recruits and villagers were assisted home by their families, still wearing blissful, contented smiles. Inside the stone house, the candlelight flickered. The air was filled with a gentle fragrance that mingled the scent of femininity with herbs. Su Lang had just finished washing up when Hua Yurong approached with a bowl of steaming medicinal soup. Husband, this is a calming soup. You have taken too many lives today. Drinking this will help you sleep soundly tonight. Su Lang accepted it with a smile and drank it all in one go. He noticed his wives, each possessing their own charms, casting furtive glances at him, igniting a warmth within him. Everyone, tidy up and retire early, Su Lang said, clearing his throat, his gaze lingering a moment longer on the identical faces of Li Qinghuan and Li Qingyao. I plan to visit Yunzhou early tomorrow. Yunzhou? The girls were momentarily taken aback. Husband, why the sudden decision? Murong Yanran could not help but ask. We just finished a major battle. Should we rest for a few days? There is no time. Su Lang shook his head. Having slain a general of the Yan Wang, the next time he sends troops, it will not be just 1,000 men. We must quickly bolster our strength, and that requires funds. He glanced at the twin sisters, a smile gracing his lips. Qinghuan, Qingyao, the treasure map you provided me is about to come into play. At the mention of the treasure map, the twins' eyes sparkled. That wealth, accumulated over generations by the Li family, was enough to rival nations. If they could retrieve it, they would not only be able to recruit soldiers, but also maintain a large army with ease. Who will you take with you, husband? Xia Zhiruo asked, her curious eyes wide. I will go with Qinghuan and Qingyao, Su Lang replied, gesturing to the twins. The map is drawn in a rather cryptic manner. Without you two, I might wander for days without finding it. Hearing they would accompany their husband on a journey, both Li Qinghuan and Li Qingyao couldn't hide their delight. However, Hua Yurong frowned slightly and approached Su Lang, whispering with concern, Husband, you just experienced a bloody battle today. Tomorrow you'll embark on a long journey. Perhaps you should take it a bit easier tonight. Her words were soft, but all the women in the room were listening intently. Jiang Zhaoyue blushed and scoffed, while Murong Yanran pouted, feeling a twinge of jealousy. Su Lang laughed heartily, pulling Hua Yurong into his embrace, giving her a playful slap on her ample backside. My dear Yurong, are you doubting my strength? He leaned closer to her ear, lowering his voice, his deep timbre resonating. ISNT my body, something you experienced just last night? Hua Yurong's face flushed deeply. Besides, Su Lang continued, his gaze sweeping over a jar of medicinal wine on the table. I still have this tonifying wine to restore my vigor. The jar was brewed by Hua Yurong herself, said to strengthen the body and invigorate the blood. In truth, with Su Lang's current physique, he had no need for such remedies. He simply craved the wine. Moreover, it served as an excuse for nightly revelries. Seeing her husband's unapologetic demeanor, Hua Yorong felt a mix of embarrassment and amusement, fully aware he was merely seeking an excuse. The nights of revelry spoke for themselves, especially with the twins being given extra attention before their imminent journey. The next day, at the break of dawn, while his lovely wives sleepily arose from their beds, Su Lang had already completed a round of spear training in the courtyard, brimming with energy and showing no signs of fatigue. In contrast, the sisters Li Qinghuan and Li Qingyao walked with slightly wobbly legs, their gazes towards Su Lang imbued with a blend of shyness and resentment. "Ah, I was clearly gentle," Su Lang remarked bemused. After breakfast, everything was ready at the entrance of Heifengzhai. Su Lang mounted his favorite tall black horse, Dahei, wielding the silver dragon spear with an imposing presence. Li Qinghuan and Li Qingyao rode gentle mares, following closely behind him. Behind them were Zhang Chaoyue and Xiao Bao, each driving a sturdy, empty four-wheeled cart. They were off to haul treasures, so the vehicle had to be robust. "Be careful on the road, husband. Return early. We will be waiting for your return." Hua Yorong and the others stood at the gate, waving reluctantly. "Rest assured," Su Lang turned back and flashed them a brilliant smile. "When I return, I shall bring you the finest rouge and powder from Yunzhou City." Upon concluding his words, he tightened his grip on the horse's belly and commanded, "Go." A group of 4, divided into 2 carriages, surged forth towards the mountain, accompanied by the rising sun. The distance from Heifengzhai to Yunzhou Cheng exceeded 400 miles. Even on swift steeds, it was not a journey to be completed in a single day. After riding for 2 hours, as the sun ascended higher in the sky, they halted by a small stream to take a brief respite. When Li Qinghuan and Li Qingyao dismounted, they grimaced, their delicate faces wrinkled in discomfort. Although adept at riding, they had never experienced such an extended journey. At this moment, they felt a burning ache in their posteriors, and the insides of their thighs were close to being chafed raw. "What troubles you?" Su Lang Yin Guit, feigning ignorance as he observed their discomfort. The more vivacious Li Qingyao pouted, complaining, "My backside hurts." Li Qinghuan remained silent, yet her tearful expression spoke volumes of her distress.